As a fully leveled alchemist, isn't it reasonable to treat pills like food? For self-defense, being invincible in martial arts is quite justified. Chapter 1 on the Wenxiu continent in the Listening Fragrance Kingdom in Yun City at the Tang family. In the courtyard pavilion, an elderly man dressed in a long robe stood in front of a stone table, holding a brush. With a glance, one could see that his hand, which grasped the brush, did not actually touch it, but instead controlled the brush's movements entirely through a surge of true energy. From a distance, he appeared leisurely and exceptionally refined. Just after a few strokes, the old man's true energy suddenly became unstable, causing the brush to tremble and the tip to tilt, resulting in an unsightly stroke. The butler brewing tea nearby twitched his facial muscles, knowing that the old man's mood was undoubtedly poor at that moment. Smash! Sure enough, the old man, who had intended to calm his anger with elegance, slammed the brush heavily onto the table and shouted, "Someone, check if that brat is awake. If he is, tell him to roll over here." The heaven and earth creation cauldron. The true method of use is to refine the cauldron's soul, using one's body as the cauldron. I started off wrong and, despite my best efforts, cannot advance any further in alchemy. Tang Yin mumbled in a daze and suddenly opened his eyes wide, jolting upright. Wasn't I supposed to die from the explosion of the heaven and earth creation cauldron? How am I still conscious? Upon waking up, Tang Yin realized he was lying on a soft couch, surrounded by extremely luxurious decor. Chapter 2 Hearing Tang Ling's furious scolding, Tang Yin remained silent, knowing that although his grandfather was fuming, his father had been missing for many years, and he had no uncles or brothers. As the only descendant of the Tang family, old Ling still cared deeply for his grandson. He was also contemplating that with his Dantian crippled, although he knew the formula for the pulse-repairing pills, alchemy was at the 9th level, and the pulse-repairing pills were at the 6th level. In the entire Listening Fragrance Kingdom, there were hardly any 4th-level alchemists. Who could he find to refine 6th-level pills? What should he do next in terms of cultivation? Without the ability to protect himself, he would be crushed to nothing in this martial arts world. Tang Ling couldn't help but wonder why this kid, who usually sought revenge whenever he was bullied, was so well-behaved today. What surprised Tang Ling even more was that this kid, who usually dressed flamboyantly and acted frivolously, despite being scolded countless times, had today chosen a simple and proper outfit. Had he turned over a new leaf, or what? Looking at his posture, although he kept his head down and remained silent, he stood straight, showing a hint of dignity. It's fortunate that Uncle Mo arrived in time. If he'd been any later, that little brat from the Liu family might have taken the opportunity to strike. You need to be more careful in the future and avoid trouble. If you dare to cause trouble again, you'll definitely face the family's punishment. Now get lost. Chapter 3 Time passed little by little, and the warm breath that had originally accumulated in the Dantian gradually increased in temperature. Boom! Countless streams of qi surged towards the fiery breath in the Dantian, and soon the shape of a Dan-ding gradually formed. With a muffled sound, the true qi in the Dantian seemed to ignite, burning through the meridians. Although the temperature was very high, Tang Yin could still endure it. However, as time passed, his skin began to turn scorching red. He intended to endure a bit longer, but when he noticed wisps of white mist rising from his body and his consciousness becoming weaker, he could no longer hold back. Without the time to put on clothes, he pushed open the door and rushed outside. "Young master, where are you going?" Hearing the noise, Xiao Shui poked her head out of the window. Under the bright moonlight, she saw the young master being so uninhibited and couldn't help but gasp, her pretty face instantly turning red. She stomped her little foot, huffed in embarrassment, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to follow him. Plop! In the still night, a loud splash echoed through the backyard. Old Master Tang, with his cultivation already at the 9th level of the Xian stage, was indeed a master, and his hearing was extraordinary. When he heard that sound, his heart skipped a beat. The direction it came from was precisely where that brat lived. Chapter 4 Tang Ling. Regardless of whether Tang Yan's Dantian was destroyed, it is a fact that he teased Miss Lin. Our City Lord's mansion in Yun City has always been fair and impartial, not favoring any family. But we will not tolerate any family's provocation and insult. This matter, the Tang family must give the City Lord's mansion an explanation. Where exactly is Tang Yan? Dan Lang, you shouldn't keep hiding him. In the main hall of the Tang family, a middle-aged man loudly questioned, "Is someone looking for me?" A warm voice came as Tang Yin strolled into the main hall, and immediately, all eyes in the room were fixed on him. Old Master Tang glanced at his grandson, and then at the helpless Mo Bo behind Tang Yin. He secretly exchanged a questioning glance with Mo Bo, who quietly returned a message of helplessness and reassurance. At this point, Old Master Tang knew that hiding was no longer useful, and he couldn't help but sigh, constantly pondering how to protect his grandson this time. There were 7 people who came, 5 men and 2 women. Among them, 2 were dressed as guards of the City Lord's mansion, 2 as guards of the Miaodong workshop, and the remaining middle-aged man was Qin Chongdao, a guest elder of the City Lord's mansion. Tang Yin carefully observed Lin Dongxue, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, cherry lips, a tall figure, and hair like ink. Standing there, she exuded an innate, noble aura. Chapter 5 Hearing Wu Xian's inquiry, Old Master Tang secretly cursed. He was well aware of how capable his grandson was. Just as he was pondering how to salvage the situation, he heard Tang Yan's voice. What Miss Wu said is very true. Today I must tell Miss Lin what I have in my heart. Regardless of how Miss Lin thinks of me in the end, I will no longer argue. Someone, bring me ink and paper. Old Master Tang couldn't help but feel angry. This brat thought he was a reincarnated literary genius, having never touched a book. Yet he wanted to compose a good poem? Soon, Old Master Tang realized he was wrong. This little brat indeed had read extensively, such as that stack of Spring Palace paintings under the bed. Could it be that this kid wanted to produce an entire vulgar piece? Thinking of this, Old Master Tang's blood pressure rose a few more points. Soon, servants brought the 4 treasures of the study, and a large piece of white paper was spread on the table. Young Master Tang, may we begin? Qin Chongdao sneered, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Qin Chongdao's strength in the City Lord's mansion was not outstanding, only at the 2nd level of the Xian stage. However, his literary skills surpassed his martial arts. Many documents written in the City Lord's mansion had passed through his hands for editing or review. As a guest elder of the City Lord's mansion, he had heard much about various matters in Yun City, especially about this young Master Tang, who was notoriously incompetent. People like Qin Chongdao, who had a bit of a lofty disposition, had little goodwill towards these young rascals. Chapter 6 Brat, did you really write this poem? Old Master Tang asked carelessly, but his eyes revealed undisguised expectation. He, of course. Dan's my. Oh, so you're getting cocky now? Speak honestly. Old Master Tang was not polite, tugging at Tang Yan's ear to question him. Tang Yin felt aggrieved. What kind of world was this where one couldn't even speak the truth? Easy now, easy now. I'll tell you. Some time ago, I met a poor scholar. Seeing that he wrote this poem quite well, I bought it from him. He told me that if I could write a good hand, I could easily win over some noble ladies. I was so eager that I memorized this poem and practiced my writing. Tang Yin was in pain from Old Master Tang's tugging and hurriedly found an excuse to deflect. This explanation was somewhat reasonable, and Old Master Tang finally let go. Tang Yin rubbed his red ear and said with a bitter face, Grandpa, I also resolved this crisis. Can you reward me with a few thousand taels of silver to use? Today, the matter of the City Lord's mansion coming to demand an explanation was resolved smoothly, and Old Master Tang was in a good mood. However, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, his face instantly darkened. What do you want so much silver for? Are you planning to go out and squander it? I warn you, if you dare to go out and waste money again, I'll break your legs. Chapter 7 Our Tang family has always kept their word. What we say is what we mean. However, we must agree beforehand. Fists have no eyes. And if anyone gets hurt, don't blame anyone else. Tang Yin pushed Xiao Chui aside, rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. Lu Yuan almost laughed out loud. This fool had indeed said what was on his mind. Young Master Tang is indeed straightforward. Let's get started. Everyone else helped Lu Yuan bear witness that young Master Tang had personally said fists have no eyes. The conversation between the two had already attracted the attention of those around them. However, neither the Lu family nor the Tang family was easy to provoke, so naturally, no one dared to step forward to testify, but privately they all held an attitude of waiting to see the drama unfold, expecting Tang Yin to bow to Lu Yuan. Young Master Tang, may we begin? Lu Yuan asked. Of course, let us start. Let me remind you, this folding fan in my hand is not an ordinary fan. It's a magical treasure. The 18 fan ribs can transform into 18 sharp arrows, piercing iron and gold effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression changed. No wonder this guy dared to provoke him. He had a magical treasure as support. Such treasures were not common and usually hard to come by, although he didn't have one. As the only direct descendant of the Tang family, old Master Tang would surely find ways to help him secure life-saving means. Chapter 8 in Yun City. The City Lord's mansion is located in the very center. The four great families are distributed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Based on the current status of Miaodong Workshop, in 99% of the cities in the Xiang Kingdom, it has the ability to be centrally located. However, such a large organization chose a location only slightly closer to the city center than a few families. This was true in Yun City and in other places as well. It was precisely this humility and non-contention that allowed Miaodong Workshop to receive considerable favor from the City Lord's mansion in various cities. About a quarter of an hour later, Tang Yin arrived in front of the Miaodong Workshop. The Miaodong Workshop occupied a large area, with the front hall responsible for selling some low-grade pills and various herbs. Upon entering the shop, there were not many goods on the shelves. "Young master, what do you need?" Seeing someone enter, the shop assistant immediately greeted him with a smile. Tang Yin opened the folding fan and smiled, asking, "Do you have any pills that increase true energy?" The shop assistant immediately introduced, "In our Miaodong Workshop, we mainly have two types of pills that increase true energy: Foundation Establishment Pill and Qi-Enhancing Pill." Tang Yin was somewhat familiar with these two types of pills, both of which were first-grade pills. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a low-grade, first-grade pill mainly for martial artists at the Yuan stage, while the Qi-Enhancing Pill is slightly higher in grade and suitable for martial artists at the Huang stage and below. Chapter 9. When Tang Yin quoted his price, there was a brief silence in the shop. Everyone looked at Tang Yin, who had initially acted extremely frivolously, wondering which young master had come to cause trouble at Miaodong Workshop. However, given the esteemed status and extraordinary strength of Miaodong Workshop, this young master might have kicked a hardboard. When the price of 3,000 taels of silver came out of Tang Yan's mouth, Guming thought he had misheard. A feeling akin to a cat being played by a mouse surged within him, nearly driving Guming into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Kid, do you take Miaodong Workshop for what? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Master Go, what do you mean by that?" Tang Yin looked at Guming in fear. "Don't scare me. You asked for sky-high prices, and I just want to pay you back on the spot. How is that causing a ruckus? Can you buy a second-grade pill for 3,000 taels of silver? Such a low price insults the pills sold by Miaodong Workshop. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I fear the door of Miaodong Workshop won't be that easy to exit." Hearing Guming's threatening words, Tang Yin chuckled. "Master Ge, this pill must have just come out of a pill furnace, right? I mentioned earlier that it was just refined not long ago." Chapter 10. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Guming felt somewhat dissatisfied. "You asked to borrow my pill furnace, yet the compensation is not clearly stated." Tang Yan's words made him suspect that Tang Yin planned to renege on the reward if he failed to refine the pill. However, curiosity prevailed, especially given Tang Yan's astonishing performance earlier. Although dissatisfied, he was more expectant of what this young man would offer as a reward to act so mysteriously. In any case, lending the pill furnace for 2 hours was no big deal. Guming nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll wait for good news from you. Follow me to the pill room." "Thank you, Master Ge. I believe you won't be disappointed with this gift." Tang Yin smiled faintly and followed Guming to the pill room. Once inside Miaodong Workshop, he realized that the place was indeed very large. Behind the shop was the front hall, to the east was the medicinal garden, and to the west was the pill room. After turning through several corridors in the pill room, they finally stopped at a door. When the stone door was pushed open, a wave of heat rushed in. "This furnace is the new one I just replaced." Guming smiled as he introduced it. A good furnace, made from the refined essence of Wuheim mineral iron, ensures uniform temperature inside the furnace. The outer wall is made of black ancient bronze, which is beautiful and elegant, and also retains heat inside. A porcelain wood core is embedded in the center, further enhancing insulation and heat resistance. This furnace is cleverly designed and probably can't be bought even with money. Dang Dan Pies. Chapter 11. Master Ge, may I ask what you need from me? Tang Yin curiously asked as Guming caught up. Ge only borrows your pill furnace, yet you give me a pill formula. Perhaps this gift is just a thin piece of paper in your eyes, but to Ge, it is a life-saving treasure. I will accept this great kindness. My talented brother still doesn't have a decent pill furnace after all this time, so I specially gift you one. Please don't be modest." Guming said earnestly. Tang Yin looked deeply at Guming knowing that a furnace given by Guming would definitely not be of low grade. Accepting it rashly would mean owing a favor. He wanted to refuse, but he indeed needed a pill furnace. After thinking for a while, Tang Yin clasped his hands in thanks. Master Ji's kindness is overwhelming, and I can't refuse it. If there are any troubles in the future, I will surely assist you. Guming knew that his kindness was accepted by Tang Yin and felt relieved. He arranged for a carriage to carry the pill furnace. Looking at the carriage, he saw the pill furnace he had used today on it. After covering it with a cloth, Tang Yin didn't want to be too polite, said his goodbyes, and turned to leave with Xiao Chui. Young master, is this furnace one that the old master asked you to buy? Xiao Chui blinked her big eyes, filled with confusion. Chapter 12, just as Tang Yin was lamenting, the surge of spiritual energy didn't come as violently as he thought, but instead brought a gentle warmth, leading the originally fierce, true energy. The spiritual energy emanating from the pill furnace, wherever it passed, was cool and nourishing, repairing the damaged meridians. The spiritual energy even operated autonomously, circulating in a second cycle without needing guidance. So comfortable. Before Tang Yin could catch his breath, the surging true energy followed closely behind, and the meridians that had just been repaired were torn apart again by this fierce spiritual energy. Tang Yin frowned tightly, nearly crying out. He repeatedly cursed the pill furnace for harming him while enduring the painful sensation that was forcefully tearing apart his meridians. Finally, after experiencing another cycle, Tang Yin felt as if he had walked through an oil pot. This torment of contrasting extremes made him feel as if he were living in hell. Fortunately, today's Tang Yin was no longer the former Tang Duanku, but a proper ninth-grade alchemist who had experienced countless hardships. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely fainted from the pain long ago. As the meridians continuously cycled between injury and repair, the unbearable pain seemed less torturous. He didn't know how long it had been, but Tang Yin finally focused all his attention, merging his mind into the training. Chapter 13, what is your name? Tang Yin asked. My name is Chong Tai. The big man replied in a deep voice. What is your current strength? 9th grade of the Yuan stage. When did you join my Tang family? 3 years ago. What was your strength 3 years ago? Tang Yin asked again. It was also 9th grade of the Yuan stage. So, you have been in my Tang family for 3 years, training hard in the martial arts arena for 3 years, yet your strength hasn't improved at all? Tang Yin pressed with sharp words. Chong Tai thought carefully and indeed realized that was the case. He hadn't felt it before, but being pointed out directly by Tang Yin made him feel quite embarrassed. Trying to save face, Chong Tai defended. Martial arts training is inherently difficult. It's normal not to advance. How do you train yourself every day? Tang Yin asked again. I train every day at the hour of the rabbit, carrying 300 pounds, running 5 laps around the field. Then I practice my swordsmanship for 2 hours and spar with others for 1 hour. As he spoke about his training, Chong Tai proudly puffed out his chest, believing his training volume was no less than that of other guards. For 3 years, have you practiced like this every day? Exactly. When you sparred with others, did you hold back and not use your full strength? Tang Yin asked again. Chapter 14 previously, when he heard Tang Yan's words, Mo Bo only felt they made sense. Now, upon further reflection, he felt an overwhelming shock. Half a year later, Mo Bo said slowly, the Tang family's position among the 4 great families in Yun City will likely rise. First, he angered everyone, successfully gathering all their attention on himself. Then, he led by example and won people over with virtue. After that, he threw out benefits, igniting everyone's passion. Finally, he established rules and successfully took control of this group of guards. Old Master Tang paced back and forth, analyzing Tang Yan's actions bit by bit, and at this point, he was also shocked by his prodigal grandson. With such training, how could the soldiers not be strong? If it had been like this for a long time, how could the Tang family have been watched closely by other families? Of course, what surprised Tang Ling the most was the change in his grandson. How did this usually useless brat suddenly mature? Tang Yin was unaware that every move he made was being closely observed by his grandfather and Mo Bo. At this moment, he was in the training ground, engaging in excessive exercise. He was doing push-ups with a 100-pound sandbag on his back, using his true energy. The true energy of a person is a cyclical regeneration process. When it is exhausted, it will regenerate. Each time he performed excessive exercise, the regeneration of true energy would be greater than before. This created a positive cycle, leading to faster progress. Chapter 15. "Young master, where are we going?" Xiao Chui blinked and asked. After more than a month of interaction, the clever Xiao Chui had also noticed the difference in the young master compared to before. "I don't know, just turn around and see if anyone is captivated by my handsome demeanor, and send a few tens of thousands of silver coins to spend." Dan dan ga su ziplit. Hearing Tang Yan's nonsensical words, Xiao Chui couldn't help but roll her eyes, pretending not to hear. Young Master Tang always went where there were more people. After walking for half an hour, he finally stopped, muttering, "It should be appearing soon." With Tang Dan's keen soul power, he could naturally sense that someone was following him. Without guessing, the only family that had torn their face with the Tang family in Yin City was the Liu family. The most likely person from the Liu family to do this was Liu Yuan. Suddenly, Tang Yin felt the heaven and earth creation cauldron in his body shake. In the more than a month since his rebirth, the cauldron had rarely reacted on its own. The first time it moved was when he transmitted his Supreme Alchemy scripture. And the second time was when he swallowed his initial spirit pill. What could be the reason for this third occurrence? Tang Yan's gaze sharpened as he quickly scanned the surroundings and finally stopped in front of an old man by the roadside. Chapter 16. All right, if there's nothing else, just go back and study hard. Wandering around the street like a good-for-nothing second-rate person shows a lack of awareness for someone from a big family. Is it a problem of family education? Tang Yan's casual remark fell on the ears of those who were paying attention, like Tang Ling and Mo. The two exchanged surprised glances, realizing that on the surface, the kid was scolding Liu Yuan for poor family education. But on a deeper level, he was belittling the Liu family as a minor household. Tang Yan, weren't you very impressive last time? Do you dare to compete again? If I lose, I'll give you 2,000 taels of silver. If I win, you kneel and kowtow to me. How about that? Liu Yuan suppressed the urge to beat him up and stated his intention. 2,000 taels of silver to make me act? Do you think I'm that cheap? Get lost. I'm going back to the manor, Tang Yan replied. Although he was short on silver, that young man in the green robe was a threat. While he wasn't afraid, if a conflict really broke out, his ability to cultivate would be exposed. Haha, what a big attitude. Today you must compete. Whether you like it or not, the young man in the green robe finally spoke. Chapter 17. Watching the old Master Tang leave. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This shameless person, your grandson beat Liu Quan until he spat blood and couldn't get up for a long time. Yet you say others are bullying your grandson? If that is considered bullying, what would it be if someone really beat your grandson? Just as Yin City was hotly discussing this matter, the old Master Tang had already brought Tang Yin back to the family. Kid, you can cultivate true energy now. In the study, the old Master Tang could no longer contain his excitement and shook Tang Yan's shoulders vigorously. Seeing his excited grandfather, Tang Yin felt a headache. Yes. If I couldn't cultivate, I'd probably have been beaten to death today. What's going on? Wasn't your Dantian destroyed? Tang Ling hurriedly asked. Dam. Seeing that Tang Yin seemed to have a hard-to-say secret, the old master suddenly recalled the powerful aura that had appeared in the Tang family a month ago. That aura had been very brief, and at the time, he thought it was an illusion. Could it be that a master from outside the world saved his grandson? A month ago, I met an old man who said we had a great destiny together, and then he gave me something to eat, and I could cultivate. He also taught me some techniques, but he liked to live in peace and didn't want to get involved in worldly affairs. So he told me not to mention it. I advised him to stay in the family and enjoy life, with plenty of food and drink. But that old man was also quite eccentric. After stammering for a long time, Tang Yin finally fabricated a reason. Chapter 18. Wuhan Pill, a low-grade second-tier pill. This type of pill cannot assist in cultivation, and its refining is extremely complicated. Very few alchemists are willing to refine it specifically, so people know very little about this pill. In his previous life, someone had paid a high price for him to refine this pill, which was why he remembered the formula. He never expected it would come in handy now. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man, tall and strong, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing eastward. That kid from the Tang family actually has an intact Dantian. According to the information received, his cultivation has already reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. It seemed that last time, Dong Shui had been deceived by the Tang family. A graceful woman sat in a chair, even in the absence of outsiders in the city lord's mansion. Her face was still covered with a veil. Although the grievances between the city lord's mansion and the Tang family have been resolved, the results of the handling at that time were not made public. Others still think that our city lord's mansion has let this matter go. I'm afraid this time, someone wants to hype it up again. Although Tang Yin had attempted to violate Dong Shui previously, that kid hadn't even touched the hem of her clothes at that time. Moreover, the last time that kid composed a poem, Dong Shui also represented our city lord's mansion and concluded the matter. Even if the outside world spreads rumors, does our city lord's mansion really want to go back on our word and trouble the Tang family again? The middle-aged man frowned. Chapter 19. Hearing the city lord's call, Tang Yan's mouth curled up, but he quickly suppressed his smile and pretended to be curious as he turned his head. City lord, did you call me? Haha, yes. Come here, young Master Tang. Let's talk a bit more, Lin Xiao said with a beaming smile. City lord, you must be very busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Tang Yin cupped his fists and said. Lin Xiao couldn't help but blame himself for being too anxious just now. He didn't care about his status and rushed over to grab Tang Yan's arm, saying, Don't be in a hurry. Come in and sit for a while. Tang Yin knowingly asked, City lord, what did you call me back for? Just now you mentioned bringing gifts. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. How could I accept your generous gift without reason? This Wuan pill is just what I need, so name your price. I have been infatuated with Miss Dong Shui for a long time. The last time I met her, I was momentarily confused, leading to a misunderstanding between us. However, Miss Dong Shui did not delve deeply into this matter, and I have always been grateful. Coincidentally, I heard that Madame Lin needs this pill, so I brought it over first to repay Miss Dong Shui, with no other intentions. Tang Yin smiled as he took out the porcelain bottle from his robe and placed it on the table. Lin Xiao stared at Tang Yin. This young man, who had been a playboy in Yin City for more than 10 years, was behaving completely unexpectedly today. Chapter 20. Although I can't see anything wrong, I feel it's very good, quite perfect. I wonder if Miss Wu Xian can see any issues? Tang Yin threw the question back to Wu Xian. Wu Xian shot Tang Yin a glance before saying crisply, You've indeed been putting in a lot of effort practicing lately. There are no more mistakes. What's lacking is just the timing. Given some time, you'll surely reach great success. If you want to quickly master the techniques, you need constant practice. And finding someone to spar with is a good way to improve. Tang Yin somewhat agreed with the first half of Wu Xian's statement. But the more he listened, the more he had a bad premonition. Did he really have to be the sparring partner? All right. Since Miss Wu has started imparting her teachings, I won't stay any longer to avoid any suspicion of learning from you. Farewell. Stop. Just as Tang Yin was about to leave, Lin Dongshui immediately called out to him. What? Does young Master Tang want to escape? Didn't you just say you would be my sparring partner? I'm only at the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, and Miss Lin's strength is nearly at the Xian stage. Why would you want to spar with someone like me? Tang Yin said with a bitter expression. Besides, I don't have a masochistic tendency. Why should I be your sparring partner? Hearing Tang Yan's words, both Lin Dongshui and Wu Xian were momentarily stunned. Was this guy's brain squeezed by the door? How many people in Yun City wanted to be Lin Dongshui's sparring partner? This guy actually wanted to refuse? Chapter 21. At this moment, Tang Yan's sword intent was very exquisite. Within the same rank, he was probably hard to find a match. Lin Dongshui had to display her Huang stage strength. One force breaks 100 techniques. Below the Huang stage, all were ants. With her sufficiently formidable power, Lin Dongshui was confident she could break through Tang Yan's defense this time. Facing Lin Dongshui's aggressive sword strike, Tang Yin did not retreat but advanced, his sword in hand resembling white clouds, instantly enveloping Lin Dongshui's fine sword. The clanging sounds of metal clashing rang out, and under the astonished gazes of the two girls, Tang Yan's long sword successfully resisted Lin Dongshui's attack and jabbed towards her throat. One force breaks 100 techniques, but one skill can break 1,000 pounds. Tang Yan's moves were not outdated, his speed extremely fast, and this sword was exceptionally imposing, full of danger. Lin Dongshui was actually stunned on the spot. Her gaze filled with horror as she looked at the swiftly approaching long sword. Stop! When Wu Xian saw that Tang Yan's long sword was about to break through Lin Dongshui's defense, she shouted angrily, raising her palm in an attempt to block Tang Yan. You lost. Tang Yan's long sword steadily stopped just an inch from Lin Dongshui's throat. Just as he was about to reveal a self-proclaimed handsome smile, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind hit him, and he was greatly shocked, unable to resist at all, and was pushed away by a tremendous force. Chapter 22. Surprisingly, the injuries he had suffered today had nearly healed completely, which made Tang Yin even more interested in the heavenly creation cauldron. This mysterious cauldron not only absorbed spiritual energy, but could also grow spiritual herbs, and now It could even heal injuries. However, no matter what method Tang Yin tried now, he couldn't make the cauldron show any signs of movement, which made him sigh. It seemed that understanding the secrets of the heavenly creation cauldron would take some time. When Xiao Chui brought back a cart full of medicinal materials, a glimmer of eager light flashed in Tang Yin's eyes. He carried all these materials into the alchemy room and began refining pills. Selecting herbs, refining, extracting, forming pills, and nurturing them were all processes he executed skillfully. Once he finished refining a batch of pills, he stored them in porcelain bottles. When his true energy was exhausted, he swallowed a pill of initial spirit pill. Tang Yin repeatedly went through this process, and when he stored the pills in the porcelain bottles again, he realized that he had actually used up all the medicinal materials. Just as he wanted to relax, his dantian suddenly stirred. Tang Yin's expression became strange. This was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Could it be that refining pills could also lead to a level up? There was no time to think. He quickly sat cross-legged, swallowed an initial spirit pill, and focused on cultivating. Chapter 23. Tang Yin had a good impression of Mo Bo's grandson and smiled. Brother Mo, you were looking for me? In the past, he had been short-sighted and had always disrespected the young master. But now he realized he was completely wrong. Over the past month, he found that the young master was superior in every aspect compared to the best disciple from other families. If given time, the first person among the younger generation in Yin City might very well be from our Tang family. Mo Yanjun sincerely admired him. Brother Mo, if you have something to say, just say it. We're family. No need for pretense. Tang Yin waved his hand. Mo Yanjun chuckled bitterly and said, You brat. I'm preparing to resign from the captain position and focus on my cultivation. Everyone's advancement speed is very fast, and they are quite self-motivated. So there's no need for me to lead. Besides, they respect you quite a bit. I will report to the master truthfully that the guards will be under your direct control in the future. After hearing this, Tang Yin fell into contemplation. He understood Mo Yanjun's mindset. Seeing many guards advancing quickly made him feel a lot of pressure, fearing that over time, his own strength would be surpassed by others, and he would no longer deserve to be the captain. Brother Mo, even though your last name is Mo, you are closely connected to our Tang family. My grandfather regards you as one of his own. The burden of protecting the Tang family still needs you to bear, Tang Yin said seriously. Although I've been at the training ground for more than a month, I rarely interfere with your training of the guards, precisely to avoid affecting your authority. Chapter 24. The initial spirit pill is a mid-grade, first-tier pill. Tang Yin smiled and said, According to your statement, such pills cannot be auctioned, right? Not qualified. The old man waved his hand, secretly thinking that he knew there wouldn't be any good goods. This pill, although only a mid-grade first-tier, was not inferior to ordinary high-grade first-tier pills. It had a strong auxiliary effect for improving cultivation. For a martial artist at the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, there was a 90% chance of breaking through to the Huang stage. More importantly, it could be taken continuously. Tang Yin said leisurely, I won't elaborate on other auxiliary effects. Would you like to take another look? Sorry, the old man said bluntly, unwilling to discuss further. Old sir will regret this. Farewell. Tang Yin replied. Keep talking. The old man scoffed as he watched Tang Yin turn to leave. If what Tang Yin said was true, then how could this pill only have a mid-grade first-tier rating? It should at least be low-grade second-tier. Truly unappreciative of good goods. Once outside, Tang Yin sighed softly. Ultimately, this matter was Tang Yin's responsibility. The tier of a pill is determined by the difficulty of refining and the efficacy. The efficacy of the initial spirit pill is not inferior to that of second-tier pills. The reason Tang Yin categorized it as a mid-grade first tier was that refining the initial spirit pill required low martial power. Although the process was cumbersome, a first-tier alchemist could barely refine it as long as their fundamentals were solid and they practiced diligently. Chapter 25. How does Brother Tang plan to cooperate? Guming pondered his words. Profit-sharing cooperation. Tang Yin succinctly proposed his terms. After pondering for a moment, Guming said slowly, as far as I know, the pills that can refine meridians must be at least third tier. My authority cannot make decisions regarding profit sharing for high-grade pills. I will send a message to the headquarters today and let them come to discuss with you. Tang Yin smiled and said, Brother, you're overthinking it. As you mentioned, my master will naturally consider it. The meridian refining powder is merely a top-grade first-tier pill. I believe with Master G's level, refining this pill won't be a hassle. and even other alchemists could refine it. What? A first-tier meridian refining pill. Guming stood up excitedly upon hearing this. Thankfully, having learned from past experiences, Tang Yin did not shake his hands. He calmly sipped his tea, looking at Guming with a smile in his eyes. Brother Gu, this time, can we sit down and have a good talk about this deal? Sure, we can talk, Guming replied. Guming excitedly sat up. As an alchemist, he was very clear about the benefits this recipe could bring. Eagerly, he asked, little brother, don't talk nonsense with me. How can I get this recipe to Miaodong Fong? The usage rights of the recipe are sold to Miaodong Fong for 1 million taels of silver. The profits from the elixirs will be split 70 to 30, with Miaodong Fong taking 70. Chapter 26, after following for half an hour, and having already traveled several dozen miles out of the city. Just as Tang Yin was about to give up, he suddenly felt the target in front stabilize. You've been sneaking around the city, following me, for so long. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? A cold voice from a woman came, and Tang Yan's heart shook. What kind of strength did this woman possess? He had been trying hard to conceal his presence, yet she still discovered him. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Tang Yin stepped out. Miss Z, your strength is truly impressive. I was hidden so deep, yet you found me. Just as Tang Yin took a step forward, a gray shadow rushed towards him, entering his line of sight. Another person? Their strength is equally unfathomable. Tang Yin felt increasingly shocked. How could two experts suddenly appear in such a small place as Yun City? Judging by the auras of these two, they were likely at least Earth-level experts. The gray-robed man was as thin as a bamboo pole, not unattractive, but his eyes occasionally flashed with a lewd light, clearly indicating he was of ill intent. Hey, there's another person? When Tang Yin stepped out, the gray-robed middle-aged man looked at him suspiciously, then laughed loudly. I said Miss Yun was poisoned by my fire evil poison. How dare she still appear? It turns out she brought a helper. But your companion is just a silver-plated spearhead, easily defeated. Chapter 27 by Qing was feeling so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood, thinking how good it would have been to let that brat go at the time. The incoming long sword showed no mercy, giving Bai Qing no time to reconsider, forcing him to grit his teeth and expend all his strength to resist Ziyun's sword momentum once more. Using the same stance twice in a short period made it difficult to exert full strength again, and Bai Qing was destined to be unable to extract enough true energy to resist Ziyun's sword this time. Moreover, this time, Ziyun was using all her strength, coupled with the inertia of rotation. Power multiplied by power, momentum added to momentum. Ziyun's imposing manner was fierce, while Bai Qing's energy was insufficient. The outcome was clear. Clang! The weapons in their hands collided, and Bai Qing immediately let out a muffled grunt, retreating 3 large steps. At this moment, Ziyun even forgot she was still poisoned, completely immersed in the shock of the situation. Under the command of that young boy, she had used 3 moves. The first move was to unexpectedly point out Bai Qing's opening, turning the defensive disadvantage around. The second move stabilized the situation, completely suppressing him. The third move was simple and direct, yet even more ruthless, repelling Bai Qing in one go. Even at her peak, achieving such an effect in 3 moves would be extremely difficult. This boy, could he really just be a family disciple from small Yin City? 3 moves determined the outcome, requiring incredibly seasoned insight, precise judgment, and a powerful mindset. Chapter 28, don't be surprised, and don't try to use your true energy. The fire evil poison has already been resolved, but not in the way you think. Your clothes have also been changed, but it was my maid who helped you change. In a few days, I will help you refine some elixirs to facilitate your recovery. A gentle voice came, and Xian looked up to see the young boy she had seen before. How did you help me resolve the poison? Xian did not trust Tang Yin and asked coldly. Why should I tell you? Just remember you haven't been violated. If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself. Tang Yin shrugged and continued. I know you want to say that if I don't tell you, you will kill me, but right now your Dantian cannot use true energy. So you can't defeat me. Of course, don't try to threaten me with death. I want to fall for that. Hearing Tang Yan's shameless words, Xian couldn't help but get furious, but she seemed to really not feel any discomfort, allowing her slightly tense heart to relax. She glared at Tang Yin and said, I trust you won't dare. If I find out later what you did to me, I won't spare you. Upon hearing Xian's words, Tang Yin was dissatisfied and said, First, I saved you. If you don't believe me, you can go and kill yourself. Second, don't threaten me. If you make me unhappy, I will kick you out of my house. You're so beautiful, yet so defenseless. If some local ruffian takes advantage of you, don't blame me. Chapter 29. Thanks to the young master. He gave me over 100 elixirs yesterday to distribute to the guards, saying these elixirs are the most top-tier spiritual medicines within the second rank. I originally didn't believe it, but after just one night, everyone actually broke through, and I myself also broke through my previous limitations, entering the 4th grade of the yellow rank. Mo Yanjun spoke with great excitement. Over 100 elixirs that allowed everyone to reach the yellow rank. Old Master Tang was stunned. To have such effects, they must be at least mid-tier 2nd rank or higher. The market price for such elixirs would be at least 40 to 50,000 taels for one. Over 100 of them would amount to several million taels. With so much money, even the Tang family would feel a pinch if they try to take it out. Tang Yin, who has been shortchanged on his allowance, definitely can't come up with such a large sum. In an instant, old Master Tang thought of Tang Yan's mysterious master. Sir, according to the young master's previous calculations, the monthly salary for these 120 people would be 24,000 taels of silver. Mo Yanjun said with concern. Old Master Tang naturally remembered the reward schemes Tang Yin mentioned when encouraging the guards. At that time, he thought these people would want to advance and wouldn't be in a hurry for many years. Now he realized how wrong he was. Chapter 30. I just wanted to scare Ziyun, but who knew my grandfather would suddenly barge in? Tang Yin splashed the bucket of water over himself with a whoosh, hurriedly washing up and clutching his clothes as he rushed towards his room. Seeing Tang Yan's flustered appearance, Zuolon couldn't help but laugh, but quickly felt it inappropriate and hurried over to bow. Greetings, old master. No need for such courtesy. This young lady is old Master Tang, looked at Ziyun with curiosity. Having seen countless people in his life, he could naturally perceive that Ziyun's temperament was not something an ordinary woman could possess. Ziyun smiled lightly, and without any visible movement, a jade token appeared in her hand. The jade token was white and smooth, translucent and round, with the words purple bamboo carved in the middle and the character Yun in the lower right corner. Old Master Tang's pupils constricted, his surprise unmasked as he hurriedly asked, "Are you the Miss Ziyun from Purple Bamboo City?" Unexpectedly, old Master Tang actually recognized the young lady, and Ziyun felt quite honored. She performed a proper greeting. Upon hearing Ziyun's acknowledgement, old Master Tang couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He knew that apart from the Huang family in Xianghua, there were also 3 major powers: Purple Bamboo City, Luocha Sect, and Jushin Palace. Chapter 31. Ziyun found this speed acceptable and hurriedly shook Tang Yan's arm, saying, "Then you help me refine the medicine. You have to beg me, then I'll help you." Tang Jian Dizet. I want to ask. I don't need to, Ziyun said, glaring at Tang Yin, her anger causing her to stomp her foot as she turned and entered the room. Watching Ziyun leave in a huff, Tang Yin couldn't help but sigh at her fiery temper. Of course, I was just teasing her earlier. That day, I followed her out of the city and was nearly killed by Bai Qing. If it weren't for Ziyun's kindness in saving me, I would have probably already met my end. I may not have expressed it, but I've always kept this great kindness in my heart. As long as I have time, I will naturally help her restore her strength. Now that I have stepped into the yellow rank, my demand for elixirs has increased, and the initial spirit pill can no longer fully satisfy my appetite. Walking into the room, I took out paper and pen and detailed the medicinal materials I needed, instructing Xiao Chui to go out and buy them. Upon careful counting, there were as many as 76 items. Calculating the days, July is about to end, and in just over 10 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wonder how my brothers from my previous life are doing now. Mid-Autumn? A thought flashed in my mind. If I remember correctly, every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there's a gathering at Minuel Lake. Chapter 32. Hearing my grandfather's inexplicable question, I was taken aback and said with a mournful face, "What's going on? I've been listening to you these past 2 days and haven't disrespected Miss Ziyun. It's not about that. Today is the birthday of the city lord's wife, and someone came early to deliver an invitation," my grandfather said. "Isn't that normal? The major families in Yin City should have all received it, right?" I replied nonchalantly. "No, I'm asking you why the city lord specifically mentioned you in the invitation and insisted you attend." My grandfather pulled out an invitation and handed it to me. I took a look, and sure enough, at the end of the invitation, there was a line of elegant small characters. "Please ensure that young Master Tang Yin attends." Thinking it over, I guess what was going on. It was likely the effect of the Wuhan pill I delivered to the city lord's wife that day. However, I didn't want to publicize this matter too much, so I smiled and said, how would I know what the city lord's intentions are? Besides, if the city lord wanted to target me, would he need to resort to such tricks? It must be a good thing. My grandfather thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, that makes sense. Get ready, and we'll go see it at noon. After returning to my room, I mulled over it for a while and went back to my alchemy room to get busy. Chapter 33. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. And when they saw it was Elder Guming from Yaodong Square, they were all surprised. Yaodong Square, like the city lord's mansion, had always maintained neutrality and disdain to align with families. But Guming's words were too obvious in defending the Tang family. The other three major families' expressions darkened. If the Tang family truly had a significant relationship with Yaodong Square, then the inherently weaker Tang family could really become a tough nut to crack. My grandfather also didn't expect someone to speak up for the Tang family at this moment, and secretly nodded in gratitude to Guming. I think we should let this go. Lu Wuhui knew that if he pressed further, it would be disrespectful to Yaodong Square, a colossal entity that the Lu family could not contend with. Everyone sighed, since the Tang family had Yaodong Square protecting them, and with the old man, Lu, saying so, a good show was dismantled just like that. The city lord had not yet appeared. One reason was that the guests had not yet arrived, and the other was to see how Tang Yin would resolve the awkward situation of not having a seat. Lin Xiao had also speculated how Tang Yin would solve it, but all the methods he could think of might not be able to reclaim the position that belonged to the Tang family. Chapter 34. Oh, Brother Tang, did you forget to bring a gift? Why are you just sitting there? Lu Wuhui looked at Tang Ling's dark expression and felt extremely pleased. He naturally knew that the gift this guy brought was far inferior to those of the three major families. The two old men from the Qin and Wu families also looked at Tang Ling with mocking expressions, waiting for the Tang family to make a fool of themselves. The city lord and other perceptive individuals guessed that this gift-giving was a tactic of the other three major families targeting the Tang family, and they all thought to themselves that the Tang family was bound to suffer this time. Tang Yin sneered inwardly. He had long anticipated that you would have schemes. Standing up, he cleared his throat and smiled. Time truly favors Lady Lin. She looks just like my sister. I, Tang Yin, wish Lady Lin eternal youth and ever-increasing beauty. Damn! Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, everyone around simultaneously cursed him for being shameless. How could this guy say such shameless words? Tang Ling's facial muscles twitched as he was already worried about the lightness of his gift, and now you came out to embarrass me. However, when Lady Lin heard Tang Yan's words, she immediately chuckled and said, you have such a sharp tongue. Time is ruthless. No one can stop the passing of beauty. And I'm no exception. Chapter 35. The Tang family awaits Lady Lin's arrival. Tang Ling did not expect his grandson to be so impressive, able to produce such a remarkable elixir, and he felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart. Young Master Tang, may I ask where this elixir came from? Is there a chance to obtain it? Wu Xian looked at Tang Yin and asked with a smile. Everyone in the hall, regardless of gender, turned their attention to Tang Yin at this moment, especially the women, who all perked up their ears with eager expressions. There is only this one. It was an unexpected acquisition, and I fear I won't be able to find a second one. Tang Yin thought to himself with a smirk. This elixir was one he had refined, and he had actually produced 6 pills from a single cauldron. However, rarity increases value. If I say there are more, wouldn't that lower the worth of this gift? Upon hearing Tang Yin say there wasn't, all the women showed expressions of disappointment. After Tang Yan's grand gift, the subsequent gifts from everyone else paled in comparison. Fortunately, the city lord's attitude was relatively mild and won people's hearts. The banquet was harmonious, with toasts and mingling, and only drew to a close as evening approached. After the banquet ended, just as Tang Yin was about to leave, he was stopped by the city lord. Tang Yin, come here for a moment. In the complex gazes of others, Tang Yin and the city lord left others with a thought-provoking silhouette. Chapter 36. Roar. A shout came, and Tang Yin felt a gust of wind from his left side. The shadow step quickly unfolded, and he leaped back sharply, only to see a shadow pounce where he had just stood. At that moment, Tang Yin finally saw what it was. It was actually a beast. This huge creature was 3 meters long, completely black, with a sleek body that cleverly blended into the night. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yin was shocked. This leopard looked so much like a ghost leopard. This was a spirit beast. Spirit beasts can be divided into 9 ranks based on their bloodlines. It is said that a 7th-rank spirit beast can speak human language, cultivates supreme demon arts, and possesses astonishing combat power. Moreover, spirit beasts above the 2nd rank have beast cores within them, containing a large amount of spiritual energy, making them top-grade materials for alchemy. If it were a 2nd-rank spirit beast, that would be fine, but the ghost leopard is a 3rd-rank spirit beast, equivalent to a Xian-rank martial artist. The power disparity was so great that Tang Yin immediately decided to run away. The ghost leopard, missing its strike, curiously glanced at Tang Yin, not understanding how this seemingly weak guy could possess such speed. Unbelieving, the ghost leopard retracted its body and, with a powerful push of its hind legs, darted towards Tang Yin like lightning once more. Tang Yin was greatly alarmed. He activated the shadow step with all his might and ran away without looking back. Chapter 37. Feeling the source of excitement from the heaven and earth creation cauldron, I realized it was the beast core I held in my hand. What the heck? Does this thing want to eat the beast core? Tang Yin was astonished. With a thought, the beast core entered the creation cauldron. The heaven and earth creation fire, which had been dormant in the cauldron, now slowly emerged in my dantian. And the beast core that entered the cauldron was surprisingly being refined at a visibly rapid pace by the flames. 10 seconds later, the originally vibrant beast core had completely vanished, transforming into an incredibly pure spiritual energy that gathered within the cauldron. Damn, I work hard all night. And the final result was swallowed by you? Countless alpacas ran through Tang Yin's mind. Just as Tang Yin was cursing, an incredibly pure aura flowed through the heaven and earth creation cauldron into his limbs and bones. A feeling of immense comfort washed over him, and his dantian trembled. Tang Yin was startled. Could it be that he was about to break through again? He hurriedly found a tall tree to jump onto, sitting cross-legged on a branch, calming his mind and regulating his breath. After 4 hours of frantic running, Tang Yin had absorbed a total of 6 high-level spirit pills. The remaining spiritual power of the pills, combined with the 3rd-tier beast core energy from the creation cauldron, made Tang Yin feel the spiritual energy in his dantian surge violently, rapidly pushing towards the strength of the 3rd rank in the yellow tier. Chapter 38. Still clad in white, spotless, like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. What's the occasion for such joy? After a brief moment of distraction, Tang Yin asked in confusion. Upon seeing Tang Yin, the smile on Zi Yun's face immediately disappeared, and she drew her long sword with a crisp sound, saying, "Little thief, take my sword." Tang Yin was startled. What was going on so early in the morning? He retreated a few steps, just in time to dodge the fine sword, and gasped. "Silly girl, what are you doing?" "I've regained some strength and want to spar with you." "No more nonsense. I want to hold back," Zi Yun replied, and her aura suddenly exploded, sending out a powerful presence. Sensing the fluctuations from Zi Yun, Tang Yin exclaimed, "Xian tier, you have some insight, but don't worry. You're only at the 1st rank of the yellow tier. I'll fight you with the strength of the 3rd rank." As soon as she finished speaking, the fine sword was already in front of Tang Yin. Realizing this, Tang Yin recalled how last time they sparred, he had suppressed her, and now she wanted to regain face. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well spar with Zi Yin. The two of them exchanged blows in the courtyard, with Tang Yin using his 1st rank of the yellow tier to spar with Zi Yun, continuously honing his cloud, flow, sword, and shadow step. Chapter 39. Countless tiny black whirlpools surged toward his dantian. Tang Yin felt as if his dantian were being devoured by millions of ants. The piercing pain constantly stimulated his nerves. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead, and his brows furrowed tightly as he struggled to endure the excruciating pain. The internal dantian emitted bursts of explosive sounds under the destruction of the countless tiny whirlpools. The increasingly intense pain nearly made Tang Yin faint. Biting down on his tongue, Tang Yin maintained his focus. He knew this was the quelling pill remodeling his dantian structure. If he couldn't endure it, his dantian would be completely ruined. But if he could push through, he would be able to break through and establish a vortex dantian. The dantian continuously exploded, and the numerous whirlpools began to merge 2 by 2, forming a larger whirlpool, then merging again to form an even larger whirlpool. Each time the whirlpools merged, the damage increased, causing Tang Yin's body to tremble continuously. The intense pain tortured his nerves, and he nearly gave up several times. Time passed second by second, And he didn't know how long it had been until the last two whirlpools began to merge, expanding to every corner of the Dantian, with pain reaching its peak. Chapter 40. Tang Yin didn't expect old Master Tang to react this way. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed familial affection. And now the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. Looking at the elderly man with graying temples, Tang Yin sighed inwardly about the hearts of parents everywhere. My strength, I hope everyone will keep it a secret. Tang Yin looked around and said. Tang Yin's strength was classified as a first-level sealing order in the Tang family. Anyone who dared to leak, it would be dealt with by family law. Dan Lang Xiaodet Lao Li. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Tonight, at the hour of the rooster, let us go to Mingwell Lake together to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival. Old Master Tang said spiritedly, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the evening's Mid-Autumn Festival. A guard from the Tang family burst in. Old Master Tang's face darkened, and Tang Yin's eyes narrowed during a high-level meeting of the Tang family. Disturbances were not allowed unless there was a major issue. What's the matter? Old Master Tang asked sternly. Report, sir. All the shops under the Liu family in the north of the city have been smashed. Many guards have been killed, and our Tang family also suffered some casualties. The guard quickly responded. Tang Yin knew that the Liu family in the north of the city was a family that relied on the Tang family. He knew this because the Liu family owned some establishments that were taverns, and he often went there to eat and drink. Chapter 41. In the north of the city, the headquarters of the Sihai gang was stationed here. In a conference hall, the gang leader Chun Dao was playing chess with a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man was none other than Liu Er, the head of the Liu family. Master Liu, the Tang family has not attended the Mid-Autumn Festival for 2 years. If they don't attend again this year, their popularity in Yun City will surely decline. Today, our Sihai gang has recklessly attacked the Liu family, which will inevitably offend the Tang family. If they want to regain some popularity, they will inevitably retaliate against our Sihai gang. This time, it will likely be a hard battle. Chun Dao, having navigated through various enemies in Yun City for many years, had developed a meticulous mind. He was fully aware of the Liu family's intention to incite the Sihai gang to provoke the Tang family. Rest assured, gang leader Chun, the Tang family is the weakest of the 4 great families in Yun City. If they really fight with the Sihai gang, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. If they dare to fight with the Sihai gang, tonight will be the day the Tang family perishes. They have come this time merely to intimidate and seek justice, and will not act rashly. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Jing continued. Besides, how many people can they mobilize? 30 guards at the 9th rank of a Yuan tier? Or 50? With such a scale, they might not even be able to compete with the Sihai gang. Chapter 42. Lu Jing, who had been staying in the Sihai gang, was extremely shocked. The strength of the Tang family's guards was all at the yellow tier? When did the Tang family have so many experts? Upon hearing Chun Dao's shout, Lu Jing struggled with the thought of whether to go out and support Chun Dao. However, he quickly abandoned that idea. Mo Bo's strength was already at the 8th rank of the Xian tier. If he went to assist Chun Dao in attacking, they might gain some advantage, but once the Tang family guard surrounded them, it would be like many ants overwhelming an elephant. The chances of him surviving were too slim. It was better to leave early. Having made up his mind, Lu Jing sent a signal to the people of the Liu family to prepare to escape. While he quickly ran towards the back courtyard, reached a wall, took a deep breath, and jumped over, fleeing towards the Liu family. Under the immense disparity in strength, all the experts of the Sihai gang were completely eliminated, and the weaker individuals who survived had long since fled. The Sihai gang, which had long dominated the underground forces of Yun City, was completely shattered in less than an hour. Chun Dao had already realized the fact of the Sihai gang's disastrous defeat. Having not seen Lu Jing for a long time, he felt a mix of sorrow and anger. At this moment, he did not resent the Tang family. Instead, he harbored immense hatred towards the Liu family. If it weren't for your Liu family, how could I, Chun Dao, have fallen to such a state? Chapter 43. The first possibility is that the Tang family is not the weakest of the 4 great families, but has been hiding their strength in daily life. The second possibility is that the Tang family has no successors, regardless of what strength they possess. Once old Master Tang dies, the Tang family will surely perish. This time, the Tang family dared not participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even if they participate, they can only achieve bottom-tier results. The credibility of both rumors is quite high. So everyone is eager to see how the Tang family will perform at this mid-autumn festival gathering. As time passed, the Qin, Wu, and Lu families arrived in succession. But the Tang family was nowhere to be seen. I think the Tang family probably won tea compete. Why come to participate only to end up at the bottom? It's better not to show up and lose face. If the Tang family doesn't tea come this time, it seems that the rumors are true. Once old Master Tang dies, the Tang family will fall apart. Surrounding people were discussing, and most did not have high hopes for the Tang family. Just as the Tang family was about to arrive, a resonant voice came from the east, and a group of people hurried over. Everyone turned their heads to look, and at the forefront was a robust old man, full of spirit, striding like a dragon and tiger. It was old Master Tang. Chapter 44. Youthful Arrogance. Which young person doesn't want to show off? Who doesn't want to display their best side in front of their goddess to win her favor? Therefore, some who are aware of their lack of talent in martial arts invest a lot of energy into studying literature, hoping to stand out in this area. Writing is also valued by various families. Achieving good results can bring more prestige to the family. In short, in this world where martial arts prevail, there are still many people reciting poetry and books. The most famous talent in Yunqing remains among the major families, such as Wu Jin from the Wu family, Qin from the Qin family, and Lu Ji and Lu Halian from the Lu family. After about a stick of incense, all participants took the stage. At this moment, someone below shouted that there were no Tang family members, and everyone looked up at the stage. After a long time, indeed, there was not a single Tang family member. Such a loud voice, of course, old Master Tang could hear it. At this moment, old Master Tang felt somewhat embarrassed. There were no descendants from the Tang family. And Mo Yanjun was obsessed with martial arts, showing little interest in literature. In previous years, only old Master Tang practiced writing, but the competition rules prohibited those over 35 from participating, so he was truly willing but unable. Chapter 45. Wine enters the sorrowful intestines without tears. Blood burns endlessly on the battlefield. Iron horses gallop and roar. On an autumn night, troops gather before the tent. When Tang Yin recited a fitting verse, the expressions of the people changed slightly, and their gazes toward Tang Yin began to shift. Could this guy have been possessed? Should this verse really come from his mouth? Sighing at the moon's waxing and waning unpredictability. When a 9-character verse burst from Lu Halian's mouth, the surrounding people were somewhat troubled. Previously, only 7 participants remained, and immediately 3 more withdrew. Watching the surging sea, tides rise and fall, Tang Yin followed with another line. The people below also looked toward Tang Yin's table. After so long, how is that kid still up there? Could it be that he was cheating? As Lu Halian uttered a 14-character long sentence, only 3 remained at Tang Yin's table. The person in the middle stuttered for a long time without being able to respond. And then Tang Yin smiled and said, "The red sun climbs the green mountains, and the fine steed carries youth along the fragrant journey." Gua, who was somewhat dull, did not expect Tang Yin to be so talented and admired him. The young man who couldn't respond smiled wryly at Tang Yin, then regretfully left. Chapter 46. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, the onlookers suddenly became spirited. This rule is quite interesting. If the first person quickly produces a response, the pressure on the following participants will increase sharply. Moreover, everyone also wanted to hear how these 5 would praise the young men of Yunqing. The other 4 had serious expressions. This topic is not simple. It must not only gain the judges' approval, but also the recognition of the people of Yunqing. Tang Yin continued to drink leisurely, in stark contrast to the other 4 who were deep in thought. At this moment, the way people looked at Tang Yin also lost the previous disdain. Even this nonchalance made him more charming. Got it. After downing a cup of wine, Tang Yin suddenly shouted, startling the other 4. Lu Halian, who had just found some inspiration, was completely thrown off by Tang Yin's shout. Frowning, he said displeasedly, "If you come up with something, just say it. I'm afraid if I say it, you'll lose the courage to compete for first place." Tang Yin shot down a few people. In such a short time, what good sentence can you come up with? Lu Halian scoffed. "You Lu family can't do it, but my Tang family can." Tang Yin drank while speaking sarcastically. Below, old Master Lu's eyes turned cold. "My Lu family can't do it, but your Tang family can? In what aspect?" Chapter 47. Whether a city will be strong in the future depends on the level of its younger generation. This time, for the martial arts competition, I will be the judge. Any participant who can make it to the top 8 of Yunqing will receive a reward. Among the younger generation of Yunqing, The top 8 from the previous competition were Lu Ji from the Lu family, Lin Dongxue from the City Lord's residence, Wu Feiming from the Wu family, Qin Guang from the Qin family, Lu Changyu from the Lu family, Qini from the Qin family, Wu Ding from the Wu family, and Qian Rulong from the Qian family. The rules of the martial arts competition are the same as before, divided into 2 parts. The first part is the preliminary round. Except for the top 8 from the previous session, everyone else can sign up. The final top 5 will be able to challenge the previous top 8. If they win, they can take their place. The second part allows a direct challenge to the top 8, as long as one has strength above the 3rd rank of the yellow tier. They can challenge directly without needing a preliminary round. If no one challenges the top 8, the 8 participants will compete in the finals tonight to determine the rankings for this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Martial Arts Competition. The martial arts competition begins. Those who wish to participate in the preliminary round, please head to the left side. Those with strength above the 3rd rank of the yellow tier who wish to challenge the previous top 8 may challenge directly on the main stage. The martial arts competition starts. City Lord Lin Xiaochang shouted, and the drummers who had been on standby in the distance immediately waved their drumsticks, thumping the war drums. Chapter 48. Watch the gun. Lu Xing didn't waste words, and, knowing he had to be ruthless against Tang Yin, immediately used the Lu family's ultimate skill, the Overlord's Spear technique. Sensing the aura of the peak 1st rank of the yellow tier, Tang Yin sneered in his heart. Although this strength is good, it is far from enough compared to him. Tang Yin lightly exhaled his internal energy and approached with his sword in hand. Seeing Tang Yin actually meet his long spear head-on, the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. If there were no surprises, a single move would decide the outcome. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, and everyone craned their necks in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. He actually caught it. A strength of the 8th rank of the Yuan tier managed to block a full force strike for the 1st rank of the yellow tier. Before everyone could react, they saw Tang Yin already turned from defense to attack, his long sword aimed directly at Lu Xing's throat. Lu Xing felt the pressure from Tang Yin's sword, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, this is not the strength of the 8th rank of the Yuan tier. This is clearly the 1st rank of the yellow tier. Unfortunately, before he could respond, Tang Yin's long sword was already upon him. The flowing cloud sword, as ethereal as the clouds in the sky, flowed like water, with no gaps to exploit. The countless sword shadows seemed slow, yet inside they were ever-changing, filled with peril. Old Master Tang couldn't help but rub his eyes. His shock was no less than anyone else's. Chapter 49. In the battle with Lu Ji, as long as he displays remarkable combat power, the goal can be achieved. At the same time, he can gain insight into Lu Ji's foundation and test his own true level. Achieving 3 goals in 1 move, why not? Resolutely, Tang Yin said softly. If you want to fight, I, Tang, will accompany you. Elder Tang stood up, wanting to intervene. Elder, let Tang Yin go. His combat power is stronger than you think. Just as Tang Ling was anxiously waiting, Ziyun's voice fell into his ears. As the 3rd young lady of Zizhu City, Elder Tang trusted her, and his objections were forcibly retracted. He turned to look at Ziyun, who gave him a reassuring glance. Elder Tang sat back down, focusing his attention on the arena. Lin Zhao's heart trembled slightly. Over the years, having seen countless people, he was confident he wouldn't misjudge. Tang Yin was definitely not an ignorant young man, but with the strength of a 6th grade Huang rank, what was his reliance in challenging Lu Ji? Brother Tang has guts. I admire that. Lu Ji stepped out from the Lu family's seating area, quickly took 2 steps to build momentum, pushed off forcefully with his foot, and elegantly stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Tang Yin. The match began. Chapter 50. The series of plans by the Lu family against the Tang family had been dismantled layer by layer from the beginning until now. As the Tang family gradually revealed their sharpness under the Lu family's continuous probing and attacks, countless people were shocked. Although everyone knew that the gap between Tang Yin and Lu Ji was still significant. How old was Tang Yin this year? The future is long, given time. Who will truly be the #1 in Cloud City is still debatable. The top 8 from the last Cloud City competition looked at the young man on the stage with complex expressions. The one who was praised as the #1 playboy in Cloud City could actually contest with a 9th grade Huang rank without being defeated and even managed to put Lu Ji in a similarly awkward position. If they asked themselves honestly, they truly lacked confidence to achieve such a record. Good. Some families that relied on the Tang family suddenly erupted in cheers. At this point, their confidence in relying on the Tang family had reached unprecedented heights. "What are you so proud of? Take another move from me, and you will definitely lose." Lu Ji mocked. "Losing is losing," Tang Yin said unceremoniously, letting out a cold laugh as he turned and walked towards the audience. The purpose of the Mid-Autumn Festival had already been achieved, and Tang Yin had no interest in the subsequent activities. After greeting everyone upon returning to the Tang family's seating area, he did not linger and, taking advantage of the moonlight, used the shadow step to return to the Tang family in no time. Chapter 51. Tang Yin felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing his grandfather's voice. He had been too absorbed just now and forgot that his grandfather was still here. "I should be able to cultivate after understanding some things," he said. After hearing this, Tang Ling frowned and hurriedly asked, "What grade is this technique? Can you identify it?" Tang Yin constantly assessed the power of this set of palm techniques in his heart and shook his head after a long while. "It's hard to say, but it should at least be Earth rank." Earth rank? Elder Tang was taken aback. There probably weren't any Earth rank techniques in the entire Cloud City. This jade slip actually contains such a precious treasure. You must cultivate it well and remember not to disclose this technique. Elder Tang Institute. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Hearing his grandson's assurance, Elder Tang nodded, took Tang Yin out of the secret chamber, and let him return. Back at his residence, Tang Yin couldn't wait to digest the contents of the flame explosion palm. Currently, his strength was only at the 6th grade of Huang rank. Recalling the complicated steps of the flame explosion palm, Tang Yin estimated that he could barely cultivate the first style. Moreover, the moves were extremely complex. Although he felt he could see some insights, truly researching it thoroughly would take quite a bit of effort. Tang Yin was not in a hurry and patiently analyzed each step of the first style. Chapter 52. Seeing Elder Tang so excited, Guming also realized what Tang Ling had just asked. Looking at Tang Yin, his eyes were filled with amusement. Was this guy always seen as a wasteful person in Elder Tang's eyes? Not wanting to make Tang Ling angry, Guming explained, "The Tang family head should remain calm. It's not that young Master Tang owes us at Miaodong Workshop. It's that we, Miaodong Workshop, are settling accounts with your Tang family." "Young brother Tang, didn't you explain this to your grandfather?" Seeing Elder Tang glaring at him, Tang Yin awkwardly smiled and said, "There have been too many things recently, and I forgot about this. My master gave me a formula and asked me to collaborate with Miaodong Workshop. We take 30% of the profits, and we settle accounts once a month. Today just happens to be the settlement date. Our Tang family made a profit of 3 million taels this month." Elder Tang was extremely shocked. Over 3 million taels was such a huge number, equivalent to half a year as profits for the Tang family. Indeed, all this money has been exchanged into banknotes by our Miaodong Workshop, each with a face value of 50,000 taels. "Please take a look." Guming waved his hand, and immediately someone from Miaodong Workshop handed over a wooden box. Elder Tang opened the wooden box to find 3 large stacks of banknotes neatly arranged inside. Upon seeing the distinct patterns and the seal of the Xiangxiang Trading Company, Elder Tang knew these banknotes were genuine. Chapter 53. Not long after, an old man walked out from backstage. "I am Xie Zhang, and I will host tonight's auction. It's an honor to meet you all. For this auction, Tianbao has been preparing for a whole month, collecting a large number of treasures. I believe everyone is looking forward to tonight's auction." Without further ado, the auction began. Xie Zhang wasted no time with lengthy speeches and quickly started the auction. The first item for auction is the 3-leaf blood-activating herb. This herb has effects such as promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, detoxifying, enhancing beauty, and prolonging life. If you want your beloved to be as beautiful as a flower and retain her youth, you can bid for it and give it to her. Of course, there are many health benefits, but I won't go into all of them. The starting price is 1,000 taels of silver, and each bid must be no less than 100 taels. 1,200 taels. As soon as Xie Zhang's voice fell, a bid was immediately heard. 1,500 taels. 2,000 taels. The bids echoed around the auction house with intense competition. Tang Yin, however, was staring blankly at that mystical herb. The entire herb had only one stem, with 3 relatively thick leaves that looked vibrant and full of life. As a pill master, upon seeing this herb, he sensed a faint, refreshing spiritual energy emanating from it due to his keen intuition. Chapter 54. 280,000 taels. 300,000 taels. The bidding voices rang out from all corners of the auction house. and the competition was particularly fierce. Xiaozhong was extremely satisfied with everyone's reactions, smiling as he looked at the crowd. 800,000 taels. When this price was announced, the competitive momentum finally began to ease. 810,000 taels. The Qian family gritted their teeth and offered a number that seemed to be their limit. 1,000,000 taels. An old man from the Wu family shouted loudly. 1,000,000 taels. Upon hearing this bid, many people sighed. Indeed, these truly good treasures would only fall into the hands of the strong. Qin family. 1,500,000 taels. At the Qin family's seating area, the one sitting at the forefront was none other than Qin He, the first genius of the Qin family. Although the Lu family also had people present and their overall strength was stronger than that of the Wu and Qin families. They had previously bought a lot of things due to their financial clout and were now in a tight spot. Moreover, the Tianbao auction house had a rule that money and goods must be settled on the spot, making it impossible for them to compete now. 1,006,000 taels. Although the other three families among the four great families had always targeted the Tang family, it did not mean that the three families were very harmonious. At this moment, encountering impressive martial skills, the Wu family couldn't help but compete for them. Chapter 55. 500,000 taels. Qin He looked at Xiaozhong, his tone filled with resentment. Suddenly, Qin He froze, a heart-pounding aura directly locking onto him. It seemed that if he resisted, he would die on the spot. 500,000 is acceptable, as a compensation for offending your esteemed establishment. An elder from the Qin family saw the situation was not good and immediately stood up to respond. Qin He felt a loosening in his body, slumping in his chair, his back already soaked through with sweat. Everyone's gaze fell on Tang Yen. Qin He's matter had been settled, and it seemed that young Master Tang was left with only a few thousand taels. Originally planning to leave directly, Qin He decided to watch Tang Yen make a fool of himself for a while. After all, he couldn't be the only one embarrassed. Young Master Tang Xiaozhong looked at Tang Yen with a complex expression. To be honest, he was very curious about this young man. Although he was reckless during his first auction, his recent performance was not as foolish as rumored. Moreover, because of this guy, Tianbao earned over 1,000,000 taels. The Tang family has always respected your esteemed establishment. How could they ignore your rules? If no one bids. Tang Yen smiled as he took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Ziyun, saying, "Count them clearly." Chapter 56. This punch had been simulated countless times in his mind. Whether it would succeed hinged on this moment. Feeling the true qi rapidly flowing out from within, wildly gathering towards his fist, that urge to unleash this punch surged within Tang Yen. "Come out!" Tang Yen shouted angrily, his fist like a bamboo breaking through, creating a whistling wind and a dull sound in the air. Bang! A look of intense surprise flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. His guess was indeed correct. Having just mastered a good martial skill, Tang Yen felt elated and decided to stay in the courtyard, continuously practicing every movement of this technique. Bang bang! After a double strike, Tang Yen ceased his efforts, not continuing with a third punch. A tall building reaches 1,000 feet. To make it stable, a solid foundation must first be laid. Bang bang! Bang bang! The continuous double strikes echoed in the courtyard. Since he had already confirmed that his idea was correct, he shouldn't rush to climb several steps at once. Building a solid foundation would actually allow him to climb faster. As the sky gradually brightened, under Tang Yan's continuous practice, he became increasingly familiar with these two moves. Ziyun had long known that this martial skill was incomplete and initially did not pay much attention. Chapter 57. Having just broken through in strength, Tang Yen did not rush to cultivate, but instead contemplated the current situation of the Tang family. With the incentive of bonuses and elixirs, many of the 120 guards of the Tang family had broken through to the second rank of the yellow tier. Once this news spread, it would have a strong deterrent effect externally. Even so, Tang Yen still felt it was insufficient. The true deterrent power of a family relies on its top-tier strength. For example, among the four great families in Yun City, the Tang family's overall strength is the weakest. However, Old Master Tang is at the 9th rank of the mysterious tier, on par with Lu Wuhui of the Lu family. With this strength, even if the other three families are stronger than the Tang family, they would not dare to act lightly against them. Top-tier strength determines the fate of a family. However, even with Tang Ling in command, the Tang family could not rest easy. if the other three families formed an alliance and attacked the Tang family together, the Tang family would still face annihilation. The reason the three families had not taken action was due to mutual suspicion and the difficulty of discussing the division of spoils. However, recently the Tang family was on the rise. If they allowed the Tang family to develop, it would be difficult for them to consume the Tang family later. The three families surely would not want to miss the opportunity to divide the Tang family. And if nothing unexpected happens, the day the three families form an alliance is not far off. Chapter 58. Are you leaving? Ziyin suddenly asked. Tang Yin did not expect Ziyin to be standing there and paused before saying, yes, I will be training at Sangye Mountain for 2 months, and I won't be able to refine Qi recovery pills for you during this time. Here are 30 Qi recovery pills, which should be enough to restore you to your previous strength. Taking the small jar handed to her by Tang Yin, Ziyin quietly said, thank you for taking care of me, young Master Tang, during this time. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Yin was quite adept at social interactions. Seeing Ziyun's demeanor, he understood a bit and smiled, asking, is Miss Z also leaving? Yes, I received a letter from my family asking me to return. They are waiting for me outside the city, Ziyun replied. I won't have the chance to wait for you to come back. But if you need anything in the future, you can find me in Zizhu City. This is for you. After saying this, Ziyun took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not hesitate to accept the token and carefully examined it. The token was carved from high-quality warm spirit jade, which has great benefits for the body when worn for a long time. The words Zizhu were inscribed on it in ancient script. This is the Zizhu token. Once you enter Zizhu City, show this token, and no one will dare to stop you. After hesitating for a moment, Ziyin added, try to get into the Qinglong Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, I will also enter the Qinglong Academy in a few months. Chapter 59. Scanning the wolf pack quickly, he unexpectedly discovered several larger wolves. This ominous discovery instantly put Tang Yin on high alert. These second-tier wolves are not the Wolf King. Could it be that the Wolf King, who has yet to appear, is a third-tier spirit beast? Moreover, being able to command a wolf pack to quickly create a wolf ladder shows that the intelligence of that Wolf King is quite terrifying. Awoo! 5 wolf shadows rushed toward him, and a glance behind revealed many more wolves following closely, with an endless wave of attacks looming ahead. With so many ants, they could kill an elephant. Tang Yin did not think his strength was so extraordinary that he could slay all these wolves head-on. Tang Yin knew that he probably could not stay on this tree any longer. As expected, after 5 first-tier giant wolves finished their attacks, 3 second-tier giant wolves immediately pounced at him. The wolf pack's advantage lay in their sheer numbers. Their wheel-like fighting style left Tang Yin with no time to rest. Facing the attack of 3 second-tier wolves, Tang Yin felt a sudden increase in pressure. Under the crushing weight of numbers, even the most exquisite techniques seemed inadequate. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive punches, Tang Yin barely avoided this wave of attacks. Chapter 60. Having made up his mind, Tang Yin did not slack off. He took off his clothes and jumped down, arriving beside the waterfall. He reached into the waterfall and felt the stone-like force, causing his heart to skip a beat. Damn! Such strong water flow coming down. Wouldn't it smash me silly? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin stepped forward. The pouring waterfall felt like a mountain suddenly crashing down. Tang Yin's body instantly sank, and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground, fully unleashing his strength at the 7th rank of the yellow tier. The whirlpool in his dantian spun wildly, continuously outputting spiritual energy, barely stabilizing his form. Attempting to move his body under the waterfall, he walked from one end to the other. After only about 10 meters wide, when he reached the end, Tang Yin's body was nearly exhausted. Although he was very tired, Tang Yin did not give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to persist, trying to recover his strength under the waterfall. After a quarter of an hour, Tang Yin could no longer hold on and exited the waterfall. Once out of the waterfall, he felt the pressure on his body suddenly ease. And even the speed of his Dantian's operation became a bit smoother than before. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. And Tang Yin had already regarded this place as a treasure for cultivation. After resting on the shore for a short while, he re-entered the waterfall. The nearly 10-meter-wide waterfall was shattered into pieces with this punch. The originally rumbling waterfall suddenly fell silent at that moment, and more than 10 meters high, it seemed to disappear into thin air, becoming a vacuum zone. Fifth punch. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He didn't expect that while cultivating, his strength could miraculously break through. Stepping out of the waterfall, Tang Yan took a deep breath, stood by the shore, and began practicing Qianshan Fist. He wanted to test how much power he could unleash in Qianshan Fist after breaking free from the waterfall's constraints. Bang! As the first punch was thrown, a dull explosive sound echoed in the surrounding air. The airflow splashed, and under the strength of the 9th rank of the yellow tier, the displayed power was indeed extraordinary. Feeling the power of this first punch, a smile appeared on Tang Yan's lips. It seemed that his days of practice under the waterfall were not in vain. Bang, 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 bang. The techniques continued, and 4 consecutive punches were unleashed. Qianshan Fist, with each punch overshadowing the previous one, without the resistance of the waterfall. Each punch's sound and power showed a significant enhancement compared to the last. After the 5th punch, Tang Yan showed no hesitation, turned his foot again, his body slightly twisted. And with the force of this rotation, he slammed out another punch. Chapter 62, if it were in the past, I naturally wouldn't dare, but now look at you few. Only you 2 are left alive, and both are seriously injured. Do you think you can be my opponents? King Lang Lao Kitatili, his lewd gaze constantly falling on Wan Fei. Hearing Qing Lang's words, Wan Fei's face turned colder, but she also knew that at this moment, they were indeed no match for Qing Lang's group. There will be plenty of time in the future. Once I recover my strength, I will settle accounts with these bastards. A wolf want to rob? I really don't know how desperate you Qing Lang group is. Fine, this wolf is a gift for you. Chang'ing, let's go. Wan Fei decisively turned to leave. Stop. Seeing Wan Fei walk away so decisively, Qing Lang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted, What? Do you want to fight me? Although I've suffered some minor injuries, dreaming about gaining an advantage over me is simply a fantasy, Wan Fei said coldly. Qing Lang did not care about Wan Fei's bluffing and grinned, saying, Chang'ing can leave, but you have to stay. We brothers came a long way not just for this White Wolf King. We also want to taste what Wan Tiger is like. After we brothers have had our fun, we will ruin your Dantian, and then you can leave. Chapter 63, it's your left hand now. Everyone was shocked, staring wide-eyed. Who is this young man? In just a breath's time, he had completely overwhelmed the third one. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yan had broken the third one's hands and feet. A master of the 8th rank in the yellow tier was utterly powerless before this youth. No one doubted that if the third one hadn't struck first, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to attack at all. The third one finally felt the intense pain and screamed heart-wrenchingly. Don't rush to scream. There's still one left, Tang Yan said calmly, as if discussing an insignificant matter, and lifted his foot again, kicking towards the third one's lower legs. Puff! Everyone was unsure if that was the sound of an egg cracking, but all the men, including Chang'ing, felt a chill between their legs. The third one let out another earth-shattering scream, his head tilting as he fainted. Uncle, do I have the qualification to rob you? Tang Yan asked with a smile. Gulp. Qing Lang found it difficult to swallow at this moment. Chapter 64, hearing Tang Yan's words, Wan Fei looked in the direction Tang Yan pointed, and sure enough, there was an opening in Qing Lang's defenses. Wielding her sword to stab through, Qing Lang was startled. How did that kid notice his opening so quickly? Auntie, he's definitely going to block your sword. Tilt the sword down 3 points and slice him. Tang Yan's voice rang out again. At this moment, Wan Fei had some trust in Tang Yan's words, sweeping her sword downward. Indeed, there was another opening. Qing Lang, on the verge of tears, realized it was too late to dodge. With a sound of puff, a bone-deep wound appeared on his leg. His right leg was injured, shifting his center of gravity to the left, exposing an opening at his right neck. Cut his throat quickly. Tang Yan's voice echoed once more. As soon as Tang Yan finished speaking, Wan Fei wasted no time, directly swinging her sword towards Qing Lang's neck. Crack! Wan Fei herself didn't expect that Qing Lang's head would be so easily severed by her, causing a storm of emotions within her. Originally thinking the battle with Qing Lang would be fraught with danger, this kid only made her use 3 moves, or rather, 2 moves, before directly causing Qing Lang to die in resentment on the spot. Chapter 65, are there places in the mountains that aren't marked? Haven't they been explored yet? Tang Yan asked. With our strength, we can't enter deep into the mountains. One thing is certain, there are higher-tier spirit beasts inside. At this moment, Chang had gone to get the wolf skin, leaving Wan Fei to answer this question. That's good. Tang Yin tucked the map into his chest and said to Wan Fei, Auntie, since your mission is complete, you should return early. We may meet again in the future. Farewell. After saying that, he activated his shadow steps, transforming into a shooting star as he dashed away. Having been out for training for about a month, Tang Yin was initially somewhat satisfied with his advancement speed. However, after seeing Wan Fei and the others today, he immediately sounded the alarm in his heart. Wan Fei was only 22 years old, yet at this age, she was already at the second rank of the mysterious tier. In Fangcheng, she would undoubtedly be a guest of honor among various families, yet she was just a mercenary? How terrifying must the strength of the young masters in the eastern region be? Time waits for no one. Feeling the urgency, Tang Yin naturally would not waste time staying. Seeing Tang Yin leave so decisively, Wan Fei felt a moment of emptiness in her heart. Sister, is he really gone? Chang Ying ran back, asking in surprise. Chapter 66, seeing 12 strong fire monkeys charging towards him, all at the second rank. Tang Yan's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Come on, Dan Dan Tuka Lai Di, rapidly circulating his dantian, continuously supplying him with true energy. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen fire monkeys charged at Tang Yin one by one. The fire monkeys were immensely strong and had thick skin. Tang Yin could not afford to hold back like he did when fighting the giant wolf. Every strike had to be delivered with full force to truly inflict damage on the fire monkeys. The fire monkeys were extremely agile, constantly shifting positions during the fight with Tang Yin, sometimes even feigning attacks, making it difficult for him to read their movements, quite treacherous and cunning. The fire monkeys attacked quickly, with more than a dozen of them. Their assaults formed a net that left Tang Yin struggling to breathe. Each move had to be executed with utmost precision. Any slight oversight could result in a punch landing on him. In such high-intensity combat, Tang Yan's stamina quickly depleted. In just half an hour, he had used up 70% of his energy. Bang! Finally, Tang Yin began to feel the strain, and the battle entered a state of fatigue. Compared to these naturally powerful fire monkeys, Tang Yin had already fallen behind. Chapter 67. The ordinary second-tier fire monkeys were only about 2 meters tall, rarely exceeding 2 meters and 20 centimeters. But one of the fire monkeys was astonishingly taller than the others, even surpassing 3 meters. If Tang Yan's guess was correct, this fire monkey was the king of the group. Feeling the pressure emanating from the fire monkey king, Tang Yan's heart sank. What was even more infuriating was that he could see a strong disdain in the eyes of the fire monkey king. Is the small one too weak? So the big one has to come out. Tang Yin stopped not far away. Just dealing with this group of fire monkeys was enough. If the fire monkey king also joined the fray, this battle would be truly difficult. Howl! 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 Seeing that Tang Yin did not dare to approach, the group of fire monkeys began to howl softly. Tang Yin felt his nose twitch in anger. If he wasn't mistaken, these beasts were mocking him for being cowardly. Beasts are indeed beasts. With so many of them, plus a third-tier spirit beast behind, would you dare charge in? Just as Tang Yin was continuously complaining in his heart, the previously motionless fire monkey king suddenly opened its mouth. A woo, a rolling momentum erupted from its mouth. Even just a howl carried an incredibly heavy force. Fire monkeys are considered a relatively strong type among spirit beasts, and judging by overall strength, they were even stronger than the previous giant wolves. Chapter 68. Although Tang Yin was not clear-headed at the moment, each of his moves was not without purpose. In his mental world, countless lethal moves were manifested to counter him, and every move Tang Yin made was to defend against the various crises appearing in his mental world. Tang Yan's speed increased, and under absolute power and speed, all martial arts became merely auxiliary. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, martial arts combined with combat skills, raising a cloud of dust and creating an extraordinary momentum. As Tang Yan's speed accelerated, afterimages began to appear. Bang! Finally, after Tang Yin punched out once more, his figure finally came to a halt. There was not a sound around. Only Tang Yan's own calm breathing could be heard. He stood still, and an extremely mysterious aura began to grow from his dantian. Inside the dantian, it seemed as if a small person was continuously fighting, and finally, with a sudden punch, shattered all the barriers within his dantian. The vortex of qi within his dantian accelerated in an instant, and countless strands of spiritual energy began to converge in the dantian, before flowing toward his limbs. An incredibly refreshing feeling surged through him. Tang Yin felt that he was now filled with endless power. Chapter 19, Bang, 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 Bang. 5,000 mountain fists flowed like water, seamlessly striking toward the Fire Monkey King. The Fire Monkey King possessed innate divine strength, and had figured out from the previous battle that Tang Yan's power was slightly inferior. So it boldly charged forward. However, the Fire Monkey King underestimated the explosive power of martial arts, and could not have anticipated that each punch of Tang Yan's Thousand Mountain Fist would be significantly stronger than the last. In the first punch, the Fire Monkey King's momentum still overpowered Tang Yan. In the second punch, Tang Yan's figure merely swayed, and he was only a hair's breadth away from matching the Fire Monkey King's strength. In the third punch, the Fire Monkey King's body trembled violently as the power Tang Yan unleashed actually exceeded that of the Fire Monkey King. In the fourth punch, the Fire Monkey King was forced back a step under Tang Yan's exponentially increasing, terrifying strength. In the fifth punch, Tang Yan's fist broke through the Fire Monkey King's defense with overwhelming force, and at that moment, the Fire Monkey King staggered back 3 large steps. If Tang Yan had not comprehended the heart of combat, he would not have been a match for the Fire Monkey King in terms of strength or speed of attack. At most, he would have fought to a draw. However, even if the Fire Monkey King's speed and strength were formidable, Tang Yan's strikes flowed as smoothly and naturally as a single move. And this nearly perfect level of combat skill meant that once Tang Yan seized a hint of a counterattack opportunity, a storm of retaliation would inevitably follow. Chapter 70. The next day, as the rooster crowed at dawn, before the sun fully rose, old Master Tang had already gotten up early and stood outside the door. This was already the 7th day he had done so. The weather had entered late autumn, nearing early winter. Even the 9th-tier Xian stage old Master Tang was wrapped in a cotton robe at this time. Time slipped by slowly. Dew had settled on his hair and eyebrows. But he had no mood to wipe it off, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Today was the day for the selection of participants for the East Domain Grand Competition. His grandson had yet to return. It wasn't that he was worried Tang Yan would miss the competition, but according to their original agreement, that kid should have returned by now. It had been 2 months, and there had been no news at all. Was something unexpected happening? For a moment, old Master Tang felt some regret. He shouldn't have agreed so hastily to Tang Yan's request back then. At the hour of the snake, Mo Bo came out of the courtyard and softly said, "Master, the young master has already reached 7th-tier Huang stage. A 2nd-tier spirit beast does not pose much of a threat to him. Even if he can't win, he can still escape. Moreover, the young master also mentioned that his master would secretly protect him. The young master will definitely return. Besides, it's been 2 whole months." In front of his old partner, Mo Bo, old Master Tang did not hide his worries. Chapter 71. No, no, no. Xiao Chui hurriedly waved her hands, speaking incoherently. "Young master, when did you come back? The old master has been standing at the door since before dawn these past few days, waiting for you to return. I thought you weren't home." Hearing Xiao Chui's words, Tang Yan's heart ached. His grandfather stood at the door every day waiting for him to come home. "He returned last night. I should go check on Grandpa." Just as Tang Yan was about to head to the study, he heard Xiao Chui exclaim, "Young master, the old master isn't home. Where did Grandpa go?" Tang Yan stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, "I heard today is the East Domain Grand Competition, and the old master went to watch. Where is it being held?" Tang Yan asked again. "Yintai," Xiao Kui exclaimed. As soon as the location was mentioned, Tang Yan leaped and disappeared from the spot. Xiao Chui called out twice in a daze and then stomped her little foot, muttering, "Just saw him," and he disappeared. What on earth is wrong with the young master? On Yintai, City Lord Lin Xiao spoke some encouraging words before announcing the selection rules. This competition will be based on the results from the Mid-Autumn Festival event. Among them, Lu Ji from the Lu family, Lin Dongxue from the City Lord's mansion, Qin He from the Qin family, and Wu Faming from the Wu family will compete to determine the top 3. The rest will participate in a ring competition, with the last remaining contestants battling the 3rd place for the final slot. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 72. Let me see how much progress you've made. Lu Ji sneered, leaping gracefully onto the stage like a nimble ape. This beautiful display immediately earned him rounds of applause. Tang Yan smiled slightly, giving old Master Tang a reassuring look, and slowly walked up to the cloud platform. In combat, Injuries and casualties are common. If they occur, it's to be expected. I hope young Master Tang is mentally prepared. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. This time, not only did he want to avenge his previous defeat, but he also wanted to eliminate future threats. So much unnecessary talk. Can we start now? Tang Yin asked impatiently. If you want to die sooner, just say it. Lu Ji snorted coldly. Lin Xiao signaled for the match to begin. Tang Yin, unwilling to waste time, quickly charged forward. As the crowd sensed the aura emanating from Tang Yin, they couldn't help but show strange expressions. Was Tang Yin still at the 6th rank of the yellow stage? Could he really defeat Lu Ji? Having learned from his previous loss, Lu Ji directly tapped into his strength at the 9th rank of the yellow stage. Seeing Tang Yin rushing towards him, a cruel glint flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. 6th rank of the yellow stage. Let's see if I don't kill you this time. Tang Yin quickly threw a punch, and Lu Ji responded with a punch of his own. Just as their fists were about to collide, Tang Yin's fist suddenly changed trajectory, striking towards the inside of Lu Ji's elbow. Chapter 73. 8th rank of the yellow stage. Old Master Tang focused entirely on his grandson, missing no changes in Tang Yin's movements. Feeling Tang Yin's momentum, Old Master Tang finally confirmed that his grandson had indeed gone through considerable hardships in the past 2 months. Advancing a rank in just 2 months is already quite remarkable. After throwing his 5th punch, Tang Yin spun around, unleashing an even more ferocious aura. The 6th punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist. Bang! The two collided again, creating a huge noise. This time, Tang Yin only swayed slightly without much impact. Even though Lu Ji was cunning, he was still young and hadn't faced much adversity. Despite unleashing his profound strength, he didn't have a complete advantage, which made him doubt his own strength. After retreating 3 steps, Lu Ji hesitated for a moment before deciding to use his trump card. His palms suddenly opened wide, drawing circles in the air. As his hands moved faster, countless palm shadows quickly materialized. A sharp and murderous aura erupted from Lu Ji. Chapter 74. Since no one is willing to challenge. The quota for the East Region Grand Competition will be tentatively assigned to Tang Yin, Lin Dongxue, and Lu Ji, head of the Lu family. Once Lu Ji regains consciousness, notify him to gather at the City Lord's mansion in 10 days to head to Fong City together. Lin Xiao instructed Lu Wuhui. I will follow the City Lord's command. Lu Wuhui felt quite anxious. His precious grandson had been beaten senseless by that brat Tang Yin. After greeting Lin Xiao, he hurried towards the Lu family. Lin Xiao looked at Tang Yin with profound meaning. This young man had shocked him too many times. Today, he was surprised to find that he couldn't quite see through Tang Yin. Whether in cunning or strength, the young man always seemed to be hiding his strongest side. Having been at the bottom for several consecutive East Region Grand competitions, Lin Xiao had been holding back his frustration. He thought that even if Yin City didn't come in last this year, they would at best be in the mid-lower tier. However, with Tang Yin's strong involvement, Lin Xiao felt a new sense of anticipation. As Tang Yin returned to the Tang family's camp amidst the astonished and respectful gazes of the crowd, Old Master Tang, having not seen Tang Yin for 2 months, had 1,000 words he wanted to share. After the selection ended, Old Master Tang didn't want to linger and pulled Tang Yin back toward the Tang family. Chapter 75. After Tang Yin returned, he immersed himself in the alchemy room. The Tang family's guards, who originally enjoyed a high-grade spirit pill once every half-month, now received one every other day. Fortunately, the marketing strategies of Miaodong Workshop were indeed impressive, and Guming didn't deceive Tang Yin. Starting from his 2nd month, the monthly dividends exceeded 5 million taels of silver. This amount looked substantial, but the materials for refining high-grade spirit pills were also quite expensive. It was fortunate that Tang Yin was an alchemist. If the Tang family directly purchased high-grade spirit pills, 5 million taels of silver would indeed not be enough for the guards, who consumed them like candy. Tang Yin also issued several reward policies that effectively stimulated the enthusiasm of the Tang family guards for training. Under Tang Yin's combination of benevolence and authority, his prestige among the Tang family guards gradually solidified. Tang Yin became a role model for all the guards. The eldest young master was someone many had watched grow up. He had been a playboy in his early years, lacking in skills. Yet, in just a few months, through Tang Yin's relentless practice, his strength had actually surged to the 9th rank of the yellow stage. All the guards took Tang Yin as their goal, training hard. The words Tang Yin had previously said about being harsh on others, but even harsher on oneself became the motto for all the guards. Chapter 76. Tang Yin's expression remained unchanged, but he was somewhat astonished. If there was such a genius in the East region alone, how many extraordinary figures would there be in the entire Tianxiang kingdom and even the broader continent? Third rank of the profound stage, Lin Dongshu exclaimed. Lu Ji's face also showed surprise. Observing the expressions of the three, the city lord felt even more astonished. Since the day Tang Yin presented gifts, this kid seemed as if he had experienced countless storms, remaining calm no matter what happened. Indeed, he was at least at the third rank of the profound stage, and perhaps even more than one. For this East region grand competition, most of his strength was above the profound stage. Lin Xiao solemnly stated, moreover, this is only the information we have received. The actual situation remains to be verified. Whether there exists a genius at the fourth rank of the profound stage is uncertain. I will send someone to investigate continuously, and once there is news, I will inform you immediately. After a pause, Lin Xiao continued, in 20 days, the East region grand competition will begin. It will take us around 10 days to reach the location. Once we arrive in Fong City, before the East region grand competition, I will take you all to the Absolute Kill Tower for some training. Absolute Kill Tower? What is that? Lu Ji asked curiously. You can think of it as a training ground open to all martial artists below the Earth stage. It has 6 levels, fraught with danger. Without sufficient strength and combat experience, it is very difficult to complete the challenge. Each entry requires a fee of 50,000 taels of silver, Lin Xiao patiently explained. Chapter 77. I say, Miss Lin, why are you following me instead of taking the proper path? Once we reached Sangyan Mountain, we can't ride horses anymore. What if we have to walk through the mountains and rivers and your delicate little feet get calloused? Besides, it's really inconvenient for just the two of us. You know, for example, when it comes to urinating or bathing, Tang Yin, with a mournful face, continued to plead, if you still have any sense, you could easily catch up if you ride a horse now. The two quickly rode out of the city. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Dongshu let loose. Stop wasting breath. You want to shake me off. Didn't you say you liked me for many years when you wrote me that poem? How come you want to get rid of me now? Were you deliberately deceiving me that day? Cough, cough. Hearing Lin Dongshu's bold words, Tang Yin was immediately choked by his own saliva. This girl usually seemed like a refined lady. How could she say such fierce things? The first time he wrote a poem for Lin Dongshu to celebrate their meeting, wasn't it just a deception? But Tang Yin dared not admit this. Moreover, as the saying goes, a gentleman is a good match for a graceful lady. Tang Yin is a person with a very normal orientation. It is indeed unrealistic to say that he has no feelings at all when facing the generous and beautiful Lin Dongshu. Chapter 78. You're just stupid. The shadow step that Tang Yin practiced is characterized by its ghostly and elusive nature. With not much difference in strength, it is extremely difficult to detect Tang Yan's presence. Hearing Tang Yan's disdain again, Lin Dongshu became even more furious and said defiantly, Humph, half an hour hasn't ended yet, continue. After saying that, she increased her speed again, like a shooting star rushing forward. She had been worried that Tang Yin couldn't keep up, so she hadn't given her all before. Seeing Lin Dongshu's speed increase again, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. Lin Dongshu's footwork is very exquisite, and it will definitely add a lot of color to this Eastern region competition. As Lin Dongshu sprinted with all her might, the distance between her and Tang Yin widened again. Tang Yin didn't take it lightly. He quickened his pace to chase after her, closing the distance once more. Time passed second by second, and as the half-hour mark approached, a smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth. Miss Lin, remember your promise from before. Lin Dongshu only heard this sentence drift by her ears, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure that, like a ghost, passed by her side and ran ahead of her. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, Tang Yin remained 5 meters in front of her, and she couldn't close that distance at all. Chapter 79. Thank you. Lin Dongshu said seriously. No problem, just practice more. And the most critical point is, when dealing with enemies, do not be merciful, Tang Yin reminded with a smile. Looking at Tang Yan's bright smile, Lin Dongshu felt a bit dazed and couldn't help but curiously ask, the fighting techniques you mentioned before, did your master teach you those? Yes, Tang Yin nodded. Your master is really amazing, Lin Dongshu exclaimed, shaking off her previous dejection and saying spiritedly, Once I've rested, I'll find more spirit beasts to practice with. Don't rest. Tang Yin took out 2 porcelain bottles from his pocket and handed them over. This is a high-level spirit pill that can quickly restore stamina. Just swallow it and rest a bit. Seeing Tang Yin casually throw 2 bottles over, Lin Dongxue thought they were just ordinary first-grade pills. And since each bottle contained quite a few pills, they probably weren't too precious. After swallowing the pills, a surge of pure spiritual energy immediately surged up. The effects were strong yet gentle, recovering stamina rapidly in a way that was difficult to coordinate. This is a second-grade high-level pill? Lin Dongxue asked in surprise. In her impression, ordinary pills didn't have such effects. Chapter 80. After half a day without defeating Tang Yin, the irritation in the flying rhino's eyes grew even stronger, and it charged at Tang Yin again, panting heavily. Tang Yin still chose not to dodge, quickly stepping out 5 steps in a rotation. Bang, 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 bang. The Thousand Mountain Fist was rapidly unleashed in midair with 5 resounding strikes. At this moment, the flying rhino happened to charge in. Tang Yin seemed to have already anticipated the angle of the flying rhino's attack. Without hesitation, he spun around, and the half-meter-long sharp horn grazed along Tang Yan's left arm. While Tang Yan's 6th punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist was also unleashed without holding back. The fist, carrying a fierce gust of wind, landed heavily on the side of the flying rhino's sharp horn. Bang! The battle power of the first-grade mysterious tier erupted, and even though the flying rhino had great strength, at this moment, its charge was deflected to the left, exposing a gap on its right side. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward fiercely, quickly lifting his right foot and kicking hard at the flying rhino's belly along its right side. Bang! Tang Yan's full force strike landed on the relatively soft belly. Even though the flying rhino had astonishing defense, at this moment, its whole body went numb, and it couldn't muster any strength. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yan's attacks fell like raindrops on the flying rhino's vital points. Soon, the flying rhino spat out blood and tilted its head, fainting. Chapter 81. The dark blue flames were instantly dispersed by the man in black. Tang Yin took a step back, looking at the unmoving figure of the man in black, secretly lamenting that the opponent's strength was too strong, and he was simply not a match. The heavenly creation fire consumed a tremendous amount of true qi, and Tang Yin didn't know how long he could hold on. He glanced at Lin Dongxue, who was still standing in place, and roared, "Run! No one is leaving." The man in black let out a sharp, eerie laugh. Previously, he had been wary of Tang Yan's heavenly creation fire, but upon realizing that the flames posed no threat to him, he completely let his guard down. He lunged forward again, charging at Tang Yin. "You must be from the Liu family to have made it into Songyun Mountain and tried to kill me," Tang Yin suddenly said, making the man in black's heart tighten. The fleeting look of fear in the man's eyes did not escape Tang Yin's notice. "Trying to probe my background? As long as I don't say anything, you won't be able to figure it out no matter how hard you think," the man in black said, and the gust from his palm was already at Tang Yan's front. Tang Yin took a deep breath, the rotation speed of his vortex dantian reaching its peak, and true qi continuously transformed into heavenly creation fire, meeting the man's palm wind with another Thousand Mountain Fist. "You don't dare to use martial techniques, and only use simple attacks, which shows you don't want us to know your origins. The only reason for this concern is that we must know each other." Chapter 82. This palm appeared to move slowly, but its momentum was grand, crushing and uprooting everything in its path. It seemed that all obstacles ahead would only end up being crushed. Just a moment ago, Tang Yin would never have dared to use the flame explosion palm. The usage threshold for this martial technique is the mysterious tier, consuming an enormous amount of spiritual energy, even more than the heavenly creation fire. After throwing 2 punches in a row, he would be completely exhausted. But now it was different. Lu Jing's face revealed intense unease. He could feel the pressure brought by Tang Yan's martial technique. This power seemed to be at least high grade in the mysterious tier. Lu Jing was puzzled about what kind of luck Tang Yin had struck to throw out martial techniques as if they were worthless. Whether he used the flame explosion palm or the heavenly creation fire, Tang Yin would not truly be able to contend with Lu Jing. However, the terrifying aura generated by the combination of the two made Lu Jing unable to help but doubt whether Tang Yan's current strength was already able to stand toe-to-toe with him. Unbelieving of the supernatural, Lu Jing took a deep breath, unleashing the power of the 5th grade in the mysterious tier. With a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he sent a crushing punch towards Tang Yen. Bang! The intense airflow splashed everywhere, and the surrounding sand and stones were instantly blown away. Both Tang Yen and Lu Jing's bodies stepped back a step simultaneously. Chapter 83. Lin Dongxue watched Tang Yen from the side. His handsome and bright face actually left her in a daze. She secretly lamented that her past self was too superficial, believing the rumors and keeping her distance from the notorious Tang Yen. If she had met Tang Yen earlier, she would have certainly discovered his uniqueness. Suddenly, the fluctuations coming from Tang Yen made Lin Dongshue's heart skip a beat. This guy actually broke through too? After the initial shock, Lin Dongxue calmed down. After all, Tang Yan's strength was not weak, and coupled with the consumption of so many spirit pills, a breakthrough as a result of misfortune turning into fortune was quite normal. But soon, a look of shock appeared on Lin Dongshue's face. Just after Tang Yen had broken through, after a brief moment of calm, another wave of fluctuations emerged from his body. Immediately, a strong aura flashed by. In just one day, Tang Yen had directly advanced 2 ranks? Lin Dongxue widened her eyes at Tang Yen. Could it be that he had transformed from a spirit beast of Songyun Mountain? When Tang Yen opened his eyes, what met his gaze was Lin Dongshue's curious big eyes. What are you looking at? Tang Yen asked curiously. Lin Dongxue, lost in thought, was startled by Tang Yan's voice and patted her chest, saying, "You scared me. You could at least say something when you wake up." Chapter 84. Although he felt at ease letting the two go out alone, Lin Xiao couldn't help but worry about their safety every moment during these 10 days. "I've seen the adults." Tang Yen immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. "I'm sorry to have worried you. As long as you're back safely." Lin Xiao smiled and welcomed the two into the small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a table, and Lin Xiao poured them a cup of tea, asking, "How was your trip to Songyun Mountain? Did you make any progress in strength? Did you encounter any 3rd-tier spirit beasts?" Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Lin Dongxue, who had gained a lot, immediately perked up and said like a child seeking praise, "Of course we encountered them. We ran into quite a few 3rd-tier spirit beasts." Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the teacup slightly, but still calmly asked, "What 3rd-tier spirit beasts did you encounter? Were there any injuries?" "We encountered flying rhinoceroses, long-tailed lions, leopard martens, and we killed all of them. Most others were 2nd-tier spirit beasts." Lin Dongxue reported everything they had encountered on the road, and Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with strong surprise. 3rd-tier spirit beasts. The powerful ones could even compete with 4th tier of the Xian rank, while ordinary 3rd-tier spirit beasts could contend with 1st or 2nd tier of the Xian rank. These two actually managed to kill all the 3rd-tier spirit beasts they encountered. Chapter 85. They didn't escape. Lu Jing was killed by Tang Yen. Lin Dongxue was not one to hold back when it came to shocking statements. Lin Zhao's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief, but he knew his daughter would never lie about serious matters. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued to inquire about the situation at that time. Lin Dongxue recounted the events of that day without holding back, and Lin Zhao's expression gradually darkened. His daughter's thrilling description was not something that could be fabricated. The Lu family deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Lin Zhao's veins were bulging, and murderous intent surged in his heart. If it weren't for Tang Yen's desperate fight, his daughter would have perished in Songyun. After a while, Lin Xiao suppressed his violent emotions and said solemnly, "In a life-or-death situation, Tang Yen fought desperately to exchange her one chance at survival. He is loyal and responsible. I truly did not misjudge him. This favor is heavier than a mountain. Once the Eastern region competition is over, I will return a favor to the Tang family." After chatting with Lin Dongxue for nearly an hour, Lin Xiao finally let her go to rest. He then sat in a rattan chair, glanced in the direction of Tang Yan's courtyard, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. There was curiosity, expectation, satisfaction, and admiration. This young man, ever since he composed a song meeting joy, had piqued his strong interest. Chapter 86. That shy secret. Although both of them clearly remembered, they tacitly chose not to mention it. When Tang Yen suddenly brought it up, Lin Dongshue's pretty face turned red, like a peach blossom in early spring. "Cute and lovely. I hate it." Lin Dongxue spat in annoyance. Seeing the two flirting, the recently neglected Lu Ji felt even more jealous and angry. Dogman and woman. Lu Ji cursed in his heart. Just as the three were waiting for Lin Xiao, another group of people staggered over. This group was relatively young and had a strong aura of spiritual energy, probably also participants in the Eastern region competition. Lin Dongxue, who was already charming, attracted a lot of attention when she arrived. At this moment, her shy appearance became even more captivating, stunning those around her. This group also noticed Lin Dongxue, whose cheeks were flushed. A young man in white with a fair face brightened his eyes, revealing a hint of lewdness, and stopped in his tracks. Smiling at Lin Dongxue, "I feel a connection with the young lady at first sight. May I have the honor of inviting you and your brother to row on the lake and enjoy some wine by the stove?" Seeing their companion flirting with a beauty, the group also stopped to watch, with smirks on their faces. Chapter 87. Those around them showed ambiguous expressions upon hearing Yao Yuan's words. Lin Dongxue did not expect Lu Ji to be so easily defeated. Just as she was about to refuse, a deep male voice came. "What are you doing?" An invisible pressure descended, and the crowd immediately parted to make way for the tall and robust Lin Xiao. Lin Dongxue's face brightened. She turned and rushed into Lin Xiao's embrace, pointing at Yao Yuan and the others, saying, "Daddy, that person bullied me and even hurt young Master Lu." Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure, quickly checking Lu Ji's injury, and looked at Yao Yuan and the others with a dark expression, coldly saying, "What do you mean by this?" Yao Yuan, who regarded Lin Xiao with some trepidation, felt a flash of fear in his heart. At this moment, a tall young man in a green robe who had remained silent stepped forward, clasping his hands and saying, "My brother felt a connection with the three talented individuals from your city and chatted for a bit. It was just a spur of the moment, and they sparred before the competition. Judging by this demeanor, this person should be the leader of the five." "Nonsense. Daddy, that guy named Yao Yuan wanted to force me to drink with him, and when I refused, a dispute arose." Lin Dongxue immediately complained. Lin Zhao's cold gaze fell on Yao Yuan, who appeared to be frivolous on the outside, but felt as if he had been seen through, becoming uncomfortable all over. Chapter 88. After some deliberation, Lin Xiao finally spoke. "The Absolute Kill Tower does not speak of this, and only a few exceptionally talented individuals can enter and keep the secret, so to the outside world, the sixth floor remains a mysterious place. To know, one must enter and see for themselves." Having gained some understanding of the first 5 floors, Tang Yin was satisfied but increasingly curious about the 6th floor. Everyone patiently waited for Su Wei to emerge. The people from Yuqing had strong confidence in Su Wei's strength, and their gazes toward Yuqing were filled with not only hostility but also a hint of satisfaction. As long as Tang Yin lost, the shame Lin Xiao suffered would not only be avenged but also severely humiliate Yuqing. Of course, it was just the 4 from Yuqing who thought this way. The onlookers also held a pessimistic view of Yuqing. They had heard that Lu Ji was the best in Yuqing, yet after just one encounter, he was slapped multiple times by Yao Yuan. If the first was so weak, what could Tang Yin accomplish? Time passed second by second, and half an hour later, the originally calm Absolute Kill Tower suddenly resounded with a bang. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see a door opening on the 5th floor, and next to the door, there was a display showing the number 2. Chapter 89. Without lingering, Tang Yin unleashed the shadow step and dashed forward. Crack! After just a few steps, a bronze path half a meter ahead suddenly sank, revealing a water pit, and dozens of spikes shot up from below in an instant. Tang Yin maintained his speed, slightly adjusted his body to the right, and jumped over the spikes. Crack! Just as he landed, a stone beside him suddenly opened up, and 6 bronze pillars surged out from inside the stone. Tang Yin remained vigilant, sensing the movement, and leaped again as soon as he landed, stepping on the top bronze pillar to jump forward, narrowly avoiding disaster. At this moment, Tang Yin was in awe of the design of the killing tower, admiring it deeply. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have surely fallen into the trap of the recent chain maneuver. Taking a deep breath and gathering all his energy, he once again employed the phantom step and dashed forward. Within less than 100 meters, Tang Yin had already experienced 8 ground collapses and 6 consecutive attacks. Boom! After a few more steps, a copper wall about 1.5 meters high suddenly sprang up from the copper path, blocking Tang Yan's way. At the same time, Tang Yan's hair stood on end. He quickly grasped the copper wall, pulled himself up, and leaped onto it. However, the spot he had just stood on had already sunk down, and over a dozen sharp spikes had emerged in perfect coordination. Chapter 90. However, She found it difficult to explain such a reason and smiled faintly while making up a story. You all place bets just to win a little money. That doesn't make you real gamblers, more like small-time traders. A true gambler bets small to win big, seeking wealth and danger. Wan Fei's remarks left everyone stunned. The dealer was the first to react, immediately shouting, Miss Wan is right. The highest state of gambling is to suddenly gain immense wealth and turn your life around. Is anyone betting on young Master Tang to win? Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind, and some even began to suspect that Wan Fei was a plant. A slightly mocking voice suddenly chimed in. Since Miss Wan is a true gambler, according to your words, you should bet on him to clear the challenge. Wan Fei turned to look in the direction of the voice, and her face instantly showed a hint of coldness upon seeing a seductive-looking woman. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Miss Zhao. I'm not a qualified gambler, and if I bet on him to clear the challenge and win with a 100-fold payout, the dealer might not be able to afford it. Would Miss Zhao be willing to cover the cost then? The woman referred to as Miss Zhao was named Zhao Yuqian, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family from Fangcheng. Not only was she at the third rank of the profound stage, but her appearance was also enchanting, with a slender waist and round hips that left one imagining endlessly with just a glance. Chapter 91. Unconvinced, Tang Yin took a deep breath, activated the phantom step, and prepared to test a copper man. Bang, 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 bang. He quickly approached his target and delivered a powerful blow from the fifth fist of the Thousand Mountains to the copper man. Thud, thud. Two muffled sounds came through as the copper man's body staggered back 2 steps, but had little effect. The remaining 7 copper men simultaneously swung their copper rods at Tang Yin. Feeling the overwhelming momentum, Tang Yin was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the speed of the copper men was not slow, and they coordinated perfectly. Even though Tang Yin tried his best to dodge, one of the copper rods still swept past him, tearing a piece of his clothing. Tang Yin's brows furrowed tightly. The strength of the copper men was probably at the first rank of the profound stage. Although it was somewhat inferior to his own strength, there was one point that couldn't be overlooked. The copper men felt no pain. No matter what tricks you used, they would not dodge, but would only attack relentlessly. The 8 copper men worked together seamlessly. The power unleashed by a united team was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Tang Yin's gaze was sharp as he quickly scanned the 8 copper men. These copper men were indestructible. If he fought them head-on, he would definitely be worn out. Chapter 92. However, Tang Yin did not deny the dangers of the 5th level. Without experiencing bloody battles and lacking rich combat experience, completing this path would be several times more difficult than the 4th level. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin's gaze landed on the passage to the 6th level, and he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He had a strange feeling that there was something in the 6th level that was very attractive to him. Tang Yin was somewhat curious about why he felt this way. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face, as the source of this feeling seemed to come from the heavenly creation fire. At this moment, the heavenly creation fire in Tang Yin's dantian began to flicker intermittently. Although the frequency was not fast, such an alien entity would not easily show any abnormal signs. Any slight movement was immediately detected by Tang Yin. Adjusting his state, Tang Yin walked into the passage, heading towards the 6th level. As he reached the 6th level, a wave of heat rushed toward him. Tang Yin could clearly feel that the speed of the flickering of the heavenly creation fire was becoming increasingly lively. Curiously surveying the 6th level, it appeared quite peculiar compared to the 5th level below. On the north wall, the powerful characters Refining Soul were carved. Meanwhile, the ground was marked with circular dots, converging towards the center like a target. Chapter 93. Huh? Could it be that the killing tower has malfunctioned? The doors to the 2nd and 3rd levels were completely silent. Where did that earlier sound of the door opening come from? Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed youth immediately exclaimed. Shut up. Someone around him immediately reprimanded. The 6th level. With this person's voice, everyone's gaze turned towards the 6th level. Above the 6th level, a tall figure stood, dressed in immaculate white clothing. Looking at the confident young man, the crowd couldn't help but rub their eyes. Once they confirmed that it was indeed Tang Yin, the crowd immediately erupted. 10 points. Another shout came from the crowd, causing everyone to be stunned, and they collectively turned to look at the side of the 6th level door. The enormous 10 made everyone unable to close their mouths for a long time. No one had entered the 6th level for many years. And today, not only had someone entered the 6th level, but they had also cleared it. Even more difficult to accept was that the one who cleared it was from Yun City. We won. Sister, that's 10 million taels of silver. Chong Ying reacted and shouted excitedly. The dealer, still in a daze, was suddenly startled awake by Chong Ying's words, contemplating whether to run. But seeing Wan Fei's gaze fixed on him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 94. Su Wei cast a resentful glance at Tang Yin and coldly said, I hope I don't see you at the grand competition. Stop being so sentimental and hurry up. Dan Dan Uget. Looking at Tang Yan's annoying expression, Su Wei was so furious she almost spat blood. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yao Qian's face was as dark as water. Knowing that the city lord was unwilling to stay longer, gritting her teeth, she shouted, Yuqing is not as good as Yun City. 2 more times. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Tang Yin kindly reminded from the side. With an increasingly resentful gaze at Tang Yin, Su Wei gritted her teeth and continued shouting. Yuqing is not as good as Yun City. Yuqing is not as good as Yun City. The mountain does not turn, the water does. We'll see each other at the grand competition. Let's go. Yao Qian threw out a harsh remark and turned to leave. Su Wei and the others hurriedly followed with their heads down. Seeing the people from Yuqing leave, everyone present knew that Yun City and Yuqing had completely torn their faces apart. This time, at the Eastern Region Grand Competition, the youth from the 2 cities would undoubtedly have a fierce battle. However, most people did not have high hopes for Yun City. They had provoked Yuqing this time, and when the youths from Yun City faced those from Yuqing, they would surely suffer retaliation from Yuqing. The one feeling the most satisfied was undoubtedly Lin Xiao. Su Wei's 3 shouts were increasingly pleasant to hear. Moreover, he did not feel much pressure. His daughter was already at the 2nd rank of the profound stage, and her fighting skills were improving rapidly, making her combat power not weak. Chapter 95. A flame suddenly jumped out in front of Tang Yin, deep blue and mysterious. Tang Yin surveyed the heavenly creation fire, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. The fusion of the soul-refining fire had deepened his understanding of the fire control technique, while also clarifying its function. It could refine the soul, enhance mental strength, and briefly affect the enemy's state of mind. Although it had already been refined by Tang Yin, the abilities of the soul-refining fire were entirely absorbed by the heavenly creation fire. Feeling the soul pressure brought by the flames, Tang Yan's heart stirred. Didn't this mean that not only had he gained a life-saving skill, but he could also self-refine his soul in the future? The stronger the soul power, the stronger the mental power, which is crucial for alchemy. As an alchemist, Tang Yin naturally understood its preciousness, suppressing his overwhelming joy. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and continued his training. With 9 days remaining, he needed to seize every moment to improve. When Tang Yin awoke from his training again, the sky was already bright. Although Yun City had been looked down upon for years, the news of Tang Yin passing the 6th floor of the Absolute Kill Tower spread like wildfire, and within a day, the whole city knew. The name Tang Yin was remembered by many. Chapter 96. Well, you've been practicing in the yard for 8 days without a chance to talk about the Eastern Region Grand Competition. I originally planned to call you out directly, but I didn't expect you to come out first, Lin Xiao said with a smile. After inviting the 2 into the courtyard and taking their seats, Tang Yin began to pour tea. Lin Xiao explained, in this Eastern Region Grand Competition, the most prestigious are Fong City, Qing City, and Song City. If nothing unexpected occurs, people from these 3 cities will enter the Azure Dragon Academy. Next is Yu City, where some believe Su Wei might be selected. Only our Yun City is still looked down upon. That's too much. A bunch of narrow-minded guys. This time, we'll show them, Lin Dongxue said angrily. What kind of powerful figures are there in those 3 cities to have such high praise? Tang Yin focused on the key point and asked curiously. We have always ranked at the bottom in the Eastern Region Grand Competition, and we rarely participate in activities organized by the Eastern Region. So you don't know much about other cities. Fong City has Fong Xian and Chenggong. Qing City has Dushu, and Song City has Song Zhe. They are collectively known as the 4 young masters of the Eastern Region, with strengths above the 4th rank of the profound stage. Having such strength among the younger generation is considered genius throughout the entire listening fragrance. Chapter 97. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao focused his energy and prepared to engage. Being an old hand, he knew Tang Yin's movements were somewhat erratic, so he extended his spiritual sense, weaving threads to entangle Tang Yin and capture his every move. Bang! Just as Lin Xiao expected, Tang Yan's attack trajectory changed again. Luckily, Lin Xiao had been prepared. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly under Tang Yan's relentless double strike. After the double strike, you must be catching your breath now, Lin Xiao thought triumphantly. Just as he was about to launch an attack, his mind trembled again. Tang Yin did not pause. After a turn, an elbow struck directly at his heart. This elbow was as fast as lightning and as forceful as thunder. Having already exhausted his power with 2 uninterrupted counterattacks, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming force that he couldn't resist. Unable to withstand it, he could only evade, quickly retreating 3 steps. After dodging Tang Yan's strike, Lin Xiao's face flushed. He had used his 4th rank of the profound stage strength, but was still forced back by Tang Yan's attack. If this got out, where'd he put his face? Be careful. Lin Xiao now put away all underestimations and began to look at Tang Yin as an equal opponent. Gathering his qi, he stepped forward, his palm quickly forming a circle in the air, launching a profound stage martial technique at Tang Yin. Chapter 98. Although Lin Xiao felt extremely embarrassed, he spoke with a righteous tone. In this Eastern region grand competition, talent abounds. I believe many will showcase low-grade profound stage martial techniques. This is just a simple test. Tang Yin was also surprised. Although his speed was fast and his combat strength strong, these advantages were not significant against absolute power. Lin Xiao himself was unaware that during this battle with Tang Yin, his mindset had changed multiple times. Initially, he just wanted to gauge Tang Yin's strength. When Tang Yin forced him to use his 4th rank of the profound stage, he felt a mix of contempt and curiosity. When Tang Yin first perfectly connected his moves, Lin Xiao was astonished and began to take Tang Yin seriously. When Tang Yin flawlessly linked martial techniques and moves, he had already recognized Tang Yin's strength. When Tang Yan's moves precisely targeted his weaknesses, even using his 4th rank strength, he could only match Tang Yin evenly. He no longer thought of testing Tang Yin's strength, but rather of winning or losing. A ground-level master, although only using the 4th rank of the profound stage strength, thinking of winning or losing against a 3rd-rank martial artist. If this got out, it would indeed be hard to believe. Chapter 99. Does Miss Lin hope I win or not? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Of course, I hope you win. I'm not sure on money, so I won't bet. Tang Yin refused. What do you want then? Lin Dongxue asked, eyes wide. Tang Yin didn't want to bet with Lin Dongxue. If he won, it would be fine. But if he didn't, he would have to take a burden along for half a month of training. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. After a moment, Tang Yin smiled and said, if I win, let us stick to the wager we made before. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Lin Dongxue immediately recalled the bet they made on Tsangyan Mountain about who was faster, where she lost her first kiss. Why is this guy bringing up such an embarrassing thing? Looking at the young man before her, with a charming smile on his handsome face, giving a sense of tranquility, Lin Dongxue almost unconsciously nodded. All right, it's a deal. What did you bet on before? Lin Xiao asked curiously upon hearing their conversation. Not telling you. Lin Dongxue replied shyly, and Tang Yin also dared not speak the truth. Lin Xiao didn't mind and looked at Tang Yin, saying, your strength is formidable, and you are hard to match within the same rank. But in the Eastern region grand competition, you will encounter various troublesome opponents. Remember to be careful. Chapter 100. Putting aside his thoughts, Tang Yin continued to admire the scenery outside the pavilion. In the distance, the lake shimmered with light. Countless small boats glided leisurely across the water, and faint sounds of silk and bamboo music echoed around. In this beautiful scene, Tang Yin casually said, when reaching the end of the water, I sit and watch the clouds rise. The old man, who had originally been gazing at the scenery, trembled upon hearing Tang Yan's words, and the frown on his face eased somewhat. At this moment, Shunshan was surprised. When reaching the end of the water, I sit and watch the clouds rise. These 2 short lines revealed a broad-mindedness that instantly opened one's heart. This young man had just been staring at his grandson. Could it be that he noticed something and composed poetry to comfort him? It seems the young master has also noticed my grandson's condition. Such talent is truly admirable. Shunshan stood up and cupped his hands toward Tang Yin. Hearing the old man's words, Tang Yin was somewhat taken aback. He had merely recited a poem casually. Of course, from the old man's words, Tang Yin also inferred that this elder's grandson had not found a suitable cultivation method. Don't be discouraged, old man. Nothing is at its end. Perhaps there will be a turn of events. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. Mountains heavy and waters deep, doubtless no road ahead. Willow dark and flowers bright. Yet another village. Tang Yin recited 2 lines of poetry, and Shun Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 101, the Wuxiang Hanjing. Upon seeing the name of this martial art written by Tang Yin, Shun Shan felt a vague anticipation in his heart. Tang Yan's impressive calligraphy also made him trust the young man a bit more. As the saying goes, seeing a letter is like meeting the person. Someone who can write such elegant characters surely wouldn't be malicious enough to play tricks on him. After Tang Yin filled an entire sheet of paper, he finally laid down the brush and clapped, laughing done. Hearing this, Shun Shan waved his sleeve, and a warm force instantly dried the ink, allowing him to pick up the Wuxiang Hanjing and read it carefully. Having long surpassed the heavenly realm, Shun Shan's understanding of martial arts was extraordinary. After reading through Tang Yan's technique from beginning to end, he closed his eyes to ponder whether it would be suitable for his grandson. As he contemplated, Shun Shan felt quite surprised. While he couldn't guarantee it would solve all problems, the general outline indeed seemed correct. If this martial art was real, its value could surpass that of heavenly realm techniques. After all, rarity adds value. While heavenly realm techniques are precious, there are quite a few in the world. How should he thank this young man? After thinking for a long time, Shun Shan awkwardly realized he didn't know what kind of return gift to offer. Chapter 102. Although the crowd was extremely crowded, these two had a relatively comfortable space to move beside them. However, the strange scene went unnoticed by those around, as if everyone failed to see that no one was pushing him beside them. "Grandpa, how strong is Brother Tang? Didn't you sense it yesterday?" The boy beside the old man asked. "No, that young man's mental strength is very strong, and the martial art he practices is quite peculiar, without any spiritual energy fluctuations," Shun Shan replied, frowning. He felt a genuine curiosity about Tang Yin. How could there be such an oddity in this tiny place in the eastern region? Brother Tang is so powerful. He should be from Fong City, but why haven't I seen him? Shen Yi stared with bright, dark eyes, constantly looking towards Fong City. The ranking of the cities in the eastern region is Fong City, Qing City, Song City, Yu City, and Yun City. It's very likely he's in Fong City, Qing City, or Song City. You should look closely, Shun Shan said lovingly, his eyes revealing an undeniable surprise. Initially, he had some doubts about the martial art Tang Yin provided. But after a night of practice, his grandson not only felt much less discomfort, but also directly advanced to the second rank of the Yuan stage. Chapter 103. Each contestant drew a number ranging from 1 to 20. Each number was held by 2 people, and those with the same number would be opponents in this duel. The order of competition was arranged according to the draw. "Now, may I invite the talent holding number 1 to the stage?" Fong Wentian announced loudly. Lu Ji gritted his teeth and walked onto the stage holding the plaque. Tang Yin glanced over and saw Yao Yuan from Yu City standing up with a smile. The onlookers were momentarily stunned at seeing the 2 contestants, followed by a burst of laughter. "That's the first person from Yun City, and opposite him is Yao Yuan from Yu City. Don't underestimate young Master Lu. A few days ago, he slapped Yao Yuan's palm dozens of times. Yun City not only has poor strength, but also bad luck. They're going to lose face in the first battle." Seeing his opponent, Lu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Yao Yuan had left a psychological shadow on him. If one party concedes, the other must stop attacking. "The match begins," Fong Wentian ordered loudly. "Young Master Lu, we meet again," Yao Yuan said with a sneer, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Umph." Lu Ji coldly snorted, but he clearly lacked confidence. Chapter 104. Indeed, the mountains do not turn, the waters do. "We meet again. I wonder if young Master Tang remembers me. Suimo? Su wei smiled slightly. Of course I remember. Didn't you just lose to me a few days ago?" Tang Yin replied with an innocent expression. Su Wei felt a heaviness in his chest, almost as if he were about to spit blood from anger. He never expected Tang Yin to have such low emotional intelligence and to speak so loudly. A surge of resentment arose in his heart, and he secretly vowed to humiliate Tang Yin once the match began. "Dang Dang, how many moves do you think you can withstand from me?" Su Wei asked disdainfully, suppressing his anger. "Oh, how many moves do you think I can withstand, young Master Su?" "Dang Dang Gao De." Hearing this, Su Wei laughed. "How about a bet, young Master Tang? What does young Master Su want to bet on?" "That you can last 20 moves under my hands," Su Wei said proudly, standing with his hands behind his back. "If you can last 20 moves, I will give you 1,000 taels of silver for each additional move you endure. But if you lose within 20 moves, you must shout Yun City is not as good as you City 3 times in front of everyone." Su Wei's voice was neither loud nor soft, but enough for many to hear. In the blink of an eye, Su Wei's words spread quickly, and soon everyone in the eastern region who came to watch knew about the bet Su Wei had set. Chapter 105. Tang Yin swiftly raised his knee and kicked Su Wei hard in the abdomen. The true energy Su Wei was about to gather was instantly dissipated. A dull pain surged from his dantian, making it impossible to circulate his true energy for a short time. In just one round, Su Wei found himself at a disadvantage. And in the following 3 moves, he was beaten to pieces. Tang Yin before him was like a wild beast, radiating a fierce energy. And with his true energy already disrupted, although he was unwilling, conceding was undoubtedly the best choice. Su Wei was a very decisive person. Once he made up his mind to concede, he was about to say it, but before he could, a powerful hand gripped his throat. The entire arena gradually quieted down. Everyone's mouths dropped open, their eyes filled with shock. The often underestimated Yun City had actually turned the tables in this round. Didn't they say that the gap between realms was like a mountain? How could Tang Yin completely suppress Su Wei, who was 2 ranks higher? Slap! A crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed, resonating in the quiet square. This slap also awakened the onlookers, looking at the proud young man standing on the stage. A complex look flashed in the eyes of the crowd. The slap he delivered washed away all the humiliation Lu Ji had brought to Yun City. Chapter 106. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Yao Qian's body trembled with anger, and a strong killing intent erupted. Fang Wentian felt a headache coming on. How did such a calamity emerge from Yun City? Just as he was feeling helpless, the elder Mo Bin sitting beside him coughed. "Young man, young master, Su has lost his fighting capability, and the competition must continue. How about giving me some face and stopping here? 200 million taels of silver is too much. Let us change it to 20 million taels. What do you think?" Hearing the elder of the Qinglong Academy speak, Tang Yin realized that if he continued to make a scene, it would surely provoke dissatisfaction from various forces. His goal of washing away Yun City's shame had already been achieved, so he said, "I will follow Elder Mo's arrangements." "City Lord Yao, what do you think?" Seeing Tang Yin agree, Mo Bin turned to look at Yao Qian. Although Yao Qian didn't want to part with even the 20 million taels, he had to nod in agreement to Mo Bin's proposal, despite his reluctance. "Thank you, Elder Mo, for mediating." Seeing the conclusion of the matter, Tang Yin smiled faintly, discreetly Jiechu Su Wei de Jinzhi, and bowed to the audience before heading towards Yun City. Watching Tang Yin walk down the stage, people's opinions about Yun City changed significantly. Chapter 107. Lin Dongxue was relentless, her steps unfolding as she pressed the attack. Zhao Yuqian, not weak in strength, quickly adjusted her mindset to meet her. The 2 stunning beauties engaged in fierce combat on stage, drawing everyone's attention. As the battle deepened, people were surprised to find that Zhao Yuqian, whom they had believed would win, was actually being pressured by the girl from Yun City. Every move was sharp and decisive. Both young women had undergone rigorous training. However, Lin Dongxue had slightly better eyesight, managing to strike at her opponent's weaknesses most of the time, which was indeed rare. On the judges' panel, Mo Bin exclaimed in admiration. Mo Lao praised her, saying that the talents of Qing Xiang were abundant, and the young girl still had a long way to go. Lin Xiaoqian humbly responded. On stage, under a beautifully cunning attack from Lin Dongxue, Zhao Yuqian finally could not hold on and revealed a flaw. Lin Dongxue seized the opportunity and sent Zhao Yuqian flying with a palm strike, causing her to fall to the ground and not get up. Yun City's Lin Dongxue wins. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the old man in red robes. This year's performance from Yun City was indeed extraordinary. "Thank you for the match," Lin Dongxue said with a fist salute, turning to walk off the stage. "Congratulations." Tang Yin smiled as he saw Lin Dongxue return, having just experienced a fierce battle. Lin Dongshue's breath was still somewhat hurried, her face flushed with victory as she smiled and said, "Tang Yin, did you see any shortcomings in my fight?" Chapter 108. The next day, in the morning, Tang Yin regained his composure after practicing. After arriving at Fang City, he dedicated himself fully to training, and with a large supply of medicinal pills, his strength had reached the peak of the third rank of the mysterious stage. After washing up, Tang Yin went to the city lord's courtyard. "Let's go eat," Lin Xiaoqian called out with a smile. "Is Lu Ji not coming today?" Tang Yin asked upon seeing only Lin Dongxue and Lin Xiaoqian in the courtyard. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I already know about your encounter with Lu Jing in Sangyun Mountain. Lu Ji has gone where he should go." Hearing this, Tang Yan's heart tightened. Lu Ji must have gone to meet his second uncle. "Thank you, City Lord," Tang Yin said with a fist salute. "The Lu family deserves what they get. It's better not to mention it." Lin Xiaoqian waved his hand and smiled. "Let me tell you about today's great competition." Danzan note that. Listening as Lin Xiaoqian explained the rules while walking. Just like yesterday, it would be a draw for duels. Due to half the participants being gone, the morning would have 20 enter 10, and the afternoon would have 10 enter 5. The final 5 would have their rankings determine the day after tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian briefly explained, continuing, "Today, there will be an unprecedented grand betting event." "Bets?" Tang Yin became interested and asked with a smile, "What are we betting on?" Chapter 109. The suddenly transmitted voice left everyone in a moment of daze. Could it be an auditory hallucination from Zizhu City? Such a prestigious force. How could it have anything to do with Tang Yin? At the same time, the two giants betting on Tang Yin startled everyone. Could it be that Tang Yin is an extraordinary expert? However, in a moment, everyone relaxed. Perhaps it was simply to boost Tang Yan's reputation. After all, with the financial power of the two major forces, if they were sure Tang Yin would win, why not bet a few 100 million taels of silver? They just didn't know what the relationship between the two major forces and Tang Yin was. With the bets from the two major forces, Tang Yan's name jumped directly to the top on the board. Hearing about the bet of 50 million taels of silver, Tang Yan's mind conjured the image of Ziyun's mature and graceful figure. This girl is really willing to spend money. It turned out that there were distinguished guests from Zizhu City in our city, which is an honor. If we haven't been hospitable, please don't hold it against us. If you have time after the competition, please come to my residence for a chat. Fong Wentian stood up and cupped his hands towards a middle-aged man. City Lord Fong is being polite. The square-faced man politely responded. Lin Xiaoqian's face twitched. Tang Yin had been low-key for so many years. But this sudden emergence of connections was too shocking. Miao Danfang's Goming was still in Yun City, although he didn't know why they were connected with Tang Yin. Being so close, it was possible he was entrusted by old Master Tang. Wan Fei said without a moment's hesitation. Hearing Wan Fei's resolute tone, Chung Gong showed a hint of disdain on his face. The difference between ranks is like the difference between mountains. Tang Yan's last victory was entirely due to luck and Su Wei's carelessness. Moreover, I've heard that Song Qing often hires assassins to assassinate Song Qing to train him. In such a perverse environment, Song Qing's overall combat power is quite strong. For Tang Yin to win, his chances are nearly zero. Upon hearing Chung Gong's analysis, Fong Xian nodded. Song Qing's strength is indeed impressive. He and Qing City's Sun Long should be about evenly matched. For Tang Yin to win, his chances are indeed slim. With Fong Xian's endorsement, everyone became even more convinced of Tang Yan's impending defeat. Wan Fei smiled disdainfully, choosing not to argue. Previously, when she was in a desperate situation, Tang Yin had saved her with his 9th grade, yellow-level strength. 10 days ago, Tang Yin had cleared the Killing Tower, something that had never been accomplished in the entire Eastern region's history. Yesterday, Tang Yin had crushed a 3rd-rank Mysterious Stage expert with his 1st-rank Mysterious Stage strength. Today, he was also heavily bet upon by the 3 major forces. Did they really think Tang Yin had come this far just by luck? On the arena, Tang Yin assessed the young man in green before him, whose physique was slender, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his heart. Chapter 111. Crack. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed along Song Qing's wrist. Song Qing felt immense shame and anger. He had thought that using strength and speed to overwhelm Tang Yin in a smooth and enjoyable fight would showcase his fighting skills. But who knew it would turn into a joke? Gathering his true energy, he intended to launch another attack, but Tang Yin had already arrived first. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce clash. It could be said that it was a clash, but it was more like Tang Yan's fighting showcase. Under Tang Yan's rapid and fluid assault, Song Qing, known for his rich combat experience, was forced into a position where he could only defend, showing clear signs of defeat. Bang! As Tang Yin, who was executing rapid strikes, suddenly unleashed the Thousand Mountain Fist Many people's hearts shook violently. The moves and martial skills were perfectly integrated. Could it be the heart of combat? Upon seeing Tang Yan's martial skills and moves flow seamlessly together, Mo Bin actually stood up from the table. The heart of combat? Several city lords exchanged shocked glances. This not only required astonishing talent, but also various factors such as timing and location to trigger it. What had Tang Yan experienced that allowed him to comprehend even the heart of combat? Bang! Song Qing, who had been continuously suppressed by Tang Yan, could no longer withstand it and was kicked away by Tang Yan, crashing heavily onto the stage. Chapter 112. The Lin family's girl is quite good, really good. Montak bin pleased. Hearing Mo Lao praise his daughter several times, Lin Xiaoqian felt overjoyed. Mo Lao had likely already taken a liking to Lin Dongshua's talent. He humbly replied, Mo Lao is overly praising. This girl was just flailing around. Mo Lao shook his head, denying Lin Xiaoqian's modesty, and continued to praise. This is not flailing. Although Miss Lin is one rank lower than Sun Long, every time she strikes, she can accurately find his weaknesses during his attacks. The speed of the attack is very quick, although there is some gap compared to Tang Yan. Having such combat experience compared to ordinary martial artists is already rare and precious. The two new talents from Guay City have similar fighting styles, which must have been guided by City Lord Lin. To be able to teach such talents, City Lord Lin is truly dedicated. When Fong Wentian and the others heard Mo Bin mention Tang Yan again, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that old Mo has secretly decided on the two contestants from Yin City? Lin Xiao felt very embarrassed in his heart. He knew his own family situation best. After painstakingly training Lin Dongxue for more than 10 years, she was just slightly better than ordinary family disciples. But there was still a significant gap from being outstanding. Without Tang Yan, Lin Dongshua's chances of winning in the second round of duels were extremely slim. Chapter 113. From the shape of Tang Yan's lips, Wan Fei could guarantee 1,000 times that Tang Yan was saying, "Auntie, congratulations. Damn it, I'm only 22 this year. Okay, last time on Sungyan Mountain, I looked so embarrassed you could call me that. But now how do I look like an ant?" Struggling to suppress the impulse to fight her savior, she shot a fierce glare at Tang Yan and returned to her seat in Fong City. Tang Yan clearly read the underlying message in Wan Fei's eyes. "Oh, Miss Wan Fei, even after winning, your expression is still so unpleasant?" Fong Xian joked as he saw Wan Fei coming over, though a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. Mind your own business." Wan Fei was in a bad mood and replied harshly, "Haha, this time in the Eastern region competition, our Fong City can occupy 3 of the top 5. Cheng Gong laughed. The people from Song City thought the same before, and what happened? They lost. Wan Fei replied with indifference. "Oh, does Miss Wan Fei think Tang Yan can surpass Fong Xian or me?" Cheng Gong's heart vaguely ignited with anger. There are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Young Master Cheng, please do not underestimate your opponent. Cheng Gong laughed in anger, stood up, and said, "I'll go see what number that kid is and try to meet him." Chapter 114. The voice was crisp and loud, but not pleasant to the ear. At least the people from Fong City felt offended. Cheng Gong was not foolish. After experiencing dizziness twice, it was clearly not a coincidence. He looked at Tang Yan with considerable caution and charged at him again. Great fire explosion. The martial skill was once again unleashed by Cheng Gong. Unrepentant, Tang Yan snorted lightly, and after 3 turns, he launched the 4th punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist towards Cheng Gong. A bone-white flame flickered and disappeared. Although Cheng Gong had been very cautious, the soul-refining fire was indeed a heavenly spiritual fire, which was difficult for ordinary people to guard against. The dizziness returned, and his true energy was somewhat scattered. Bang! Already in poor condition, Cheng Gong finally couldn't hold on against Tang Yan's attack and was forced back several steps. Tang Yan stepped forward and punched again. "Stop!" Bang! Before Fong Wentian could finish his sentence, Tang Yan's fist had already landed on Cheng Gong. This punch was not polite. Cheng Gong was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath and unable to get up. A badge rolled off him, clearly marked with the number 5. At this time, the 3rd match had already ended, and Du Shu from Qing City won. "What happened?" Fong Wentian asked sternly. "Dang dan se in wa li." Didn't you all see when Cheng Gong came looking for trouble? Stepping forward, he calmly said, "Young Master Cheng had urgent matters last night and wanted to end the process early, seeing that my badge was the same as his. He wanted to spar with me on the stage." Chapter 115. Momentum. Although in his previous life, Tang Yin had a wide range of knowledge, these were two different worlds, and the concept of martial arts was also different. In this continent, martial arts were revered, and the development of martial arts was extremely prosperous. Many things simply did not exist on Earth. This is something my master did not mention. Tang Yin asked, "Why do you bring this up, senior?" Although he had only known Tang Xiao for a short time, they felt like old acquaintances. As they were about to part, "Let me share some insights that I hope will help you," Shen Shan said. "Thank you, senior." Tang Yin hurriedly bowed in thanks. Shen Shan pondered for a moment and said, "Momentum represents a person's qualities and spirit. The earlier you understand momentum and find your own, the more you can condense it during your cultivation, turning it into your own use and awakening your potential." Tang Yin listened and contemplated. In his previous life, many people had expounded on the importance of momentum. For example, in battle, courage is important. It builds up, then declines, and eventually exhausts. The courage mentioned here is a kind of momentum which can affect the outcome of a war. However, this was just a superficial explanation, and Tang Yin still knew nothing about how to form momentum, so he could only quietly listen to Shun Shan's explanation. Chapter 116. Shun Shan sighed and said, "Although Tang Yin seems easygoing on the surface, he has his own character. It is obviously impossible for him to willingly be recruited by our Chi Pavilion. It would be better to maintain a gentlemanly friendship for now. When he goes to the Northern Spirit Realm and recognizes the gap between himself and the geniuses, we can invite him to Chi Pavilion again, and the success rate will be much higher." "Will he really go to the Northern Spirit Realm?" Shen He asked again. The golden scaled fish is not just an ordinary creature. A small place like the Listening Fragrance Nation is not enough to trap Tang Yin. "Let's go. It's time to go home." Having said that, Shen Shan stood in the corridor and blew a strange whistle toward Purple Heart Lake. Immediately, a shadow swooped down from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an enormous flying spiritual beast. Each wing of the bird was nearly 3 meters long, and with its body, it measured a full 7 meters. Fortunately, it was getting late, and this place had been reserved by him, so no one noticed. Pulling Shun He onto the flying beast, it spread its wings and quickly flew westward. Meanwhile, at Purple Heart Lake, in a pavilion, 4 young men of different temperaments surrounded a table drinking wine. They were the 4 young masters of the eastern region. However, this time when the 4 gathered, the atmosphere was not as lively as before, and the room was shrouded in a faint gloom. "We thought we had a sure win in the top 5 of the eastern region, but we didn't expect such a turn of events." Fang Xian broke the silence and spoke first. Chapter 117. Lin Xiao sighed slightly in his heart, but did not stop it. He knew that there was still a gap between Dong Shui and Tang Yin. Directly conceding would leave Tang Yin some energy and trump cards, which was also the best choice. "Tang Yin, my daughter has made such a big concession. You must perform well in this competition." Lin Dongshua's actions made some people feel a bit uneasy. In Fang City's seat, Fang Xian looked at Tang Yin with some caution. Lin Dongshua's strength was not bad, and conceding so decisively only indicated that Tang Yan's strength was superior. Du Shu, who had already taken the stage, cast a glance at Tang Yin, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. "Stop staring. You have no chance to duel with him." Wan Fei smiled slightly, her mature charm radiating under the sunlight. Du Shu looked at Wan Fei with interest and said, "So confident? I wonder, Miss Wan Fei, how sure are you of winning the championship?" Winning the championship is not very realistic, but getting into the top 3 is definitely not difficult. Upon hearing Wan Fei's words, a serious look appeared in Du Shu's eyes. Only by defeating herself could Wan Fei be considered in the top 3. Who gave her that confidence? "The duel begins," the old man in red announced loudly. After Fang Xian's analysis yesterday, when fighting Wan Fei, the moves must be quick. Chapter 118. Tang Yin, go for it. Lin Dongxue waved her fist. "For the bet. I will also do my best." Dan Dan Win Ge. Seeing Tang Yan's mischievous smile, Lin Dongxue knew exactly what he was thinking. She lightly snorted and ignored him. Stepping onto the arena, Tang Yin cupped his hands towards Fang Xian, who stood opposite him, and said, "Yin City Tang Yin, please give me your guidance." Fang Xian returned the courtesy. The duel began. With a command from the elder in the red robe, the atmosphere shifted. "I must say, you are quite lucky to have 2 women consecutively give up their matches for you," Fang Xian said in a gentle tone, but his words were laced with sarcasm. Tang Yin naturally caught the hidden jibe. recognizing that Fang Xian was mocking him for relying on women to get this far. Smiling slightly, Tang Yin retorted, "Compared to the luck of drawing lots with young Master Fang, my luck is still a bit lacking." A flash of sharpness crossed Fang Xian's eyes. "Indeed, my luck is better than yours, because your good fortune is about to run out." After saying that, Fang Xian's aura surged. The peak 4th rank Xian stage breath erupted in an instant, and he charged towards Tang Yin like a swift wind, his momentum overwhelming. So strong. The crowd gasped as they sensed the peak 4th rank aura. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed, cautiously watching Fang Xian. The man rushed over but did not immediately attack, making it difficult for Tang Yin to determine the direction of his attack. Chapter 119. Fang Xian suddenly understood why Qinggong had failed. It turned out he had been subjected to a mental attack. He had only seen a flash of flame and had not discerned what it was. Tang Yin actually didn't lose. Seeing Tang Yin still standing firm, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "What was that just now?" The Lord of Qingcheng asked curiously. "It seems to be spirit fire, but how did this kid release it?" Mo Bin was quite surprised at this moment. Spirit fire. Lin Zhao's heart trembled. Tang Yin had hidden his capabilities quite deeply, and he had not realized he had such a trump card until now. Some ability. With a wary glance at Tang Yin, Fang Xian said, "That white flame just now can actually interfere with a person's mind, but this thing must consume a lot of true energy, right? Let's see how long you can hold on." After saying that, Fang Xian moved swiftly, charging towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin sighed inwardly. His strength was too low, and his fire control technique was not high enough to unleash the true power of the soul refining fire. Fang Xian could completely suppress the influence of the soul refining fire with his 5th rank strength. In the face of absolute power, relying solely on fighting spirit and the soul refining fire was still difficult to withstand. Chapter 120. Impressive. Seeing that it was Tang Yin who held on until the end, Mo Bin clicked his tongue, looking at Tang Yin as if he had discovered a rare treasure. At this point, Fang Wentian could only sigh and say, "Brother Lin, this year your Yin city truly surprised everyone." "Haha, I've been at the bottom long enough. It's time to switch seats," Lin Xiao said, his face beaming with joy. "Since Tang Yin has won, the reward should be fulfilled now." "You old rascal, am I supposed to keep it for myself?" Fang Wentian joked, then stood up and said loudly, "The results of today's grand competition truly exceeded my expectations and also provided a valuable lesson to all martial artists. Let's congratulate Tang Yin from Yun City for winning the championship of this grand competition. This spirit gathering ring is awarded to Tang Yin. Young Master Tang, please come up to receive your prize." Tang Yin was overjoyed in his heart, walked up to the stage to receive the spirit gathering ring, thanked everyone, and then returned to Yun City's seating area. The Eastern Region Grand Competition had finally reached its conclusion. Finally, Elder Mo announced the slots for entering the Qinglong Academy. Fang Wentian declared loudly. After a round of warm applause, Mo Bin pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "To be honest, this Eastern Region Grand Competition has truly exceeded my expectations. Many talented individuals have impressed me greatly. According to tradition, we will select 5 people from this Eastern Region Grand Competition to participate in the selection for the Qinglong Academy." Chapter 121. Lin Xiao naturally understood Tang Yan's intention. The Liu family had sent Liu Jing to assassinate his daughter, and he had long marked the Liu family for death. Moreover, this young man Tang Yin had limitless potential. Although he was currently only at the 3rd rank of the Xian stage, his future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. If he could tie the Tang family and the City Lord's mansion together, it would not be a bad thing. Nodding, Lin Xiao said, "After we return this time, my City Lord's mansion will send 2/3 of our elite forces to support the Tang family." Tang Yin was overjoyed. With 2/3 of the elite forces from the City Lord's mansion, they could completely match the Liu family. "Thank you, City Lord. My Tang family will mobilize all our strength to eliminate the Liu family." The 3rd rank steed galloped continuously. Except for the time he spent talking with Lin Xiao, Tang Yin spent most of his time digesting the collapsed mountain-treading wave sword, constantly simulating this set of martial skills in his mind. After 2 days, he had thoroughly refined the technique. The Eastern Region Grand Competition had just concluded, and the 3 of them hurried back. The news of Yun City winning the championship in the Eastern Region had not yet spread, but Lin Xiao and the others had returned first. Due to the lack of prior notice, there were no celebratory scenes in Yun City. It was as calm as before they left. quietly returning. Tonight, at the 4th watch, we will act. A flash of sharpness crossed Lin Zhao's eyes. Chapter 122. This is a pill for restoring spiritual energy. Each person takes one to adjust their condition to the best. We will set off in 15 minutes. Tang Yin took out all the pills he had stored in the Tang family and distributed one to each person. Old Master Tang's eyelids twitched. These were all genuine second-tier pills, worth a fortune. Although it pained him, Old Master Tang did not stop them. Compared to the return, this bit of expenditure was entirely worth it. He took out a pill and swallowed it, adjusting his state to prepare for battle. As the watch approached halfway, Old Master Tang opened his eyes wide and roared, causing the Tang family young men to immediately enter a state of readiness. Let's go. Tang Ling waved his hand, leading the Tang family guards, charging towards the Lu family in an imposing manner. At the same time, the city lord's mansion issued a notice. The Lu family is deluded and audacious. Taking advantage of Tang Yin and Lin Dongshue's trip to Fong City for the Eastern Region Grand Competition, they secretly dispatched Lu Jing to assassinate the two. Tang and Lin are representatives of the talented individuals from Yun City, essential talents in our Eastern region. The actions of the Lu family have enraged both gods and men. Today, the City Lord's mansion, in conjunction with the Tang family of Yun City, will eradicate the Lu family. Anyone who supports the Lu family will be regarded as a traitor to the city and will be executed without mercy. Upon the release of this notice, spies from various families rushed to report, causing a collective shock among the families of Yun City. Chapter 123. In this Eastern Region Grand Competition, Tang Yin and Lin Dongxue from Yun City performed extraordinarily, establishing remarkable military achievements for Yun City. Both of them ranked in the top 5 and successfully obtained slots for the selection of the Qinglong Academy. Tang Yan's achievements were particularly outstanding, winning the championship of the Eastern Region Grand Competition. Having such a talented individual in Yun City is indeed a great fortune for Yun City. What? When the spies from various families brought back this news, the senior members of each family were once again shaken. Soon, the entire Yun City was in an uproar. The Eastern Region Grand Competition had been known for years as the bottom rank for Yun City. This time, no one had any hope, yet it brought back this news. At this moment, some clever individuals finally saw the clues. No wonder the City Lord's mansion would go to such lengths to destroy the Lu family. Winning the Eastern Region Grand Competition signified Tang Yan's extraordinary future. If they could befriend him, it would not be a bad investment. Moreover, the Lu family's assassination target was merely Tang Yan. They wouldn't be foolish enough to target Lin Dongxue. The City Lord's mansion issued this notice merely for the sake of having justification. Think it through. Some high-ranking members of the prominent family's side. All the major forces in Yun City were waiting for the Tang family to decline, hoping to take advantage of the situation. But their plans were completely overturned by Tang Yan, the notorious playboy. Chapter 124. Hearing Tang Yan's praise, Wu Xian smiled and said, "Not only did you win the championship in the competition, making a name for yourself in the Eastern region, but your words are getting sweeter too. Come here and let me taste." At this moment, the two had arrived at a small hall inside, and the atmosphere was slightly heated as they were alone together. Although Tang Yan often joked with Lin Dongxue, he was still a relatively conservative person at heart. Hearing Wu Xian's teasing, he couldn't help but blush a little. "Miss Wu Xian, is Master Ge not here?" Tang Yan awkwardly changed the subject. Hearing this, Wu Xian shot Tang Yan a glare and said angrily, "You ungrateful brat. Master Ge went to Fong City to support you, and you ran back first." Tang Yan suddenly realized that in his rush to return to Yun City, he had forgotten to say goodbye to Ge Ming. "What do you need Master Ge for?" Wu Xian asked. "Do you remember the collaboration I had with Miaodong Workshop?" Dan Dan Zip Li. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian slightly parted her lips and asked tentatively, "Could it be that you want to take back the previous formula?" Tang Yan shook his head. "Not quite. I have another elixir formula I want to collaborate on with Miaodong Workshop, but there are some additional conditions." "Do you know when Master Ge will be back?" Chapter 125. Thank you, Miss Wu Xian. Tang Yan cupped his hands in thanks. With the foundation of their previous collaboration, the signing of this contract went very smoothly. After signing the contract, Wu Xian smiled charmingly and said, "Mr. Tang, happy cooperation. In the future, if there are any elixir collaborations, the doors of Miaodong Workshop will always be open for you." "That will definitely happen." Looking at Wu Xian, Tang Yan was a bit curious about her identity. Logically speaking, the alchemists of Miaodong Workshop in Yun City did not hold much power. But the jade token she gave him allowed him to withdraw 50 million taels of silver from any Miaodong workshop. Such a sum, perhaps even Guming would not be able to readily provide. Throughout the entire negotiation process, Wu Xian maintained a calm and dignified demeanor, seemingly making decisions that could fully represent Miaodong workshop. Wu Xian's position in Miaodong workshop might even be higher than Guming's. Mr. Tang, do you have time? Why not share a few drinks together? Wu Xian asked with a smile. I'm leaving Yun City tomorrow and still have many things to handle. Tang Yin smiled and declined. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We can talk another day. Wu Xian's eyes flashed with a meaningful expression. After bidding farewell to Miaodong workshop, Tang Yin let out a sigh of relief. This time, he had paved the way for the development of the Tang family. And now he needed to focus on refining more elixirs for old Master Tang and Mo Bo. Chapter 126. Hearing this, everyone perked up and looked forward, but unfortunately, it was too far away, and all they could see were towering mountains. You will be landing soon. What awaits you next is the selection assessment for Qinglong Academy. With a light laugh, Mo Bin issued a command to the 3 green cranes, which immediately flew down. They finally landed on an enormous training ground. Tang Yin squinted his eyes. There were many people densely packed on the training ground. Tomorrow morning, the selection for Qinglong Academy will officially begin. The people down there are all contestants who have obtained a spot in the selection, Mo Bin explained. You need to stand out among this crowd to truly enter Qinglong Academy. If you fail, you will be sent home directly, and you won't even see the gates of Qinglong Academy. The landing of the 3 green cranes attracted a lot of attention, especially from Lin Dongxue and Wan Fei, who caught the eyes of many males. Find a place to rest. Be careful not to cause any trouble tonight. Anyone who stirs up trouble will have their selection qualifications revoked, Mo Bin warned. After giving the 5 a few more instructions, Mo Bin mounted his crane and left. Once Mo Bin left, Fang Xian and the others felt a bit flustered. Tang Yin quickly picked up on the psychological changes of the 4 and smiled. Let's go find a place to rest for the night. Chapter 127. Listening to the complaints of the young people below. The white-haired old man had a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, and he added slyly, of course. There are other ways to gain star values besides obtaining them from spirit beasts. Upon hearing that there were other methods, the student's eyes lit up immediately. First, everyone place the token on your forehead, the old man instructed. The crowd in the square complied. Tang Yin felt a faint white light flash by, and his forehead warmed up, but nothing else happened. Curious, he looked at Lin Dongxue and the others and found that everyone had a faint blue pentagram shape imprinted on their foreheads. With this mark on their foreheads, everyone's star value count was no longer a secret. It was clear at a glance. Star values are not exclusive to individuals. They can also be obtained from others. The old man added nonchalantly. Boom! Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed. With such a rule, competing for star values was obviously much easier than searching for spirit beasts and defeating them. And since everyone's star values were clearly displayed on their foreheads, whoever had a deeper color on their head would likely become the target of everyone else's attacks. The rule that star values could be seized pushed the intensity of competition to a new peak. Chapter 128. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yin, with his 4th grade Xian level strength, defeated 2 5th grade Xian level opponents. The gazes of the crowd toward Tang Yin were filled with intense wariness. After landing a hit, Tang Yin did not stop. He charged toward a short and thin boy nearby. The boy had not expected Tang Yin to be so fierce after taking down 2 opponents, and he was caught off guard, allowing Tang Yin to seize the opportunity. With his fighting spirit unleashed, Tang Yan's moves were fast, fierce, and unpredictable, perfectly integrating his techniques and martial arts. Even though his opponent had 5th grade strength, he still could not withstand it, and, after a few moves, he started to show signs of defeat. Seeing their comrade in trouble, the remaining 2 exchanged glances and shouted as they charged at Tang Yin. Kill! Wan Fei and the others had been closely monitoring the situation, and, upon seeing the 2 engage, Wan Fei shouted and rushed towards one of them. Dushu! Fang Xian called out, and Dushu immediately understood, teaming up with Fang Xian to intercept the other one. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of punches and kicks colliding echoed throughout the arena. Bang! The short and thin boy, under Tang Yan's torrential assault, was gradually pushed back and finally met the same fate as the first 2, being knocked away by Tang Yan's punch. Tang Yin walked over to collect the star tokens from the three and, following the old man's instructions, transferred the star values from them to his own token. Chapter 129. I did not distribute the star values equally. Rather, I emphasized that the capable get more. In our upcoming actions, we will also follow this rule. Of course, in the end, we will do our best to ensure that everyone passes the assessment, Tang Yin said seriously. The others had no objections to Tang Yin's words. Qinglong Academy is located within the imperial capital, although it is on the outskirts of the capital and several thousand miles away from the royal city. It does not affect its prestigious reputation throughout the entire Tingxiang kingdom. Qinglong Academy is also a place for cultivating talent. Over the years, its students have spread across the world, and its connections, resources, heritage, and prestige far surpass that of any family. Qinglong Academy is grand in scale, covering a vast area, and its internal environment is incredibly complex. In an elegant hall, an elderly man clad in a purple robe sat in the center of the grand hall. This man was the rarely seen headmaster of the Qinglong Academy, Xiao Tsongshan. Xiao Tsongshan had a refined appearance and a gentle smile on his face. Everyone, during your trip to select students from various regions, have you discovered any talents? He chuckled. Haha, this time in Yin City, I encountered a promising candidate named Jing Wuan. At just 21 years old, not only has he reached the 7th rank of the profound stage, but he is also a third-grade alchemist with exceptional talent, truly someone worth cultivating. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face laughed. Of course, there are a few with good potential. I plan to directly recruit them as my disciples. Seeing that everyone was interested, Mo Bin continued. Another girl named Lin Dongxue, although her strength is only at the 3rd rank of the profound stage. Her talent is extremely high. She has a very strong comprehension ability for various skills. How strong? Everyone quickly inquired. With just a little guidance, she can grasp them. Mo Bin's voice was calm, but the content he expressed made everyone uneasy. With such extraordinary insight, she can also be included in the observation list. If she is worth cultivating, the Qinglong Academy will provide strong support. Last one, it's not another girl, is it? Xiao Tsongshan asked with a smile. It's not. The last boy is named Tang Yin, also at the 3rd rank of the profound stage, but I believe this time in the selection. He will definitely make it into the top 100, Mo Bin affirmed. You're boasting too much, little brother. The impatient second elder immediately came out to criticize Mo Bin. If you don't believe it, you can check the final results, Mo Bin replied calmly. Does Tang Yin have any special physique? Xiao Tsongshan asked. No. Is he from a big family? No. He comes from the smallest city in the eastern region. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Xiao Tsongshan did not want to put Mo Bin in a difficult position and said with a gentle smile, then let us wait for 10 days. Everyone can come back to the Grand Hall, and we will see how these people rank. Chapter 131. Fang Xian was increasingly surprised. During the Eastern Region Grand Competition, he did not truly engage with Lin Dongxue, but now, when teaming up with her, he discovered that this girl's combat power was indeed very strong. They quickly tested the weakness of the giant tusk elephant. After about half an hour, the 2 giant tusk elephants fell heavily to the ground under the combined efforts of the 4. Since Fang Xian and Wan Fei had already obtained a star value from the last encounter, this time the star values dropped by the spirit beasts belonged to Lin Dongxue and Du Shu. Tang Yin, how are you doing? After dealing with the giant tusk elephants, the 4 immediately gathered around. I'm fine now. Tang Yin waved his hand, estimating that his injuries would be fully healed by tonight. By the way, the beast cores are of considerable use to me. Since Brother Tang wants them, take them, Fang Xian decisively said. We have no objections. Du Shu and the others nodded in agreement. A warm feeling flowed through Tang Yan's heart, and he smiled. Brothers share everything. How could I take something you worked hard to obtain for free? As Tang Yin finished speaking, a ray of light divided into 4 parts and flew towards the foreheads of the 4. Meanwhile, Tang Yan's previously possessed 4 star values had been cleared to 0. Before the 4 could refuse, Tang Yin immediately silenced them. 4th grade beast cores are quite valuable. I will be taking advantage if I kept them. If you don't want them, how can I have peace of mind? Chapter 132. Lin Dongxue was extremely familiar with the effects of the high spirit pills and accepted them without hesitation. Fang Xian uncorked the bottle, took a sniff near his nose, and his expression changed slightly. What pure spiritual energy! Wan Fei and Du Shu followed suit. Uncorking their bottles and mimicking Fang Xian, their hearts also slightly shaken. The rich fragrance of the pills indicated their high quality. The fact that the fragrance was concentrated and not dissipating showed that the refining technique was excellent. It could indeed compete with third-grade pills. This time, we have truly benefited from young Master Tang, Wan Fei laughed. Most of the beast cores in their hands were for sale, but they didn't really lack money. And since Tang Yan's pills were of equal value to the beast cores, they agreed to a straightforward trade. These pills have great effects and are perfect for you to use now. They can be taken continuously without losing effectiveness, Tang Yan explained with a smile. The eyes of the few shook. The fact that they could be taken continuously without affecting the effect indicated that the spiritual energy conversion of the pills was high and easier to absorb by the Dantian. In this way, the high spirit pills could truly compete with third-grade pills. They really gained an advantage this time. After collecting all 7 beast cores from the white flower tigers, Tang Yin clapped his hands and said, "Everyone come over. I want to discuss something with you." Brother Tang, speak freely, Du Shu smiled. Chapter 133. Ever since obtaining the mountain-crushing wave sword, although he had not practiced much due to time constraints, he had spent considerable time pondering this set of martial skills during his leisure. Recalling the incantation for the mountain-crushing wave sword, Tang Yin took a deep breath, focused, and slightly raised his heavy sword. The mountain-crushing wave sword, with a name that sounded grand and powerful, was impressive. As his thoughts moved, the vortex in his Dantian spun rapidly, and true energy erupted outward like a geyser. A fierce aura rose from Tang Yin, stepping with a mysterious footwork. The heavy sword raised high. He shouted fiercely as true energy wildly gathered towards the sword's body. Puff! A slight hissing sound was heard, and the true energy instantly dissipated. Tang Yin's center of gravity became unstable, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. The first practice ended in failure. The connection between the moves was still too unfamiliar, and this sword was slightly heavier than an ordinary long sword, making it difficult to handle. Tang Yin did not attempt a second practice right away, but carefully analyzed the reasons for his failure. In his previous life, he had dabbled in weaponry, but in this life, he had not used weapons for long. Some moves were simply not executable. The mountain-crushing wave sword was inherently difficult to cultivate. Any slight mistake in the moves could lead to failure. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. It was better to fully adapt to the heavy sword before diligently practicing this martial skill. Chapter 134. The birds hiding nearby were startled and flew away due to the destructive power of the martial skill. So strong, Tang Yin was quite shocked, wondering about the status of the weapon pavilion in the Northern Spirit Realm. The martial skill that Shan Shan casually gave him could unleash such formidable power. Realizing the magnitude of the disturbance, Tang Yin knew it would attract some attention, so he stored the heavy sword and activated the shadow step to run far away. A quarter of an hour later, a man and a woman landed in this area. "Young Master Bai, what do you think?" The girl in the blue dress asked as she looked at a giant crack among the scattered rocks in the valley. The tall man beside her stepped forward to carefully observe the traces left by Tang Yin and said slowly, "There are no signs of battle around. Someone must have been cultivating here. With such strong power, either that person is very strong, or someone has cultivated a high-grade martial skill. A Master Wu Ti leisurely come to this place to practice low-grade martial skills, so it must be that someone is cultivating high-grade martial skills here. If Tang Yin were present, he would be utterly astonished. This young man's deduction was spot on. Young Master Bai is indeed exceptionally intelligent. No wonder even my father praises him endlessly," the girl in the blue dress said with admiration in her eyes, giggling as she leaned closer to young Master Bai. Her voice fragrant like orchids. "What level do you think the cultivation method of that person is? Compared to young Master Bai, does that person have the ability to fight?" Chapter 135. When that group of people arrived at the edge of the swamp and saw that there was still one person here, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Tang Yin glanced at the group of 8 people, 6 men and 2 women. The weakest among them was at the 3rd rank of the Xian stage, while the strongest was a young man in a blue robe, probably at the peak of the 5th rank of the Xian stage. However, Tang Yin took a meaningful look at the young woman in white standing quietly beside the young man. From Tang Yin's perspective, although the girl's strength was only at the mid-5th rank of the Xian stage, her status seemed to be no lower than that of the young man. "Young master, we saw this plant first. If you're also interested in it, I suggest you leave," said the blue-robed young man proudly, glancing at Tang Yin. Tang Yin looked at the blue-robed young man without saying a word. constantly thinking about how to retrieve the Ling Sha that was about 70 or 80 meters away from him. Seeing that Tang Yin ignored him, the blue-robed young man became a bit irritated. "Hey kid, are you listening? Forget it. He probably just came to take a look. It's not worth getting worked up over." The young woman in white frowned and said, "The spirit herb is so far away. We should think about how to pick it." Tang Yin felt a bit displeased, glancing at the young man who was staring at him coldly, thinking to himself, "If you keep shouting, I'll just throw you into the swamp and step on you to get across." Chapter 136. The vortex in the Dantian grew larger with the impact of the spiritual energy, and the spiraling energy became even more vigorous. The meridians were also thicker than before. Fifth rank of the Xian stage. Feeling the newly born, overwhelming power, Tang Yin revealed a slight smile. It felt great to have power. Over the next few days, Tang Yin continuously searched for spirit beasts, and with his fighting spirit unleashed, he gained a huge advantage in battles. The incredible effects of the heaven and earth transformation cauldron finally became apparent. Any beast core could be quickly refined by the cauldron, providing Tang Yin with the spiritual energy for cultivation. After 5 days, Tang Yin's 5th rank strength became increasingly solidified, and he was confident that he could elevate his strength to the 6th rank within this month. During these days, Tang Yin also kept pondering the divine capture technique, and he finally began to grasp some insights. This technique shared a similar essence with the momentum he had comprehended, both using mental power to transform into a kind of force to influence others' minds. With this understanding, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He was eager to find someone to practice on. He dashed forward like lightning, searching for a target. After a short while, Tang Yin slowed down. Chapter 137. Young Master Yu. "My name is Su Inger," the young woman in white said with a charming smile. "What is Young Master you want to exchange for the beast cores?" "Dun Beals." Young Master Yu replied without hesitation. "I can guarantee that no one in this area can offer enough Dan pills for you to sell all those beast cores at once." Seeing Young Master Yu nodding in agreement, Su Inger's smile widened. "However, I have that capital." Hearing this, Yu Juechen felt a surge of joy. He thought, there is always a way out. Just when he was about to give up, a big client appeared before him. Cheerfully, he asked, "What kind of Dan pills do you intend to exchange?" Regardless of everyone's backgrounds outside, once they entered this area, they lost all contact with the outside world, and Dan pills from the outside couldn't be delivered to them. Thus, in this place, the value of Dan pills far exceeded that of the outside world. Moreover, there were quite a few spirit beasts here, and beast cores were neither rare nor particularly useful to people. Hence, the value of beast cores would be significantly diminished. Hearing Su Inger's words, Tang Yin sighed inwardly at how calculating she was. Although Yu Juechen felt uncomfortable, he certainly wouldn't let a decent customer slip away easily. With a frown, he said, "Miss Su, let us be straightforward. Just name your price." Chapter 138. The crowd couldn't understand how much of a boost beast cores could provide for Tang Yin's cultivation, thinking he was being foolish. Although Tang Yin wanted to exchange, he had very few high spirit Dan pills left. He smiled and clasped his hands to the crowd, saying, "I'm short on Dan pills and can only exchange for 4th rank beast cores for now. If you have 4th rank beast cores, one could be exchanged for 2 of my high spirit Dan pills." Those who had 4th rank beast cores were all excited to trade with Tang Yin. After more than 10 days, everyone had encountered 4th rank spirit beasts to varying degrees. Even among the young woman's team, 2 people were itching to make a move. If Tang Yin and they weren't in a hostile state, they would have rushed over to exchange by now. After everyone present had traded with Tang Yin, his supply of high spirit Dan pills was nearly exhausted. As they were almost life-saving pills, Tang Yin decided to stop trading and said apologetically, "Everyone, I've run out of Dan pills." "Brother, will there be future trades?" some people asked unwillingly. These Dan pills were brought from the outside, and I don't think there will be exchanges during the selection period. "We can collaborate again when the opportunity arises," Tang Yin replied with a warm smile. Hearing Tang Yin's words, a hint of regret flashed across everyone's faces. Chapter 139. Hearing Xiao Songshan's words, the curiosity of everyone present was piqued. If Fang Xian and the others could achieve such impressive results, wouldn't Tang Yin, who was recommended by Mo Bin, be even more extraordinary? Mo Bin was very confident in Tang Yin, smiling as he waited for Xiao Songshan to reveal the answer. Unfortunately, the smile on Mo Bin's face hadn't fully formed before it froze instantly. The expressions of the other elders also stiffened, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha, the youngest. Such a strong talent still needs you to recommend him? The fifth elder, straightforward and quick-tongued, teased Mo Bin. Mo Bin stared wide-eyed at Tang Yan's results. The star value of 5 was almost blinding. Elder Mo, there's no need to be disheartened. Having 4 talents emerge from the eastern region is already surprising, Shout Songshan comforted. Although surprised, Mo Bin knew this matter couldn't be forced and sighed slightly. The young man he had high hopes for had achieved an extremely poor result, which was truly perplexing. Everyone continued to look at the scores of the students in the 4 regions, and the elder smiled. The quality of this year's new students is stronger than the last. Based on the current results, it seems so, but it's still early. Only those who can laugh until the end are the true heroes. Shout Sangshan waved his hand. Everyone go back. In the last 3 days, we will pay attention to the final competition. Chapter 140. Watching Tang Yan's back, Yu Juechen's heart stirred. In a selection area, the value trends of beast cores and Dan pills were completely opposite. One could be absurdly high, the other could be appallingly low. Why would this kid exchange at such a generous price? Was there something fishy about it? As one of the 3 major forces of the Rasha Gate, they were powerful and had many spies. Being the young master of the Rasha Gate, with a prestigious status, his solo visit to the Qinglong Academy for the selection would definitely attract the attention of his family. Although his strength was decent, the experiences of these days made him realize that there were always stronger individuals. The path of martial arts was long, and he was just starting. He had a long way to go. Moreover, he had brought nothing with him when he left home, severely delaying his cultivation progress. His awkward situation would certainly not go unnoticed by his father. However, his father valued face too much. It would be absolutely impossible for him to send Dan pills publicly. Therefore, he needed to use some clever means to provide his son with cultivation resources. If I'm not mistaken, this tactic is Tang Yan. Let Tang Yan use a low-price exchange to deliver the pills to him. Young Master Yu's imagination ran wild, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt his speculation was correct, a smile appearing on his handsome face. Gently uttering 2 words, Tang Yan continued. Actually, I believe that young Master Yu is the young master of the Rakshasa sect, but perhaps the timing is not right, and there is no need to be acquainted upon meeting. There must be a difficult-to-speak reason for Brother Yu to leave the Rakshasa sect and appear in the selection tournament, right? You're talking nonsense. This young master just wants to experience the mortal world. There is no difficult-to-speak reason at all. Yu Juechen immediately exclaimed. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I guess, young master, you must have been kicked out of his home. How do you know that? Young Master Yu was instantly shocked. Only his father knew he had been kicked out, because you look too shabby right now, clearly possessing the strength of a 9th-tier Xian rank, yet your eyes light up at the sight of 2nd-tier pills. The Rakshasa sect hasn't faced a disaster, so the problem must be with you personally, Tang Yan stated his deduction. Yu Juechen looked at Tang Yan with a gaze that held no contempt. Although this young man had just made him spit blood in anger, every word he said was logical and well-founded, leaving no room for criticism. Dang. Which family does this person come from, and why have I never heard of him? The misunderstanding was cleared, and Tang Yan said gently, It's getting late. Let us part ways here. Brother Yu, if you have any beast cores next time, feel free to come trade with me. Farewell. Chapter 142. This place is considered a traffic hub. After more than half a month of transition, it has gradually formed a trading market in the surrounding area. When people have items they want to sell or buy, they generally gather here. The surrounding forces also seem quite complex. Some are teams that entered from the same region, while others are newly formed teams after entering the competition area. Tang Yan was intentionally looking to buy beast cores. After observing the prices here for a while, he found a spot and shouted loudly. Selling high-grade spirit pills, 2nd-tier upper-grade pills. They have the effect of promoting cultivation and quickly restoring physical strength. They can be taken repeatedly without losing efficacy, and their overall value is comparable to 3rd-tier pills. A great item for cultivation, limited quantity, first come, first served. The brutality of the competition area far exceeded many people's expectations. Here, not only must one fend off the hunting of spirit beasts, but also guard against other contestants. A small mistake could lead to robbery or even serious injury or death. In such a harsh environment, the consumption of pills was absurdly fast. After more than half a month, Many people had already exhausted their supplies of pills. As soon as someone was selling pills in the market, even if the price was sky high, there would be customers. With Tang Yan's call, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 143. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. A 5th-tier Xian rank, yet with one move, he pushed back a 6th-tier opponent by 3 steps. Zhao Qian never expected that this feeble-looking guy would unleash such refined power. He looked at Tang Yan with apprehension. That earlier strike had him feeling his blood surging. Let's try again. Tang Yan chuckled lightly, activating his shadow step and charging toward Zhao Qian again. Chun-he, Zhao Qian shouted, hearing his companion's cry for help. A plump figure immediately rushed towards Tang Yan. Outnumbered? What a mere wild wave gang. Dan dan mokin li zito. Noisy, come on. Let Fat Master show you why the flowers are so red. Chun-he's hefty figure charged in, a pitch-black blade shadow, slashing down like a mountain. This strike was clean and direct, swift as lightning. Coupled with his brute strength, it was quite impressive. Clang! Tang Yan quickly dodged, delivering a heavy punch onto the blade, producing a metallic clash. Feeling the force transmitted through the blade, Chun-he's eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder Zhao Qian was pushed back by this kid. Despite only being a 5th-tier Xian rank, he could unleash power comparable to a 6th tier. Chapter 144. Zhang Peng's expression changed, coldly saying, "This ring is a family token. How could I possibly give it to you? In that case, I can only take it myself." Tang Yan moved, using his mind control technique again. At this moment, Zhang Peng finally understood why his 2 teammates had been utterly defenseless earlier. This kid seems to be able to use mental attacks. Fortunately, he had been on high alert and prepared, so Tang Yan's attack didn't cause him much harm. Having successfully withstood this mental attack, Zhang Peng felt a surge of confidence, shaking his long sword and charging toward Tang Yan. Endless snow. With a loud shout, Zhang Peng's long sword flashed with blue light, and the surrounding air suddenly dropped a few degrees. A high-grade Xian rank martial skill. Feeling the power of this move, Tang Yan's heart sank, and his vortex dantian swiftly circulated. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Bang, 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 bang. With each step forward, Tang Yan's momentum surged. By the time he reached Zhang Peng's side, his aura had become palpable. Is this also a high-grade Xian rank martial skill? Seeing the moves Tang Yan unleashed, someone exclaimed. Even among high-grade Xian rank skills, it was top tier. No wonder he has such confidence. Someone with such martial skills must have an extraordinary background. Chapter 145. Buzz. With just a single vibration, thousands of beast cores instantly disappeared, transforming into a surge of spiritual energy that rushed into the chaotic space within the cauldron. Boom! A single beast core is nothing in front of the heavenly creation cauldron, but when accumulated, the spiritual energy released by over 5,000 beast cores simultaneously was terrifyingly dense. If all this spiritual energy were to be detonated, even a heavenly rank expert would struggle to resist. When this surge of spiritual energy rushed into the chaotic space, the entire space shook violently. Then, the already large amount of spiritual energy stored in the chaotic space rapidly merged with this surge. Crack! A crisp-cracking sound rang out. Tang Yan was startled. The chaotic space wouldn't explode, would it? Before Tang Yan could think further, a series of cracking sounds erupted like firecrackers. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the heavenly creation fire suddenly surged in. The chaotic energy receded like a tide, becoming clear and bright. In the center of the originally chaotic area, a dark blue flame stood like a blooming lotus in the void, burning fiercely. Soon, this flame began to spin, rapidly forming a vortex. A dark blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the center of this vortex, piercing through the heavenly creation cauldron and directly merging into the Dantian. Chapter 146. It's him. Although Tang Yan was fast, Zhang Peng would never forget the humiliation Tang Yan had brought him. Let us go. Find a boss. You mean you encountered the people who robbed you? You're not mistaken? Hearing the report from Zhang Peng and the others, a burly youth asked darkly. There is no way I could be wrong. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and nodded. Do you know where he went? The burly youth asked again. The distant firework just now should be the place he is heading to, Zhang Peng deduced. All right, everyone gather. Let's go take a look. A hint of chill appeared on the face of the burly young man. Daring to slap the face of my Quanglan gang. I want to see who this bold person is. Dozens of members of the Kuanglan gang immediately gathered, following Li Kuanglan towards the direction where Tang Yin left. The Kuanglan gang has a certain reputation in the East District, and seeing all of them mobilized instantly attracted a lot of attention. Who knows, it will be unlucky this time. Let's follow and see. Many people, holding the idea of watching the fun, follow behind the Kuanglan gang. Within a short while, Tang Yin spotted the figures of Fang Xian and the others. Dang Zhang, Lin Dongxue, with sharp eyes, spotted the rushing Tang Yin at once. Chapter 147. I won't pretend to be crazy, and you don't have to act mysterious with me. I was the one who hit, and I was the one who robbed. They were greedy first, and everything is self-inflicted. If Brotherly wants to talk about this matter, then I think we don't need to reason at all. Dang Dan Stu, not caring. The onlookers curiously sized up Tang Yin. This seemingly ordinary guy, where did he get the courage to provoke the Kuanglan gang? Fang Xian and the others finally understood why the Kuanglan gang was making such a big fuss to trouble Tang Yin. Tang Yin's previous actions were no different from giving the Kuanglan gang a slap in the face. Sharp-tongued, kid, congratulations, you successfully angered me. Li Kuanglan Grinat. And those familiar with him knew that this was a sign of his anger. Since you don't know how to repent, don't blame me for bullying the weak. With a movement, Li Kuanglan charged towards Tang Yin. You all step back. Pushing the four people behind him away, Tang Yin advanced instead of retreating, boldly welcoming the attack. Seeing Tang Yin's actions, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh. This guy was only at the 5th rank of the Xian stage. Rushing up like this was just asking for death. Overestimating yourself. Seeing Tang Yin charging in, a hint of disdain appeared on Li Kuanglan's face. And he threw a punch carrying a whistling wind towards Tang Yin. Chapter 148. Bang. The fist hit the energy shield, and the shield didn't budge at all. Tang Yin disregarded it. His body shifted, and the second punch of the Qianshan fist was unleashed again. Bang! The second punch still had no effect. The third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. When the sixth punch struck the energy mass, a hint of panic finally flashed in Li Kuanglan's eyes. The originally unbreakable energy shield had actually been forced open by Tang Yin's punch, creating a small gap. You probably can only unleash one more punch at most. Feeling the power of this punch, a sharp glint flashed in Li Kuanglan's eyes. As long as the next punch has no effect on me, kid, you'll die here. Then let's give it a try. Tang Yin shifted his foot and, using the previous momentum, suddenly unleashed the 7th punch. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards Tang Yin's fist in that instant. Break for me, Tang Yin roared, and the fire control technique suddenly activated. A bone-white fireball abruptly enveloped Tang Yin's fist. The soul capture technique activated simultaneously. Li Kuanglan felt a sudden pain all over his body, as if his bones were being eaten away. This soul-piercing sensation made him loosen his true energy involuntarily. Tang Yin's attack also arrived at the right moment. Bang! The energy shield trembled violently, and the previously oppressive aura significantly diminished. Chapter 149. Looking at the prominent Tang Yin, Fang Xian revealed a bitter smile. For so many years, as the #1 person in Fang City, he couldn't allow his pride to be defeated by anyone in the East region. But now, seeing the strength Tang Yin displayed, he had to admit that compared to this remarkable young man, he was indeed weaker by a few points. The 3 members of the Kuanglan gang, including Zhang Peng, were already dumbfounded. They initially thought they would lose due to carelessness, but now it seemed that Tang Yin had already shown them considerable mercy. Thank you for coming all this way to deliver star values. Tang Yin smiled at Li Kuanglan, walked over, and directly took his storage ring. Then picked up his star token and transferred all the star values to his own token. The gray mark on his forehead suddenly brightened. And looking at the token that now had over 1,300 star values, Tang Yin smiled slightly, throwing Li Kuanglan's star token to the ground. Tang Yin coldly said, "Feel free to come at me with anything, but next time make sure to bring enough star values. If I'm not satisfied, I'll have to break your star tokens." Hearing Tang Yin's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This seemingly ordinary young man spoke in a way that made them take him seriously. Chapter 150. Wan Fei, do you know this pill? Fang Xian asked curiously. Wan Fei's body trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath to calm down, explaining to the others, Xianling pill, a mid-grade pill of the 3rd rank. Taking it below the 9th rank of the Xian stage has over a 90% chance of breaking through. Hiss! Fang Xian and the others couldn't help but gasp. A mid-grade, third-rank pill. Even though they came from noble backgrounds, they rarely encountered such a pill. Tang Yen, did you just say you want to refine pills? Wan Fei's beautiful eyes fell on Tang Yen. Tang Yen took a deep look at Wan Fei. He had known her for a while, but knew nothing about her background. However, from her speech and knowledge, her background was not inferior to Fang Xian's and might even be much higher. My master taught me some knowledge about pill refining. But the Xinling pill is also the first one I am refining, so there's a certain failure rate. I will try my best to refine it. If I succeed, we can all break through together. Brother Tang, you are a pill refiner? Du Shu's eyes widened, once again shocked by Tang Yen. Tang Yen smiled and nodded. Wow, a third-rank pill refiner. You could totally serve the emperor in the imperial city. At your young age, reaching the 4th or even 5th rank won't be a problem. Next time we meet, you'll have to be called Lord Tang. Du Shu was as exuberant as ever. Chapter 151. Seeing the other party's seemingly natural demeanor, Fang Xian felt a bit annoyed. This is the selection area for the Qinglong Academy. Do you think you could just take over? This area is also very important to me. How about this brother yields a bit? You. The young man was taken aback. Many people had come to Shui Blue Peak these days, but upon hearing they were from the Xianjian gang, they all tactfully left. It was the first time he encountered someone as aggressive as Fang Xian. If it were usual, Fang Xian might not be so tough. Mainly, he had just broken through and was inevitably a bit inflated. What? Are you planning to go against my Xianjian gang? A hint of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was also at the 7th rank of the Xian stage, Fang Xian was about to retort when he was pulled back by Tang Yen. Brother, so you're from a Xianjian gang. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please don't take offense. We're just passing by and found this mountain's shape peculiar, so we came to take a look. Since you have use for it, we will avoid it and leave. Although they didn't know what Tang Yen was up to, the others trusted him quite a bit. With a cold snort, Fang Xian and the others followed Tang Yen away. Consider yourselves sensible. After Tang Yen and the others left, the young man also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 152. When Tang Yen jumped to the peak, his mind suddenly cleared, and the fatigue that had just arisen vanished in an instant. Feeling an incredibly rich spiritual energy, Tang Yan's gaze fell on a stone platform at the very top of the peak. In the center of the stone platform, there was a depression the size of an infant's head. At the bottom of the depression, there was a kind of deep blue liquid that looked like the night sky, profound and distant. Is this the star spirit liquid? Tang Yan's heart trembled violently. According to the records in the books, the star spirit liquid has marvelous and infinite effects on the human body, not to mention enhancing spiritual energy and extending lifespan. More importantly, this substance is the main ingredient for refining the spiritual root pill. The spiritual root pill is a legendary treasure. It has no rank because even a first-tier alchemist can refine it. Yet it surpasses all ranks because the star spirit liquid is extremely precious, rare in the world. Consuming the spiritual root pill can elevate a person's aptitude by a whole tier. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yen did not dare to hesitate. Quickly stepping forward to take out a large porcelain bottle, just as he was about to collect the star spirit liquid, a tremendous suction force emanated from the heavenly creation cauldron, and the originally full depression of star spirit liquid was completely absorbed. Damn, I hurried all the way up here, and you just gobble it all up in one go? Chapter 153. Bai Yu's eyes brightened at the words. Compared to Lung Ning, cooperating with Yin Zhonghe had greater benefits. At least after seizing the spiritual liquid, he wouldn't have to endure the siege of the Immortal Sword sect. However, Bai Yu did not rush to agree. If he teamed up with Yin Zhonghe to deal with Lung Ning, and then Yin Zhonghe went back on his word, wouldn't he end up with nothing and offend his rival Lung Ning? The three stood in a standoff at the peak, and for a moment, no one spoke. The high altitude was chilling, and the cold wind howled at the peak. Soon, Lung Ning's pert nose suddenly sniffed. Looking at the spiritual liquid on the stone platform with a hint of confusion in her eyes. This spiritual medicine seems a bit strange. Leng Ning Sutendi sight. Yin Zhonghe and Bai Yu's first reaction was that the beautiful Lung wanted to play tricks. What's strange? Bai Yu asked. It hasn't been long, but the spiritual energy of the medicine seems less intense than before. Moreover, this time it's a heavenly spiritual object unearthed, and the aura emitted by the spiritual liquid isn't enough to be called a heavenly spiritual object. Hearing Lung Ning's explanation, Bai Yu and Yin Zhonghe's hearts tightened, and their gazes fell into the depression. Sure enough, Carefully sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the depression, it indeed lacked a bit of liveliness. The three quickly gathered around, and Yun Zhanghe dipped a drop of the spiritual liquid onto his tongue. After feeling the spiritual energy within, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. If I'm not mistaken, the spiritual liquid has been swapped. Chapter 154. No wonder those who obtained the heavenly creation cauldron throughout the ages may not reach the pinnacle of the world. It turns out everyone's cultivation methods are contrary to the heavenly creation cauldron. To truly harness the power of the heavenly creation cauldron, one needs to achieve unity with the cauldron. Tang Yin muttered a few words, feeling the power within him, and was astonished to find that he had reached the 7th rank of the Xian stage. Tang Yin stood up, intending to look for Wan Fei and the others, only to discover that he was covered in a sticky mess, covered in filth. After a moment of thought, Tang Yin guessed it was due to the star spirit liquid, which had refined his body during the cultivation process. He quickly found a river to wash himself clean and changed into a new set of clothes, finally letting out a long breath. He hadn't expected the star spirit liquid to bring such benefits, which truly exceeded Tang Yan's expectations. Just as he was about to search for Lin Dongxue and the others, he heard voices coming from not far away. Who knows what kind of heavenly spiritual object that is to warrant such a commotion from Yun Zhanghe and the others. Whoever finds that person can obtain 33rd tier pills. If I get them, I'd be rich. Indeed, those from big families have substantial wealth. Chapter 155. Where do you think you're going? Dang Dan Saudet Faisali. His figure transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the beast. Sensing that Tang Yan's strength seemed to be a bit weaker than that of the previous kid, a flash of human-like contempt crossed the beast's eyes. After roaring, it charged at Tang Yan with its sharp tusks. Both Tang Yan and the beast moved quickly. Yu Jiuechen's eyes widened as he saw Tang Yan's hand about to strike the beast's long tusk. Even if Tang Yan's hands were made of iron, they would probably be rendered useless. Just as Tang Yan's hand was about to touch the tusk, Yu Jiuechen's eyes widened in an instant. Tang Yan's fist suddenly changed trajectory, veering to the side and directly crashing towards the beast's head. The beast had never expected that this shameless human could alter his attack trajectory. Faced with an immense danger, a red glow surged on the beast's forehead, and a scorching aura suddenly erupted. Soon, the beast's eyes filled with infinite panic as a deep blue light suddenly enveloped Tang Yan's fist. Although it couldn't clearly see what it was, the aura emanating from it instilled a fear that arose from the depths of its bones. That deep blue light seemed like fire, but it was even more domineering and fierce than the fire on its body. The flames it was emitting couldn't even compare to this deep blue light. Chapter 156. By a lake, Li Kuanglan was sitting and fishing. He appeared leisurely, but his eyes concealed extreme irritation. He had been searching for the 4 people he needed to find for 4 consecutive days without success. If he couldn't find them again, he was planning to give up. Lan Ye. We found the whereabouts of the 4 people. Chun He, dragging his hefty body, ran swiftly towards him. The calm Li Kuanglan suddenly raised his eyebrows. His previous gloom instantly swept away, and he laughed heartily, asking, "Have you been keeping an eye on them?" "Rest assured, Lan Ge, more than 10 brothers are watching. They won't escape." Chun He was full of confidence. "Good, let's go meet Yun Zhanghe and the others." At the foot of the water blue peak, Yun Zhanghe was anxiously sitting on a rock. For days had passed, and he hadn't even caught a glimpse of that kid. He didn't know if the heavenly spiritual object had been wasted by him. Not far away, Lung Ning and Baiyu also looked quite impatient. Could that kid have disappeared? Why hasn't there been any sign for so many days? Everyone, let us just wait for the last day. If we still can't find him today, then forget it. It's the last 4 days. Let us seize the time to gather more star value. It will definitely be useful later. Yun Zhanghe sighed. That works. Baiyu and Lung Ning both nodded. The reason they could wait here for 4 days was that the 3 understood that the heavenly spiritual object was not so easy to absorb after 4 days. That kid should not have used it all up. Chapter 157. Tang Yin revealed a radiant smile. I come from humble beginnings, in a remote Yun city of the eastern region. At that time, my family was declining, besieged from all sides, and facing imminent danger. As the sole heir of the family, if I failed in this life, it would cause the forces dependent on the Tang family to lose faith in our future. I could sell off family assets and live a carefree life, or I could take on heavy responsibilities and revitalize the family. I chose the latter. I'm a man. Why be cowardly? I devoted myself to hard training, as if walking on a tightrope over a cliff. I finally defeated the strongest person in Yun City, gained the favor of the city, Lord S. Mansion, and changed the situation of my family being besieged. Later, I realized that the family was still in danger. The opponents I had to face were not in the eastern region, not in the imperial city, not in Tingxiang, but in a higher realm. Even if my strength reached the celestial stage, I still had no say. I didn't know what I would have to face, but I carried the expectations of my loved ones. My pressure is no less than yours. In fact, it's much greater than yours. You ask me why I should change you? Tang Yin stared at Yu Juechen, his voice resonating powerfully. Long-term goals, firm beliefs, unyielding character, and a heart that never gives up. Is that enough? An indomitable momentum quietly blossomed, making Tang Yin at this moment resemble a general on the battlefield. Chapter 158. If Tang Yin doesn't come today, you few will understand what it means to wish for death. Yin Zhonghe waited for a long time, but still did not see Tang Yan's figure, feeling a bit restless in his heart. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Wan Fei and Lin Dongxue, and, after a few chuckles, he suddenly changed his tone. These two beautiful ladies might have to sacrifice more. My brothers have wasted so many days for Tang Yin. You should use your bodies to compensate them well. The boss is wise. Many men from the Immortal Sword Gang laughed when they heard this, their gazes towards the two women filled with a bit more desire. Such earthly beauties are rare to see, and if they could have some fun with them, that would be a stroke of luck. Tang Yin, hidden among the crowd, felt his pupils suddenly constrict, his gaze fixed on Lin Dongxue's cheek. On that fair and rosy face, there were distinct red handprints, causing Tang Yan's heart to ache fiercely. In Yun Zhonghe's earlier words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. The killing intent he had been trying to suppress finally could not be contained at this moment. Like silk threads dispersing, quickly enveloping this area like a giant net. Those close to Tang Yin, regardless of their strength, inexplicably shivered. People from afar also sensed a chilling aura. Chapter 159. Damn it! Being suppressed and beaten by someone much weaker than herself. Lung Ning was already boiling with anger. Just as she was about to use her trump card, she suddenly felt an incredibly strange fluctuation, causing her head to spin. Although she was very strong and quickly recovered, a terrifying aura had already reached her front, crushing mountain and treading waves soared. Because Lin Dongxue was beaten, Tang Yin had developed a killing intent towards Lung Ning, this time showing no mercy. A streak of white light, like a whip, fiercely slashed towards Lung Ning. Lung Ning was startled, her slender sword trembling, releasing a powerful sword energy. However, in the rush, the level of her technique was still inferior to Tang Yan's, and this attack's momentum was clearly weaker by several degrees. At this moment, a very fast figure arrived in this area. This person was Yu Juechen, who had been rushing over. He had been worried about Tang Yan's safety, but when he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened. No way. So fierce. A 7th grade Xian stage, suppressing a 9th grade Xian stage? The shock of the others was no less than that of Yu Juechen, each one craning their necks, revealing expressions of disbelief. Bang! The two attacks collided, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. Chapter 160. Because the heaven and earth spiritual object was snatched by Tang Yin, it was being pursued by Yun Zhonghe, Lung Ning, and by Yu. Once it revealed itself, it would probably be suppressed by the three of them working together. Elder 11 answered truthfully. Xiao Songshan chuckled lightly. Truly a troublemaker, opposing 3 9th grade Xian stage fighters, quite a talent. Everyone pay attention. If he really gets his star token shattered, we can still make an exception to recruit him. All right, let us all take a look at the star value rankings. Suddenly, a wall began to ripple, and then the scene changed, with countless names arranged within. Looking at the rankings above, everyone nodded in satisfaction. This year's students had pretty good overall strength. Just when everyone was discussing the student rankings with great interest, a bright light suddenly shone from the upper center, rising rapidly in an unbeatable manner, landing in 4th place on the overall list. All the elders were dumbfounded. Who was so fierce to jump so many ranks at once? When they saw the name, all the elders couldn't help but rub their eyes. The name that made it to the list was actually Tang Yin. How did a boy from a small place achieve this? Lung Ning's name had disappeared. Elder 5 noticed the change. Bang! With a loud noise. The surrounding sand and stones soared into the sky. 2 figures quickly retreated, and a deep pit appeared between them, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. To be able to withstand a blow from a ninth-grade Xian stage expert without defeat made everyone present remind themselves that even if they surpass Tang Yin in the future, they should not rashly challenge him. This guy's combat power clearly cannot be measured by level. Crushing mountain and treading wave sword. Tang Yin did not stop. His aura changed again, and the wuxia sword emitted a light hum as it fiercely slashed towards Yun Zhanghe. Feeling the intense threat, Yun Zhanghe felt quite frustrated. Where did this kid come from, and why does he casually throw out earth-level martial skills like they're nothing? Snow Peak Blade. Under pressure. Yun Zhanghe finally revealed his weapon. A sinister curved blade appeared. The wuxia sword carried rolling white waves, while the blade in Yun Zhanghe's hand resembled an icy knife, piercing through flesh and bone. Clang! A pleasant metallic clang sounded, and the two figures retreated once again. Yun Zhanghe's face turned extremely ugly at that moment. The frustration in his heart beyond words. This kid, who knows what kind of monster he is, not only drew attention with the level of martial skills he displayed, but even the broken sword he wielded was strange. Chapter 162. The flame was no bigger than a soybean, swaying in midair, looking weak and fragile, as if it would be extinguished with a single breath of wind, frantically drawing the true energy from within, continuously feeding it into the flame under Tang Yan's efforts. That tiny flame finally grew a bit stronger. Looking at that flame with some surprise, although he did not know what it was, Yun Zhanghe felt an innate fear just from a glance. Fortunately, that flame was too small to pose a significant threat to him. If you only have that little power, then go die. With a sneer, the green mountain that had already formed in front of Yun Zhanghe charged fiercely towards Tang Yin. The surrounding air became increasingly solidified, the pressure making it difficult for the crowd to breathe. The power of the earth level was indeed extraordinary. Ignite for me. Feeling the fatal threat, Tang Yin shouted in his heart, preparing to consume his essence to activate the heaven and earth creation fire. At this critical moment, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Tang Yan's face. The heaven and earth creation cauldron, which had been silent for a long time, seemed to sense Tang Yan's predicament, and a pure spiritual energy was directly transmitted from the cauldron to the bluish flame. Chapter 163. The ring on his thumb is a storage space. The star token should be in the storage ring. After using it, remember to return the jade token to its owner. The jade pendant at his waist is of good quality and should be quite valuable. If you don't have much money, you can take it along. You should have some other things on him. It's unsafe to leave them on him. You can search and help keep them safe. Tang Yin personally instructed from the side. Yu Juechen's forehead had several black lines appearing. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? It's enough for me to snatch his storage ring. After Yu Juechen approached, he found Bai Yu's disdainful, angry, and various other emotions staring at him, and he said quietly, "Brother, with your strength at the 9th grade, you must come from a big family, right? Is it really necessary to engage in such underhanded activities to snatch away this little bit of trash from Bai?" Yu Juechen felt a wave of shame in his heart. But having come this far, was he really going to turn back? In his impatience, Yu Juechen nearly got dazzled by his own cleverness, shouting, "What? You're not convinced and want to fight me again? Good, I admire your courage." After saying that, he struck Bai Yu's neck with a knife hand. Bai Yu, already severely injured, had no strength to fight back and fainted with a roll of his eyes. Chapter 164. Suddenly, I need it again. If you have beast cores, you can give them to me. Don't worry about the pills. There will be plenty for cultivation, Tang Yin said with a smile. Knowing that Tang Yin was an alchemist, Wan Fei and the others naturally had no doubts. Only you, the young master, had a bitter expression on his face. He clearly remembered that Tang Yan's reward for him was 10 pills every 4 days. If this young master practiced with all his might, it wouldn't be enough. Sigh, let's make do with it. Finding a secluded place, Tang Yin let a few people cultivate while he took out the alchemy cauldron to refine pills. What? Brother Tang is an alchemist? Yu Juechen's eyes widened. Yes. Didn't you know? Du Shu looked at Yu Juechen with confusion. He also refined the high spirit pill? Yes, the pills Brother Tang refines are top-notch. Du Shu, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, didn't hold back on his praise. Yu Juechen felt another blow to his confidence. As a young master of the Rakshasa sect, it was already humiliating enough to be inferior to that perverse third miss of Zizhu City. But looking at the world, there were surely few who could compare with him. Yet, in a new selection area of the Qinglong Academy, he encountered this monster, Tang Yen. Not only could he not defeat him, but that guy was also an alchemist? Just as he was lost in thought, Yu Juechen's gaze fell on Lin Dongxue again. Chapter 165. When everyone entered the Qinglong Academy, Xiao Songshan smiled and said, "The moment you stepped through the gate, you became a student of our academy and will be under the protection of the Qinglong Academy. If you encounter bullying anywhere, the entire Qinglong Academy will back you up. Although we protect our own, it doesn't mean that the Qinglong Academy is entirely harmonious. Internal competition is even more intense than the outside world. We adhere to the principle of respecting the strong, and resources will be tilted towards the strong as much as possible. For example, accommodation. Our dormitory levels range from 1 star to 4 stars, with each star level representing different spiritual energy values. 1 star is a regular dormitory, and the spiritual energy is about this much." After saying that, Xiao Songshan waved his sleeve, and a wave of spiritual energy spread among the students. Feeling the faint spiritual energy rushing towards them, everyone was jolted awake. Although the spiritual energy was minimal, it was better than nothing. With such spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation would undoubtedly be faster. Seeing the students' slightly joyful expressions, Xiao Songshan smiled slightly. The rent for this level dormitory is 30 star points per month. The 2-star dormitory has even more abundant spiritual energy. After saying that, a more concentrated wave of spiritual energy surged forth, the refreshing feeling making everyone's minds clear up. Chapter 166. Many old students felt somewhat ashamed. Some had been in the academy for a while, yet their strength hadn't even broken into the earth rank. Compared to these newcomers, they immediately felt inferior. The 3 areas all had earth rank experts, and after a round of astonishment, everyone's gaze fell on the East District. I wonder if the East District also has earth rank experts? However, after waiting for a long time, no one came up, and the people around began to murmur. "Hey, are you guys in the East District going to give up?" A voice from the North District echoed, igniting laughter throughout the venue. "Tang Yen, why don't you go up? We in the East District have never heard of anyone being an earth rank expert." Fang Xian suggested from aside. Tang Yen shrugged. "Everyone else is sending earth rank experts up. I only have a 7th grade Xian rank. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourselves? You might as well let Yu Juechen go up." No, I'm not going. What's wrong with being 7th grade? Looking at the Xian rank. Who else is your opponent? Yu Juechen, who had already witnessed Tang Yan's strength, didn't think he was stronger than Tang Yan. Besides, everyone else was an earth rank expert. If he, a Xian rank, went up, it would be equally embarrassing for the East District. Danzan Sayin Wa Li. Although his strength barely allowed him to fight against a 9th grade Xian rank, there was still a gap compared to earth rank experts. Chapter 167. Seeing Yu Juechen's lewd smile, Tang Yan couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to decline, a sarcastic voice came from the side. "Oh, isn't this the first person of the East District? The dignified first person doesn't live in a 1-star dormitory, right?" Tang Yan and the others turned to look, only to find a group of people standing not far away. Not knowing which district they were from, with a few of them giggling, I said, "Han Ping, why do you look down on people so much? Maybe he just bites the bullet and lives in a 2-star dormitory. I heard that the first people from the South, West, and North districts all live in 3-star dormitories. I wonder if this 7th grade Xian rank has a star value of 1,000? If I had known, I would have gone to the East District. Maybe I could have been the first person too." The person called Han Ping sneered sarcastically. The voices of the few people were quite loud, and many people heard them clearly, all looking over with interest, waiting to see how Tang Yan would respond. "With your strength, don't say first. You won't even make it into the top 10. Tang Yan stared at Han Ping. The latter's 8th grade Xian rank was not enough for him to take seriously. "Do you think you're stronger than me?" Han Ping's eyes showed a hint of mockery. There was a huge gap between ranks. He didn't take Tang Yan seriously at all. Chapter 168. Star points can be used in the Qinglong Academy to exchange for martial skills, pills, spiritual medicines, etc., and can be purchased as needed. The Qinglong Academy has the 9 nether fires sea, which can temper one's body and soul. Upon arriving at the Qinglong Academy, one must utilize all resources to enhance their strength, Ziyan reminded. Feeling Ziyun's concern, Tang Yan felt warmth in his heart. "Okay, I'll sleep upstairs, and you sleep downstairs. In the future, don't come upstairs without my permission." Ziyan bit her red lips, warning, "No running upstairs. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Tang Yin nodded knowingly. The third miss really could be tough when it came to hitting people. All right, you cultivate well. Don't end up last, making me lose face. Zi Yin reminded, swaying her long skirt as she walked upstairs. Watching Zi Yun's graceful figure, Tang Yin couldn't help but swallow. After resting for a while in the 4-star dormitory, Tang Yin planned to go take a look at the 9 Netherfire Sea. Hey, silly girl. Where's the 9 Netherfire Sea? Dang Jian Sao Det, oops the. However, after calling a few times, Zi Yun remained silent. Tang Yin frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then walked upstairs. Looking at the tightly closed door, Tang Yin guessed that the soundproofing was too good, which was why Zi Yin hadn't heard him. He raised his hand to knock on the door. Chapter 169. Hearing this, Zhun Lao nodded, looking towards the direction of the 9 Netherfire Sea. I wonder how many layers that kid can get into. The 9 Netherfire Sea has 9 layers. With our strength, we can only reach the 8th layer. If he can get to the 2nd layer, that would be impressive, Hua Lao analyzed. Zhun Lao had no objections to this. If the newcomer can enter the 2nd layer, it also shows some talent. If he can stay for 2 hours, he has the potential to cultivate the formation martial arts. Since they had nothing to do, they decided to wait here. All right, a while ago, Songshan sent some good tea. Let's have a bit, Hua Lao said with a smile. How can we have tea without a chess game? Here, as the unfinished chessboard. Let us continue. Zhun Lao chuckled, and the unfinished chessboard, along with the table and chairs, appeared as they were. Old Fire's eyes widened instantly, and he said indignantly, Old Array, how shameless can you be? Didn't we agree on a draw for this game? Anyway, there's no rush. Let's take our time. Old Array smiled and invited him. Old Fire looked at the situation that had been completely defeated and helplessly raised his chess piece. After entering the 1st layer, Tang Yin instantly felt the temperature around him rise. At that moment, the true qi within him seemed to have been infused with a large amount of nutrients, becoming exceptionally active. Chapter 170. After stepping into the 3rd layer, Tang Yin felt the temperature double again, and the scorching air made it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. With his current strength, it should be quite difficult to enter the 4th layer. Sensing his state, Tang Yin shook his head and sighed, glancing around. There were over 1,000 seats in the 3rd layer. He randomly found a spot to sit down and began to cultivate. The violent flames penetrated through his pores into his skin, and before long, Tang Yan's skin turned bright red. Although the process was quite torturous, the true qi within him was exceptionally active. Focusing on operating the Supreme Pill Scripture after one cycle, Tang Yin was pleasantly surprised to find that the cultivation effect in the 3rd layer was several times better than in the 2nd layer. Time passed by minute. 15 minutes, half an hour, an hour. After an hour and a half, Tang Yin slowly stood up. At this moment, the abundant spiritual energy within him forced him to stop cultivating. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin stood up and walked outside. Old Fire and Old Array, who were playing chess, were now both in shock. 7th rank of the mysterious level, able to stay in the 9 Netherfire Sea's 3rd layer for an hour and a half. Old Array murmured, he must be a genius in array martial arts. Old Fire, I want this boy. Old Fire, who had originally appeared calm and composed, raised his beard in anger and said, What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Chapter 171. Although feeling indignant, Old Array knew that array martial artists were not as attractive as alchemists. Array martial artists could indeed display powerful combat capabilities, but their cultivation speed was not fast and required extremely high talent and perseverance. On the other hand, alchemists were different. As long as they could enter the field and learn, they could refine pills, continuously improve their physical condition, and promote the growth of spiritual energy, creating a virtuous cycle. Moreover, this old guy, Old Fire, actually used high-level pills to tempt Tang Yin. Old Array felt quite distressed. The conditions he offered were indeed not as good as those of others. Alchemists are great, but I want to learn array martial arts. Tang Yin shifted his tone and expressed his intention. What? Not only was Old Fire shocked, but Old Array also widened his eyes and looked at Tang Yin, tried to confirm from his expression whether he was joking. Soon, they realized that Tang Yin's expression was extremely serious, and he did not seem to be lying. Kid, are you really willing to learn array martial arts? Old Array's eyes lit up. Yes. Dang Dan, not that. Kid, you need to think this through. Old Fire became anxious. Such a good seedling actually chose array martial arts? Wasn't that going down the wrong path? Thank you for your appreciation, Old Fire. But I'm currently more interested in array martial arts. With interest and effort, My cultivation speed should be quite fast, Tang Yin politely refused. Chapter 172, Old Array, Old Array. Come take a look. After a while, Old Fire finally came back to his senses and waved to his old friend. This kid has only been in for less than half an hour. It's already impressive that he can understand the mental method. What else there to see? Old Array poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely walked over, glancing around the hall. When he saw the scene in the hall, Old Array's relaxed demeanor suddenly froze. In front of Tang Yin, there were actually 9 array points, moving flexibly in midair under Tang Yin's control, forming various lines and symbols. Old Array felt as if he was seeing an illusion and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming it was not an illusion, his mind went completely blank. A novice. In half an hour, condensed 9 array points? It was already considered a genius in array crafting if one could condense 1 array point in 6 hours. This guy. Old Array, who had been stunned, forgot that he was still holding the teacup and accidentally let it slip from his hands. Old Fire was quick-witted and stabilized the teacup with his true chi. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Old Fire ruthlessly mocked his old friend. Don't mock me. If you encountered a student who just started learning alchemy and could control the pill fire in a short time, wouldn't you be surprised? Old Array retorted. Chapter 173. After dealing with Tang Yin, Ziyun's figure flashed and disappeared from the first layer. Tang Yin stood up with a grimace, rubbing his waist. He limped over to the wooden tub that Ziyun used for bathing, and through the water's reflection, he clearly saw the bruises on his face. With a helpless smile, he thought to himself that it was a stroke of luck that he hadn't been killed after accidentally seeing her change clothes in the morning and now witnessing her taking a bath. Tang Yin knew that most of his injuries were minor. The only serious hit he took was the last kick he received in embarrassment. Having fought, he should be able to continue living here, right? Sighing, he took out a porcelain bottle, poured out some ointment, and applied it to the affected areas before sitting down to cultivate. The next morning, when the first light broke through the night, Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes. A faint blue light flashed in his pupils, and feeling the growing spiritual power within him, a smile appeared on his face. The 9 nether fire sea truly had a remarkable effect on his cultivation. After changing into his clothes, Tang Yin went to the small yard and practiced the extreme 6 styles. When the time was about right, he headed to the Array Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Array Pavilion, Old Array was already waiting there. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Old Array. Tang Yin hurried over to greet him. Chapter 174. I heard about it. A 7th rank of the mysterious level became the top freshman in the East District. Isn't it normal for others to mock him a bit? A boy with a round face said loudly. Exactly. With such low strength, how can he gain respect? It's inevitable he gets laughed at. If I weren't only at the 5th rank of the mysterious level, I would want to challenge Tang Yin. His companion nodded in agreement. However, Du Shu was beaten too badly. Before the person could finish, he was interrupted by a cold voice. What happened to Du Shu? The person turned around and, upon seeing someone familiar who had pulled him, curiously asked, Haven't we met somewhere? Dang dang. The companion recognized Tang Yin and exclaimed in surprise. The round-faced boy felt a bit embarrassed, having been caught discussing someone behind their back. This luck was truly something else. Tell me what happened, Tang Yin asked with a sullen face. Originally wanting Tang Yin to be more polite, but upon seeing his sharp gaze, the round-faced boy didn't dare to be slow and truthfully said, Brothers, you don't know yet? Someone, after listening to the whole story, Tang Yin finally understood. Chapter 175. It was considered the largest arena in the academy, with many people dueling inside. It was divided into 2 parts. One part was the freshman area, jokingly referred to as the rookie area, while the other part was the senior area, mostly consisting of those who had already fallen off the rankings and had no qualifications to enter the heavenly rankings. Tang Yin became somewhat interested and asked, Is there a ranking of strength inside? Yes, there's a list called the Black List. This list was not created by the Qinglong Academy, but rather a wild list created by students over the years of development at the Qinglong Academy. Now the largest gang in Qinglong Academy, the Pinnacle Society, is in control. Although there are no rewards for making the list, it represents a form of honor. Moreover, being on the list can attract many gangs providing better cultivation resources. Fang Xian gave Tang Yin a detailed introduction. Once on the Black List, there are also other invisible benefits. For example, in the Gathering Spirit Palace, only the top 300 on the Black List are qualified to enter the central area for cultivation. Wan Fei added beside them. Gathering Spirit Palace? It's a large spirit-gathering formation set up by Qinglong Academy, opening once every 3 days. The closer to the center, the denser the spiritual energy. Wan Fei curiously asked, Tang Yin, where have you been these days? How come you don't know anything? Chapter 176. As Tang Yan's understanding of this martial technique deepened, he was increasingly shocked by the intricacies of the Qinshan fist. This martial technique is essentially a bug. As long as the dantian and meridians are strong enough, one can continuously unleash stronger strikes. So strong, many people widened their eyes, feeling the momentum in Tang Yan's fist and waiting to see who would win. Sun Xiaolong also felt the power contained in Tang Yan's punch, and a hint of panic flashed across his originally proud face. Isn't this kid at the 7th rank of the Xian level? Why do I feel like I can't win? It must be an illusion. Forcing himself to cheer up, Sun Xiaolong's fist finally collided with Tang Yan's. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and the entire arena trembled. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Sun Xiaolong staggered back 3 steps, barely stabilizing himself. While his eyes were filled with disbelief and deep apprehension, Sun Xiaolong finally realized that he had underestimated Tang Yin too much. The power this kid unleashed was actually not inferior to his own. Slap! Without any pause, another crisp slap echoed in the rookie area. Sun Xiaolong's right cheek bore a red mark. This slap was a warning. You shouldn't mess with my brother. Tang Yan's cold voice sent chills down people's spines. Chapter 177. Feeling Tang Yan's pressure made Qin Sheng feel somewhat restrained, and he was incredibly astonished. How could this kid be so peculiar? The people around noticed that Tang Yan's aura completely overshadowed Qin Sheng's, and their interest grew even stronger. In a dark corner in the distance, 3 old men were watching the situation. If there were any senior students present, they would certainly recognize these 3: the Formation Elder, the Fire Elder, and the Academy Head. Xiao Songshan. When they saw the aura emanating from Tang Yin, their expressions changed simultaneously. This kid has actually comprehended momentum? The Fire Elder exclaimed. The Formation Elder and Xiao Songshan's expressions were equally solemn, their gazes toward Tang Yin filled with complexity. It must be momentum. I never expected this young man to surprise us so much. Xiao Songshan chuckled bitterly. He clearly remembered how, when Elder Mo recommended Tang Yin, many high-ranking members mocked him. Now, this young man had indeed slapped many faces for Elder Mo. To comprehend momentum before reaching the heavenly rank indicates potential to become a heavenly rank expert. The earlier one enters, the greater the potential. Seeing this guy use momentum so skillfully, he must have been in this state for some time. A deep envy flashed in the Fire Elder's eyes as he said, Old Formation, you found a good student. Chapter 178. Formation Martial Arts. The Formation Martial Arts Tang Yin displayed was his only skill, the Rainblade. Although it was only 1st rank, its power was quite impressive. Moreover, it caught Qin Sheng off guard, disrupting his rhythm immediately. Bang! Cling, cling. Under the dual assault of Formation Martial Arts and martial techniques, their moves finally clashed. Boom! The entire arena shook violently with their collision. Everyone craned their necks to watch the arena. Stomp, stomp. Qin Sheng took 2 steps back. Tang Yin also stepped back 2 steps, but managed to steady himself. Seeing Tang Yin take another move from Qin Sheng, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even if Tang Yin didn't win this battle, he had already earned everyone's respect. After a strike, Tang Yin didn't pause as expected. Instead, he sprang forward towards Qin Sheng amidst everyone's astonished gazes. He knew that he had cleverly launched a surprise attack with his second move. If he went head-to-head again, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. To achieve victory, he could only seize the initiative. The fighting spirit quickly surged, and Tang Yan's voice became somewhat hoarse. Since you want to use martial techniques, let me hit you with another one. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yin dashed to Qin Sheng's side. Chapter 179. Tang Yin was dumbfounded to hear that those 2 lecherous old men held such status. Really? Is this even possible? How many people want to be the Formation Elder's disciple, but don't qualify? You, on the other hand, just entered the academy and were recruited by the Formation Elder. It's truly infuriating. Fang Xin chuckled. Don't worry, you will all have your own opportunities. Tang Yin reassured them. The few of them chatted as they walked back to the dormitory. Seeing everyone return safely, Du Shu let out a sigh of relief. Du Shu, do you know how amazing Tang Yin is? Fang Xian, who was closest to Du Shu, called out as soon as he entered. What? Did he take down the 1st place on the heavenly ranking? Du Shu blanked. Get lost. Why don't you take the first place on the heavenly ranking yourself? After giving Du Shu a glare, Fang Xian explained. Tang Yin subdued Sun Xiaolong in just a few rounds on the arena, giving him dozens of slaps. The sound was so crisp and melodious, lingering in the rookie area for a long time. Fang Xian embellished the story, making Du Shu feel exhilarated, while a warm current also surged in his heart. Brother Tang, thank you. Zhu Su sincerely tenget Dangjian. We're all brothers. We share honor and disgrace together. There's no need for thanks. Dangjian's my. Chapter 180. Hearing Fang Xian's words, the eyes of the others lit up simultaneously. I came up with a name for the gang. Yu Juechen said excitedly. The Flame Alliance. What do you think? As soon as Yu Juechen finished speaking, Wan Fei immediately supported him. That's a good name. The others had no objections and looked at Tang Yin, waiting for him to decide. After considering it, Tang Yin replied softly, establishing a gang is indeed feasible. Perhaps everyone can realize their life values within it. I support building a gang. However, the gang belongs to everyone, not just me. Naming it after me seems inappropriate. Since everyone's ideals are distant and great, why not call it Seeking the Summit? Seeking the Summit. Everyone exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. This name is powerful enough. That's it, Du Shu said excitedly. Not bad, I also quite like this name, Wan Fei nodded. I'll follow your lead. Lin Dongxue said weakly. Hearing Lin Dongxue's words, the others looked at her with somewhat ambiguous expressions. Du Shu, in a few days, I will give you a batch of pills for practice. How you profit from it will depend on your performance. Tang Yin provided the first revenue-generating plan for the gang. Great. Du Shu was also very much looking forward to it. Tang Yin then explained some matters before bidding farewell to everyone and heading towards the Nine Netherfire Sea. Chapter 181. Arriving at the freshman dormitory in the East District, Tang Yin found Du Shu. Fang Xian was still outside training and hadn't returned yet, leaving only Du Shu hunched over a table, writing and drawing. With the help of Tang Yan's medicinal pills, Du Shu's injuries had mostly healed. Du Shu, these are the pills I refined, Tang Yin said as he flipped his hand, placing a row of porcelain bottles on the table. So fast. Du Shu's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the pills and asked, what kind of pills are these? This pill is the beauty pill, and there's only one. After taking it, you can maintain your youthful appearance for 20 years, and even after that, the aging process will slow down significantly. The materials for refining are precious, and the technique is complex. There are fewer than 5 people in the world who can refine it. Tang Yin explained as he picked up one of the porcelain bottles. 20 years of youthful appearance? Boss, are you kidding me? Du Shu exclaimed. It's true. Dan not dead. Really? Wow. With this one, we can get rich. Du shavas ecstatic. Look at your excitement, Tang Yin teased, continuing his introduction. This is the soul refining pill, which can enhance mental strength and even reduce future cultivation of mental demons. Its grade is high-tier second grade. Chapter 182. Originally somewhat impatient, Elder Zhen suddenly stood up with an incredulous expression. Elder Hu also looked at Xiao Songshan in disbelief, seeing the two of them lose their composure. Xiao Songshan sighed and said, the reason you haven't seen Tang Yin for the past 3 days is that he is still in the Nine Netherfire Sea. It's truly unbelievable. He has the strength of a Xian rank and has been inside for more than 2 days. It's the 3rd day? Elder Zhan exclaimed. How is that possible? That kid won't die in there, will he? Xiao Songshan was somewhat speechless and quickly corrected. How could that be? I just went into the Nine Netherfire Sea specifically, and that kid is still cultivating inside. Still cultivating? I'm going to take a look, Elder Zhen said. And without waiting for further discussion, he rushed towards the Nine Netherfire Sea. This old guy, can't he wait for me? Elder Hu cursed and followed suit. At this moment, many people's gazes were focused on the Nine Netherfire Sea. A freshman, relying on Xian rank strength, stayed in the Nine Netherfire Sea for 2 days. As soon as this news broke, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they found out that the person was Tang Yin, many freshmen's hearts trembled. Before, many had mocked this guy for claiming to be the first in the East District with Xian rank 7th tier strength. But Tang Yan's recent display of monstrous strength forced people to take him seriously. Chapter 183. I've seen that notice too, and you believe it? I've been in the Qinglong Academy for so long, but I've never heard of anything like one ding. It must be a load of nonsense, Elder Hu scoffed. As an alchemist, he couldn't refine the pills mentioned in the notice, so how could a freshman possibly do it? I certainly have my doubts. But when Ding was founded by that little guy Tang Yin, Elder Zhen said with a smile. Elder Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. That kid founded it? Let's go take a look. Although I don't know how their faction is, that guy Tang Yin is not someone to be underestimated. Perhaps they really have some alchemical genius. And you might find a treasure, Elder Jin suggested. Elder Huan naturally didn't believe in the value of the pills, but after so many years without finding a satisfactory student, he felt a sense of regret. Although the divine pills were exaggerated, since when Ding was founded by Tang Yin, he felt an inexplicable urge to go take a look. On the way, Tang Yin frequently saw promotional notices for the One Ding auction, and many people were rushing to the rookie area, enthusiastically discussing this auction. Although most people were mocking and doubting the authenticity of the notice, Tang Yin knew that as long as he attracted people, the first step in marketing this auction would be a great success. Chapter 184. Get lost. I'm just an old bone, and you're still bothering me. Elder Huo refused outright. What's wrong? Don't you want to know if those pills are real? I heard there are beauty pills, explosive pills, and many other rare pills. This is a chance you can't miss. Elder Jin insisted, pushing Elder Huo out. You old coot. Just know how to favor your own disciple. Elder Huo understood Elder Jin's intention well. He wanted him to verify the pill's authenticity and maintain the faction that Tang Yin founded. Although he had already concluded that the pill's effects wouldn't be as good as Du Shu described, Elder Huo was still somewhat curious. Kid, can you let this old man take a look at that unparalleled divine pill you're talking about? A gentle voice resonated, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Hearing this voice, Tang Yin was astonished. How did this auction house even catch the attention of that old man? Everyone's gaze turned to the gray-robed elder. And some freshmen were still curious about who he was, while many seniors had already exclaimed, Elder Huo, Elder Huo, who is Elder Huo? Most freshmen had heard of him, but a few had not. You don't know who Elder Huo is? He is the top alchemist in the entire Qinglong Academy. No, even in the entire Tingxiang Kingdom. Chapter 185. You go bid and raise the price a bit. Everyone will naturally think highly of you. Dangjian Atvis. What if no one raises the price later? The young man with thick eyebrows retorted. This pill is greatly beneficial for cultivation. The Academy isn't short on rich people. And those big shots, one care about this little amount of star value. Just boldly quote a price. Tang Yin continued to fan the flames. Besides, you only need to quote once. The price shouldn't be too high or too low, just enough to intimidate most people, but not touch some people's bottom line. With this, you not only won't have to buy the pills, but the attention will also be on you. Tang Yin continued to incite. The young man with thick eyebrows hesitated for a moment, thinking this method was indeed feasible. He stood up and shouted, for 1,000 star value. Wow. Hearing the bid from the young man with thick eyebrows, Tang Yan's heart jolted. This was bad. He quickly dodged away from the young man. Bro, you're showing off too much. Tang Yin covered his face, not daring to look at the young man. As the young man announced the price, a brief silence fell over the crowd. A silence so palpable you could hear a pin drop. The first auction item had jumped straight from 900 star value to 4,000 star value. This guy is too rich. Chapter 186. 700 star value. 1,000 star value. 1,200 star value. 2,000 star value. 4,000 star value. Since there was only one of this pill, the competition in the audience was intense, and soon the price reached 4,000 star value. At this point, the bidding speed noticeably slowed down. 4,500 star value. A voice called out a high price, and, judging by the tone, it was clear they were reluctant to bid that high. 5,000 star value. A rough voice rang out, causing everyone to perk up. They turned to look at the source of the voice, their pupils narrowing instantly. It was actually Chen Mu, ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking. 5,200 star value. Another voice chimed in, and everyone turned to see who it was, their hearts skipping a beat. This time, the bidder was none other than Jing Yunlong, ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking. The competition on the heavenly ranking was incredibly fierce, and Jing Yunlong had always wanted to push Chen Mu down. Their rivalry had lasted for a long time. The auction for this pill had become even more interesting. 6,000 star value. Chen Mu glanced at Jing Yunlong and straightforwardly raised the price. 7,000 star value. Jing Yunlong shot back. 7,005. 8,000. The crowd's hearts raced with each bid from the two individuals, truly remarkable talents from the heavenly ranking. Their bids were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 187. Sitting among the crowd, Tang Yin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He had underestimated the value of the youth-enhancing pill. In his previous life, Tang Yin knew that many women on Earth would spend exorbitant amounts on cosmetic surgery and makeup to look beautiful. But he didn't expect that in this martial-dominated world, women would be just as crazy about beauty. This auction was not just women bidding. Many men were also participating. Some were bidding for their significant others, while others were competing for their goddesses. The competition on the scene was particularly fierce. 10,000 stars. Within a few minutes, the price of the youth-enhancing pill had already surpassed the 10,000 star mark. After a brief pause, the price was quickly chased up again. 10,300, 11,000, 20,000 stars. The price continued to rise, and the bidding voices gradually slowed down. Of course, slowing down did not mean stopping. The bids around continued to rise and fall. 23,000 stars, 27, 27,005, 29,000 stars, 40,000 stars. The bidding continued, and the auctioneer Dushu, listening to the gradually increasing price, looked dazed. He originally thought that reaching 10,000 stars would be the limit, but he didn't expect the current price to be so much higher than expected. Chapter 188. What other methods are there? Tang Yin asked with interest. Although the pill market in the Azure Dragon Academy was almost monopolized by the Saint Pill Alliance, there were still many alchemy factions surviving in the cracks. Some factions had even begun to take shape, such as having their own pill sales points and alchemists. However, from a macro perspective, under the suppression of the Saint Pill Alliance, the development of other pill organizations was particularly difficult. The Azure Dragon Academy had many students. Although the pills we sold today were expensive, they were still not mainstream. The most sold pills were still basic cultivation pills used for training true energy. If we rely on pills to develop financial resources, it would be difficult to grow with just your strength. At least the supply of pills couldn't keep up. I want to absorb a struggling but capable alchemy faction. Dushu spoke with a sense of commanding presence. Although our faction is small, we still have advantages even compared to the Saint Pill Alliance. The alchemists we absorb will be responsible for supplying ordinary pills. Brother Yin will provide the supreme divine pills as a gimmick for our shop. At that time, a considerable portion of the customers attracted will casually buy some ordinary pills. This model can ensure that the business is profitable without losses. Chapter 189. As expected, when Tang Yin arrived at the formation pavilion, he saw Old Jun and Old Hua playing chess. Upon seeing Tang Yin approach, Old Hua directly pushed the chessboard aside. No more playing. Tang Yin, come sit over here. The younger generation can stand. I heard Old Hua was looking for me. I wonder what the matter is. Tang Yin was very courteous. No problem, sit and talk. Without Old Hua using any force, a chair immediately flew over from a distance. Tang Yin didn't refuse and sat down as instructed. Kid, I saw the pills your faction auctioned today. I wonder where you got those pills from? Old Hua asked directly. Dan. These few pills of yours have given Old Hua something to talk about for a while. Old Jun smiled. His eyes also filled with curiosity. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, knowing that his identity as an alchemist would eventually be known to everyone. So he didn't hide it and replied directly. They were all refined by the students. Old Jun, who was drinking tea on the side, couldn't hold back and sprayed all the tea out. Old Hua was also taken aback by Tang Yin's words, momentarily forgetting to dodge. And all the tea splashed onto him. Oh, sorry, Old Hua, I didn't pay attention. Old Jun hurriedly apologized, though there was no trace of guilt in his eyes. Chapter 190. The purification time for each herb should not exceed 15 minutes. If the time is too long, the efficacy will diminish. If not purified, the pill cannot take shape. The conventional purification method involves refining each herb individually and then placing the purified herbs on a heat-insulating layer for later use. A mature alchemist would throw several herbs in at once to save time, but the quantity would never be too much. Even for himself, he had only ever extracted up to 15 herbs at once. He had never tried 26. Was this kid planning to refine all the herbs at once? Or was he just rushing through it? The former was impossible. The latter didn't seem likely given Tang Yin's nature. Old Hua was confused, not knowing what Tang Yin was up to. Soon, Old Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he threw in 26 herbs, Tang Yin was not flustered. Instead, he calmly controlled the herb's refinement in the cauldron using his soul power and true energy. Old Hua rubbed his eyes, incredulously watching Tang Yin. Was this guy really extracting? He couldn't be faking it, right? The familiar sound of rustling came from the cauldron, constantly reminding Old Hua, who had dealt with pills for over 100 years, that what was happening inside the cauldron was indeed the process of extraction. Chapter 191. After a moment's consideration, Tang Yin replied, "The reason the fire cloud pill you refined couldn't fully activate its efficacy is that the flame root herb wasn't fully dissolved. The flame root plays a crucial role in the fire cloud pill, acting as a fuel that is contained within the pill. If you can extend the extraction time of the flame root by a bit and refine it several more times, the resulting effect will be better. Not all pills require a purification time of within 15 minutes. The nature of the flame root is fire, so it can withstand refining." Hearing Tang Yan's explanation, Old Jun was instantly stunned. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Old was slapped his thigh, realizing the problem that had been bothering him was actually so simple. As a peak 4th-tier alchemist, he would eventually find this reason over time, Tang Yan reassured him. Old Hua looked at Tang Yan with a complex expression. The calm aura emanating from this young man made him feel a sense of helplessness. Since starting alchemy, Tang Yan had demonstrated astonishing alchemical skills. Now, he could even pinpoint the issue with the fire cloud pill. Just how rich was his experience? Old Hua couldn't quite grasp it for a moment. Chapter 192. The cultivation method recorded in this mental technique involves first erupting strong spiritual power from the body, activating the blood and qi. Using blood and qi as a medium to carry more spiritual energy and transform it into explosive energy. However, what is the logic behind spiritual power activating blood and qi? What kind of special power can it ultimately form? The originally straightforward cultivation method now seemed full of loopholes and illogical to Tang Yan. However, Ziyun, coming from the Purple Bamboo City, had a noble status and extraordinary background. As a thank you for saving her life, the mental technique should be genuine. However, the technique seemed to present an unsolvable dilemma, which made Tang Yan particularly annoyed. What a broken mental technique, transforming pulse qi, such a strange name. Qi pulse transformation sounds much better. Suddenly, Tang Yan paused, and a flash of inspiration exploded in his mind. Transforming pulse qi? Qi pulse transformation? It seems that the name below resembles a set of cultivation techniques. If the name of this set of techniques is written backwards, then are the contents of the techniques practiced normally or backwards? Holding back the excitement in his heart, Tang Yan's eyes revealed a gleam of brilliance. If this heart technique is cultivated backwards, according to the records above, it should first draw out a peculiar power as a medium to activate the vital energy, thus forming a powerful strength. Chapter 193. When Tang Yan woke up from his cultivation, the sky outside was already bright. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, Tang Yan strolled out of the room. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he just happened to see Ziyun sitting at the table in front of the door, her eyes somewhat lost as she gazed at the flowers and grass in the courtyard. "Oh, Miss Z, you didn't go out today?" Tang Yan asked with a smile. Turning her head and seeing Tang Yan, Ziyun was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "When did you come back?" "I came back late last night and didn't want to disturb you," Tang Yan replied with a smile. Seemingly recalling Tang Yan's recklessness last time, Ziyun's neck turned a bit red, and she snorted coldly, saying, "It's good that you didn't disturb me." Tang Yan felt a chill down his back and smiled apologetically. Dare sit down, keep me company for a while." Ziyun poured Tang Yan a cup of tea, looking at the girl dressed in purple. With a faint sorrowful expression on her face, Tang Yan's heart softened, and he gently asked, "Silly girl, do you have something on your mind?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yan regretted it. Unintentionally, he had called this woman silly girl again. Now that Ziyun seemed to have something on her mind, she probably didn't hear how he addressed her, right? Tang Yan continuously prayed in his heart, but reality often goes against people's wishes. He felt as if he was locked onto by a powerful aura. Chapter 194. Ziyun's already somewhat chaotic heart became even more disordered upon hearing Tang Yan's words. By some strange fate, Ziyun turned her head and threw out a sentence. "If you can reach the celestial stage within 6 months. If you call me silly girl again next time, I won't spare you." After saying that, Ziyun herself was stunned, wondering why she said that to this kid. Tang Yan, momentarily lost in thought, retorted, "I'm already at the celestial stage, and you're going to scold me? Get lost." Ziyun's small face flushed with anger as she turned her head and walked away. Watching Ziyun's back, Tang Yan sighed softly. He understood her meaning, right? Only by quickly reaching the celestial stage would he qualify to inquire about her troubles. Reining in his emotions, Tang Yan didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, He took out a cauldron and began refining a pill to cleanse the meridians, the cleansing spirit pill. The cleansing spirit pill is a third-grade pill, primarily used to refine the meridians, making them more resilient to withstand more spiritual energy. The reason for choosing this pill is that with the unique cultivation environment of the 9 Netherfire Sea, there is no need to use pills that increase spiritual energy for now. Moreover, he had just successfully cultivated the blood energy technique, which, although powerful, could easily overload the meridians. Chapter 195, Brother Yin. This person is the leader of the Four Directions Cauldron. Qin Yuer, Du Shu whispered in Tang Yan's ear. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He didn't expect that the Four Directions Cauldron would be founded by a girl. He couldn't help but glance at the girl a couple more times. Her eyes were large and bright, like black gemstones. Her face had a bit of baby fat, making her look very cute. She wore a long black dress, somewhat similar to an alchemist's attire. Overall, she gave a very clean impression. Just as he was about to speak, 3 people entered from outside. Upon seeing these 3, the girl's previously calm expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Qin Yuer, your pill prices are much lower than the market price, seriously affecting market balance. If you don't raise the prices, don't blame us at Baodan Pavilion for being rude. A young man in a green robe said boldly. Qin Yuer frowned slightly, displeased as she replied, "It's just fair competition. Our success rate in refining pills is high, and our costs are low. We can set our prices as we like. No need for you to worry. Even if you have 0 costs, you can't maliciously lower prices and ruin the livelihoods of others." The young man in green pressed on. A shorter boy with small eyes beside him echoed, "If you don't restore the prices to market levels, we won't hesitate to join forces with other alchemy organizations to drive you out." Chapter 196. Although I am the helmsman of the Four Directions Cauldron, I cannot act out of self-interest and involve others in your competition. So I'm sorry. Qin Yuer's voice was still slightly hoarse, like the soft sound of stepping on a path after snow. Looking at Qin Yuer, who had a serious expression, Tang Yan's heart was somewhat touched. Such a girl who values loyalty and righteousness is worth the effort to keep. Tang Yin stood still, and a subtle mental force gradually reached out toward Qin Yuer. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. When a 3rd strand of mental force appeared, Qin Yuer's pupils suddenly constricted as she fixed her gaze on Tang Yan. At that moment, Tang Yan's mental force also retreated like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a hint of shock flashed through his heart. He knew very well that his mental force was bolstered by the soul of a 9th-grade alchemist, making it quite formidable. In such a state, the girl had detected 3 strands of his mental force, proving that Qin Yuer was indeed a promising candidate for alchemy. Qin Yuer curiously stared at Tang Yan, wondering how the mental energy she felt probing her just vanished in an instant. Tang Yan didn't care about what Qin Yuer was thinking. Taking a deep breath, he said slowly, "A youth preservation pill is just the first condition I offer." Chapter 197. Tang Yan didn't mind this. No worries, quality over quantity in battle. The ones who stay are trustworthy. Everyone, I am Tang Yan, temporarily at the helm of Wending. This is Du Shu. Miss Qin, please introduce your people. Yi, Wu Xian, both are 2nd-grade alchemists. This is Yu Tong, a 1st-grade alchemist. After listening to Qin Yuer's introduction, Tang Yan smiled and said, "It seems the core members are here. We won't be operating today. You don't need to worry about the store's rent in the future. I will explain our plans in detail." "You speak," Qin Yuer nodded. "Since you've chosen to be alchemists and have persisted, it shows everyone has a strong interest in alchemy. So, for the time being, you can either cultivate martial strength or practice alchemy, without worrying about the gang's funding issues. Just be pure alchemists." After Tang Yan's opening remarks, several people continuously nodded. What he said resonated with their hearts. This is Du Shu, in charge of all business operations at Wending. Most of the pills you refine in the future will be sold according to Du Shu's decisions. Currently, our startup capital is only over 120,000 star values. So the matter of the cauldron will need to be postponed for a month. Chapter 198. We are all brothers, so I will speak frankly. In terms of these few pills, if we disregard their grades, the ranking is Qin Yuer 1st, Gu Jiao 2nd, Yu Tong 3rd, and Wu Xian 4th. Hearing Tang Yan's evaluation, the others were somewhat astonished. Wu Xian's face turned red as he protested. "I can only be ranked 4th? "Indeed, only 4th, Tang Yan nodded seriously. From the quality, the pills refined by Qin Yuer are delicate, round, and smooth, with the fragrance of the pill emerging slowly, and the spiritual energy retention time is longer. Gujiao's pills are relatively delicate, but not smooth enough. Especially since she is only a first-tier alchemist, she has still achieved good results. On the other hand, Wu Xian, your pills have a smooth and rounded body, but lack delicacy. The lack of delicacy indicates that there are many surface pores, which means the pills will have a short shelf life. After hearing Tang Yan's evaluation, Wu Xian, who was initially unconvinced, had to admit that Tang Yan made sense. There's a failure rate in alchemy, and Wu Xian's successful refinement is already commendable. Qin Yue ersteppet into defend Wu Xian. Tang Yan looked at Qin Yue with a smile. Not just Wu Xian, but I am not satisfied with the pills you all refined. The few of them looked at Tang Yan with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 199, Telling a Story? The few exchanged glances, not understanding Tang Yan's meaning. Long ago, the cultivation system in this world was not perfect, and there was even no concept of spiritual power or cultivation levels. At that time, there was a man named Chen Yaozi, who was extremely skilled in archery and often boasted about it. One day, while demonstrating archery to everyone, he hit all the targets, and then started to brag to an old man selling oil nearby. However, the old man said, "There is nothing impressive about it. It's just skillful technique." Saying this, he took a gourd, placed a copper coin on the mouth of the gourd, scooped a spoonful of oil, and held it high to pour it down. The oil flowed through the hole in the coin like a line, all flowing into the gourd without touching the copper coin at all. If you don't use true energy, don't you think it's difficult for arrows to pierce hearts and for oil to pour through the gourd hole? Tang Yan asked a few of them. It's also very difficult, even with true energy, Yu Dong said with a wry smile. The old man then said, "This is nothing. Archery is the same. Pouring oil is the same. Everything is about practice making perfect." After Tang Yan finished, the few of them fell into deep thought. Although Tang Yan's story was brief, it was a crystallization of Chinese civilization, containing endless philosophy. Chapter 200. If I don't die in practice today, I will practice like this every day. One day I will reach the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. At that time, I will come and go as I please, and let you know how powerful I am, under the painful refinement. Tang Yan was crazily fantasizing about the 9 Netherfire Sea. Fortunately, the 9 Netherfire Sea is not a living thing. Otherwise, it would have burned this brat to death. Time passed second by second, and in this environment where the meridians were suffering, the absorption effect of the pure spirit pill was particularly good. Tang Yan could clearly feel his meridians constantly expanding and strengthening. Hey, how long has that kid been in there? In the 3rd layer of the 9 Netherfire Sea, a thin-faced boy asked, staring at the entrance to the 4th layer. It's been more than half an hour. If that brat doesn't come out soon, I'll one be able to hold out in the 3rd layer. The fat boy next to him exclaimed, "Useless. That guy's been in the 4th layer for so long, and you can't even last in the 3rd layer." The thin-faced boy mocked, "TSK," as if he could last much longer. The fat boy was already soaked in sweat, but still didn't forget to retort, "I can last at most another hour. If that kid doesn't come out, I'll leave." The thin-faced boy said dejectedly, "Damn it, with my 2nd-tier Earth rank strength, I can't be outdone by a new student of the Mystic rank, right?" Chapter 201. Okay. Yu Juechen was unafraid. Qin Yue said fiercely, "Later, I'll find a reason to meet the top person in Area 3 and beat them until they're seriously injured. By then, the championship position can completely fall to you." Yu Juechen exclaimed, "How is that even possible? After all, coming from a top sect." Yu Juechen still cared about his reputation and hurriedly waved his hand. "Sister Yu, don't mess around. You are the one who will lead us to victory. If this comes out, everyone in the academy will have a hard time. Besides, I may not be weaker than them. Don't worry. I want to disgrace our quest for victory." "Well then, what are your strengths?" Qin Yue looked at the others curiously. "Mystic rank 9. Wan Fei's lazy voice came. "Mystic rank 9. Fang Xian also responded. "Me too." Lin Dongxue said softly. "I'm still at 7. Du Shu said with a mournful face. "Your duty is to make our quest for victory the richest in the world. Leave fighting to Tang Yan." "Wan Fei conforted, pating du Shu es schulde." "That's right. I've almost bought up all the medicinal materials, just waiting for Brother Yin to come out." Du Shu's eyes flashed with fervor. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, followed by a burst of silver light that illuminated half of Qinglong Academy. Chapter 202. After being reminded, everyone reacted. It turned out to be members of the quest for victory. This little-known small gang had not attracted much attention from others except for the spotlight during the auction. People also knew very little about Wan Fei's strength. Wan Fei took a deep breath, and her aura gradually rose. Only mystic rank? Some people curled their lips. Compared to the top person in Area 3, her strength was really not enough to see. The top person in the East area is the leader of the quest for victory, so she probably wants to regain some face. But this level of strength is really too overconfident. Ignoring everyone's discussions, Wan Fei let out a low shout. Her figure moved quickly, and both fists struck out simultaneously. Bang! A streak of flowing light shot up from the bottom of the stone tablet and soared straight up. Everyone stared at that streak of flowing light, and soon, the mockery in many people's eyes suddenly disappeared. That white light actually shot up to the ground scale without losing momentum. How is this possible for someone at Mystic Rank 9? In the distance, Dean Xiao Sangshan stood with his hands behind his back, and when he saw Wan Fei's fist strike out, a hint of fluctuation suddenly appeared on his originally calm face. Overlapping power? This girl has such a deep understanding of the burst of true energy. Chapter 203. Tang Yan quickly saw Du Shu and the others in the crowd. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yan's voice turned into a line and reached Du Shu's ear. This is a great opportunity to advertise for our quest for victory. To tell everyone that we are opening in 3 days. Hearing this familiar voice, Du Shu was about to shout in surprise, but was stopped by Tang Yan. Don't call me yet, just go up directly. Du Shu looked around and didn't find Tang Yan. Though curious about how Tang Yan spoke to him, he trusted Tang Yan and ran straight to the ground scale. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They were no strangers to Du Shu, who had hosted an auction once and was a member of the quest for victory. Could it be that this guy also wants to challenge the ranking? Damn, Du Shu is going up too? Fang Xian widened his eyes, staring at Du Shu in front of the ground scale. There was no fluctuation of true energy from him, so it didn't look like he was challenging the ranking. Lin Dongxue frowned, analyzing. Hello everyone, I am Du Shu from the quest for victory. I'm not here to challenge the ranking. I just want to ask you if you still want to buy the everlasting youth pill, the soul refining pill to refine soul power, the explosive pill to increase combat power, and the life-saving pill to stop bleeding? Du Shu shouted at the top of his lungs. It's Tang Yan. Shouts came from the crowd. Brother Yan. Du Shu also shouted excitedly. Tang Yan nodded at Du Shu and calmly looked at the onlookers. His voice gentle, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. The quest for victory is established, and the divine pills are coming into the world. Some people questioned the strength of the quest for victory, while others smeared the sincerity of the quest for victory in recruiting alchemists. On the path of growth for Wending, there are bound to be rumors and gossip. I want to say, be guiltless in heart and deeds, and be guiltless in deeds and heart. As we all know, the higher the quality of the elixir, the purer its effects, making it easier to absorb without side effects. In contrast, lower-grade elixirs cannot be absorbed stably and may even be toxic. For customers, Wending guarantees that all elixirs are of high quality, wholeheartedly providing support for everyone as cultivation. For alchemists, we are also sincerely committed. Any alchemist who joins Wending will be paired with a Tungding within a month. Many may not know what Tungding is. It is priced at 80,000 star points in the Qinglong Academy. Wending will provide all the medicinal materials needed for alchemy. At the same time, we will offer one-on-one guidance on the alchemist techniques. If you feel that you cannot advance your alchemy skills at Wending, you can not only leave, but also receive compensation from Wending. Chapter 205. What happened in the East District? Someone nearby immediately showed interest. Have you heard of that Tang Yan? His strength is only at the Xian level, yet for some reason, he took first place on the Earth ranking. Moreover, there is a new student in the East District who is already at the Earth level, but has not appeared for some reason. The all-knowing one said mysteriously. Who knows? Tang Yan might be even more powerful. After all, it's not unheard of for someone to challenge above their level. Some around questioned. Come on, if it were within the same level, I'd believe it if he successfully challenged 1 or 2 ranks higher. But the difference between Xian and Earth levels is not trivial. Brother, you're not even at the Earth level, are you? The all-knowing one scoffed. This person's face flushed. He indeed had not reached the Earth level and shot a fierce glare at the all-knowing one before moving to another spot to watch the battle. Tang Yan did not deliberately hide his strength, and many people showed expressions of surprise upon seeing his abilities. No way. Is the East District this miserable that they're ISNT even in Earth level? This competition will have opponents decided by drawing lots. Let us begin. Xiao Songshan waved his hand, and a mentor came over carrying a box. After Tang Yin and the others drew lots in turn. Tang Yin looked at the slip in his hand, which read 2. Chapter 206. Only 3 moves? Save some energy for the next battle, or wouldn't that benefit Jingwuan? What? Brother Qingyun not daring. Shui Xiao raised an eyebrow, provocatively said. Lang Qingyun smiled slightly. Good, then just 3 moves? Flowing water, unfeeling palm. With a shout, Xu Xiao is Ohasioji. Earth level 1. Her energy solidified, her strength very stable. Seeing Shui Xiao's strength, Tang Yin calculated in his heart. At this moment, Shui Xiao's palms pushed forward like flowing water, layer upon layer, rolling endlessly. Although they were far apart, many could still feel the power contained within the palm shadows. Mountains and rivers fist. Lang Qingyun was not flustered. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his true energy surging out like a tidal wave, taking on the posture of facing any wind from all directions, charging towards Shui Xiao. Bang! After one move, both of them retreated half a step. Atia? Seeing the result of the first clash, the audience was somewhat speechless. With not much difference in strength, a tie after 3 moves seems reasonable, right? But Tang Yan's eyes turned cold. If you were shaken back, your center of gravity would shift to your heels. Lang Qingyun, although you acted convincingly, you overlooked this detail. Again, Shui Xiao moved, charging towards Lang Qingyun once more. Chapter 207. What the heck? Jing Wuhan is actually a 3rd-level alchemist. No wonder he dares to compete with Tang Yin. Jing Wuhan is not a fool. Although the legendary divine elixir is formidable, a friend of mine, who is an alchemist, said he helped authenticate the elixir's auction by winning last time, and that level of skill cannot be achieved without decades of alchemy experience. It's clearly not something Tang Yin could refine. Such news spread continuously, and the way people in the North District looked at Jing Wuhan gradually changed. Sorry, I thought Jing Wuhan was foolish, but it turns out he is quite clever. A 3rd-level alchemist. ISNT, that just bullying? It's better to have a fair fight directly. The students from the North District laughed joyfully. Also laughing joyfully were Qin Yu, and a few other alchemists. Although they were unclear about Tang Yan's exact alchemy level, the level he displayed last time had already stunned their proud hearts. Such an alchemy master actually claims to be a small alchemist? Qin Yu, and the others had to reassess Tang Yan's thick skin. Not daring to compete? Jing Wuhan pressed again. You want me to compete? Then I shall. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for me? How about this? I can compete with you. But there has to be a prize. Dan Dan Sao Det. Chapter 208. Anyway, you're going to join Wending, so I'll guide you now to ensure you lose convincingly. Tang Yan's expression and his nonchalant words made Jing Wuhan even more furious. I regret it. I really shouldn't have competed with him in alchemy. Yinge is going to refine elixirs. Qin Yu, suddenly said, immediately attracting the attention of Du Shu and others. The main medicinal material, Sangin branch, is tough and needs to be refined multiple times to fully extract its essence, so it should be put in first. The second main medicinal material, Qiu Liao stone, also needs continuous refining and should also go in first. The 3-star flower should be put in third, and the cherry fruit should also be added early. Tang Yin spoke as he continuously threw several medicinal materials into the alchemy cauldron. All 16 medicinal materials have been added. Seeing Tang Yan's actions, Elder Jiao, who was also an alchemist, widened his eyes in astonishment. Even though he had already witnessed Tang Yan's monstrous talent during refining, he still couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How on earth did this kid cultivate such skills, being able to control 16 medicinal materials simultaneously and looking so calm and composed, clearly at ease? When Tang Yan began refining elixirs, Jing Wuhan also paid close attention to every move he made. Chapter 209. The elixir was snow white, not dazzling, but it was very clear to see. In an instant, his mouth dropped open and could no longer close. Could it be the legendary kind of elixir? How is that possible? Tang Yin collected 6 elixirs and placed them on the alchemy cauldron, looking at Xiao Songshan and saying, Dean, please take a look. Elder Jiu nudged Hua and said, the elixirs Tang Yin refined seem a bit strange. Hua suppressed his excitement and said solemnly, let us go. Well, now once we take a look. Hua and Elder Jiu, please, you 2 masters of alchemy, evaluate the elixirs. Xiao Songshan looked at the 2. The two were already itching with curiosity, and upon hearing the Dean's words, they wasted no time in stepping onto the stage to examine the elixirs Tang Yen refined. He carefully opened the cork of the porcelain bottle, gently sniffed, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. After sniffing again, his expression suddenly became extraordinary. A thread of spiritual sense directly entered the elixir, and Hua's hand holding the elixir trembled slightly. Elder Joe's expression was similar to Hua's, filled with astonishment. Hua, this is... Elder Joe excitedly grabbed the elixir, but for a long while, he couldn't find the words to say. Chapter 210, an hour later, a melodious bell rang, and the crowd, who had been waiting for half a day, perked up. The most crucial battle was finally about to begin. Little ones, the showdown is about to begin. Who will be crowned champion? Let's wait and see. Tang Yen, Lang Qingyun, step onto the stage. Xiao Songshan commanded with a smile. In the East District, Tang Yen cupped his hands. You should just admit defeat. With a glance at Tang Yen, Lang Qingyun's eyes flashed with disdain. Tang Yen maintained a gentle smile and said to Lang Qingyun, I am not fighting for just one person, but for the honor of all the brothers in the East District, I will give my all. These few words instantly won the favor of all the students in the East District, and the cheers became even more enthusiastic. You should think carefully about which is more embarrassing, admitting defeat or being beaten in front of all the faculty and students. Lang Qingyun narrowed his eyes, looking at Tang Yen with an unfriendly gaze. This guy, whose strength is only at the 9th rank of the Xian level, does not admit defeat in the face of the Earth level, clearly looking down on his own strength. A martial artist who wants to go further in martial arts must have a heart that never admits defeat. If you keep talking about admitting defeat, that's a coward's mentality. Chapter 211. My own punch only pushed Tang Yen back half a step. Looking at this kid's current state, he seems unfazed. Moreover, why is this guy's true energy so strange? In that last punch, the force of my fist was vaguely countered by that kid's true energy. Xiao Songshan raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang Yen with suspicion. The power emitted from Tang Yan's move had already exceeded what a 9th rank Xian level could unleash. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's meridians have been enhanced. The formation elder spoke up with a hint of joy in his eyes, realizing that his student was indeed extraordinary. Refining meridians and continuously enhancing them is not an easy process. How did this kid manage it? The second elder's eyes also flashed with infinite surprise. There are many methods, such as having a powerful cultivator assist him in refining his essence and marrow. However, there are no more than 3 such strong individuals in the entire Tingxiang kingdom. Of course, he could also use medicinal pills for refining, but they need to be of a high enough grade. In short, it's very difficult. Although Fire Elder said it was hard, he was somewhat shaken inside. The pills this kid refined are all incredibly miraculous. Perhaps this guy really has pills that can expand meridians. Chapter 212. The massive airflow and midair intertwined, making a piercing sound. Boom! Soon, under this heavy pressure, the tangle formation points emitted a roar, and the entire arena shook. With the threat in midair gone, Tang Yen chuckled lightly, his fighting spirit unceasing, his figure like a ghost entwining around Lang Qingyun. Second elder, it's been a quarter of an hour. As long as Tang Yen can hold on for another quarter of an hour, your wine will be hard to hide. The grand elder joked, watching the battle unfold. The other elders were about to chime in when they suddenly felt a powerful aura emanating from the arena, and they looked up in surprise. Bang! In this collision, Tang Yen did not end up equal as he did last time. Instead, he was pushed back 3 large steps by Lang Qingyun. Earth level 2nd rank. Feeling the aura coming from Lang Qingyun, Tang Yan's face turned exceptionally ugly. You've danced around for a quarter of an hour. Now it's over. Lang Qingyun said arrogantly, even if you lose today, it will still bring you glory. Tang Yen curled his lips. Losing glory? You're insane. That annoying mouth of yours is like a torn cotton pants. Always chattering. I want to remind Brother Qingyun that the condition to enter the Earth ranking is to be below the 1st rank of the Earth level. You are already at the 2nd rank of the Earth level. I hope you can quickly deregister your name after the match, so as not to affect others' rankings. Chapter 213. Old man, do you need me to remind you? Can't you see it? Fire Elder complained unhappily, but his tone softened immediately when the time comes. You just give me the pills. I definitely want to mention taking him as a disciple. After it's over, I'll refine a few 4th grade pills for you. 10 pills. The formation elder set the terms. You're trying to rob me. At most, 3 pills. Fire Elder said angrily. 10 pills. The formation Elder stood firm. Fire Elder. The two whispered for a long time and finally settled on 5 pills. Meanwhile, some formation martial artists below were explaining to those around them. The cloud overturning formation is a top-tier formation technique among second-rank formations. Its power only slightly inferior to third-rank formations. Although from Lang Qingyun's aura fluctuations, he is only at the second rank of the earth level. If he fully activates the formation technique, he can produce strength comparable to the third rank of the earth level. Hiss! Upon hearing this introduction, many people gasped and looked at Tang Yin with eyes full of pity. This time, Tang Yin is really going to fall. Tang Yin looked up, feeling the aura carried by the formation technique, and was also startled. The overwhelming power made his heart race. It seems that Lang Qingyun wants to use all his strength to quickly deal with me. Chapter 214. Tang Yin was pleasantly surprised. This reward was not mentioned before, and he accepted the martial skill with a beaming smile. Tang Yin, as the champion, do you have anything to say to everyone? Xiao Songshan asked. Some of the older students below yawned upon hearing this, and a chubby guy muttered softly, champion speeches are the most boring. Many new students in past sessions went up and rambled on about how hard their training was educating others. Damn, it's all nonsense. The chubby guy's words prompted many to nod in agreement. Exactly. Of course, there were also many naive new students looking at Tang Yin with admiration, hoping he would share some tips for their cultivation. Tang Yin blinked and asked, anything I can say? Yes, speak boldly, Xiao Songshan encouraged. In the distance, a striking figure in purple looked at the young man on stage, full of glory, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. From the Yuan level to now, at the peak of the 9th rank of the Xian level, Tang Yin, I originally had little confidence in you reaching the celestial level in half a year, but now it seems it's not impossible. Murmuring this, the woman in purple disappeared. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Tang Yin took a deep breath and said loudly, hello everyone. I believe you're no longer unfamiliar with the ascent to greatness, yes. It's the ascent to greatness where the unparalleled divine pills are auctioned in the rookie zone. Chapter 215. Tang Yin had little interest in the upcoming segments. After greeting Fang Xian and a few others, he took Qin Yuer and the others towards the pill room. How has everyone been practicing? Upon arriving at the pill room, Tang Yin immediately asked. Each person has practiced alchemy over 30,000 times. Qin Yuer replied honestly. Our pill shop officially opens the day after tomorrow. So everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. Qin Yuer, Wu Xian, Gu Jiao, the 3 of you will start refining second-grade ordinary pills, ensuring the quantity of goods. Lingxin pill and quick-effect qi-enhancing pill will be our main product for now, especially for refining the qi-enhancing pill. There's no requirement for quantity, but each pill must ensure its quality, and the quality must be above average. Tang Yin looked at the few of them and instructed seriously. If the quality produced is only of medium grade, Yudong didn't hesitate and still voiced her thoughts. Besides quality above average, other grades can be consumed by yourselves or discarded, but selling is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, there will be no mercy. Tang Yin said sternly. This seems too wasteful. Yudong pouted. No one will waste forever. As levels improve, the qualification rate will get higher and higher. I hope everyone will hold themselves to high standards and start refining elixirs now. These are the herbs needed for the refinement. With a wave of Tang Yan's hand, various required herbs piled up in the alchemy room. Chapter 216. Will the Holy Dan Alliance join forces with us? Yang Xia retorted. Meng Xing took a sip of tea and said ominously, there are less than 10 alchemists at the peak of the competition. In the past 2 years, you have poached more than that from my Holy Dan Alliance. You might as well use the same old trick. Not only can you dismantle the competition, but you can also strengthen yourself. Yang Xia sneered, the Holy Dan Alliance can't keep people, but that doesn't mean the competition can't. I admit that most top alchemists from the Azure Dragon Academy are in the Holy Dan Alliance, but there are also many alchemists who are free agents. Moreover, some small alchemy factions may also join the competition. Just think about the 4 Directions Cauldron and the benefits that the competition offers to alchemists. Upon hearing this, Meng Xing was shaken and recalled Tang Yan's promise to all alchemists. Every alchemist would be equipped with a tongue ding. This is a genuine good cauldron. Many alchemists in the academy are saving up hard to buy it. Moreover, providing all the alchemical herbs will save many alchemists a lot of trouble. From any perspective, the benefits offered by the competition are indisputable. We can unite to suppress them. Meng Xing thought hard and stopped hesitating. Does Brother Yang have any strategies? Not yet, which is why I'm here to discuss it with you. Chapter 217. Isn't this too precious? Qin Yuer swallowed hard and said with difficulty. In the competition, everyone is like family. Tang Yin waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. Qin Yuer and the others were stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically. Don't worry, Brother Yin. We live as people of the competition and die as such. Stop flattering, hurry up and take the elixirs and get to work. The elixirs don't require deliberate cultivation. They will directly convert the previously accumulated spiritual energy during your alchemy process. Tang Yin commanded, and Qin Yuer and the others eagerly took them. As they felt the accumulated spiritual filth in their bodies being gradually unsealed like spring breezes melting ice, new spiritual energy surged from their limbs and bones. And a look of intense joy flashed in Qin Yuer and the others' eyes. Brother Yin, will we be selling this elixir? Gu Jiao asked. Of course, Tang Yin nodded. But the quantity is limited. The herbs for alchemy are relatively scarce. What price will be sold for? Gu Jiao asked again. Not decided yet. How much do you think is appropriate? Tang Yin asked curiously. Don't sell it for less than the youth-preserving pill. Yu Dong hesitated before responding. 100,000 star value. There will be buyers. Qin Yuer pondered for a moment and stated a figure. Chapter 218. Old Fire, are you serious? Array Old looked at his old friend in surprise. Alchemists and Array Masters are both proud, rarely bowing their heads. It was the first time Array Old had seen his friend take the initiative to seek out a junior to learn alchemy. Besides this method, if I want to make further progress in alchemy, I can only leave the Azure Dragon Academy and go to the Northern Spirit Realm to take a look. Old Fire's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness. All right, take this formation. It should be the best second-tier formation available. Looking at Old Fire's serious face, Array Old was also moved by his friend's dedication to the path of alchemy. Thank you, thank you. Old Fire was overjoyed and hurriedly took it. I'll bring you the 5 fourth-tier elixirs in a few days. This formation diagram is a gift for Tang Yin. Your 5 elixirs can't be exchanged for it, Array Old muttered to himself. I didn't say it wasn't from you. I'll first discuss it with that kid and make it clear that it was you who gave it. Old Fire chuckled, but seeing the scheming smile on Old Fire's face, Array Old couldn't help but doubt whether this old fellow would explain it in the end. Old Fire, I heard that Tang Yin has got himself into some trouble. Array Old suddenly spoke. Chapter 219. Old Fire took the elixirs, looking at the round, fiery red fire cloud pill, feeling its quality. And a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Both are top grade. Congratulations, Old Fire. Tang Yin cupped his hands in congratulations. Looking at Tang Yin with a complex expression, Old Fire smiled bitterly. I have been refining elixirs for nearly 100 years and thought there was no one left in the listening fragrance kingdom whom I could admire. I didn't expect there to be hidden talents among the students of the Azure Dragon Academy. I admire you. You're too kind. I just happen to know about the fire cloud pill, Tang Yin replied humbly. Old Fire waved his hand and said seriously, don't be modest. Your alchemy techniques and insights are something I can't compare to. If you have time in the future, I hope young Master Tang will not hesitate to teach me. Looking at the humble Old Fire, Tang Yin had a higher opinion of him and developed a lot of goodwill. I can't dare to teach. We can exchange ideas anytime. Old Fire was overjoyed at this and, after a moment of hesitation, handed a formation diagram to Tang Yin. Old Fire, we're just discussing normally. I can't accept this. Tang Yin repeatedly waved his hands. This is what Ray Old gave you. Yesterday, when I saw you fight against Lang Qingyun, I noticed he didn't have the right formation weapon. So, I asked him to let me bring it along. Old Fire immediately explained. Tang Yin, with keen insight, saw that the formation diagram was given to him by Old Fire, and connecting it with Old Fire's recent inquiry about the fire cloud pill, he immediately guessed the underlying motives. Chapter 220. I thought Old Fire personally inquired to discuss trading outposts. Who would have thought he would specifically ask about a store? Moreover, Tang Yin was also dissatisfied with the previous store size and actively requested to rent a trading outpost, which made it hard for me to refuse. So I simply let him try it out for a month. Xiao Shan felt wronged. He didn't mind the size before. He only started to complain just now. He was considering the academy's interests, not wanting the academy to interfere in the students' grievances, which was a deliberate excuse. Besides, if he found it small, couldn't he just change it to a bigger one? Old Fire was so angry he was puffing his cheeks and glaring, thinking that this little old man was pretending to be confused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent about the trading area at the beginning. Damn it! I finally found a genius in alchemy and plan to have a good discussion with Tang Yin about alchemy knowledge in the future. If this matter messes up, I will have to deal with Xiao Tsangshan. Xiao Tsangshan smiled bitterly and said, "Old fire, please calm down. I naturally know why you came to find me." Tang Yin is a smart person. How could he not see that as long as he speaks up, I can arrange a store for him? That kid has thick skin and wouldn't feel embarrassed. But his choice to establish a trading outpost shows that he genuinely prefers this option. 25,000 star value a month is a lot for others, but he can just refine a few divine pills to recoup his costs. Chapter 221. Tang Yin also let out a long breath, calling Qin Yuer and the others to take a break, and smiled. "Everyone, take out the elixirs you refined. You can bring out any high-grade elixirs you had before." Everyone didn't hold back and took out their elixirs. The second-tier elixirs were mainly refined by Qin Yuer, Wu Xian, and Gu Jiao, plus the stock from the Four Directions Cauldron. There were a total of 137 Lingxin pills and 203 quick-effect Qi pills. There were also other second-tier elixirs, such as the Calm Heart pill and the Strong Wheat pill, with quantities in the dozens. Yu Dong was particularly impressive, having refined 130 top-quality first-tier CUN pills, which were simpler to make than second-tier elixirs. "Is this all? How can we recoup our costs?" Du Shu cried with a mournful face, looking like a miser. "Recoup costs? Du Shu, are you joking? Although we refined some medium-grade elixirs, most are still high quality. We will definitely profit," Qin Yuer retorted unhappily. "Sister, what do you know? Rent also has to be counted in the costs. Du Shu is like a little bitter melon in the human world." "Stop shouting. The rent is 3,000 star values, not even worth one of Yan Ji's pills." "Qin Yuer complaint. The summit won't renew our contract, so Yan Gu rented a trading base himself, with an annual rent of 3 million star values," Du Shu said melancholically. Chapter 222. In a loft, the sunlight lazily shone in, hitting the face of a young man as beautiful as jade. "Boss, today is the grand opening of Wending," Jiang Qi reported with a smile. "They probably plan to set up a stall to open for business," Meng Xing said leisurely. "Besides setting up a stall, they might as well not open at all. By the way, maybe they will rent a trading base. The rent is just 3 million star values," Jiang Qi joked. "If they really rent a trading base, it basically means working for the academy. Unless Tang Yin has lost his mind, he wouldn't go to that place. Let's go find out where they're setting up their stall. If there are suitable pills, we can sponsor some star values as a friendly gesture." Meng Xing stretched and walked outside with Jiang Qi. "Du Shu, is everything ready at the trading base?" Tang Yin asked. "Last night, I set everything up with Yu Jiuechen and the others. The shop is ready, just waiting for the goods," Du Shu replied with a smile. "Good. Getting the goods is easy. Let's first go check out the trading area," Tang Yin said with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Young Xia, who was also waiting to see Wending's joke like Meng Xing, walked toward the trading area with a refreshed spirit today. Meng Xing and Yang Xia arrived at the trading area almost simultaneously, and when they got to the scene, they were immediately shocked by the sight before them. Chapter 223. Inside the shop, the counters were neat, the divisions reasonable, and the layout looked very luxurious. Tang Yin was very satisfied with this, and instructed, "There are too many people, let's sell outside. Post the information about the pills we are selling today." Fang Xian opened the shop's door, and everyone followed Tang Yin out in an orderly fashion. The few who had been busy inside the room, Yu Jiuechen and the others, saw the sea of heads outside and all widened their eyes. "Are all these people here to buy medicine?" Yu Jiuechen said in surprise. "Of course. Just look at our promotional efforts. Yengu even changed his champion's speech to our advertisement," Du Shu said with enthusiasm. "Everyone, although the shop area is not small, there are too many friends here, and the shop cannot accommodate everyone. To avoid congestion, today's pills will be sold at the entrance." As Tang Yan's voice spread, the surrounding people gradually quieted down. The pills launched by Wending were divided into 3 parts. The first part was top-grade pills, such as youth preservation pills and explosive pills. The second part was high-quality pills, such as high-spirit pills. The third part was regular pills, such as essence refinement pills and spirit heart pills, etc. Today we're launching these pills. Fang Xian, Yu Difei, Wu Xian, and others set up several large wooden signs, which displayed various pill names. Chapter 224. Dong Wu Xia. Upon seeing the newcomers, some who were aware of the grievances between the two sides couldn't help but show a playful smile. Dong Wu Xia's strength was quite good, at the 4th rank of the Earth stage. Although he couldn't compare to the top students of the Qinglong Academy, he had a significant reputation. The reason was simple. Despite being at the 4th rank of the Earth stage, he shamelessly occupied the 1st place on the Earth ranking, a fact that had been criticized by many behind his back. Dong Wuxia was known for being narrow-minded and vengeful, so even if some were dissatisfied, few dared to provoke him. A few days ago, Dong Wuxia, who had been occupying the 1st place on the Earth ranking, was suddenly pushed out by a new student, who happened to be the leader of Wending. Given Dong Wuxia's vengeful nature, everyone was quite curious why he hadn't come to take revenge until now. With his appearance today, everyone suddenly understood. He came looking for trouble, clearly priced, fair to all, buy if you think it's worth it. Du Shu responded unperturbed. The transformation pill looks good. I'll buy it for 2,000 star values. Dong Wuxia said with a low, dark laugh. If it works after taking it, I will come to settle the bill. Wending's grand opening is really fraught with misfortune. First, they were kicked out by the summit, and now Dong Wuxia is here to stir up trouble, some students below lamented. Chapter 225. Thanks to Miss Z for your help. Tang Yin looked at the cold and beautiful woman in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but race. Transformation pill. A hint of a smile flashed in Ziyun's eyes. With our relationship, do you really want it? Tang Yin asked in a mournful whisper. What do you think I'm putting in all this effort for? Ziyun retorted. Friendship. Our friendship is deeper than the sky and wider than the sea. All right, stop pretending. If it were really deeper than the sky, you wouldn't even think to sell this pill. You would have given it to me already, Ziyun interrupted Tang Yin. Tang Yin leaned closer to Ziyun and said, Silly girl, I already prepared yours. Don't take this one. I'll give it to you when I go back tonight. Silly girl? Coming to find me tonight? Hearing Tang Yan's suggestive words, Ziyun barely suppressed the urge to hit him and said softly, If I don't see the pill tonight, just wait and see how I deal with you. Feeling Ziyun's breath like orchids, Tang Yin was slightly intoxicated. Took a deep breath and smiled definitely. Ziyun still trusted Tang Yin a lot. With a wave of her sleeve, she turned and left. Did Ziyun not take the pill? Some people below were surprised. Could they be a couple? Some speculated. Chapter 226. So many. Qin Yuer and others were a bit surprised. This is just the beginning. We will earn even more next. Du Shu, buy 4 Cauldron of Ascension first, and keep the remaining money as reserve funds. Jiang Qin, you 6 don't need to refine pills yet, like Qin Yuer and the others. Practice the basics of pill refining for 50,000 times, Tang Yin instructed. 50,000 times? Jiang Qin exclaimed. That's right, 50,000 times. Danzan not that hop fee my see. Don't find it troublesome. Once you've truly gone through 50,000 times of practice and then go to refine pills, you'll find that you want to practice another 50,000 times. Yin Gu is right. We went through this too, and we will continuously practice the basics of pill refining in the future, Qin Yuer added from the side. Although Jiang Qin and the others were skeptical of Tang Yan's words, they were very clear about Qin Yuer and the others. They would absolutely not make things up. 50,000 times, although tedious, was not a difficult task, and they all nodded in agreement. Tang Yin continued. Today, Dong Wuxia came to cause trouble. It was secretly instigated by Bao Dan Pavilion. Although we at Wending want to develop quietly, it doesn't mean we are afraid of trouble. Moreover, we have just started. We absolutely cannot allow others to sabotage us in secret. It's better to strike first than to wait for 100 strikes. Chapter 227. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Tang Yin said, Yes, this is indeed the upper spirit pill from Bao Dan Pavilion. Here is the formula. You 8 take it. The pills refined today should be handed directly to Du Shu, and they will be sold tomorrow. Where did you get this formula for the upper spirit pill? Yinge. Wu Xian asked, astonished. I've seen similar formulas before. Just a little modification makes it the upper spirit pill. Tang Yin casually found reason. Qin Yuer was skeptical of Tang Yan's statement. She clearly remembered that just a few days ago, Tang Yin instructed Du Shu to buy the signature pill from Bao Dan Pavilion. If Tang Yin really had the formula for the upper spirit pill, he certainly wouldn't need a week. The formation of a type of pill requires countless considerations. The materials needed for each pill and the timing of the refining. A slight deviation could lead to a significant error. Could it be that Tang Yin only took a week to come up with the formula for the upper spirit pill? Brother Yin, only selling for 500 star points? Bao Dan Pavilion sells it for 800, Du Shu asked, feeling quite pained. No worries, we're still making a profit at 500 star points. Our current task is to fully suppress Bao Dan Pavilion, snatch all their customers, and leave them unable to develop. Suppress Bao Dan Pavilion. Chapter 228. Jing Wuhin said with a serious expression, You must accept the consequences of the gamble. I agree to join the competition. I want to ask you a question. How far can you let me go? Tang Yin instantly guessed Jing Wuhan's thoughts. Joining the competition is fine, but if there are no substantial benefits, then sorry. I would just be a nominal member. Last time, it was about winning against a person. This time, it's about winning his heart. Did Du Shu tell you to practice the basics of alchemy 50,000 times? Tang Yin asked. Yes, I've been practicing these days. Although I haven't counted the exact number. It has definitely exceeded 50,000 times, Jing Wuhan replied honestly. Show me your alchemy basics. Okay. At this moment, there weren't many people around, and the basics of alchemy wouldn't take much time. So Jing Wuhan took out the alchemy cauldron and began to demonstrate by the roadside. Adding the herbs, refining, extracting, seeing Jing Wuhan's exceptionally skilled movements, Tang Yin couldn't help but slightly admire him. Stop, that's enough. Noticing that people were gradually gathering around, Tang Yin immediately halted him. After leading Jing Wuhan away from that place and walking for a while, he began to explain, overall, it's not bad, but there are still slight flaws in the purification process. This process is very mentally exhausting, so it's not easy to master. Chapter 229, with a slight frown. Tang Yin shook his head. It's not that I don't dare, but that I'm not interested. Could it be that the competition is just a bunch of cowards? A voice full of sarcasm came. Tang Yin turned his head to look at the speaker, and when he saw who it was, a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Whether or not they are cowards, Miss Xuexiao, why don't you come up and try? Hearing Tang Yin's words, Xuexiao gasped. Since Tang Yin could defeat Lang Qingyun, she probably wouldn't fare well either. What's the point of competing with a girl? If you have the ability, why don't we compete instead? A tall young man walked up to Xuexiao and wrapped his arm around her waist. Han Gong. Upon seeing the young man, a gasp arose from the crowd. Tang Yan's brow also twitched as his eyes fell on the name ranked 22nd on the blacklist. It was indeed Han Gong. Looking at Xuexiao's attire, she was dressed in pink, appearing somewhat pure. However, the front of her clothing was slightly open, revealing alluring sights. Furthermore, Han Gong's hand was already on Xuexiao's waist, leading Tang Yin to suspect that their relationship was quite special. Additionally, Xuexiao's eyebrows and eyes were slightly relaxed, clearly indicating she was no longer pure and innocent. Chapter 230, there were no skills, no frills. Tang Yin charged directly at him. Such a blatant attack even caught everyone off guard. Bang! When Chen Xiao realized something was off, he hadn't reacted yet before he felt a sharp pain in his dantian, his body flying back like an arrow released from a bow. I'll use half my blood essence to exchange for the supreme magical treasure to rest. Sword condense, magical treasure return. Dan Dan Sautet, and the fan that had been opened flew back into his hand. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at that fan, momentarily unable to comprehend. What the hell? I was just having a great fight with my opponent, and now their S.A. Supreme Magical Treasure? ISNT, it said that there are 18 indestructible swords. And the ruthless treasure fan hides secrets, slicing through strong enemies with sword energy. Nothing came out. I'll slice you. Damn it. How did Chen Xiao fly out? I didn't see clearly. Looking at Chen Xiao, who had already flown off the stage with blood at the corner of his mouth, everyone exchanged glances, each discovering the surprise in each other's eyes. The magical treasure was too powerful. The students shared a brotherly bond, so why cause mutual harm? Besides, I'm also not clear about Chen Xiao's exact strength. What if he gets killed by the magical treasure and I feel guilty for life? So I only used a normal attack to test it out. Although I only used 50% of my strength, Chen Xiao still couldn't defend against it. Tang Yin sighed and shook his head. Chapter 231, it turns out he has some strength. I wonder what magical treasure you'll use this time? Qin Han took out a long sword and looked at Tang Yin with slight disdain. Tang Yin didn't take out the fan again. Instead, he drew the wuxia sword. Tang Yin loved using swords, but he hadn't integrated the sword into his very being. This time, he planned to thoroughly incorporate swordsmanship into his fighting heart. After saying, please advise, Tang Yin charged forward with his sword. Ding! When the two weapons clashed, sparks flew immediately. However, everyone's gaze was fixated on Tang Yin in astonishment. ISNT, this guy at the first level of the Earth rank? How can he withstand Qin Han's sword? Tang Yin didn't notice everyone's surprise. Instead, he sighed inwardly. Although the fighting heart had already unfolded, he hadn't truly integrated the sword intent, causing his offensive pace to lag behind his expectations. What should have been a situation he could control had turned into a stalemate. Overall, it meant that young Master Tang was very dissatisfied With a loud shout, he swung his long sword again. Although young Master Tang was extremely dissatisfied with every strike he made, he still had the fighting heart supporting him. So, even though he was slightly at a disadvantage, he didn't show any signs of decline. Chapter 232. Stop. No more fighting. When Tang Yin had completely suppressed Hung Yuan finally shouted and retreated from the battle circle. You're amazing. Hung Yuan gave Tang Yin a thumbs up and then turned to leave the stage. With Hung Yuan's defeat, this group finally began to take Tang Yin seriously as an opponent. Seeing Tang Yin walk towards the south wall again, many were slightly surprised. This guy doesn't want to continue challenging, does he? Soon, the whiteboard on the south wall displayed new student Tang Yin challenging Sun Huan, asking if anyone dared to fight. Many senior students felt that Tang Yin's actions were overly arrogant. After 2 consecutive battles, his stamina would inevitably decline. He should know when to stop. Yet this guy seemed too inflated, relentless. However, with Sun Huan's defeat, many senior students fell silent. One success could be called a coincidence. But winning 3 times in a row could only mean that Tang Yin had the capital to be arrogant. Numerous new students looked at Tang Yin fighting with the seniors on the stage, feeling a mix of admiration and fervor. Time passed second by second. Even with the support of medicinal pills, Tang Yin felt his stamina reaching a critical point. Today, he had already challenged 16 people. Chapter 233. It's over. Tang Yin's heart wailed continuously. He suddenly remembered that on the day of the competition's opening, he had promised Ziyin a transformation pill, and he actually forgot about it. Boss, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Z? Du Shu sneaked over and asked slyly. Could it be that she is your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law your ass. If she were really my sister-in-law, would I be this scared? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin replied. It's nothing. I'll go find Miss Ziyin later. By the way, what development plan did you write? When it comes to work, Du Shu's attention is immediately diverted, and he struggles to say, I expect that before long. Winning will occupy most of the Dan medicine market of Qinglong Academy, and even the Holy Dan Alliance will not be able to rival us. I plan to expand the Dan medicine outward, but I haven't figured out the specifics yet. Tang Yin looked at the map hanging on the wall and pointed to a marked location. The place where Qinglong Academy is located is quite remote. Far from the Imperial City, far from Zizhu City, and far from all major forces. However, 300 miles outside Qinglong Academy, there's an ownerless city called Ming City. Although this area is ungoverned, it is the center of several major forces. Many people come to stay in Ming City every day, and its prosperity is comparable to any city. Chapter 234. A few days ago, I obtained a formula for a Dan medicine that can whiten the skin. I will refine it and send it to you in a while. Tang Yin added weakly. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, he felt the pressure on him dissipate, and he let out a long sigh of relief. You know what's good for you. Send it within a month, or you'll be in for it. Mei Mu shot Tang Yin a glance and continued to idly pluck the strings of her instrument. Silly girl, what are you worried about? Tang Yin suddenly asked, looking at Ziyun, whose eyes were clouded with worry. If I can reach the heavenly stage within half a year, then we'll talk. Ziyun did not answer. After a while, under Tang Yan's intense gaze, she finally sighed and said, in 3 or 4 months, I may have to leave Qinglong Academy. Tang Yin did not ask where Ziyun was going. From her expression, he could guess that she had unspoken difficulties. No matter what difficulties there are, I am willing to face them, Tang Yin said solemnly. Ziyun's body trembled slightly. Then she sneered, there's no need to climb the 3 treasure hall without a reason. Speak up. What is your purpose in expressing loyalty? Third Miss truly has sharp eyes, Tang Yin said with an awkward smile, flattering her. I'll be going out to train for a few days, and I hope you can take care of Wending here. Chapter 235. Seeing that no one was around, Tang Yin took out the formation weapon map given to him by Huo Lao, gently crushed the jade slip, and a stream of information surged into his mind. Flame-burning heaven formation, a second-tier high-grade formation weapon, requires 30 formation points to be densely laid out with supreme patterns, embodying the aura of green wood and igniting the red-hot fire. The esoteric incantation and the complex and difficult-to-understand combination of formation points did not make Tang Yin feel headache. Instead, he was quite interested and immersed in it, carefully pondering the meaning of each formation point. The formation weapons are indeed extraordinarily marvelous, forming special potential with the shape of formation points, which has some similarities with the essence of formations passed down in Huaxia. Tang Yan's experience from his previous life is a valuable asset. Although this second-tier formation weapon is powerful, it still cannot cause him real trouble. After 2 hours, Tang Yin finally understood this formation weapon map. The flame-burning heaven formation uses spiritual energy as a guide to form formation points, encompassing 2 parts. One part constructs the power of devouring, which can maximally bind the enemy. The other part vaguely mixes in the power of the 5 elements, constructing a grand fire formation based on the theory of wood generating fire. What shocked Tang Yin was that these flames were actually real flames and quite powerful. Chapter 236. Originally thinking that he could deal with the bipedal beast in a few moves, it repeatedly provoked him. Jin Fengni's patience completely vanished, and his aura gradually became violent. Entering the enraged mode, Jin Fengni's strength and speed significantly increased. As expected, when Jin Fengni lunged at Tang Yin this time, his speed was noticeably faster. Bang! At the critical moment, Tang Yin held nothing back, and his energy veins unfolded instantly. Feeling the surging power within him, Tang Yin also swung his fist to meet it. Bang! In a solid collision, Tang Yin's body retreated 2 steps, while Jin Fengni only took a step back. Even with Tang Yin's 3-fold increase in strength, there was still some gap compared to Jin Fengni. More importantly, his current state consumed spiritual energy very quickly and could not be sustained for long. Jin Fengni seemed to have made up his mind about Tang Yin and let out a low growl as he charged over. Tang Yin had no choice but to brace himself and meet the attack. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of more than 10 attacks, Tang Yin's situation became increasingly dire. What to do? Although he was at a disadvantage in strength and speed, the pride of the great alchemist Tang would not allow him to escape easily unless absolutely necessary. Only in adversity can one create greatness. Chapter 237. When Tang Yin opened his eyes again, a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the void vortex Dantian, Tang Yin couldn't help but smile. As long as there is another suitable opportunity, he can break through. Thinking of the Tai Chi he had comprehended, Tang Yin stood up, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his hands to perform the starting stance of Tai Chi. It was the first time Tang Yin practiced Tai Chi since arriving in this world. The Supreme Dan Sutra within him gradually operated, and his movements began to unfold. Although he hadn't practiced for a long time, he did not feel stiff. All movements were fluid and natural. Initially, Tang Yin did not intend to practice for long, but every time he reached the end of the Tai Chi form, he automatically returned to the starting position, as if there was a calling in his heart urging him to continue practicing. Then let me follow my heart and continue to practice. As Tang Yin delved deeper into practice, his mind gradually immersed in this martial art. Once again and again, as time passed, Tang Yin unknowingly entered a realm of profound mystery. Within a meter, a caterpillar was resting on a blade of grass eating leaves. Nearby, 2 earthworms were digging in the soil. Further away, several ants were foraging. Centered around Tang Yin, within a 3-meter radius, every plant and blade of grass, every breeze rustling the grass, seemed to be under his control. Chapter 238. The hearts of the 7 people jumped at the same time. How could this kid be so strange, appearing without them noticing? Moreover, they could not see through Tang Yin's depth. Not being able to see through a martial artist's cultivation level meant that either the other party had treasures that could conceal their aura or that their strength was much higher than theirs. The few of them were not foolish. They were already deep in the forest, and without some strength, who could reach here? However, they were unwilling to back down just because they couldn't see through his cultivation level. May I ask how to address this friend? The leading man asked. Tang Yin looked at the few of them, a smile in his eyes, and mockingly asked, "Are you inquiring about my name to seek revenge later? Or are you thinking of getting rid of me, since I might not be a troublesome character?" The few of them were taken aback. What Tang Yin said was exactly what they were thinking. If they just left like this, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? How could they establish themselves in Ming City in the future? Oh, Tang Yin raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "What do you want?" "We would like to discuss a few points with the young master," the scar-faced man said solemnly. "Ha, good. Who among you will come?" Tang Yin laughed loudly upon hearing this, his aura spreading out like a net, pressing down on the 7 of them. Chapter 239. Money, medicinal materials, beast cores, materials. All these are fine. I just heard about something called spiritual heart jade marrow. I wonder what that is? Tang Yan's gaze subtly fell on the girl's wrist. Noticing Tang Yan's gaze, The girl instinctively pulled down her sleeves, watching him warily, her voice turning cold. There is no Ling Xin Yutsua? Seeing the girl's obvious attempt to hide something, Tang Yin nearly laughed out loud, but still pretended to be fierce on the surface. Humph, little girl. You'd better hand it over obediently, or let me have some fun. Don't think about seeking a quick end. If you don't cooperate, I'll strip you bare and hang you on the city wall tonight. Tang Yin repeated the threat of the 7 jungle assassins verbatim. You shameless. The girl widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Tang Yin with hostility. Come on, with your flat chest and butt, I'm not interested. Hand over the bracelet on your wrist, or I won't be polite. Tang Yin stood up, looking at the girl with ill intent. No way. Humph. The girl threw down her words and turned to walk in one direction. Tang Yin was somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell is going on? I still wanted to pretend to be a robber. Why are you not cooperating at all? Chapter 240, Zizhu. The girl softly read the characters above. Then her gaze fell on a character in the lower right corner. After a moment of thought, her face flushed bright red. Glancing shyly at Tang Yin, she found this mischievous boy looking at her with a teasing expression, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. It turned out she thought she was hiding her identity as Ziyun from everyone. But little did she know that he already knew and had just chosen not to expose her. Are you from Zizhu City? The girl asked awkwardly. No, I met Miss Z by chance, and she gave me this jade token, Tang Yin explained softly. Then why didn't you expose me earlier? I'm not curious about your identity. Knowing it doesn't change anything, Tang Yin calmly retorted. My name is Qing Xian, the girl said seriously, looking at Tang Yin. I didn't lie to you. Tang Yin nodded and asked, what do you plan to do with this ice heart Yutsue? Besides refining the 9 turns rebirth pill, there are no other pills that can be made from ice heart Yutsue. It can only be consumed directly and then seek other methods. How much ice heart Yutsue did you obtain? Dan Dan in Guit. After hesitating for a moment, Qing Xian took out a porcelain bottle from her storage space and said, this big porcelain bottle contains 3 bottles. Chapter 241. Hearing the small one's threatening roar, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel speechless. He reached out and rubbed the little one's head, laughing. This fruit is very important to me. What use is it to you? Oh, seemingly very dissatisfied with Tang Yin touching its head, the little one shouted loudly, raising its forelimbs again, its mouth opening as if warning Tang Yin that if he didn't hand it over, this white-faced bun would not be polite. Looking at this little creature, Tang Yin chuckled. I really don't know why that thunder leopard retreated. Here, eat one of these. Saying this, Tang Yin flipped his hand, producing a primary spirit pill, and fed it to the little one. The little one, initially ready to dodge, suddenly sensed the fragrance in its mouth. Its previously furious eyes instantly became much clearer and cuter. With a gulp, it swallowed it down, licking its lips as its gaze fell back on Tang Yin. Looking at the little one with a pleading expression, Tang Yin sighed and produced another primary spirit pill. Since it was a first-tier pill and he wouldn't use it anymore, it was better to let this little creature eat it as compensation for the dragon snake fruit. After continuously feeding its 7 pills, the little one finally patted its round belly, and its gaze once again fell on Tang Yin. Chapter 242. Guanbo, kill him. The young man in the blue robe gritted his teeth. As soon as young Master Chu's words fell, the gray-clothed old man beside him transformed into a streak of flowing light, chasing after the direction Tang Yin had disappeared. Tang Yin had long anticipated that someone would chase after him. At this moment, his chi pulse suddenly expanded, and his already fast speed increased even more. With a twist of his body, Tang Yin dove into a dense forest. By the time Guanbo caught up, he stopped at the edge of this dense forest. After examining every blade of grass and tree for a long time, Guanbo's brows furrowed tightly. This kid doesn't know what kind of movement technique he used. He ran off without leaving a trace of his escape. Count yourself lucky. After studying for a long time without finding any clues, Guanbo sighed lightly and turned to leave. Feeling that there were no pursuers behind him, Tang Yin finally stopped. Now that Tang Yin had obtained the dragon snake fruit, as long as he broke through to the 3rd grade of the Earth stage, he would have the possibility of advancing to a 4th grade alchemist. At that time, he could refine the dragon snake pill and cultivate in the 9 Netherfire Sea. He originally planned to return, but after walking a few steps, Tang Yin turned back again. Ming City was a city without a master. Being able to develop into a family, there indicated they should have considerable strength. These people wouldn't appear here for no reason. They must have some ulterior motive. Chapter 243. Looking at the 7 copper men already fallen on the ground, Tang Yin couldn't help but chuckle, not going over, but rather curiously observing the battle of the 3. He even grew a bit bored and took out some pills from his storage ring as snacks, eating while watching. Fortunately, Tang Yin was currently concealed and had a barrier in front of him, so no one noticed him. If Guanbo and the others saw him, they would probably be more infuriated by his behavior than by being struck down by the copper man. What are you doing over there? Not only are you not helping, but you're also just eating popcorn? Tang Yin closely observed these copper men, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Each copper man possessed great strength and wielded a long, sharp sword. Tang Yin had no doubt that if struck, a person would be cut in half. Moreover, the copper men were not slow, making them challenging to deal with. Assessing their strength, each copper man was likely between the 2nd and 3rd grades of the Earth stage. Guanbo and Chuimo were fine, but the girl in red had become a burden to the two. Additionally, the number of copper men around was too great. They had no awareness and would only attack fiercely, so even though Guanbo was powerful, he still had to divide his attention to take care of the girl, which not only consumed a lot of energy, but also slowed them down. Chapter 244. After clearly seeing these 3 characters, Tang Yin nearly spat blood. I've worked so hard and used so much effort, only to find out it's a cultivation method I've already practiced. Isn't this a scam? With immense sorrow, Tang Yin opened the contents inside. Chi Pulse, what is it? The essence of a person. When the bloodline changes, mountains and seas can be concealed. A single action or glance is enough to make one tremble in fear and bow down in submission. In the past, I, the old man, roamed the world commanding heroes. Who dare to defy me? The Chi Pulse transformation was created by me after 100 years of effort, but unfortunately, the requirements for cultivation are very high, and it may not be passed down through generations. Hence, I leave this cultivation manual here, hoping that a fated person can inherit my legacy. The Chi Pulse transformation is divided into upper and lower parts. If the upper part cannot be cultivated, do not force it, or you'll end up either going mad or dying. But if you can cultivate the upper part, remember to practice diligently and pass it down without interruption. The lower part of the divine skill will surely help you transform from a flood dragon into a true dragon, shaking the heavens. Looking at the records above, Tang Yan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Does this Chi Pulse transformation really have a lower part, turning downwards? The upper part was just like the content that Ziyun gave herself, but there was still a lot more below. After carefully reading the introduction, Tang Yan's heart gradually became fiery. Only by learning the previous chapter can one cultivate this chapter. Chapter 245, an old voice came, and Tang Yin immediately hid behind a tree, quickly spreading out his Taiji heart to conceal all his aura. He can't escape. Daring to set his sights on our Chu family, even hiding in the Qinglong Academy won't help. Chumo's tone was filled with resentment. That kid had repeatedly embarrassed him in front of his crush, and he couldn't wait to capture Tang Yin and humiliate him to regain his face. It seems like someone is fighting ahead, Guanbo said as he looked ahead. The voice of the girl in red came. Why don't we go take a look? If it's someone from a Qinglong Academy, we can also ask if they know that kid. Chill girl is right. Let's go take a look. Guanbo waved his hand, and a group of people quickly rushed forward. Tang Yin cursed the scumbag inwardly, finding Xiao Xiao's gaze increasingly displeasing. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yin also followed behind a few people. Dong Shui, I didn't expect you to reach the Earth stage. That's really impressive. Seeing Lin Dongxue easily handle a 3rd-tier spirit beast in a few moves, Yu Juechen exclaimed. Compared to Brother Yin, I'm still far behind. Lin Dongxue was not proud. I really didn't expect Dong Shui and Wan Fei to step into the Earth stage earlier than me. I remember when we were in Fang City, it's really embarrassing. Fang Xian said helplessly. Chapter 246. Feeling this incredibly solid aura, Tang Yan's heart sank, but he still wore a smile on his face. Old man, don't you feel that your true energy isn't as abundant as before? Don't be surprised you're poisoned. The scattered spirit poison. The higher the strength, the deeper the poisoning. I advise you not to use your true energy. The more you expend, the greater the damage to your dantian and meridians. You are now at the Earth stage, 8th rank. It's not impossible to step into the Heaven stage in your lifetime. But I must tell you responsibly, if you dare to use your true energy today, the poison will invade your meridians and you'll never step into the Heaven stage in this lifetime. Hearing Tang Yan's extremely serious warning, Guanbo couldn't help but be stunned. Although his strength was only at the Earth stage, 8th rank, he believed that if the opportunity was right, he could definitely step into the Heaven stage in his lifetime. Stepping into the Heaven stage not only grants powerful strength, but also increases lifespan. If this poison cuts off his promotion opportunity, that would be too big of a loss. Looking at the suddenly hesitant Guanbo, Tang Yin decided to add fuel to the fire. What I got in that cave was a heart method. And cultivating this heart method requires a hard condition, which is to have the bestowed power within. Such lucky individuals are 1 in 10,000. What use do you have for this? Chapter 247. Guanbo looked at the fan that had fallen to the ground, and his gaze towards Tang Yin had turned completely cold. Feeling the true energy in his body after taking the detoxification pill, the true energy became incredibly normal again. Now, Guanbo finally realized that he had been played by a little brat today. If this matter gets back to Ming City, where would he put his face? Kid, you have guts. Guanbo looked at Tang Yin, enraged to the point of laughing, with killing intent fully revealed. Tang Yin naturally understood that even if he exerted all his strength, he would not be a match for this old man. Previously, Guanbo's attention was completely drawn to the fan he fabricated. He used his strongest martial skill, performed Qi Meridian transformation, and combined it with the heavenly creation fire, and only then managed to push Guanbo back a step. Seeing Guanbo filled with killing intent, Tang Yin suddenly looked behind Guanbo, his face showing ecstatic joy. Great Elder, save me. Dan Dan et Galim et Siten Li. The Great Elder of the Qinglong Academy? Guanbo was startled. That was a heaven stage powerhouse. How could they suddenly appear here? There is no one. Turning his head and scanning for a long time, he still didn't see the Great Elder. And Guanbo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Damn, could it be that I was played by this kid again? Guanbo suddenly realized, just as he turned back. He felt a wave of heat coming. Chapter 248. Damn it. Even if Guanbo had good self-restraint, he could no longer hold back at this moment and blurted out a curse he hadn't said in decades. The others, who were already exhausted and dizzy, felt like they might vomit blood. In the unowned city, there are no rules here, no legal constraints. Here, strength is paramount, and competition is extremely fierce. The people from the Chu family thought that hunting spirit beasts and fighting to seize resources was hard enough. But today, they realized that the pain they endured before was nothing compared to this. Quick chase! Guanbo shouted angrily, leading the group to pursue. The others could only grit their teeth and run in that direction. When they passed by where Tang Yin and the others were roasting meat, they thought there would be leftovers to scavenge, but upon arrival, they found there wasn't even a bone fragment left, only the aroma of meat floating in the air. Golu cursed Tang Yin again in his heart, helplessly continuing to chase after Tang Yin and the others. Guanbo's group was on the brink of collapse. Tang Yin and his companions deliberately chose narrow forest paths, and it was unclear whether it was due to their habit of running away or a special skill. But they left very few traces, greatly increasing the difficulty of their pursuit. Chapter 249. Kid, you've been running pretty fast these past 2 days. Guanbo looked at Tang Yin with a cold expression. Tang Yin had really tormented him these past 2 days. Hee, old man, you're really persistent. Don't you feel tired following us all this way? Tang Yin smiled, suddenly sniffing hard in midair, then exclaimed in surprise. Wait, why do you guys smell like the meat we roasted earlier? You didn't steal our leftovers, did you? Seeing Tang Yan's exaggerated expression, Guanbo's killing intent surged towards him without concealment. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and everyone squinted their eyes, seeing Yu Jiuechen holding a dagger, which was already piercing into Chumo's neck by a few centimeters. Old man, you better not have any thoughts, and don't scare me. Otherwise, if I accidentally make a bigger move, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Jiuechen laughed sinisterly beside him. You dare. Ganbo shouted angrily, but he forcibly suppressed the killing intent on him. Taking a deep breath, Guanbo said, We're almost at the Qinglong Academy's territory. Let go of young Master Chu. Oh, let him go, and then you won't do anything to us? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Of course, let young Master Chu go, and you can leave. If not, none of you will leave today. Guanbo sneezed coldly. Chapter 250. Damn, winding is really amazing. The pills they sell are truly exceptional. Although the price is a bit high, it's really worth it. 3 days ago, I went to train and encountered a 4th-tier giant lizard. I didn't know that this thing was among the stronger 4th-tier spirit beasts. I foolishly rushed and hunted, and nearly got killed when my true energy was exhausted. After taking the original chi pill, the effect was maximized, and I managed to escape thanks to that true energy. No more talking. I need to buy a few more. A chubby guy said with lingering fear. Winding is great. I've been stuck at the 9th rank of the Xian stage for 3 months, and a Xianling pill actually broke my shackles. I wish it had appeared earlier. In a corner of the Qinglong Academy, a thin boy excitedly shared with his friends. It's indeed true, but their supply of pills is too tight. Speaking of pills, I think of Baodan Pavilion. This faction is too pitiful, one long-haired boy sighed. That's right. Those people from Baodan Pavilion have poor character and only rely on those 3 key pills: Upper Spirit Pill, Living Spirit Pill, and Fury Pill. Originally, they never intended to sell such pills, but who knew they would incite Dong Wuxia to cause trouble? Now they are in a mess. Chapter 251. Wending was surrounded by a group of people. Although Du Shu had the lowest strength, he stood at the forefront, coldly responding to the people below. Han Gong, I told you long ago, Brother Yin is out training and hasn't returned. Is it interesting for you to assume he is afraid of you? He probably went out to hide for a month, Han Gong mocked. If he can also hide outside for a month, I'll concede to Brother Yin, Du Shu quickly retorted. Hearing this, a few people were momentarily stunned. Being able to stay in the unclaimed forest for so long seemed to be a skill in itself. Not only did one have to endure attacks from various spirit beasts and jungle killers, but also endure the hardships and loneliness of training. Seeing Han Gong speak this, Du Shu's gaze fell on Yang Xia, and this chatterbox began again. I say, gang leader Yang, why aren't you refining pills properly and making a ruckus here? Feeling inferior to us? So you want to use some despicable means to suppress Wending? You keep saying we stole your pill formulas. Why would Wending steal your formulas? Wending has always had the formulas for the 3 major pills of Baodan Pavilion. Before we put them up for sale, I actually refused in my heart. Why? Because the level is too low, it lowers Wending status. Chapter 252. Let's keep it to 10 moves to determine the winner, Tang Yin said to Han Gong. Since both of you agreed to the duel back then, you must honor that agreement. I will not intervene. Zi Yun's melodious voice came, making Han Gong's anxious heart relax slightly. Since a heavenly expert like her promised not to intervene, she wouldn't lower her status to trouble him. In that case, as you said, let us decide the winner in 10 moves. Han Gong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Tang Yin. If he could take down Tang Yin in front of so many people, he would crown himself as the one who defeated Wending's leader, enough to bask in glory for a while. Tang Yin stuffed a package he was carrying on his back to Zi Yun, saying, help me hold this. You could just put it in your storage ring, right? What is this? Zi Yun initially didn't want to, but when she opened the package and saw the fluffy little creature still drowsy inside, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. Could it be that you caught it for me? Zi Yun thought to herself happily. 10 moves, it might not be enough to determine the winner. Whoever has the upper hand will count as the winner, Han Gong suggested. Chapter 253. I come from the border region of the Eastern Domain. To you all, that's a small place. 3 months ago, my strength was only at the 4th level of the Xian stage, and I entered the selection area of the Qinglong Academy. In the selection area filled with experts, how many people looked down on me? Yet I was still selected for the Qinglong Academy. 2 months ago, with my strength at the 7th level of the Xian stage, I was chosen as the first person in the Eastern region, facing countless doubts and disdain. Have I ever been afraid? When Wending officially opened, the peak meeting, Baodan Pavilion, and the Holy Pill Alliance secretly schemed against us. Has Wending ever been afraid? A month ago, my strength was at the 1st level of the Earth stage, and Xue Xiao encouraged you to duel with me. Was I afraid? Tang Yin looked around at everyone from Wending, his voice as strong as steel. I hope everyone in Wending can stand tall. There are no cowards here. When faced with difficulties, don't back down. If you're knocked down, get back up and keep going until you crush them. Behind you stands Wending forever. As long as one person is alive, we will vow to defend the dignity of our brothers and protect our shared glory. This is Wending. Some of the earlier members of Wending felt an immense sense of gratitude, because what Tang Yin said was also what he practiced. These words also stirred the new members' blood. Chapter 254. After Tang Yin familiarized himself with the recent changes in Wending, he headed towards the 9 Netherfire Sea. He needed to quickly cultivate to the 4th level of the Earth stage, striving to become a 4th-tier alchemist and then refine the Dragon Snake Pill. As long as he took the Dragon Snake Pill, he could soar straight to the 9th level of the Earth stage. Upon arriving at the 9 Netherfire Sea, Tang Yan's forehead darkened. The little creature loved to perch on his shoulder, and he had gotten used to it, but this time he carelessly brought it along. Damn, how did you follow me? Do you know the way back? Go back. Tang Yan grumpily tugged at the little creature's ear. Yeah. The little creature cried out in grievance, jumping down to look at Tang Yan before turning to walk toward the trading outpost. Seeing that the little guy seemed to understand and should know the way back, Tang Yan turned and entered the Nine Nether Fire Sea. A white shadow transformed into a streak of light and swiftly followed Tang Yan inside. Damn! Upon seeing the little creature following him in, Tang Yan couldn't help but curse. He helplessly held the little creature. It seemed he would have to take it back himself this time. However, Tang Yan soon paused. Although the first level of the Nine Nether Fire Sea posed little threat to him, the temperature inside was extremely hot. Yet the little creature still looked energetic and peeked inside with what seemed to be a joyful expression. Chapter 255. In a 4-star dormitory, Lin Dongxue opened her eyes, and her pitch-black eyes flashed with a sharp light. Indeed, the first level of the first heaven and the first product of the first mountain. As strength increases, the gap between levels becomes so significant. Just having broken through, feeling the surging true energy within her, a smile appeared on Lin Dongxue's face. Just as she was about to celebrate, a knock on the door interrupted her joy. Curiously opening the door, Lin Dongxue's expression immediately turned cold. Lin Dongxue, do you still remember me? An arrogant voice came. Lin Dongxue certainly remembered Lung Ning. It was Lung Ning and her 2 companions who captured several members of Wending during the struggle for the heavenly spirit treasure, and that woman had slapped her. When Tang Yan arrived, he didn't kill Lung Ning, but instead said a sentence. I'm not killing you now because I'm afraid, but because the humiliation you brought to Dongxue, she will return in kind. Originally, Lin Dongxue should have remembered this humiliation, but as her strength continuously improved, her realm and perspective also expanded, and she did not rush to seek revenge. But that didn't mean Lin Dongxue was easy to deal with, as memories flooded back. Her face turned frosty. What is it? Chapter 256. Lin Dongxue drew her slender sword, her voice icy. If you want to use me to lure Tang Yan out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Looking at the calm Lin Dongxue, the Chu family members couldn't help but admire the girl's courage. Miss Dongxue, with your level of strength, I advise you not to resist. Blades and swords have no eyes. If you accidentally cut your pretty face, I believe that's not something you can accept. The elder of the Chu family, who was quite shrewd, targeted women's weaknesses. A bunch of rats, stop wasting words. Lin Dongxue shouted angrily. Take her down, Han Zhao commanded, and 2 Chu family guards immediately stepped forward. Lin Dongxue met them with her sword. But the shadow of Tang Yan appeared in her mind. The bits and pieces between Tang Yan and me are as vivid as yesterday. The first time I was improperly touched, I ended up heavily injured by Lu Ji, leaving her with a bad impression. During our second meeting, Tang Yan wrote me a poem called Joy of Reunion, and his stunning talent and explicit confession gradually changed my attitude towards him. Then he trained with me, guided my martial arts, and risked his life on Tsunyan Mountain to block the pursuit of Lu Eryi, allowing me to escape. In the selection area, he vented his anger and struck out at Lung Ning. The past is like a film reel, frame by frame. These memories are like treasures, etched deep in the heart of a flower-like girl. And that handsome and brilliant young man gradually occupied my entire heart. Chapter 257. He can't be dead, right? Han Zhao frowned and said, if he's dead, then he's dead. I never intended to let her live from the start. Chop her body into pieces. The 3rd elder angrily ordered, realizing that this was a case of losing everything without gaining anything. They lost so many capable hands, and the hostage ended up dead. Kill! A shout suddenly came from afar, startling the people of the Chu family. Who are those people? The 3rd elder frowned and asked. Not sure, but if I'm not mistaken, they should be this girl's friends, Han Zhao replied. 3rd elder, let's go. We can definitely force Tang Yan out, Han Zhao said excitedly. The previously furious 3rd elder of the Chu family felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. He initially wanted to capture a live one, but when he glanced and saw Lin Dongxue covered in blood, he inexplicably trembled and instantly changed his command. Use all your strength to capture them. Just leave one breath. In the Nine Nether Fire Sea, Tang Yan felt the void vortex in his dantian suddenly shake at that moment, as if a barrier had shattered like a bubble. and then a surging stream of true energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Feeling the surging true energy within him, Tang Yin was overjoyed. Earth level 4th grade. With my current strength, I should barely be able to refine 4th grade pills. If I combine it with the change of meridians, I have a 90% chance of success in refining the dragon and snake fruit. Chapter 258. The series of commands issued by Tang Yin stirred everyone's hearts. More people felt waves of emotion. How many people claim to be brothers? But when facing a great enemy, where is the so-called friendship? But today, Tang Yin dared to challenge the Chu family of Ming City for the sake of a girl from a gang. This deep bond of loyalty made everyone admire him wholeheartedly. Young Master Tang, your righteousness is like the sky. I admire you. I, Yang Jiai, am willing to join the Wending and fight alongside young Master Tang, staining half of Ming City with blood. A voice came, and a young man with a sunny demeanor stepped out from the crowd. Yang Jiai, 13th on the heavenly ranking. He actually wants to join Wending. His strength must be at the late stage of Earth level 8th grade. And such a master wants to join Wending? It's said that Yang Jiai's friend was killed by a force in Ming City, and he has been harboring a grudge for revenge. So this joining likely has that factor involved. Tang Yin glanced at Yang Jiai, his expression calm rather than joyful, and said, the next 3 months will be very hard. I hope you're mentally prepared. How hard can it be? Frying, roasting, cutting flesh, and scraping bones, it's soul-crushing. Chapter 259. Tang Yan's heart tightened. Although this little one was just a spirit beast, it was Lin Dongshue's life-saving beast. Because it saved Lin Dongxue, it also successfully resolved a heart demon for his future cultivation. He quickly took out a recovery pill for the little one to swallow. The powerful energy of the pill made the little one feel slightly better, but when Tang Yin tried to feed it more, the little one had already shut its mouth. Seeing the little one's state, Tang Yin sighed. It must be that drop of colorful blood that caused a huge deficit in its body. Little one, there will be plenty of pills in the future. Tang Yin promised while stroking the little one's head. The little one perked up a bit, then quickly wilted again, lying on Tang Yin's shoulder and falling asleep. Tang Yin no longer wandered outside. He quickly carried Lin Dongxue toward the Qinglong courtyard. Is she alive? When Tang Yin pushed open the door to the courtyard, Ziyun's eyes widened in shock. Yes, the little one should not be an ordinary creature. It used a drop of colorful blood to revive Dongxue, but it needs to nourish its spirit essence and can't wake up yet. Tang Yin sighed. Spirit essence damaged? Ziyun, with her exceptional insight, immediately guessed the symptoms. Chapter 260. In a corner of the Qinglong courtyard, this place had already become a training ground for Wending. This time, Tang Yin really went all out. Even alchemists were brought in for practice, and even Du Shu was not spared. Ziyun, look at Ziyun. Just as everyone was looking forward to the upcoming training, someone pointed at Ziyun, who was not far away, and shouted. Following the direction pointed out, the crowd immediately stirred. Ziyun is here, another person called out. Just as everyone was discussing what Ziyun was doing there, Tang Yan's voice came at the right moment. Let me introduce. This is the new member of Wending, Ziyun. In future training, Ziyun will also be with everyone. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Damn, the boss is awesome. He even got Ziyun. Everyone's eyes widened, watching Ziyun approach, filled with disbelief. The number 1 young talent of Xiangxiang is actually joining a gang formed by a group of Qinglong courtyard students. After Ziyun stood among the crowd and looked at the still restless group, Tang Yin couldn't help but sigh. The charm of a goddess is indeed great. The following training will be very fair. Everyone starts from the same point. So, you'll have a chance to surpass Ziyun. Chapter 261. Everyone closed their eyes in pain. Without exception, they all wanted to slap themselves. Damn it. How could they impulsively agree to join the training? They wouldn't even want to fight a 6th grade spirit beast instead of continuing this training. Fortunately, they were all young people, with a stubborn spirit and refusal to back down. Since they had agreed to join the training, and Tang Yin promised that the cultivation would bring sufficient benefits, they all gritted their teeth and went for it. Once, twice, 3 times. After completing the 4th round, someone finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Tang Yin slightly nodded. It was already remarkable to endure 4 rounds in the first training. Seeing someone fall, many people had some crooked thoughts. The expressions in the eyes of this group of people naturally couldn't escape Tang Yan's keen observation. If you think you can fake a feint to slack off, I advise you to abandon that idea. You should believe that a master of medicine can tell 100 whether someone is exhausted. Hearing Tang Yan's words, some who were originally tempted rolled their eyes in disbelief. This guy leaves no room for anyone. After completing the 6th round, even the Earth-level 8th grade Yang Jiai collapsed on the ground, unwilling to move, while only Ziyun continued to practice. Chapter 262. Yu Jiuchen was shocked by Tang Yan's keen insight when he suddenly heard Tang Yan's reminder to Wan Fei and recalled the previous scene. He couldn't help but clench his legs, feeling a chill in a certain area. Go to hell. Wan Fei shot Tang Yan a glare, her face seemingly dissatisfied. But she had already firmly remembered that move in her heart. Tang Yan turned around twice in the crowd, and he pointed out almost everyone. With each of his pointers, someone's situation would instantly change. In an instant, Tang Yan's image in everyone's hearts gradually became taller. Newcomers looked at Tang Yan with a bit more respect and recognition. Let's practice. You use your 6th grade, Earth-level strength. Tang Yan beckoned to Ziyun. Ziyun had no objections and began to practice with Tang Yan. Once everyone finished battling, some healing pills were distributed, and soon everyone's injuries were fully healed, after which the next round of training began. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The group aiming for the peak had gradually adapted to this training method from their initial struggles. Everyone who had been stuck at a bottleneck successfully advanced in strength. Those who had already made some progress also felt their power steadily rising. Chapter 263. Brother Yin, let's not even talk about 9th grade pills. It seems impossible to refine a 3rd grade pill in less than half an hour, said a somewhat stiff young man with a frown. Other alchemists nodded in agreement. Perhaps some people are still unfamiliar with 3rd grade pills. So let me give an example with 2nd grade pills. For instance, the Quick Effect Energy pill contains 37 ingredients. During the refining process, some more difficult ingredients can be refined simultaneously with some easier ones. The Ling Hua can be refined together with Huagu, Pearl White Eye, 7-leaf branch, 3-light root, and willow leaf, while the Hua Orchid can be refined with Xinhe Orchid, silver fruit core, licorice, and 5-grain grass. This is much faster than your normal refining process. And during the extraction, you need to focus and be careful not to extract the medicine too early or too late to avoid losing its efficacy. While Tang Yan was speaking, the alchemy furnace was already set up in front of him, and the ingredients had been thrown in, and the refining and extraction process was underway. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, all the alchemists widened their eyes. Alchemy can be done this way? Are you kidding us? However, when they saw Tang Yan seriously working by the alchemy furnace, a hint of anticipation appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 264. After entering the 5th grade Earth level, Tang Yan felt that the fire spirit energy around him could now be completely controlled. With a thought, he reached out and gave Little Point a light tap on the head, waking him up immediately. Keep up, he called out as he headed towards the 5th level of the 9 Nether Fire Sea. Little Point, still groggy, swayed left and right as he followed Tang Yan to the entrance of the 5th level. The environment inside the 5th level was significantly different from the 4th level. The space here was noticeably smaller, and the ground was uneven, suggesting that few people had stepped here. There was no violent fire spirit power, nor were there continuously erupting flames. However, the air around was a faint red color. That penetrating heat suddenly hit Tang Yan, and he felt as if the blood in his body was about to be evaporated. Even taking a breath felt like his lungs were starting to burn. Is this the alchemy furnace? Tang Yan almost couldn't resist running back to the 4th level. The pain from the dragon snake pill had not yet dissipated, and although the 5th level's environment was harsh, it seemed less unbearable compared to the agony of twisted veins. After all, it was all pain. A little more or less didn't matter. Resolute, Tang Yan found a spot to sit down. He tilted his head to glance at Little Point, finding it still in a daze, which made Tang Yan marvel inwardly. Chapter 265. Seeing everyone's strength improve brought Tang Yan comfort, but a bright face emerged in his mind, causing a slight ache in his heart. Dong Shui, if you were here in this training with your talent, your strength should be higher than Juchun, right? Brother Yin, you're out. Just as Tang Yin was feeling down, a surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. What's the matter? Upon hearing Tang Yan's inquiry, Du Shu's face lit up with excitement. Brother Yin, there's news about the soul-settling flower. Where? Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked. Du Shu's face showed a bit of struggle as he thought of the location. Quickly say it. Don't beat around the bush, Tang Yan urged anxiously. In Ming City, The Gold Rush Auction House will hold an auction in 3 days, and among the items for auction, there are not only the soul-settling flower but also other materials you asked me to find, like the warm jade fruit. Du Shu gritted his teeth and revealed all the information. Tang Yin made a decisive command. Exchange some silver with star values, as much as possible. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Knowing it was the material to save Lin Dongxue, Du Shu felt no heartache and added, by the way, Brother Yin, there are 2 damn families in Ming City chasing after you. I'll go by this time. Chapter 266. What the hell is this for real? Those who heard this news displayed a dazed expression. An ordinary piece of news could fetch 100 high-level spirit pills? They would be rich in the blink of an eye. It must be true. Many people had seen it. Tang Yin personally wrote it on the notice at the entrance of the peak, and if you don't believe it, go check. Discussions were everywhere. Everyone was filled with interest in the rewards for accurate clues. Soul refining pills, explosive pills, blood coagulation pills, and origin pills, 10 of each. How much would that be worth? Almost everyone who received this news was calculating with their fingers. Soul refining pills were worth 5,000 star values. Explosive pills and blood coagulation pills each worth 1,000 star values, and origin pills were even sold at 2,000 star values by the peak. 10 of each would be worth 450,000 star values. Moreover, these unparalleled divine pills released by the peak were in high demand. If they were ready-made pills, they could even be sold at a premium. Converted into silver, selling for 50 million taels would be no problem. Initially, it was thought that someone willing to spend 100 million taels for Tang Yan's life was already extravagant. But Tang Yan using 50 million just to exchange for a piece of news seemed even more exaggerated. Moreover, this was just the reward for important information. No one dared to imagine what kind of reward Tang Yan would receive if he provided accurate information. But no one doubted that if they could provide precise clues, the reward would likely be worth over 100 million. Chapter 267. It seems you came for this matter. Xiao Tsongshan's face showed an unhappy expression. It is indeed regrettable that the young master of a noble family has fallen. But it seems a bit absurd for the head of the Chu family to come to our Qinglong Academy for an explanation. Director Xiao, you don't need to pretend to be confused. The murderer of my son is Tang Yin, a student of Qinglong Academy. However, at that time, my son was protected by a guardian with Earth-level 8th grade strength. Tang Yin was just a new student. No matter how talented he is, he couldn't defeat the guardian. Moreover, the incident occurred not far from Qinglong Academy. If your academy's elders didn't meddle, would anyone believe it? Xiao Tsongshan said sternly. Qinglong Academy and the unknown city do not allow heavenly level masters to target warriors below the heavenly level. This rule has been upheld by Qinglong Academy for thousands of years without a breach. The head of the Chu family cannot slander our academy maliciously due to personal emotions. Hearing Xiao Tsongshan's words, Chu Zhang's eyes flashed with suspicion. These people from Qinglong Academy prided themselves on being righteous and rarely went back on their word. Moreover, at their level of strength, they wouldn't lie. In the midst of silence, Qiu Minghui snorted coldly. That little girl was also killed by Tang Yan. Director Xiao, I can't be bothered to investigate who is causing trouble now. Chapter 268. Tang Yan sneered inwardly. No wonder it was the city of no master. He encountered a scam as soon as he arrived. Seeing how well they coordinated, it seemed they had been in this line of work for quite some time. He didn't expect such things to happen in the martial arts world. He calmly observed the 6 people who had surrounded him. The aura emanating from the 6 was not weak. The bald man at the forefront had a strength of 6th rank in the Earth stage. The other 5 ranged from 3rd to 5th rank in the Earth stage. When the woman finished speaking, the bald man became furious, pointing at Tang Yin and shouting, "Kid, you dare to touch the sister of Sanhu." Near the city gate, there were plenty of people passing by every day. Many who went out to train or had just returned from training in the Gnome Master Forest would stop by the city gate for supplies or rest. Many were familiar with Sanhu. This group of 6 men and 1 woman occasionally went to the Gnome Master Forest for training, but not frequently. Their favorite pastime was bullying newcomers to Ming City or those who were weak in their own territory. In Ming City, who would stand up for the oppressed. This made Sanhu and his gang even more rampant. Everyone had long been accustomed to such scenes. Looking at the slender Tang Yan, they couldn't help but shake their heads. He was too weak and would definitely be cleaned out by Sanhu this time. Chapter 269. Accepting the items handed to him by a few people, Tang Yan squatted down and began to search Sanhu and Zhao Hong. Sure enough, Sanhu had a storage space on him, and Zhao Heng had some valuable items such as pills, silver, and martial arts techniques. Seeing Tang Yin's skilled search technique, the crowd was momentarily surprised. Could this newcomer have been a bandit before? His technique was quite accomplished. I advise you not to play tricks. Later, when I search you, whoever has extra items on them will end up like these two, Tang Yin warned. Hearing Tang Yin's threat, the group shivered and each pulled out some items from their bodies. Now that's more like it, Tang Yin smiled as he collected everything and casually walked away. San Hu and his gang were left dumbfounded. After robbing in Ming City for so many years, they had actually been robbed this time. Having mixed in Ming City for decades, they had seen all sorts of strange things, but today was truly eye-opening. The thin old man at the food stall sighed. With Tang Yin's commotion, the topic among the people at the city gate shifted to the recent events. Tang Yin didn't care about the discussions behind him. After wandering around Ming City for a morning, he noticed many were talking about the auction happening tomorrow. Chapter 270. Generally speaking, prominent families wouldn't bid in the early stages. Even if they intended to buy something from the start, they would wait until the price stabilized before offering a reasonable bid. Although Ming City was a city of no master, it was not beneficial to offend the first-rate forces within the city. So when prominent families bid, unless an urgent need, they would tactfully refrain from further bids. As soon as the Chiu family began to bid, the competing voices fell silent. 600,000 taels. A lazy voice suddenly rang out, causing the previously noisy hall to fall into silence. Even Wen Chun, who was about to hammer down the gavel, showed a look of astonishment. Someone actually dared to bid? 650,000 taels. The Chiu family bid again. 70,000. 75,000 taels. The Chiu family turned pale. 80,000. Tang Yin raised the price without hesitation. When Tang Yin pushed the price up this high, many couldn't help but gasp. Where did this kid come from? How could he be so fierce? Little brother, you truly are a young bull. I admire you. This martial art will be given to you by the Chiu family. The elder of the Chiu family glared at Tang Yin, emphasizing the name Chiu as a warning. Chapter 271. Having dealt with medicinal materials for a long time, the properties of the drugs were not hidden from Tang Yin's eyes. When he held the spiritual herb, the chilling feeling penetrated to the bone. But Tang Yin did not feel cold. Under this chill, the meridians in his body became incredibly lively. Realizing this state, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel overjoyed. For someone who had cultivated the Supreme Pill scripture, this pill was like a great tonic. Struggling to resist the impulse to swallow it directly, he thought to store the cold flame flower in the heavenly creation cauldron. As the cold flame flower flew into the chaotic space, the entire branch trembled and instantly became vibrant. If only this cauldron could nurture spiritual herbs, Tang Yin couldn't help but fantasize. Next, several more items were presented, including treasures worth over 10 million taels of silver. Dear friends, the next items up for auction are the last two treasures of this event. Regardless of which, they are rare treasures. Even if you cannot use them now, storing them will not lead to depreciation over time. Who knows when they might come in handy. Serving as a life-saving means, the second to last item for auction was the soul-subduing flower. It had a strong restorative effect on damaged souls and primordial spirits. It could even be used to treat congenital intellectual disabilities. Chapter 272. The bidding price inside the venue had soared to 1 billion taels of silver, and the atmosphere in the hall was unprecedentedly high. When Chun felt as if everything was a dream, he never expected the blood spirit essence to be so fiercely contested. Today would be a day he became famous in the auction world. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Just as when Chun was still immersed in his fantasies, an incongruous voice interrupted him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wen Shin was taken aback and quickly asked, "Manager, why are you here?" You go down first. There has been some change in circumstances. I will handle it. Jean Mo sighed, silently praying for a miracle to happen tonight. Dear friends, there's a reason for this. All the previous bids are null and void. Jean Mo apologized to the crowd with a bow. Manager Jean, you have been promoting it for several days. Are you trying to play with us? Someone in the audience grumbled. Exactly. What do you mean by suddenly not selling it? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Jean Mo smiled bitterly and explained, it's not that we won't auction it, but my side didn't clarify things beforehand. The blood spirit essence does not belong to our establishment. It is merely entrusted for auction by a young master. The auction method is quite interesting. It doesn't require silver. It could be any heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or rare antiques. Chapter 273. Young Master, how about my pill? How about my magic weapon? Young Master, I have an ancient incense burner, perfect for elegant fairies. Take a look at mine. With a woman leading the charge, many people took out their treasures, offering them as if presenting gifts. Looking at the assorted items before him, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. Just as everyone awaited the young man's evaluation, a sudden snicker escaped Tang Yan's lips. The young man's eyes lit up. Could this interesting young man have something profound to say? He immediately asked, "Brother, may I ask what you find amusing?" "I'm laughing at how there's nothing worth looking at in this pile of junk." Tang Yan laughed heartily. He spoke of it as a pile of junk. But deep down, Tang Yan was extremely envious. That spirit herb was quite nice. It was the main ingredient for refining fourth-grade pills. That magical artifact also seemed good. It could save one's life at a critical moment. That dagger looked pretty good too. It could cut hair with ease, which was hard to come by. The young man showed a look of agreement. These treasures in the eyes of others were nothing but a pile of scrap metal in the eyes of this young master, who grew up with a golden spoon. "Kid, you say this is a pile of mundane objects, but what treasures do you have?" The elder of the Chu family seized the opportunity and immediately asked. Chapter 274. Curious. He leaned to take a look. Although he wasn't strong, his eyesight had some merit. When he saw the round shape of the pill, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Indeed not bad. The old man put the porcelain bottle to his nose and sniffed it, then closed his eyes. After sniffing again, he divided a strand of divine sense to carefully examine the pill. After fussing over it for a quarter of an hour, the old man smiled and said, "Sorry, I was overthinking. I hope the young brother can forgive me." Hearing the old man's words, the young man's face lit up with wild joy as he clasped his hands and laughed. "Brother, thanks to you, this trip to listen to the fragrance was indeed worthwhile." Standing beside him, Jin Mo also let out a long sigh of relief. If Yi Xiao ended up getting nothing, given this young master's arrogant nature, he might have directly demolished the auction house. Thank goodness it was finally settled. Thanks to this young man, although he looked unfamiliar, he was indeed a lifesaver. Once this was over, he must give him a supreme card for the auction house, honoring him as the top guest. He also wished his brother could win the heart of a beauty. While this was good, it might not be a foolproof plan. If he could add something spiritual to it, the success rate would be even higher, Tang Yan suddenly said. Chapter 275. Damn, brother, your disguise skills are unparalleled. Feng Chunyi exclaimed as he saw Tang Yan suddenly change his face. With low strength, being hunted by the Chu and Xiu families, I had no choice but to change my appearance, Tang Yan said with a bitter smile. Old fan, just go and wipe out the Chu and Xiu families later. Young Master Feng waved his hand grandly. If you kill people in a small plane, it might create heart demons for your future cultivation. Moreover, I want to settle this debt with my own hands, Tang Yan said with a chilling aura. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Feng Chunyi, an old fan, regarded him with even more esteem. By the way, Feng brother, can I trouble you with something? Tang Yan asked. If we are brothers, just speak directly. Don't be so verbose, Feng Chunyi said boldly. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Chu family. When the Chu family couldn't find me during my cultivation, they tricked my friend, wanting to use him as a hostage to force me to reveal myself. My friend didn't want to drag me down, so with a slightly tipsy Tang Yan, he poured out all his grudges and grievances, leaving Feng Chunyi and old fan shaken. After a long silence, Feng Chunyi sighed deeply and said, although I am a young master of the Fengyan clan, I could truly envy you for having a friend you can entrust your life to. Speak, what help do you need? Chapter 276, by the way. Do you know what weapon Olshan gave you? Feng Chunyi asked curiously. A heavy sword. Tang Yan took out the heavy sword. Huh, it really has some weight. The heavy sword looked quite slender, but as soon as he held it, Feng Chunyi felt a heavy sensation. Old Fan curiously examined the heavy sword, and soon, shock appeared on his face. Wuxia sword. Wuxia sword. Is that the legendary Supreme Wuxia sword? Feng Cheng ye exclaimed in surprise. Indeed it is. Old Fan couldn't help but sigh. The last time I saw this sword was 10 years ago. At that time, countless experts in the Northern Spirit Realm were extremely envious. No matter what treasures others offered, Old Shen wouldn't trade it. Unexpectedly, you saved his grandson's life, and he gave you this grand gift. So precious? Tang Yan was extremely surprised. Although he knew the Wuxia sword was good, it didn't seem as exaggerated as Old Fan said. On the surface, The wuxia sword was made entirely of Wanjing Xian iron, but that wasn't the case. Inside the Wanjing Xian iron, there was also Wanling iron. Moreover, there was the enhancement of the Qi Pavilion's secret method. The little brother may not be able to truly appreciate its value now, because below the heavenly level, it cannot truly exert its power. Chapter 277 Report to Elder Chu. The two from a northern spirit realm have already left, but that young man is nowhere to be found. Wei searched for half a day without results. Suspecting he has already escaped, a scout was reporting to Elder Chu. A living person so big can still fly away? Immediately head to the city gate and ask if there are any suspicious individuals leaving. Feihu, prepare Qinghe, bring elite soldiers, and follow me to the unclaimed forest. It hasn't been long. Even if that kid wants to leave, he can't go far. Soon, 3 Qinghe birds, carrying more than 10 people, flew towards Ming City. First, chase in the direction of the Qinglong Academy. Did he think he could escape after insulting my Chu family? Does he really think my Chu family is easy to bully? A flash of killing intent crossed Elder Chu's eyes as he ordered to pursue in the direction of the Qinglong Academy. Tang Yin ran wildly towards the Qinglong Academy after leaving the city gate. At this moment, he greatly missed the Qinghe. Unfortunately, because the Qinghe was too large. He didn't bring it into the city for fear of attracting attention and could only rely on his legs to return. The shadow step unfolded, although it was nearing evening. Tang Yin still moved like the wind. In the twilight, a shadow darted through the unclaimed forest like lightning. Why is no one here? Could it be that they haven't left the Qinglong Academy yet? Or is it that he isn't from the Qinglong Academy? Why haven't I seen a single ghost? Elder Chu, sitting on the Qinghe, kept muttering. Chapter 278 Chase. Elder Chu was filled with rage. This time, not only had he lost 5 capable hands, but he had also lost a precious Qinghe. If this kid really got away, how would he mix in Ming City in the future? However, since the speed of the Qinghe was similar, as Tang Yin was in front, the 2 Qinghe behind couldn't catch up, maintaining a certain distance. After chasing for a quarter of an hour without catching up to Tang Yin, the elder began to feel anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a mountain peak ahead. As they flew past, Tang Yin heard a loud bang and saw the elder summon a rock, shattering it into pieces. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could this old fellow be planning to smash me with a rock? Whoosh! Sure enough, as Tang Yin had predicted, a rock whistled toward him, but the target was not Tang Yin, but the spirit crane he was riding. Feeling the stone that contained the true energy of a heavenly level expert, Tang Yin took a deep breath and wielded the wuxia sword, applying the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, easily deflecting the aggressive stone with ease under the astonished gazes of the Chu family members behind him. Seeing his attack miss, Elder Chu felt even more frustrated and picked up several more stones. Chapter 279 this time, consider yourself lucky. I didn't expect your strength to already be at the 9th rank of the earth level. Your talent is truly astonishing. Right now, I want to kill you even more. The killing intent was evident in Elder Chu's eyes. Tang Yin was just a new student at the Qinglong Academy, but possessed the strength of the 9th rank of the earth level. Given time, he would surely become a heavenly level expert. Such a latent threat, if not removed early, would absolutely be a major concern for the Chu family. Chu, why do you bother chasing me? The Chu family provoked me first. The moment they saw me, they wanted to rob my belongings and take my life. Such tyranny. Just looking at your young master, it's clear he's not a good person. Such behavior will inevitably lead to disaster. Fortunately, they encountered me. If they had clashed with someone from the North Spirit Realm, the Chu family would have been finished. I helped you clear out the family disgrace. And instead of being grateful, you want to kill me. The Chu family truly has hearts as cold as wolves and dogs. Hearing Tang Yin twist the truth, Elder Chu nearly fainted from anger. Once I catch you, let's see how long you can be stubborn. This time, not only will I take your life, but none of your ambitious ones will escape. And my Chu family will investigate your background. Soon, your families will join you in the afterlife. Elder Chu said with a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 280. Turning around, a pitch-black sword was rushing towards him. Elder Chu, who had been on high alert waiting to land, was immediately interrupted by Tang Yan's sneak attack. Didn't we agree to wait until I landed before attacking? Why strike in such an urgent moment? Is there still trust between people? In his anger, Elder Chu was once again so furious that he spat blood. Left with no choice, Elder Chu had to rise to meet the enemy, his large knife flashing as he slashed at Tang Yin. Their moves were devoid of any technique, purely a clash of strength. However, Elder Chu felt immense psychological pressure, not only having to resist Tang Yin, but also dealing with the impending disaster of falling to the ground. With his mind divided, he couldn't fully exert his strength. Clang! Feeling the force from Tang Yan's heavy sword, Elder Chu's expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could this kid be so strong? Under this intense attack, Elder Chu was immediately knocked away from the body of the Qinghe. Bang! At that moment, Elder Chu crashed heavily to the ground. The originally flat ground shook, creating a large pit. Seeing Elder Chu, who was dazed from the fall, Tang Yin didn't let up. Taking advantage of Elder Chu's momentary confusion, he rushed to his side and punched him on the head. Chapter 281, Ming City, the Yun family. The head of the Yun family, Yin Lu, was standing high in the pavilion, gazing towards the Chu family's direction. Chu family, Yu and Xiao Mingwei, those two bastards have been conspiring against my Yun family. It seems you're now facing retribution. This kid is a bit strange. How did he kill Chu Hen as a third-tier Earth realm? If it weren't for Tang Yin, who else in Ming City besides my Yun family would have such strength? Could it be someone from the Qinglong Institute? Just as Yin Lu was speculating, a personal guard approached to reporting to the head of the family, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He won't say who he is, only that he has important matters to discuss with you. Head of the family, should we let him in? Yin Lu's heart stirred. At this critical moment, a mysterious person sought him out? Let him in to take a look. Bring him to the lakeside pavilion. If he's just here for a meal, we can deal with him later. Yin Lu waved his hand. Yes, the guard replied and immediately retreated. After escorting Tang Yin to the lakeside, the guard bowed and said, Sir, the head of the family is waiting for you in the pavilion. Thank you for your trouble. Tang Yin nodded and walked leisurely towards the lakeside pavilion. He had seen the head of the Yun family at the auction. Head of the Yun family, I've long admired you, Tang Yin said, approaching and cupping his hands with a smile. Chapter 282. Indeed, I was lacking in strength, which is why I wanted to borrow the power of the Yun family. Moreover, there is a strong necessity for us to cooperate with a fourth-tier Heaven Realm expert standing guard. And as for Earth Realm warriors, they're the best of the best. If you miss out on us, it will be difficult for you to find suitable allies again. Tang Yin said leisurely. Fourth-tier Heaven Realm. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Yin Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. All his previous doubts seemed to have answers at this moment. If the head of the Yun family feels this is still not enough, we can further divide our opponents. Tang Yin continued to add, Oh, what other methods do you have to divide our opponents? At this moment, Yin Lu truly began to value this young man, Tang Yin. Qiu Xiao did not die at my hands. If I am not mistaken, he should have been misunderstood by the Qiu family. I believe with your strength. Head of the Yin family, you can certainly find out why the Qiu family thinks Qiu Xiao was killed by me. At that time, the Chu family found the corpse of young Master Chu in his clothing, which just happened to include young Lady Qiu's clothing as well. The evidence is conclusive. How can we explain that? Yin Lu asked patiently. This will be much easier to handle. On that day, I, Tang Yin, will recount in detail the situation of slaying the Chu family members. And then I said, there were many people scattered in the unclaimed forest. It is very likely that someone saw Qiu Xiao on the way. Chapter 283. From a distance, the Yun family's guards looked at the head of the family, laughing heartily, each displaying confusion. It seemed the head of the family hadn't laughed so joyfully in many years. Tang Yin and Yun Lu carefully discussed battle plans in the lakeside pavilion. Although Yun Lu, as the head of the Yun family, was knowledgeable and experienced, hearing Tang Yan's meticulous arrangements still shocked him. This guy seemed young, but his cunning was no less than his own. They talked until noon, after which Tang Yin declined Yun Lu's invitation to a feast, signed a medicinal purchase agreement with him, then quickly changed his appearance and headed towards the Qinglong Institute. The Chu family's Qinghe had been left in a remote forest outside the city, and thinking that the Qinghe had escaped. When Tang Yin returned to that forest and saw the Qinghe waiting obediently, he couldn't help but feel delighted. He fed it a medicinal pill, then jumped onto the Qinghe and ordered it to fly towards the Qinglong Institute. Upon arriving at the Qinglong Institute, Tang Yin didn't rush to change back to his original appearance. As he walked along the road, his brow unconsciously furrowed. Have you heard? Tang Yin killed the young master of the Chu family and the young lady of the Qiu family. The heads of both families have come to the Qinglong Institute. But the dean has not handed Tang Yin over. The Chu and Shou families have issued a statement. If the Qinglong Institute does not hand over Tang Yin within 3 days, they will kill all the students of the Qinglong Institute in the unclaimed forest. Chapter 284. Just as Fang Xian's palms began to sweat, an old man in gray robes descended from the sky. Eda Montakbin. Upon seeing the visitor, Fang Xian's eyes lit up. Why are you all blocking the entrance to the Winding Gate instead of cultivating? Hearing Elder Mo Bin's question, Yi Qiong loudly recounted the entire situation. He appealed to their emotions, reasoning from the perspective of the broader situation of the Qinglong Institute, and accused Tang Yin in thousands of words. After calmly listening, Elder Mo Bin's voice finally spoke. From the moment you step through the gates of the Qinglong Institute, we guarantee that the Qinglong Institute will always be your strongest backing. The Qinglong Institute will protect every student. If we let the students leave due to threats, I don't think this is the kind of academy everyone hopes to see. Seeing Elder Mo Bin come out to mediate, Fang Xian and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they were interrupted by Yi Qiong. Elder Mo Bin. Then how should we cultivate in the future? Are we to let the entire student body of the Qinglong Institute bear the risk of retaliation because of one person? Dang. Although I believe the Academy's actions are correct, if one person hinders everyone from going out to gain experience, that is unfair to every student. I hope Tang Yin can take the initiative to stand up and not be a turtle hiding its head. Chapter 285. The situation on this side made the high-level members of the Qinglong Academy in the distance gasp in shock. After a long pause, the second elder sighed and said, if all our Qinglong Academy students were like Wending, how could our academy have always been at the bottom in the spiritual academy competition? The second elder's words made many elders show expressions of agreement. Xiao Cangshan couldn't help but feel curious about Tang Yan's current strength, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Tang Yan, don't let me down. I'm counting on you to be my trump card. The people present gradually fell silent, and their attitudes quietly changed. The way they looked at Tang Yin now held more shame and excitement. Even some members of the Pinnacle Association began to agree with Tang Yan's words in their hearts. At this moment, Yi Qiong felt a burning sensation on his face. Tang Yan's soul-piercing words struck him like an invisible hand, making him feel like a clown who could only bully others in his own territory. After a long time, a voice emerged from the crowd. Brother Tang, are you still serious about your claim 3 months ago to destroy the Chu family in Ming City? Upon hearing this question, Yi Qiong, who had been dejected, suddenly showed a spark of interest. Indeed, this kid had boasted about destroying the Chu family, and there had been no movement since then. Chapter 286. Lan Qi and Han Bing have appeared. These two guys have always been unconventional and rarely show up. It's surprising that they could support Wending. Their strength is indeed impressive, but the Xuelong Corps is truly formidable. Although the Wolf Riders are only at the 8th rank of the Earth stage, the Qinglong Academy has assigned many tasks to them, even those that experts at the 9th rank of the Earth stage cannot complete. Every time someone expressed interest in joining Wending, it sparked a wave of discussion. People kept standing up around them. Yi Qiong's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Supporting Wending? He couldn't do that. But if he didn't help Wending, his reputation for bullying in his own territory would truly be cemented. A strong sense of unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he flicked his sleeve and left amidst the murmurs of the crowd. The elders, who had been paying attention to today's event from a distance, also showed expressions of disbelief. No one expected the situation to turn out like this. In the end, Tang Yin selected 103 people, with strengths ranging from the 6th rank to the 9th rank of the Earth stage. With their addition, Wending's power instantly rose several levels. Brother Tang, we shall take our leave now and gather again later. As Tang Yin confirmed the list of people, they were about to leave. Chapter 287. Niulan, who was lying on the ground, finally realized Tang Yin's good intentions and grinned, saying, Brother Tang, I don't blame you for this, but I'm not satisfied. That just now doesn't count. Let's do it again. Seeing the excitement in Niulan's eyes, Tang Yin felt a headache coming on. It turned out this guy was still a fighter. Niulan, who truly regarded Tang Yin as a rival, showcased his strong abilities. A glimmer of light flashed in everyone's eyes. If Tang Yin could win again this time, staying behind for training would be a good choice. However, Niulan's strength was still too weak in Tang Yan's eyes, still using his 5th rank of the Earth stage. He battled Niulan while pointing out the flaws in Niulan's techniques. After more than 20 exchanges, amidst the increasingly shocked gazes of the crowd, Niolan's tall body was once again kicked away by Tang Yen. Damn! Niolan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Tang Yen with newfound respect. Tang Yen, I surrender. For these 3 days, you could train me hard. Niolan gave Tang Yen a thumbs up. Other people's expressions also changed slightly. Tang Yen had actually defeated someone at the 8th rank of the Earth stage, using only his 5th rank, although Niolan hadn't used any martial skills in the process. Achieving such a result was enough to shock everyone. Chapter 288. Yiqiong also didn't expect Tang Yen to actually dare to kill. Upon seeing that Lung Ning had already taken her last breath, his anger immediately ignited. Did you not hear what I said? Yiqiong's voice was cold as he stepped closer to Tang Yen. I heard it. Danzan ansue hon stili. Tang Yan's candid response almost made Yiqiong spit blood, and his voice grew even colder. You heard it, and you still dare to make a move? Why wouldn't I dare? Why should I listen to you? Tang Yen widened his eyes, looking at Yiqiong as if he were an idiot. Yiqiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a cold smile played on his lips as he said, It seems I can only teach you a lesson. Amidst the gasps, Yiqiong's figure rushed to Tang Yan's side, palm striking toward him. The ghostly blue palm shadow moved swiftly and soon reached Tang Yen. You dare! You Juwen, Yang Jiai! And others shouted angrily, trying to block Yiqiong. In everyone's hearts, Tang Yan's strength at the 5th rank of the Earth stage was simply insufficient to contend with Yiqiong. However, they were still some distance away from Tang Yen, and it was too late to stop him. The scene of Tang Yen being knocked away did not occur. A woman in purple, holding a sword sheath, used the sword hilt to block Yiqiong's palm. Warily looking at Ziyun, Yiqiong took the opportunity to press Miss Ziyun. When you came to the Qinglong Academy, you made an agreement with our academy not to harm the academy students. Chapter 289. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Yen crouched down and began to search Yiqiong. He took pills, silver notes, storage rings, etc., and then found Yiqiong's star token. Looking at the long string of star values on it, Tang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise as he happily transferred all the star values to his own star token and then returned Yiqiong's star token. The whole set of actions was smooth and swift, as if he had undergone thousands of training sessions. Everyone's gazes toward Tang Yen changed again. His combat style is quite shameless. After defeating someone, the first thing he does is take away all their good stuff. The body search was truly breathtaking. Not only was it fast, but it was also incredibly thorough. Even a gem embedded in Yiqiong's pant leg was taken by Tang Yen. At that moment, those supporting Wending covered their faces, pretending not to know Tang Yen. Damn, this is too embarrassing. Considering your hard work and cultivation, I'll let you go this time. With a cold snort, Tang Yen waved his hand, and immediately, some members of the Pinnacle Association stepped forward to help Yiqiong away. Seeing the Pinnacle Association members leave, Tang Yen looked at everyone and said, Gather, prepare to depart. More than 100 people stood in formation again, but this time everyone looked much more excited than before. Chapter 290. The group rested for a night at the Yun family. The next day at dawn, the Qinglong Academy students, after various disguises, mingled into different places in Ming City. Some walked, some rode in horse-drawn carriages, each with different temperaments and identities. Eventually, everyone gathered in a large courtyard, which belonged to an unknown owner. Nominally, it was a merchant's house, likely a cover used by the Yun family. Once everyone had gathered, Tang Yen instructed them to change back into their clothes and led them toward the Chu family. The experts from the Yun family, at this moment, emerged from the family's secret passage and dispersed onto the streets. As the sun rose high, the streets were bustling with people. When they saw over 100 neatly dressed young people, the passers-by flashed surprised looks. Who were these people? What were they up to? Hey, look at that young man at the forefront. He looks a bit familiar. One person pointed at Tang Yen. Many people focused their attention, and soon someone pointed out Tang Yan's identity. Isn't this the Tang Yen wanted by the Chu family? A bounty of 100 million taels of silver. The crowd trembled. It was rumored that this guy had been hiding in the Qinglong Academy for 3 months, and they had no way to assassinate him. How dare he appear so brazenly in Ming City? Looking at the more than 100 people behind Tang Yen, a ridiculous rumor suddenly crossed many people's minds. 3 months ago, Tang Yen declared he would destroy the Chu family. Chapter 291. Feeling the astonishing pressure, many people's eyes flashed with fear. The might of the heaven stage was indeed extraordinary. Chu Jiang moved quickly, covering several zhang in the blink of an eye to reach Tang Yen. Just as he was about to tear Tang Yen apart, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura appearing beside him. Why would a heaven stage expert lower their value to attack a earth stage warrior? A delicate shout rang out, and a woman in purple stood in front of Tang Yen. Heaven stage. Upon sensing the aura from Ziyun, several gasps came from the crowd. No wonder Tang Yen dared to come to Ming City. It turned out he had a heaven stage expert backing him. Heaven stage experts were top-tier existences in the listening fragrance country. The battle at the heaven stage was grand and earth-shattering. Although they were far apart, the gust generated by the two fighters' moves stung people's faces. The more Chu Jiang fought, the more surprised he became. The woman in front of him looked young, but her strength was not inferior to his. In fact, she was even more fierce. Although there was a gap in power, Chu Jiang remained calm. He had been in Ming City, vying openly and secretly with several heaven stage experts for many years, and his combat experience and knowledge were quite profound. Chapter 292. With the support of the original Qi pill, Tang Yen was not worried about the consumption of true Qi. This time, in addition to the crimson glow, a deep blue flame also enveloped Tang Yan's right fist. When that deep blue light appeared, Elder Chu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a feeling that the deep blue flame could actually harm him. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed in Elder Chu's heart. What threat could an Earth Stage warrior pose to him? Boom! After this collision, the already cracked ground erupted with flying sand and stones. The strong gust of wind blew through, causing many people's hair to flutter. Some with higher perception were quite surprised, watching the two. The power of the shock wave produced this time seemed even stronger than the last. When the dust settled, Elder Chu's face was filled with astonishment. This time, not only did that kid withstand his martial skill, but he too was also shaken back 3 steps, just like that kid. Come again. This time, without Elder Chu needing to act, Tang Yen took the initiative to charge forward. Flame exploding palm. Seeing Tang Yen make a move, Elder Chu found it laughable. Could it be that a 9th grade Earth Stage warrior wanted to engage in a war of attrition with a Heaven Stage warrior? Chapter 293. Hearing everyone continuously express their desire to join the competition for supremacy, Tang Yen slightly lost his focus, but quickly came back to his senses and smiled. We are all brothers who have been through life and death together. Anyone who wants to join the competition for supremacy can do so. However, you must be prepared to serve for at least 5 years. The goal of the competition for supremacy is not just the small listening fragrance, but a broader world. Life in the competition for supremacy will not be easy. There will be countless difficulties and dangers. If anyone is willing to join, just find Fong Xian to register when you go back. The competition for supremacy welcomes every outstanding expert. It turned out Brother Tang had such aspirations. Although I, Vin, am weak, I also wish to venture into a larger world with Brother Tang. I'll find Fong Xian to register when I return. A silver bell-like laugh echoed. Sister Ziyuan, are you leaving us? A girl from the Mandarin Duck Pavilion exclaimed. I will find someone to manage the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. You can either join me in the competition for supremacy or continue to stay in the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. However, as your elder sister, I advise you that if you want better development in martial arts, you should come with me to compete for supremacy, Ziyuan said without reservation. Hearing Ziyuan's words, many gang leaders showed thoughtful expressions. Chapter 294. If there are no cultivation treasures like the 9 Nether Fire Sea, the significance of other resources is not great. I am currently at the late stage of the 9th grade Earth stage, and it is not easy to advance further. However, if I can have strong opponents to constantly stimulate me, it might awaken my potential. Therefore, I would like to propose a game to the elders. Tang Yen decided. A game? Xiao Songshan's eyes lit up with interest as he curiously asked. What do you mean? I hope to have a few elders act as my sparring partners. Tang Yen said directly. Sparring partners? The level of your sparring partners is quite high, Xiao Songshan exclaimed. Sparring partners among students are usually hard to find, and elders are relatively suitable. Moreover, involving multiple elders would allow me to face different styles of attacks, greatly enhancing my combat abilities, Tang Yen stated candidly. Xiao Songshan agreed with this. Having these elders participate would indeed be excellent training resources for Tang Yen, but the elders might not be willing. So it seemed he would need to persuade them well. We can meet this condition. Do you have any requirements for when you want to spar every day? Xiao Songshan asked again. I have 2 proposals. The first is to practice together every morning. The second is at other times, let the elders attempt to assassinate me, with the timing being flexible. Chapter 295. Tang Yin grinned, but the wide smile pulled at the wounds on his face, causing sharp pain that made him gasp. However, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he looked relaxed. It feels great. I was able to unleash my skills fully, exposing many of my weaknesses. But this time, I wasn't worn out. The intensity of the training was still a bit lacking. Watching Tang Yin, who was soft everywhere except for his bravado, Xiao Songshan's mouth twitched. This wasn't intense enough? I see. Xiao Songshan nodded. I believe the upcoming sparring will not disappoint you. Rest well. I will take my leave. Okay. Thank you, Dean. Although he expressed gratitude verbally, Tang Yin felt increasingly puzzled. Why did the dean leave with a hint of a sinister smile? Shaking his head, Tang Yin thought he must be seeing things. After taking a few pills, he entered the 9 Netherfire Sea to begin recovering his body. As night fell, Tang Yin emerged from the 9 Netherfire Sea. Before he reached the dormitory, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Although he hadn't consciously activated the Tai Chi heart, his sensitivity had still increased due to experiencing the Tai Chi heart. In an instant, Tang Yin swiftly shifted his body left by a few degrees. Chapter 296. Tang Yin took a deep breath and waved his hand. It's fine, but I need to rest for a day. That's good. We'll end here for today. Make sure to rest well, and if anything comes up, feel free to find me. Xiao Songshan, seeing that Tang Yin was not seriously injured, felt relieved and left after giving a few instructions. Then, something astonishing happened. Generally, when elders spar with Tang Yin, no one would watch. However, since Xiao Songshan's last spar with Tang Yin, this situation gradually changed. The Grand Elder was preparing to spar with Tang Yin when he noticed Xiao Songshan watching from the side, and he couldn't help but feel quite curious. However, the Grand Elder didn't ask much and focused on his practice with Tang Yin. When Tang Yin displayed his strength at the Heaven Tier, the Grand Elder, who had originally been at ease during the match, was suddenly caught off guard. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally understood why the busy dean had the leisure to watch the match. It turned out he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. What was even more frustrating was that Xiao Songshan actually witnessed it. On the third day, the Grand Elder silently accompanied Xiao Songshan to observe the sparring session between the Second Elder and Tang Yin. Tang Yin, being as perceptive as ever, could naturally guess the intentions of the dean and the Grand Elder, and he couldn't help but find their actions amusing. Chapter 297. This aura is very strong, yet very subtle, so faint that only Heaven-tier experts could perceive it. At that moment, a laugh came from above the Qinglong Academy. Zizhu City SZCN has come to disturb your esteemed academy. Upon hearing this voice, Ziyun's expression changed drastically. Your father? Tang Yin asked. Ziyun nodded, casting a complex glance at Tang Yin, and softly said, I'm leaving. After saying this, she left Tang Yin with a glimpse of her purple-clad back. In the Qinglong Academy Square, many people had gathered. The numerous students curiously observed this group of visitors. Most of them rode on 4-tier wind carvings, while the leading tall and handsome man rode a 5-tier spirit beast, the colorful kite. Is this the kind of display from Zizhu City? No wonder they are one of the 3 major forces of Tingxiang. Perhaps even the royal city cannot suppress them. The Qinglong Academy students pointed and whispered about these unexpected guests. Look at that colorful kite. It's a tamed 5-tier flying spirit beast, worth a fortune. All the financial resources of my family combined wouldn't be enough to buy one person exclaimed. The elders of the Qinglong Academy were also stirred and rushed to the square. Songshan, it's been a long time, Zixian said, looking at the Grand Elder in his gray robe, cupping his hands and smiling. Chapter 298. The surroundings fell into silence. Even the breaths of the crowd stopped. Everyone looked at Tang Yin in astonishment, as he was actually reprimanding the lord of Zizhu City. Ziyun, who already had a heart full of wounds, immediately shed tears like pearls falling from a broken string upon hearing Tang Yin's words, her clothes blooming with spots of color. Despite Ziyun's resilient nature, even with her strength already at Heaven Tier 5 and understanding the importance of family, she felt an overwhelming heartache at this moment. However, when she saw her father, who also remained silent, and the guilt, awkwardness, and sorrow in his eyes, memories flooded back to her mind as if they had happened yesterday. When she was young, her father would carry her on his shoulders to the night market, buying candied hawthorns and cotton candy. Her father guided her in martial arts, pouring his heart and soul into every move. He took her on journeys to famous mountains and rivers, exposing her to the beauty of nature. Her father searched for spirit herbs for her cultivation, traversing mountains and rivers, enduring hardships, tirelessly seeking treasures of heaven and earth. With tears in her eyes, Ziyun's gaze fell on the strand of white hair at her father's temples, and her heart ached inexplicably as she choked out, "Tang Yin, please stop talking, just stop. This is all my choice, it's all my choice." Chapter 299. Although the most famous places in Tingxiang country are the royal city, the three major spirit academies, and the three major forces, the influence of other families should not be underestimated. For example, the Xiu family and the Meng family from Shangshuan Gorge all agreed to assist Zizhu City. Originally just touched, Zixian's face was now filled with shock. Although a single force might be insignificant, with so many forces combined, a full strike might force Zizhu City to retreat. Of course, what shocked Zixian even more was that after living for decades, having witnessed countless allies turn against each other and experienced numerous schemes and deceptions, he realized that he had never encountered such a scene of unwavering loyalty. After looking deeply at Tang Yin, Zixian realized he had underestimated the young man before him. A boy not yet 20 had such powerful charisma that so many people were willing to stand by him. This boy would surely achieve great things in the future. This alliance would surely shine brightly in the days to come. Taking a deep breath, Zixian thanked everyone. "Thank you all. If you come to Zizhu City in the future, I will certainly treat you with great hospitality." Then, Zixian's gaze fell on Ziyun and Tang Yin. Smiling at them, turning around, he jumped onto the colorful kite. Chapter 300. Young Master Tang is quite remarkable. By the way, how is Tang Yin's strength now? Shinshan asked. Over 2 months ago, I remember he was at Earth Tier 9. I'm not sure if he has broken through. Feng Qianai replied truthfully. All right, I understand. A glint flashed in Shinshan's eyes, and he said solemnly, Tang Yin is he heir's savior. We cannot forget this debt of gratitude. Le Guardian, take the divine soul grass with you immediately to Qinglong Academy and give it to Tang Yin. Yes, an elder in a gray robe immediately responded. Just right. Brother Tang is still in need of a pair of combined fruits. I'll have elder fans send it over, and you two can go together. Feng Qianai interjected at the right moment. Then, let us not delay. Prepare, and we'll set off shortly, Shinshan instructed. Outside the main hall, Shintan followed behind Shinshan and quietly asked, Father, although Tang Yin saved the heir, didn't you give him the wuxia sword? The wuxia sword is considered a supreme treasure even in the northern spirit realm, and using it at the heaven tier has endless uses. We've already repaid that favor, and the divine soul grass is so precious. Are we just giving it away? Hearing this, Shinshan shot a fierce glare at Shintan. Pierre's life was saved. And you forget the kindness of others? A life is more precious than anything. If we hadn't team met Tang Yin, who could have cured Pierre's illness? Don't say a single divine soul grass. Even if we gave away the entire Chi Pavilion, what would it matter? Chapter 301. Suddenly, Lei Guardian's pupils constricted. Just as the two's moves were about to collide, the young man's fist unexpectedly veered in a strange manner, aiming right at his heart. Lei Guardian was forced to change his move. Bang! Their attacks clashed, and Tang Yan's figure immediately took a step back. Although Lei Guardian remained motionless, he knew that he had just lost the duel. The aura on this kid was obviously only at the initial stage of Heaven Tier 1. And the reason he was able to block Tang Yan's attack just now was that he had used the power of Heaven Tier 2. He actually lost to a young man, and he was from a small place like Tingxiang. Enough was enough. Lei Guardian was instantly furious. Ignoring the fact that he was bullying the weak, he directly used his Heaven Tier 2 strength to fight Tang Yin. As he fought Tang Yin, he grew increasingly alarmed. After exchanging dozens of moves, although he maintained the upper hand, he could never seem to take down this kid. Tang Yan's fighting skills were just too difficult to deal with. His movements were elusive and unpredictable, with sharp and vicious trajectories. Even though he only had the strength of Heaven Tier 1, for some reason, this kid's power was extraordinarily great, far stronger than an ordinary Heaven Tier 1 martial artist. Chapter 302. Lei Hufa didn't keep them in suspense. Smiling as he took out a spirit herb from his storage space and handed it to Tang Yin. Feng Shun, you brought the token from Elder Shun, saying that young Master Tang needs the divine soul grass. Elder Shun immediately decided to send the spirit herb, hoping it's not too late. Tang Yan's heart jumped. Just a glance at the herb confirmed its authenticity. The profound soul power emanating from it was undeniable. Young Master Tang, this is the double harmony fruit I promised you earlier. Please accept it. Elder Fan also didn't delay, taking out a spherical plant. Upon receiving these two herbs, Tang Yin felt the heavenly creation cauldron in his body begin to vibrate violently. With a thought, he stored the two spirit herbs in the chaos space. The two elders thought Tang Yin had stored the herbs in his storage space and did not suspect anything. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, Tang Yin clasped his hands and said, I cannot express my gratitude for this great favor. I, Tang Yin, will remember this kindness. If there is ever a need in the future, I will face any danger without hesitation. Hearing Tang Yan's promise, Elder Fan and Lei Hufa felt relieved. They had put in a lot of effort, after all, to establish this good relationship with Tang Yin. Young brother Tang, you're being too serious. If you come to the Northern Spirit Realm in the future, you must visit more often, Lei Hufa smiled. Chapter 303. Lei Hufa felt it made sense and nodded. It seems I was too impatient. Elder Lei, it will take at least 4 months, or at most half a year. But the wending shop will definitely arrive in the Northern Spirit Realm. Dang dan lauget. Upon hearing this, Lei Hufa and Elder Fan's eyes lit up. Half a year is acceptable. We can discuss it in detail then. Lei Hufa laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, Tang Yin suddenly asked, by the way, have you heard of Mingyu Valley? The two's expressions changed, and after a moment, Elder Fan asked in surprise, do you have connections with that place? No. I just heard about this force by chance and wanted to ask. Tang Yin smiled. Mingyu Valley is in the southern part of the Northern Spirit Realm. It has some capabilities. Lei Hufa gave an objective evaluation. Tang Yan's heart sank. To be regarded as having some capability by Lei Hufa. It seemed this place was indeed tricky. Tang Yin, may I ask where your master is from? Lei Hufa suddenly asked. I truly don't know. My master keeps a low profile, eschewing fame and fortune. After teaching me some martial arts techniques, he left without a word. As for his name, he has never mentioned it to me. I only saw my master a year ago, and haven't seen him since. Tang Yin sighed. Perhaps if my strength increases in the future, I can gather some news about my master. Chapter 304. Yi Qiong did not stop him and strode into the wending stronghold. Tang Yin, get out here. The voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the area. However, the soundproofing of the alchemy rooms built inside the wending shop was very effective, and Tang Yin, who was in the alchemy room, did not hear the commotion outside. At this moment, Tang Yin had progressed to the later stages of pill fusion. Once the fusion was complete, he could begin shaping the pill. Boom! Just as he was about to focus on shaping the pill after merging all the medicinal materials, a muffled sound suddenly came from the door, startling Tang Yin, who was completely unprepared. His true energy shook unnaturally in that instant. Not good. The sudden shake caused the true energy output from his dantian to surge. If that energy truly collided with a newly forming pill, it would be too fragile and would definitely shatter. Tang Yin was greatly alarmed. In a flash, he gritted his teeth and sent out even stronger true energy to intercept the unstable energy, since it was his own true energy clashing. The backlash of the force made Tang Yin unable to withstand it, and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed slightly, almost collapsing to the ground, but he managed to steady himself with sheer willpower. Chapter 305. At this moment, in front of the wending stronghold, a crowd had gathered. Upon seeing Yi Qiong, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and a voice in the crowd exclaimed, Yi Qiong has reached the Heaven Stage. Heaven Stage? I didn't expect the Azure Dragon Academy to have a Heaven Stage warrior. Although Tang Yin had revealed his Heaven Stage aura in front of Xian last time, it was only shown to her, and many people were unaware of Tang Yan's true level. Now, noticing Yi Qiong's strength, many outsiders had excitement flashing in their eyes. This time, it was bound to be a spectacle that would be a feast for the eyes. In white robes, Fang Xian's eyes glinted coldly. The pill's brother Yin is refining art to save Lin Dongxue. They cannot be disturbed, regardless of whether Yi Qiong disrupted Tang Yan's alchemy. He has touched the reverse scale of wending. Alchemists, retreat. All warriors, follow me to kill Yi Qiong. Fang Xian shouted. Retreat. Another Heaven Stage aura emanated from within the wending stronghold, and then Tang Yin stepped in front of Fang Xian and the others, slapping his palm toward Yi Qiong. Heaven Stage. Sensing Tang Yan's power, the surrounding crowd gasped. Yi Qiong felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. his hair standing on end. However, having just stepped into the heaven stage, his strength had surged, and now was the time for him to be arrogant. With a cold snort, he remained unfazed and swung his fist at Tang Yen. Chapter 306. Now that you are at the heaven stage, there are some things you can know. In this vast world, there are countless strong ones. The heaven stage is not the end of martial arts. Above the heaven stage is the innate realm. Once you reach the innate realm, you can communicate with the heavens and earth, receiving their favor. You may also awaken some special abilities through opportunity, Xiao Songshan explained. The innate realm, communicating with the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Tang Yan's heart trembled. How strong must one be to communicate with the heavens and the earth? And what special abilities did that refer to? For a moment, Tang Yan's desire for strength surged unprecedentedly. However, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you are in the Azure Dragon Academy, we will ensure your safety. Xiao Songshan's tone finally calmed down. Tang Yan smiled gratefully and quickly expressed his thanks. All right, you can go back now. In 5 days, we will set off together to the Imperial City. Is it for the Spirit Academy competition? Tang Yan asked. Yes. Xiao Songshan nodded. Okay, Tang Yan agreed. After stepping back, he returned to the Winding Stronghold. Boss, what is going on? Upon seeing Tang Yan return, Du Shu and the others immediately approached him. Nothing. I'll go check on Dong Xue first. Tang Yan smiled and changed the subject. Chapter 307. Elder Fan was not to be outdone, staring at Lei Hufa like a fighting cock, and said in a deep voice, Did I say not to? I just can't stand you taking good things to your equipment pavilion. Why should it be so? I say, old Fan, you are a dignified innate master. Yet your words don't hold weight. You go back on your word? Be careful of your heart demon. Lei Hufa cursed viciously. You don't need to worry about my heart demon. Your equipment pavilion is just for blacksmithing. How can you cultivate martial talent better than our Fengyan clan? Don't mislead the younger generation. Elder Fan mocked mercilessly. Who says entering the equipment pavilion means you have to forge? We could train martial talents just fine. Do you want to compete with me? Lei Hufa asked angrily. Let us give it a try. Elder Fan retorted, clearly ready for a fight. Watching the two argue, Tang Yan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and hurriedly advised, all right. Why don't you first tell me what is the true energy of the Tao? Young Master Tang, let me tell you. I was the first to discover Lin Dongshue's potential. That old fellow is just making a fuss. Held back by Tang Yan, Protector Lei continued to chatter away. Tang Yan was going crazy inside. Was communication through words already impossible? Lin Dongxue hadn't even said whether she was willing or not, and these two were already arguing. Chapter 308. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Dongxue spoke up. I will go to the artifact pavilion. Protector Lei immediately beamed with joy, pulling Lin Dongxue over as if he had obtained a rare treasure. Then his eyes lit up again, seemingly speaking deliberately for Elder Fan to hear, saying with a clicking sound, she actually has top-tier talent. With secret techniques for transformation, she will become a powerful figure that shakes the northern spirit realm. Elder Fan's face darkened at this moment, glaring fiercely at Protector Lei and turning his head to sulk alone. Tang Yan smiled and said, Elder Fan, the Wind and Cloud clan is large and powerful. It's easy to find talented individuals, so please don't take it to heart. Protector Lei cheerfully poured cold water on him. Finding a genius is not that easy, old Fan. You should give up on that thought. Lin Dongxue, with a kind heart, felt a bit sympathetic seeing Elder Fan's gloomy expression and quietly said, Sister Wan Fei's talent is also quite good. Her speed in martial arts is more than 3 times faster than ordinary people. Where is she? Elder Fan and Protector Lei turned to stare at Lin Dongxue. Startled by their excited expressions, Lin Dongxue was taken aback. Tang Yan explained with a smile. We have a girl in Winding who has a deep understanding of martial arts. Her speed is much faster than average, and her martial arts talent is also quite good. Chapter 309. Tang Yan pondered for a moment and said, So, Wan Fei staying at Winding is more suitable. The pills at Winding can be guaranteed. Nonsense. For warriors, pills are only secondary. One's own cultivation methods are the important means of enhancing strength. Besides, do I lack her little bit of pills? We can fully supply pills below 6th rank. Protector Lei waved his hand grandly, making a boastful promise. Didn't I tell you not to compete with me? Your artifact pavilion has pills, and our Wind and Cloud clan has them too. Go away. Elder Fan pushed Protector Lei aside and pulled Wan Fei over. Little girl, if you come to our Wind and Cloud clan, pills won't be a problem. and you can choose any heavenly martial arts. Wan Fei realized at this moment that the two wanted to recruit her. She immediately refused. Tang Yin saved my life and gave me a chance. I won't leave Wending. Elder Fan felt anxious and discreetly kicked Tang Yin, signaling him to persuade her. I'm not asking you to leave Wending. Rather, in the Northern Spirit Realm, you can obtain better cultivation resources. You can go train for a while first. After half a year, I will step into the Northern Spirit Realm, and we will meet again, Tang Yin advised. Chapter 310. Yes, I considered these. I just didn't think it through as thoroughly. Brother Yin, your business talent is not inferior to mine. How about we combine forces and do business together? Du Shu Jian said with a grin. Get lost. If I were doing business, what'd I need you for? Dan dan ziplit evi tabili. Hey, I was just joking. By the way, Brother Yin, since you're going to the Imperial City, why don't we establish the next branch of Wending in the Imperial City? Du Shu Suden Li proposed. Hearing Du Shu's words, Tang Yin was taken aback. This guy really dared to think big. However, upon careful consideration, going to the Imperial City was indeed a good strategy for development. If they could make a name for themselves in the Imperial City, the future development of Wending shops could spread layer by layer beneath the Tingshan Kingdom. Yes, let us boldly go for it. If you need any support, just let me know. Dan dan abfim, du shavas momentarily stund. Feeling a bit regretful for suggesting something so ambitious. He had thought Tang Yin would oppose, or even scold him, but the final result was Tang Yan's absolute support. A warm current flowed through his heart, and Du Shu collected his thoughts, confidently saying, the pills we currently have, although they are peerless divine pills. The quantity of third-rank pills is still a bit low. Chapter 311. When Xiao Songshan fell within range, 6 long arrows whistled toward him. Xiao Songshan took a deep breath, waved his hands, and the long arrows were immediately blasted away by his powerful true qi. However, soon after, another 6 long arrows flew toward Xiao Songshan. When Xiao Songshan again deflected these long arrows, the method of shooting from below suddenly changed to 3 arrows fired consecutively. The long arrows, which were already fast as raindrops, became even quicker this time. These long arrows were incredibly powerful, posing a significant threat to heavenly-level warriors, and the poison on the arrows added considerable resistance to Xiao Songshan. Under the rain-like attack, it was very difficult for Xiao Songshan to charge down. Tang Yan's heart stirred. He handed the object he was using to command the Qinghe to Mo Bin, saying, Elders, we will assist the Dean. I will help block the arrows. And you two find the enemy's hiding spots. We will strike together and eliminate the opponent. After saying that, he leaped down. Go! Montak Bin. Knowing Tang Yin was not reckless, gritted his teeth and commanded the Qinghe to dive down. Nonsense! Seeing Tang Yin come down, Xiao Songshan couldn't help but get angry. As a contestant from the Qinglong Academy, if anything happened to Tang Yin here, it would be a huge loss for the Qinglong Academy. Chapter 312. Not expecting to encounter an ambush along the way, and with the appearance of the formless weapons, it was already difficult to safely reach the Imperial City. I believe His Highness will not blame us, Xiao Songshan said helplessly. Formless weapons? Hearing Xiao Songshan's words, the dark-skinned general's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice, Do you know who it is? It's still unclear. We can only investigate slowly. Xiao Songshan shook his head. The dark-skinned general sighed. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin and Ziyun, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Your talent? Is this girl? Old Zhou, you were too blind this time. Take a closer look at this young lady. Does she look familiar? Xiao Songshan laughed, deliberately teasing. Hearing this, the dark-skinned general curiously examined Ziyun, and then seemed to recall something. His eyes widened. The first purple of Tingxiang, Miss Ziyun? I didn't expect to be recognized. It's truly an honor. Ziyun graciously admitted. I have long heard of your great name. Seeing you today, it's indeed well-deserved. The dark-skinned general said. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin. Previously, when he saw Tang Yin, he easily overlooked him, but now upon a second glance, the dark-skinned general frowned and looked at him a few more times. Chapter 313. The Crown Prince and the Left Prime Minister are at odds. Do not speak carelessly once inside. Offending either side is not a wise move. Xiao Songshan transmitted to Tang Yin. Tang Yin nodded slightly. Xiao Songshan led the people from Qinglong Academy into the Imperial Palace. Xiao Songshan, you were so bold to stipulate that you must arrive before the hour of the snake. Yet you made the crown prince wait for half an hour. The left prime minister immediately pointed at several people and scolded. As soon as the people from Qinglong Academy entered, they were scolded in the face. Although the scolding was directed at Xiao Tsangshan, at this moment, he represented the entire Qinglong Academy. As a part of Qinglong Academy, Tang Yin had a close relationship with it, sharing honor and disgrace together. The expressions of the Qinglong Academy members were not very pleasant. Tang Yin looked at this person, who was tall and broad-shouldered, appearing incredibly robust. With a square face, big eyes, tiger-like gaze, and thick lips, he had the look of a formidable figure. Noticing where he stood, Tang Yin immediately realized that this person should be the left chancellor. Xiao Tsangshan respectfully said, "I just received your highness's notification, and my Qinglong Academy rushed over without delay. However, we encountered robbers on the way and were delayed for some time. I hope your highness will forgive us." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. In the past, when the three major spiritual academies came to register, there would always be some friction, but mostly it was verbal attacks. Due to face-saving reasons, the words were not sharp, and the situation had never escalated to this level. There's no need to rush this. Let us wait until 2 months later at the foot of Qingla Peak to compete. The Crown Prince commanded in a booming voice. The Lingwu Academy was unwilling to contradict the Crown Prince. Although the top figure of the Lingwu Academy was dissatisfied with Tang Yin, he could only stare in silence. Since everyone has no objections to the competition rules, please invite the 3 academy heads to come and verify their signatures. The competition among the spiritual academies will officially begin in 2 months. The Crown Prince waved his hand, signaling the end of the court session. Tang Yin was internally complaining. Having come all this way just for a few minutes? Fortunately, he had important matters to attend to in the imperial city. After leaving the main hall, Xiao Tsangshan looked at Tang Yin and sighed. "You offended the left chancellor this time. You must be careful in the future." "I will." Tang Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Director, normally, even if we were late, we should be allowed to explain the reasons. Why were we directly reprimanded?" "The left chancellor harbors a lot of hostility towards our Qinglong Academy." Xiao Tsangshan sighed and said, "The left chancellor has been." Upon hearing the Crown Prince's explanation, Tang Yin finally understood. No wonder the left chancellor deliberately made things difficult for the Qinglong Academy today. No wonder the Qinglong Academy had been at the bottom for 3 consecutive terms. But why did the Crown Prince tell him so much? Then Tang Yin lightly sniffed, and his brow furrowed slightly. Why did the Crown Prince have a faint fragrance on his body? I heard that the kingdom of Xiong used to be strong, but in recent years, it has been on a downward trend. Meanwhile, the neighboring Wu Tang kingdom has been eyeing us covetously. Young Master Tang, what do you think I should do? The Crown Prince suddenly asked. Tang Yin focused his mind, and after a moment of thought replied, to repel external threats. One must first stabilize internal affairs. If the interior is unstable, how can one fight the enemy? Repel external threats must first stabilize internal affairs. The Crown Prince pondered this for a while before sighing. Do you know the cost of stabilizing internal affairs? Rivers of blood, corpses strewn everywhere, and many experts within the country falling in droves. Tang Yin stated truthfully. Then how to stabilize internal affairs. The Crown Prince furrowed his brows, seemingly quite displeased. But we can unite the country, and when your highness decides to draw the sword against external foes, you won't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Tang Yin said firmly. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, the Crown Prince fell silent. After a while, he finally nodded in approval. Not bad, well said. If stabilizing internal affairs. What do you think I should do? Qinghua Lei Array, a mid-grade 3rd-tier array martial map. Once deployed, flames and lightning intertwine and explode with tremendous power. Seeing the introduction above, Tang Yin knew he hadn't come in vain today. This is it, Tang Yin smiled as he took the array martial map. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of Steward Wei, who waved his sleeve and asked, Young Master Tang, do you also study array martial arts? Just something to pass the time, Tang Yin replied vaguely. After receiving the reward, Tang Yin did not linger and bid farewell to Steward Wei. Once he exited the palace, he found that Xiao Tsangshan and the others were still waiting for him not far away. Tang Yin, what did the Crown Prince want with you? The second elder asked curiously. I mentioned the relationship between the left chancellor and the royal family, and it turns out it's already quite hostile. Tang Yin sighed, not hiding anything about national affairs. The Crown Prince talked to you about this? Xiao Tsangshan frowned. Probably because I made the left chancellor suffer today, which piqued the crown prince's interest, Ziyun said. Although there were some inconsistencies in Ziyun's analysis, it seemed to be the only explanation that made sense. Now that we've completed the registration, we can go back, Xiao Songshan said with a smile. I have a friend in the imperial city that I must meet. Director Xiao, you can return first. I'll find you later, Tang Yin said. Who threw up here? After a while, the young man in the brocade robe finally recovered and pointed angrily at the second floor. Tang Yin remained calm, sipping his drink. Was it you? The young man in the brocade robe pointed at a table of people at the stairwell. No, it wasn't us. The group immediately waved their hands. Was it you? The young man in the brocade robe pointed at another table. No, you got the wrong person. They protested. After questioning several tables and finding no one admitting to it, the young man in the brocade robe scanned the room. When he saw that everyone was too scared to move, but a pair of men and women were still eating and drinking without a care, he pointed at Tang Yin and shouted, "You brat, was it you who threw up?" Tang Yin and Ziyun remained unfazed, chatting as if they were the only ones present. The young man in the brocade robe was already enraged, and seeing Tang Yan's attitude only intensified his violent emotions. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Ziyun. At first glance, she was charming but not seductive, exuding an otherworldly quality. Dressed in purple, she looked noble and elegant, her skin glowing like white jade, making his heart race. So you're deaf. You two go grab that woman. The young man in the brocade robe pointed at Ziyun. If you want to catch me, you're not qualified, Tang Yin said indifferently. Qualified or not, you'll know if you try. Even if I'm not qualified, the Zhao family has stronger people to deal with you. I advise you to surrender now. If you get caught by someone else, it will only end badly. The burly man threatened coldly. Are you from the Zhao family? Tang Yin asked. No, but that has nothing to do with you. The burly man shouted as he lunged at Tang Yin again. Tang Yin sidestepped and mocked. This young master from the Zhao family, you regularly bully others. So I suppose the Zhao family is a place of great evil. With your level of cultivation already at the heavenly stage, you could find a good place anywhere. Why do you have to be a lackey for them? The Zhao family is so wicked. If you continue to work for them, one day you'll be consumed by inner demons, and your cultivation will never progress. Under Tang Yan's subtly threatening voice, the burly man couldn't help but pause, his attack slowing down. You're talking nonsense. The burly man snapped back to his senses and cursed. A martial artist must cultivate according to the way of heaven to draw the energy of heaven and earth to enhance their strength. The Zhao family bullies others and does all sorts of evil, disrupting the natural order. It is precisely because of your violent support that they can act so arrogantly. Upon hearing Qing Xian's analysis, the crown prince's eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Tang Yin had accomplished what the royal family had not found a breakthrough for in a long time, all in just one day. A year ago, Tang Yin's strength was only at the third rank of the Yuan stage, but now his strength had reached the heavenly stage. If he could master his cultivation methods, how many talents could he cultivate for the kingdom of Xiang? 6 months ago, he entered the Qinglong Academy as a newcomer and established his own faction, Wending, which became the largest gang in Qinglong Academy. Moreover, he has already stepped out of the academy and established a foothold in the unclaimed forest of Ming City. With such a rapid development, do you think it will be possible without great strategy and ambition? As Qing Xuan's words unfolded bit by bit, the crown prince felt a bit dazed. Is there really such a prodigy in Tingxiang? So what should we do now? The crown prince hurriedly asked. Focus on Tang Yan's every move, try to get close to him, and then look for opportunities to recruit him. Qing Xian decisively made the decision to befriend Tang Yan. The crown prince was not a fool. Realizing the importance of Tang Yan, he said, Tang Yan has just crippled Zhao Qian, and the Zhao family should be searching for Tang Yan throughout the city. I plan to take this opportunity to eliminate the Zhao family. Chapter 320. Zhao Ru's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Although he spoiled his son due to his high position, it did not mean he was foolish. Rather, he was a very cautious person. Do you have someone above you? Who could you possibly have above you? Most of the forces in Tingxiang have already pledged allegiance to the left chancellor. As a small bumpkin from Qinglong Academy, what connections could you possibly make in the imperial city? Feeling assured, he sneered and said, even if the emperor himself is here today, he can't save you. What? Are you saying you don't even regard the current emperor? Zhao Ru, you have such audacity to even think about betraying the country. Minister Zhao is going to betray the country. Minister Zhao is going to rebel. Tang Yin shouted at the top of his lungs, with the strength of the heavenly tier. His voice carried power, rising into the heavens and spreading in all directions. Minister Zhao is actually going to rebel? Some who were unaware of the situation were stunned by this declaration and stopped their work to rush over. Puff! Zhao looked at Tang Yin with an extremely unfriendly gaze. This kid was throwing around such a serious accusation. Currently, the royal family, though weak, was not powerless. If he were to be unjustly accused of treason, it would truly be a heavy blow to the Zhao family. Chapter 321, Thud. In a panic, Zhao knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly, "Your Highness, how can my Zhao family commit such heinous acts? I hope your Highness can see clearly." The usually elegant crown prince now had a face full of anger, pointing at Zhao Ru and scolding. "What is there to investigate? I've already investigated 3 times. Zhao Ru, your father has treated you well. Have you ever been sincere to Tingxiang? Deceiving the emperor, abusing power, acting tyrannically, harming the innocent. How many important matters have been delayed due to your Zhao family's negligence? How many innocent lives have been lost at Zhao Qian's hands? Zhao Ru, as the head of the Zhao family, how many crimes has your family committed? You should be clearer than I am. Master Ji, how should we handle these crimes? When an entire family is executed." Master Ji's strong voice came through. The faces of the Zhao family members changed drastically, with many martial artists exuding powerful auras, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Observing the expressions of the crowd, the crown prince's voice rang out. Zhao Ru has committed numerous crimes that cannot be recorded. Knowing that some guest officials are unaware of the Zhao family's crimes and are innocent, if they can repent and return to the right path, they may join my royal family and serve the country in the future. I will count to 3. Those who can awaken can step forward. If you persist in your ways, there will be no mercy. Chapter 322. Young Master Tang is of noble character, holding both beauty and grace, making Qing Xian look up to him. Qing Xian gazed at Tang Yin with burning eyes, a hint of desire flashing in her eyes. "If you're interested, why not stay in the royal family? I can promise you a lifetime of glory." Without waiting for Tang Yin to speak, Qing Xian continued, "The wealth of the world is at your disposal. The talents of the world will heed your call. One person beneath all, above 10,000. Hearing Qing Xuan's promise, Tang Yin's heart skipped a beat. This promise from Qing Xian was not a simple reward. Moreover, it was incredibly tempting. If he could truly control these, it would be extremely beneficial for his development. He could accumulate a large amount of resources in a short period, making it easier to establish himself in the northern spiritual realm. Is this what it feels like to be supported? Without much thought, Tang Yin shook his head and said, "I won't stay long in Tingxiang. This position doesn't suit me. I believe there are many talented individuals in Tingxiang who can serve the royal family." Seeing Tang Yin's straightforward rejection, Qing Xian was somewhat surprised. In all of Tingxiang, who would want to be one person beneath all, above 10,000? Then a flash of brilliance crossed Qing Xuan's eyes. The fact that this guy wouldn't stay in Tingxiang indicated that his ambitions were even grander. Chapter 323. Seeing Tang Yin like this, Elder Ling looked at him with higher regard. Although Tang Yin had refined pills, no one really knew who he was. If he were to enter and pose a threat to the emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Tang Yin had no ulterior motives, the emperor would undoubtedly reward him once he awakened. If he didn't enter now, he might miss the opportunity for great rewards. Tang Yin's actions left Elder Ling with an excellent impression of someone who knew when to advance and retreat, and who was indifferent to fame and fortune. "Lia, take good care of young Master Tang." Qing Xian called over a palace maid and then entered the chamber with Elder Ling. Lier walked over and glanced at Tang Yin. Dressed in black, he appeared clean and sharp. His well-defined side profile was handsome, but under the influence of the Tai Chi heart, he was not dazzling, giving women a very reassuring feeling. Moreover, it was precisely because of this unassuming aura that, after seeing him once, one would want to take a second look. The more Lier looked at Tang Yin, the more handsome she found him, and for a moment, she lost her composure. Tang Yin noticed Lier's gaze and smiled, asking, "Are you Leo?" "Huh? Yes, I am Lier." The moment she was jolted awake, her face turned red, and she shyly asked, "Does young Master Tang want to go for a walk?" Chapter 324. Tang Yin frowned slightly. This old man was quite sharp with his questions. Seeing Tang Yin's extremely complex expression, The others were puzzled when they heard Tang Yan's shy voice. There must be a bird. There must be a bird? The three of them were stunned. The Emperor and Elder Ling were the first to react, both feeling a dull ache in their chests, nearly spitting blood. No wonder this guy's expression seemed so odd. It turned out he misunderstood what they said. Can you not be so vulgar? Such a serious question. And you answered it so inappropriately. However, the ice-cold and intelligent Qing Xian also understood Tang Yan's meaning at this moment. Feeling both shy and annoyed, she had to suppress a wave of laughter, which was incredibly uncomfortable. She shot Tang in a fierce glare and then turned her head away. Elder Ling was also holding back laughter, his face turning red. The Emperor slammed his hand on the armrest, angrily saying, "Is that what I meant? Then what does it mean? Tang dan boinget innocenti. Your father asks you, what should a man pursue in his life?" Qing Xian rolled her eyes in reminder. So that's how it is. Tang Yin suddenly realized and said, in a man's life. Seeing Tang Yin stand up, the three of them felt a bit tense. This guy wouldn't say something ridiculous again, would he? Chapter 325. Looking at the heartfelt words on the letter, even though Tang Yin was a tough man, the softest part of his heart began to tremble. His eyes grew a bit moist. As a husband, I cannot let my beloved wife be bound. As a father, one cannot let his beloved son grow up without a mother. Upon seeing this sentence, the deep feelings instantly shattered Tang Yan's resistance to the word father. Beside him, Elder Ling seemed to recall the scene from that time, sighing. When I saw Tang Wutian back then, his internal organs were in ruins, having lost too much blood, relying entirely on a powerful spirit to stay alive. If it weren't for his obsession, he might have perished long ago. He is the most iron-blooded man I've ever seen in my life as a doctor. Young Master Tang is so outstanding. I had sensed he had the demeanor of an old friend, and it turns out he is indeed the descendant of an old friend. Hearing Elder Ling's words, Tang Yin felt a pang in his heart. Internal organs in ruins? What is the difference from being dead? How many hardships has my father endured over the years in search of my mother? Father, you are a man. You must fulfill your responsibilities. But son, so must I. I can also bear the storms of home. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin carefully stored the letter away and took a long time to calm his emotions. Chapter 326. The 100 Heavenly Tier Imperial Guard is the most intimidating force of the royal family. The Tianji Pavilion is our royal intelligence organization. The Huandong Pavilion provides pills for the royal experts. These three organizations belong to the Tianbing Pavilion, which is our royal city's greatest support. I hope young Master Tang can assist Qingya in controlling the three powers of the Tianbing Pavilion, Qing Xian said. I want the power to directly command the Tianbing Pavilion. Tang Yin said without hesitation. Direct command? Qing Xian looked at Tang Yin with some hesitation in her beautiful eyes. Tang Yin did not interrupt, waiting for Qing Xian to give him an answer. Soon, Qing Xian nodded vigorously. Yes, but the three powers of the Tianbing Pavilion are not easy to control. If there are any issues, you can seek help from me or the Crown Prince. This is the token for managing the three places. Take good care of it, and do not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. After saying this, Qing Xian handed over a shiny golden token. It depicted a soaring dragon, centered with a royal character. Seeing Tang Yin accept it, Qing Xian also let out a sigh of relief, saying, from now on, you will be the royal guest official. If you want to truly control all the royal powers, you will still need to prove yourself. All right, Dang Zan not that, indicating his understanding. Chapter 327. The Crown Prince timely introduced Tang Yin. This is Ming Lai, the Vice Master of the Huandong Pavilion, already a 5th-tier alchemist. Tang Yin focused his gaze and saw that Ming Lai had half-white hair, prominent brow bones, sunken eyes, and a rough nose, suggesting a hot-tempered nature. He nodded in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Ming Lai snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at Tang Yin. Tang Yin merely flashed a glint in his eyes, but said nothing. Facing Ming Lai's contempt, Tang Yin remained calm, which made others look down on him even more. The Crown Prince seemed not to have heard Ming Lai's cold snort and continued the introduction. This is Mo Wei, the master of the Tianji Pavilion, mainly responsible for intelligence collection and organization. This is He Zhang, the vice master of the Tianji Pavilion, mainly responsible for intelligence organization and operations. Tang Yin also looked at the two. Mo Wei had an ordinary appearance, but his bright eyes gave a sense of competence. He Zhang, on the other hand, was a sturdy man with a chiseled face exuding a resolute aura. Although the two did not respect Tang Yin, They were reluctant to show their discontent too overtly in front of the crown prince and princess, merely nodding awkwardly. This is the leader of the Imperial Guard, Cohen, with a cultivation level of heavenly tier 8. This is the deputy leader of the Imperial Guard, Huayu, who also has a cultivation level of heavenly tier 8. Chapter 328, Hezhong. Tang Dan Sao Det Lao Li. Hezhong was waiting to see Tang Yin make a fool of himself when he suddenly heard a thunderous voice, startling him into a reflexive response. Yes, you, as the mission coordinator of the Tianji Pavilion, since its establishment, have issued a total of 378 tasks, right? Tang Yin pressed on. Hezhong was taken aback. Although the Tianji Pavilion had only been established for 3 years, who could remember the exact number of tasks? After some deliberation, he replied, I can't remember the exact wording, but the quantity should not be far off. For 378 tasks, 125 successful, and 253 failures. With such a high failure rate, Hezhong, can you give everyone an explanation? Tang Dan Guestin Steli. Hezhong felt a bit overwhelmed. There were many reasons for each failure, but revealing everyone else's faults now would be quite unfair. Tang Yan's voice grew harsher. Those who enter the Tianbing Pavilion are all carefully selected, each one a rare talent. I believe the intelligence MOA obtained has been thoroughly investigated and analyzed. I also believe that the task plans devised by Hezhong are flawless. Chapter 329. Before Tang Yin could finish speaking, MOA had already reached Lin Feng's side and struck down with a palm. Bang! After the two clashed, MOA's heart sank to the bottom, coldly saying, I originally held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that Lord Tang had made an incorrect judgment. But your reported strength has always been at Heavenly Tier 1, yet your actual strength has reached Heavenly Tier 3. MOA's words provided solid proof for Tang Yan's judgment. Though, I Lin submit. Lin Feng turned to glance at Tang Yan, suddenly stiffening, blood flowing from his 7 orifices as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The crowd, who had previously looked down on Tang Yan, now regarded him with newfound respect and admiration. Who is Yin? Went on. Tang Yan's voice rang out again. Upon hearing Tang Yin call out someone again, many felt a jolt. Could there still be a spy? That would be me. A cultured and refined middle-aged man stepped forward, his clear gaze unwavering as he looked at Tang Yin. Lord Tang, do you suspect I am the internal traitor? The crowd was filled with curiosity. They were quite familiar with Yin Wentong, who had good abilities. But to say he was an internal traitor without evidence was quite far-fetched. Chapter 330. Bai Jin's body swayed slightly. In his gaze towards Tang, Yin was filled with complex emotions. He sighed deeply and said, Bai has schemed all his life, never submitting to anyone in strategy. Lord Tang has made me admire you. However, this does not mean I do not hate you. We will settle this in the underworld. I await you. Saying this, Bai Jin's body suddenly stiffened, blood flowing from his 7 orifices as he fell to the ground. Seeing Tang Yin expose 3 internal traitors in a row, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock, especially those who usually interacted closely with the 3, feeling cold sweat on their backs. Friends they had called brothers were actually internal traitors? In an instant, the crowd's gazes towards Tang Yin shifted from disdain to awe and gratitude. If these internal traitors were allowed to remain, who knows how many talents the Tianbing Pavilion would lose. Li Jizhou. Tang Yan's voice rang out again. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Was there more? Would you end it yourself? Or should I do it for you? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Facing Tang Yan's gaze, Li Jizhou remained unafraid and arrogantly replied, Why should I end it? If Lord Tang thinks I am an internal traitor, you might be miscalculating. Li Jizhou. Where do you hail from? Tang Yin asked. From the Li family in Beiyu Shiwan Garden. I am Li Jizhou. Chapter 331. The royal family is preparing to vigorously develop the pill industry. 2 years ago, they launched several specialty pills, such as the 3rd grade low-grade Ji Yuan Dan, Ling Yuan Dan, and the 3rd grade medium-grade Ming Yuan Dan. You are one of the alchemists who refined these 3 pills, and during this period, only you delivered the pills to the royal supply point. No one else stepped out of the royal pill pavilion. The 2 companies launched these 3 pills one after another. With such excellent pills, why did the Tiandan Mansion wait until now to release them? How did they obtain the royal family's treasured formulas? Tang Yin looked at Gu Shu with deep meaning and said slowly, if you hadn't leaked the information, the Royal Pill Pavilion's foundation would probably have been secured back then. Gushu pointed at Tang Yin, but was unable to argue any further. The more than 10 infiltrators that Tang Yin had previously identified, regardless of how covert they were, had been seen through by him. How could such obvious doubts escape Tang Yan's scrutiny? With a bitter smile, Gushu, amidst the wide-eyed stares of everyone, began to bleed from his 7 orifices and slowly collapsed to the ground. Ming Lai, who had previously been quite vocal about Tang Yan's ridicule, also felt a jolt in his brow at this moment, unable to suppress the anger in his eyes. No wonder. No wonder the pills released by our Royal Pill Pavilion are also found in the Tiandan Mansion. Chapter 332. Look over there. Number 4 just threw a punch that hit number 3's shoulder, but number 3's vulnerability is his heart. If it had been an enemy instead of number 4 fighting him, what do you think would have happened to number 3? Tangjian Zito. Kun, he was momentarily a loss for words. Now look at number 18 and number 21. Number 18's sword in hand clearly lacked strength. Yet number 21 didn't take the opportunity to attack, but instead gave the opponent a chance to catch their breath before starting again. Commander Kun, I'm not skilled in martial arts, but I would like to ask, if number 18 were facing an enemy, what would the outcome be for him? Over there, number 72 and number 78. Number 72 was merely pushed back by number 78, and this battle ended with number 78 winning. Then they began to fight again. Commander Kun, you are an 8th grade expert in the heavenly rank. Please answer me. If number 78 were fighting an enemy, would the enemy give him a chance to start over? Why is it that simply falling to the disadvantage means conceding? Why can't one turn the tables and counterattack in dire situations? And what about number 36 and number 37? Although number 37 fell to the lower tier, number 36's aura was clearly unstable as well. At this moment, if they were to unleash a martial skill, number 37 should still have room to struggle. Why do they still foolishly use ordinary moves? Chapter 333. Even though everyone was at the heavenly rank, maintaining such a position was surprisingly exhausting. This posture required mobilizing one's entire body to support it. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Tang Yin revealed a sinister smile. Standing still like a wooden post, his gentle voice rang out. Kun He, Huayu, you two keep an eye on them. If anyone makes any small movements or gives up midway, the whip in your hands can come down. Rest assured, Lord Tang, with this level of skill, if anyone can't hold on, you won't need to instruct me. I'll definitely take action. Kun He Asurith. Hearing Kun He's words, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Damn, what do you mean by this level of skill? You two really are standing there talking without a care. Soon, Kun He also realized that what he called this level of skill was not so simple. The nearly 100 people under his command were now showing expressions of pain. Kun He's speculation was spot on. The nearly 100 people practicing with Tang Yin were indeed suffering as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at their hearts. For martial artists, a day's training feels like merely a blink of an eye. But at this moment, every breath felt as long as 100 years. Everyone, pay attention. Second move, go. After saying that, Tang Yan's body slowly changed and froze into a new posture. Chapter 334. As expected, the life and death battles Tang Yin previously mentioned did not treat them as human beings. During the practice, Tang Yin sharply commented and directed. Every time he directed someone, the opponent had to endure a beating. Under Tang Yan's supervision, the training level of the Imperial Guards improved rapidly. The pain of every punch hitting flesh was something they had never experienced before. However, under such a harsh training environment, to Tang Yan's surprise, this group of people had no complaints at all. Since Tang Yin took charge of the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion, he had not used any force. But his insights into martial arts, as well as his sharp and grand style, deeply impressed everyone. After a day, they didn't know how many injuries they had sustained. Fortunately, Tang Yin continuously provided various blood-consolidating pills and healing pills, which ensured that everyone was not in danger of losing their lives. After the training ended, everyone left with their exhausted bodies, but they all felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. In a secluded courtyard of the palace, in a side hall, the emperor sat at the head of a soft couch. Although his complexion was still not good, it had improved significantly compared to before. In front of the soft couch, besides the crown prince and princess, there were also Yi Hao Hao and Elder Ling. Chapter 335. All the resources are here, including the strength introduction of the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion, the division of pill forces within the Imperial City, and the distribution of various pill selling points. all of which have detailed records. If you have any questions, you can come to ask me. Tang Yin threw a stack of information over. Brother Yin, you are really good to me. I will definitely help us rise to prominence in the imperial city and then spread across the entire continent. Du Shu patted his chest and promised. Tang Yin had great trust in Du Shu's abilities and nodded, saying, "Go ahead and do it." The imperial guards were training, although they did not understand Du Shu's identity, looked at his grandiose words with the same expression as if they were watching a fool. Some even mocked him with sneers. Seeing their attitudes, Du Shu loudly asked, "Brother Yin, are you teaching them the extreme 6 forms to quickly enhance their strength?" "That's right, breaking limits, surpassing oneself, and improving rapidly." Tang Yin did not deny it. A few days ago, Yu Juechen came up with a great training method. When a martial artist exhausts all their true energy, they can continue using his plan to deeply stimulate the human body's potential, thus allowing for better self-improvement. Du Shu suggested. Chapter 336. This Feng Yuan Dan requires a total of 87 kinds of medicinal materials, and the time required for refining and extraction is 1 hour. Ming Xiao Tea Core, extracted 4 times. Ming Luo fruit, extracted 4 times. The quantity of Huiyang branch is the most. Chen usually refines it 5 times. The gray-robed elder said proudly. If you refine it this way, the success rate for high grade should not reach 30%. 20% is already the limit. Tang Yin frowned and said. The gray-robed elder was startled. Tang Yin was indeed correct. The success rate of his refining this pill could reach 80%. But to refine the quality of the pill to high grade, the chance was indeed less than 20%. But how did this kid know? Seemingly seeing the confusion in the gray-robed elder's eyes, Tang Yin explained. To refine this pill to high-grade quality, the Ming Xiao Tea core should be refined 6 times. The Ming Luo fruit 6 times, and the Huiyang branch 9 times. Only by refining it this way can it ensure that the produced pills are all high-grade. At this moment, not only the gray-robed elder, but everyone present looked at Tang Yin with a mocking expression. A slightly plump alchemist laughed heartily, saying, "Lord Tang, since you don't understand alchemy, we won't laugh at you. The Peak Yuan Dan requires a considerable amount of medicinal materials for refining. With Ming Xiao Tea core and Ming Luo fruit able to be refined 4 times, and Huiyang branch refined 5 times, which is already quite rare. If one wants to refine more times, it simply cannot be completed within 1 hour." Chapter 337. The auxiliary medicinal material, drunken butterfly leaf, was surprisingly refined 3 times, which is just too impressive. A black-faced man exclaimed. The expressions of the others were not much different from that of the black-faced man. Being able to refine and extract 16 types of medicinal materials simultaneously and handle each one flawlessly without any shortcomings left everyone in awe. "I wonder what level of alchemist young Master Tang is?" someone questioned. Each type of medicinal material requires different refining times. Yet Lord Tang was able to perfectly connect the next step of refining the materials, achieving exactly 16 types in the cauldron, which is truly remarkable. A white-faced scholar dressed as an alchemist looked incredulous. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Yin had refined all the medicinal materials. Ming Xiao Tea core was refined 8 times, Ming Luo fruit 8 times, and Huiyang branch 11 times. Some attentive individuals had already counted the refining times of these 3 main medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, the people present gasped in astonishment, taking in everyone's expressions. Tang Yin coldly said, "Everyone, when I refine alchemy, I did not use any techniques or aids. The whole process was based on fundamental methods. I want you to practice so that you can integrate every step of alchemy into your very bones." Chapter 338. Just as everyone was waiting to see Tang Yin make a fool of himself, a smile appeared on Tang Yin's face. Pearl fruit, a water attribute, grows in areas with high moisture and colder weather. It has excellent restorative and improvement effects on the internal organs of the human body, even capable of repairing heart issues, making it extremely precious. It can be combined with other medicinal materials to refine into a nourishing organ pill, which is hard to come by. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, even Elder Ling's eyelids twitched. The blue-robed alchemist stared at Tang Yin with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. He thought he could stump Tang Yin, but was surprised that Tang Yin answered him. After hearing about the nourishing organ pill, some others also realized that this pill was quite famous, a 5th-tier pill. But the recipe was hard to find. They had never seen it in the listening fragrance country and were even less clear about the medicinal materials required. They did not expect the main ingredient to be pearl fruit. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Tang Yan's vast knowledge. Without waiting for others to urge him, Tang Yan continued, "Wind sleeve lotus grows in the vast desert in Gobi. Although it is called a lotus flower, it can still grow well in harsh climates, making its hardness comparable to that of fine steel. Wind sleeve lotus is also a rather interesting medicinal material with two functions." Chapter 339. The taxes paid by the Qin family have significantly shrunk over the years, down to only 20 compared to 3 years ago. The Qin family has major issues. Their business and talents have improved, yet their tax revenue has decreased, ignoring the imperial power, confiscating properties, and executing without mercy if there is resistance. The Zheng family, similar to the Qin family, has not acted as excessively. According to intelligence analysis, the Zheng family likely truly sided with the left minister only at the end of last year. The main orchestrator among them is not the head of the Zheng family, but the guest elder Zheng Kai. This person has an unclear background and is not a member of the listening fragrance people. He has done many immoral things behind the Zheng family's back, thus gaining the head of the Zheng family's trust. We will pin these crimes on him and confiscate 3 of the Zheng family's properties as punishment. Zheng Kai, execute him. The second and third elders of the Jiang family have gradually distanced themselves from the Jiang family's control, and their contributions to the Jiang family have significantly decreased over the years. However, the businesses they manage show no signs of shrinkage, and they are even thriving. These 2 individuals no longer have their hearts in the Jiang family or the royal family. It might be a good idea to help the Jiang family clean house and kill them. The head of the Zhou family has completely turned against the left minister, and it has been for some time. Zhou Jingguang, the head of the Zhou family, serves in the Ministry of Personnel and holds real power. He must be eliminated. Kill him. Chapter 340. When the pill of questioning the summit was released, all factions in the imperial city received reports from their spies. In a hall, many people were gathered, and the left minister was notably among them. Mansion Master, that questioning the summit is simply too dismissive of our Tiandan mansion. Who in the entire listening fragrance dares to classify us as inferior? It's better to eliminate them early and let them know who is the #1 alchemy force in listening fragrance, an old man with a hoarse face shouted angrily. Questioning the summit has indeed been a bit arrogant. The old man with red eyebrows next to him also looked displeased. The leading man in splendid attire did not express his opinion, but instead looked at the left minister and politely asked, "Left minister, may I ask what you think of questioning the summit?" The left minister thought for a moment and countered, "Mansion Master Wu, I would like to ask, among the several unparalleled divine pills released by questioning the summit, how do they compare to the pills sold by your mansion?" The elegantly dressed man was none other than Wu Qi, the master of Tiandan Mansion. Wu Qi pondered for a moment before saying, "If the effects of the pills are truly as miraculous as described, then the pills from Tiandan Mansion are indeed inferior. However, I have never heard of pills with such effects as Transformation Pill, Beauty Retaining Pill, and Frenzied Yuan Pill. Do you really think they can refine them?" The left minister's expression became somewhat serious as he replied gently, "To open such a large pill shop in the bustling area of the imperial city, the owner is not an ordinary person." Chapter 341. What Old Wei said is exactly what I am worried about. But it is indeed excessive for questioning the summit to launch nearly 10 kinds of heaven-defying pills at once. Under normal circumstances, only 1 or 2 would meet the advertised claims, while the others would merely be gimmicks, so there is no need to worry too much. Moreover, we are well aware of the alchemy forces in the entire listening fragrance country, and there has been no significant personnel change anywhere. The alchemists in the questioning the summit shop probably come from the Royal Dam Pavilion. Pausing for a moment, the blue-robed elder continued, "There are over 100 alchemists in the Royal Dam Pavilion. On ordinary days, they supply pills to the royal family, which requires them to allocate a certain amount of time. They claim that all the pills they sell are of high quality, which means their quantity cannot be guaranteed. So indeed, there is no need for too much concern. That's right. How could they suddenly release so many top-quality pills? Most of them are surely fabricated. Moreover, the success rate of high-quality pills, according to the standards of the alchemists in the Royal Dam Pavilion, is only about 20 to 30. Such a loss rate can easily lead to a deficit. Overall, the royal family's actions this time are just a lot of noise with little substance. They are not worth worrying about." Mansion Master Wu also nodded, concluding, "What a few of you said makes a lot of sense. We all know the strength of those alchemists in the Royal Dam Pavilion." Chapter 342. The next morning, at the entrance of the Questioning the Summit shop, colorful flowers and banners created a festive atmosphere. 4 to 5,000 people had gathered here, and many more were still flocking toward it, as everyone eagerly awaited. The large doors of the Questioning the Summit shop finally slowly opened, with a crackling sound amidst the lively firecracker noise. Dushu walked out of the store with the shop staff. So young? Seeing Dushu's face, everyone was momentarily surprised. Dushu glanced at the sea of people at the entrance. Although he had anticipated it, his heart still skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, Dushu raised his hand to signal for silence, wearing a slight smile as he said in a loud voice, "Let me briefly introduce myself. My surname is Du, and I am currently in charge of the Questioning the Summit shop. You can call me Shopkeeper Du." The hasty opening has attracted so many friends to support us, and Du is truly honored. I believe you all have a great deal of curiosity about wending, but also a great deal of skepticism. You want to know, what exactly is wending? Where did it come from? What does it aim to achieve? What are the promotional materials posted at the entrance? Which of these elixirs are real, and which are fake? Now, I will reveal the answers one by one. Chapter 343. Everyone's gaze coincidentally turned to the wooden sign. Soul Refining Pill 100. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 500 points to reserve. Explosive Pill 150. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 3,000 points to reserve. Blood Condensing Pill 200. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 4,000 points to reserve. Vitality Pill 100. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 2,000 points to reserve. Mystic Spirit Pill 600. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 8,000 points to reserve. Frenzied Yuan Pill 260. 000 taels of silver per piece. Members need 5,000 points to reserve. Although these 6 types of pills are expensive, they do not exceed the expectations of martial artists. Soul Refining type pills are scarce in the fragrant listening kingdom, and rarity increases value. The Frenzied Yuan Pill claims to be 10 times more effective than the Peak Yuan Pill, but saves the time of taking the Peak Yuan Pill 10 times, making it cost-effective. The Mystic Spirit Pill can directly enhance the cultivation of mystic stage martial artists, making it a top-quality item for cultivating fresh blood for a family. The Blood Condensing Pill, Explosive Pill, and Vitality Pill are all essential during training and can be life-saving in critical moments. Chapter 344. Our goal is not the Azure Dragon Academy, nor the Fragrant Listening Kingdom, and certainly not the Northern Spirit Realm, but a broader stage. The star value of the Azure Dragon Academy holds little significance for wending now. Dominating the pill market at the Azure Dragon Academy is unfair to the new students of the Azure Dragon Academy and could even stifle the emergence of talent within the academy. It is better to become an extraordinary presence. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Dushu fell into deep thought. Tang Yan's words were indeed correct. Wending shop at the Azure Dragon Academy, even if all students purchased Wending's pills, would ultimately yield only a pile of star values. Star values have begun to overflow for wending. Earning more or less only results in numerical growth. Dushu also did not plan to switch to trading pills with gold and silver, as this would undermine the status of star values at the Azure Dragon Academy, which is not conducive to its development. Taking a deep breath, Dushu said, Brother Yan's intention is to let wending firmly sit on the high throne among the pill forces of the Azure Dragon Academy, while no longer participating in the market disputes of ordinary pills. That's right, the greatest role of wending shop at the Azure Dragon Academy is to attract outstanding talent. Everything else can be abandoned. Dang down, not that. Chapter 345. Qin Xian also realized this, smiled, and gently explained, "Of course not. Young Master Tang's character is fully trusted by the entire royal family. However, earning 100 million taels of silver on the first day is truly shocking. Even the Crown Prince, and I find it hard to believe. The opening of wending shop in the royal city is destined to be recorded in history." The Crown Prince also smiled and said, "Indeed, young Master Tang's achievement has truly startled me." Tang Yin was somewhat speechless. Was it really that exciting for just 100 million taels of silver? "Lord Tang, how did you sell out the pills?" Minglai mustered the courage to ask. They had previously opened shops, but had never had good results. This group of alchemists was extremely curious about Tang Yan's success. Find a shop, open the door, and people coming to buy, Tang Yan answered simply and clearly. Young Master Tang's marketing strategy is indeed very clever, Qin Xian rolled her eyes at Tang Yin and patiently explained to the alchemists of the Royal Alchemy Pavilion. All pills are inferior. Only I am top tier. Hearing this couplet hung by Winding made people feel a surge of excitement. This confident yet arrogant couplet is precisely the greatest affirmation for them. After listening to Qin Xian's account, everyone present was completely astonished. Chapter 346. Willingly. Tang Yin did not hesitate and directly replied, I know your heart is not in the fragrant listening kingdom, nor perhaps in the northern spirit realm. This also means you will face very powerful opponents. You need to find your parents, but the royal family wants you to assist the crown prince, which will inevitably delay your cultivation and hinder your progress. Tang Yin, do you really have no complaints? Qin Xian looked at Tang Yin with her beautiful eyes, as if trying to see through him. Tang Yin looked at the beauty in front of him. Beneath her long eyelashes were autumn-like eyes that made one's heart waver. Sighing, Tang Yin said, staying in the royal city, a haven tea gained nothing. For example, Winding's pill shop can open ahead of time in the royal city. I also believe that Winding can thrive throughout the fragrant listening kingdom. Although I do not have the support of the royal family, I am still confident in building Winding, but it will take longer and will not develop as quickly as it does now. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Qin Xian smiled and said, if you can think this way, I feel much more at ease. You reorganizing the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion and rectifying the royal family as hostile forces also effectively opens the pill market for our royal family, supplementing our finances. The royal family owes you a huge favor. The royal family will not treat any meritorious person poorly, since you have important matters. What the royal family can do is ensure that your cultivation speed does not decrease. Chapter 347. Newborn? Yi Du was exasperated. Xiong'er is already number 1 on the heavenly ranking in the Azure Dragon Academy. How could she be killed by a newcomer? Elder, don't make excuses for me. It is indeed true, the old man said. I didn't believe it at first, but after receiving the news, I didn't return immediately. Instead, I conducted an in-depth investigation. That beast Tang Yin has considerable strength. He indeed has the ability to slay those at the heavenly stage. Coincidentally, Xiao Songshan took Tang Yin to the royal city to sign up for the competition of the 3 major spirit academies, so I set a trap to assassinate them. Only then did I discover that the kid's strength had indeed reached the heavenly stage. To avoid exposing our whereabouts, and since Xiao Songshan is also not weak, after the assassination failed, I immediately returned to discuss how to respond with the family head, the elder side. Yi Du finally calmed down, regaining the demeanor of a family head. He paced back and forth in the hall, and after a long time said, Elder, please tell me the details of what happened. The elder sighed and recounted everything in detail. After listening, Yi Du's killing intent was palpable. Since the murderer has been identified, let us eliminate him as soon as possible. Where is Tang Yin now? In the royal city. What's that kid's background? I don't know. Chapter 348. The Left Prime Minister's Residence. In an opulently decorated conference hall, the left prime minister was having a private discussion with the head of the Heavenly Alchemy Pavilion. Compared to their last meeting, the respect and humility in the left prime minister's heart had diminished somewhat. Previously, the head of the Wu Pavilion had a somewhat dismissive attitude towards him. If it weren't for his own capabilities, the head might have wanted to make him a puppet of the Heavenly Alchemy Pavilion. He had long coveted the throne, trying every means to replace it. Would he still serve the Heavenly Alchemy Pavilion after succeeding? Wouldn't that be madness? Since the opening of Winding's shop, the sales of the Heavenly Alchemy Pavilion in the royal city have been greatly affected. The income has dropped by at least 70%. This time, the Lord of the Wu family came with a reversed attitude, sincerely seeking the left prime minister's help to investigate the royal family and find out where these alchemical formulas came from, and then obtain these formulas. However, since the so-called Lord Tang cleaned up the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion, they have cut off contact with the royal family. Moreover, in this place, apart from the Imperial Guard carrying out tasks, almost no one can be seen from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Royal Dam Pavilion. Where can they find any alchemical formulas? The two discussed for half a day, but could not come to any conclusion. Instead, they found out the root cause of it all. Everything happened because Lord Tang came. Chapter 349. Is this Tang Yin hiding in the palace? Qin Shi asked. Yes. At least during this time, we have not seen this so-called Lord Tang. I will increase surveillance here. As soon as we see Tang Yin or someone similar to Lord Tang, we will take action directly. The left prime minister smiled and said, however, This method is relatively inefficient. If Tang Yin continues to hide in the palace, we don't know how long we will have to wait. Do you have any clever plans? Left Prime Minister? Qin Shi detected the implication in the left Prime Minister's words. Old Qin has immense strength. I believe no one in the palace can stop you. I can give you the layout of the palace. You can find a time to infiltrate the palace and wait for the opportunity to kill Tang Yin. After saying that, the left Prime Minister took out a map and spread it out on the table. The two looked closely, slightly shocked by the level of detail, which even clearly marked several latrines. The front hall cannot accommodate people, and the central area is not a place for outsiders to stay. On the east and west sides, there is Mingxin Lake on the west side, which is close to the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion. Tang Yin should live nearby. There are 7 courtyards on the west side, but not all are inhabited, so we can filter them one by one after entering. This courtyard is equidistant for the Imperial Guard, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and the Royal Dan Pavilion. It is likely that Tang Yin resides here, the left Prime Minister analyzed point by point. Chapter 350. The two were startled and were about to turn around to counterattack when they felt a heavy object smash down on their heads. Immediately, their vision went black, and they lost consciousness. When they woke up, they saw a young man grinning at them. Dang dang, one shouted, attempting to jump up to fight back, only to find that he couldn't muster a bit of true energy, and even his hands and feet were bound. That's right, it's me. Now tell me, why have you been following me? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Humph. The two turned their heads away, ignoring Tang Yin. Hee. Why fear the least is hard bones. A hint of coldness appeared on Tang Yan's face as he pointed at old Lu and said, You, answer me. Old Lu coldly stared at Tang Yin, still silent. If I were to cut off each of your fingers one by one, cut off all your toes, carve away the flesh from your body piece by piece, and pick out your bones one by one, how do you think it would feel? Tang Yin asked nonchalantly. Old Lu's expression suddenly changed. He was not afraid of death, but that did not mean he was willing to endure pain. He angrily said, If you want to kill or mutilate me, please make it quick. Do not insult a warrior's dignity. Chapter 351. In an instant, Tang Yin understood why the left Prime Minister suddenly sought him out. It turned out to be the people from the gathering Immortals Palace. Originally, the 3 major forces of the listening fragrance would not interfere with the court struggles. If the gathering Immortals Palace colluded with the left Prime Minister, the threat to the royal family would inevitably increase. Various thoughts flashed through Tang Yan's mind when suddenly, Lord Tao said, You are not Lu Xiongqiao? Tang Yin was shocked and argued. Lord Tao, what are you saying? Don't you recognize your subordinate? That sincere and anxious expression almost made Qin Shi and the others believe him. Just as Lord Tao was about to expose Tang Yin, his expression suddenly changed, and he asked in a deep voice, Elder Qin, try to channel your true energy. The elders felt disdain. How could this kid poison us in front of us? Soon, the disdain on their faces disappeared without a trace. Feeling their true energy moving slowly within, they couldn't help but panic. Their originally high-tier heavenly realm strength had dropped to the 2nd tier, or even less than that. At this moment, Tang Yan's figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the nearest heavenly leaf protector. The wuxia sword at this moment was like a ribbon piercing through the air. The heavenly leaf protector retaliated fiercely, with surging true energy crashing towards Tang Yin like a tide. Chapter 352. Above the imperial city, a green crane flew towards the palace. Hanging from the crane's legs were the symbols of the Qinglong Academy, the gathering Immortals Palace, and the royal family. With this token, one could fly directly into the palace. Yu Juechen lazily lay on the back of the green crane, responsible for the delivery of the medicinal pills this time. A fluffy little creature kicked its short legs and jumped onto Yu Juechen's belly, then waddled up, soon stepping on Yu Juechen's face, even putting one foot in his mouth. Ultimately, it stood on Yu Juechen's forehead. Seemingly disgusted by Yu Juechen's saliva, it vigorously shook its hind legs and then leaped onto the crane's head with force. Adjusting its posture, the little creature slid down the crane's long neck like a slide. After landing on the crane's back, it rolled a few times. It seemed that its round body caused it to roll too fast, and it was about to fall off the crane, causing its short front limbs to flail in panic. Yu Juechen waved his hand speechlessly, and a force stabilized the little creature's position. This little thing was originally left by Tang Yin at the academy. It was unknown how it knew he was going to find Tang Yin, and it clung to his pants leg stubbornly. So he had no choice but to take it along. Chapter 353. The 8 people quickly retreated, while Tang Yan's body heavily fell to the ground. In the moment before losing consciousness, a vibrant spiritual energy suddenly overflowed from the heavenly creation cauldron. Inside the palace, by Mingxin Lake, Tang Yan's small courtyard. The courtyard, originally spacious, now appeared crowded because many people were standing there. The crown prince, the princess, Yi Haohai, elderling, and several key officials from the heavenly soldier pavilion were all present. Ziyun and Wen Ding and others were also gathered here, creating an unusually oppressive atmosphere. Elderling, how is Tang Yan's injury? Qing Xian asked with concern. Elder Ling sighed at this moment, his voice somewhat heavy. The external injuries are severe, with significant blood loss. Fortunately, Tang Yan had taken hemostatic pills earlier. Otherwise, with these external injuries alone, his life would be in jeopardy. The severity of the external injuries is one aspect, but the internal injuries are also not optimistic. All the internal organs are damaged, especially the palm strike to the back heart, which has shattered all the meridians around the heart. How severe is this injury? Qing Xian pressed on. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Ling sighed. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Young Master Tang's injury this time is 10 times worse than what I saw in his father's injury 16 years ago. Chapitre 354, Du Shu, Ziyun, Yu Zhuqian. Each of these 3 individuals possesses enough power behind them to reverse the royal family's thriving momentum. Therefore, their threats, even if the royal family does not wish to endure, must be tolerated. The source of these threats points directly to one person, and that is Tang Yan. The crown prince and Qing Xian had bitter expressions on their faces. In the distance, an old figure of the emperor was gazing at the small courtyard. Beside him, a trumpet-shaped jade artifact transmitted all the sounds from Tang Yan's courtyard without missing a word. The emperor couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. In the palace, on royal territory, the royal family was actually threatened to the point of not daring to speak back. However, he didn't feel much anger, but rather endless emotion. What kind of outstanding personal charm must one possess to make this group of rebellious individuals wholeheartedly follow that young man? The excellence of the followers further reflected Tang Yan's rarity. Considering Tang Yan's achievements in recent days, the emperor sighed and instructed softly, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone come into conflict with Tang Yan's camp. Fulfill all their requests. Mobilize all royal intelligence resources to investigate today's incident." Chapter 355. What does it speak? Montakvite Wugit. The incident involving Lord Tang has been investigated. After leaving the palace, he was targeted by people from the left prime minister's residence. Tao Xing from the left prime minister's residence led 7 people to pursue Lord Tang. Subsequently, an accident occurred involving Lord Tang. However, those 7 people should not be from the left prime minister's residence. Specifics still need to be verified. The person reported quickly. The expressions of everyone tightened. They were actually not from the left prime minister's residence. Investigate further. The crown prince waved his hand and instructed. Not long after, another member of the Tiangui pavilion rushed in. Speak directly if there's something. Mo Wei ordered directly. Previously, when Tao Xing led 7 people to chase Lord Tang, those 7 people, although their origins were unknown, came from the southwest direction towards the imperial city. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable. The scout reported. From the southwest. With unfathomable cultivation levels, everyone began to ponder, their expressions changing. The area that could mobilize 7 masters from the southwest was significantly narrowed down. Yi Haohao suddenly asked, "Do you remember what they looked like?" The leader was an old man, very thin, not tall, looking quite ordinary with bright eyes. Before this person could finish speaking, Yi Haohao asked, "Were they wearing gray clothes?" Chapter 356. Hearing Yu Juechen's words, Yu Qingyun was taken aback again because he had been so delighted to see his son that he neglected to consider his son's strength. After he came to his senses, Yu Qingyun placed a hand on Yu Juechen's shoulder, and a stream of spiritual power entered. Immediately, a look of deep shock appeared on Yu Qingyun's face. A year ago, his son was barely at the 9th rank of the profound stage. Now he had reached the celestial stage. How much hardship must he have endured in this year to achieve such progress? Yes, good. After a few compliments, Yu Qingyun asked, "Have you thought it through this time?" "I've thought it through." Yu Juechen nodded. Looking at his confident son, Yu Qingyun felt a surge of joy in his heart and said gently, "It's good that you figured it out. 3 days from now, you will gradually take over family affairs." Yu Juechen shook his head and said seriously, "Father, I'm not here to take over the affairs of the Rakshasa sect this time. Yu Qingyun's heart sank. It seemed he had been thinking too much. Sighing, Yu Qingyun asked, "It's been a long time since we had good chat. I wonder what you think in your heart." Yu Juechen organized his thoughts and said solemnly, "Father, I have never intended to inherit the family's heavy responsibilities. In the past, I was afraid to bear the responsibility, but now it's because I have new pursuits." Chapter 357. Yu Qingyun's heart was greatly touched. After taking over the family, he gradually lost the exuberance of his youth. Now, seeing his son full of vigor, it was as if he saw the young version of himself, and the dreams he once lost began to be carried on through his son. After a long while, Yu Qingyun said, "I support you. However, regarding the military deployment, we need to first see if your so-called brothers are truly worthy." Hearing his father's agreement, Yu Juechen's face showed a look of surprise, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Father. Thanking you is useless. If that brother of yours does not match what you said, don't say you will support him. You are also not allowed to have contact with him in the future." "All right, I will listen to Father." Yu Juechen had complete confidence in Tang Yan. Seeing Yu Juechen's calm demeanor, Yu Qingyun grew more curious about Tang Yan. That night, within the Rakshasa sect, 13 azure cranes soared into the sky, flying towards the imperial city. In Zizhu City, Ziyun was making tea for her father, looking at her daughter, who had reached the 7th rank of the celestial stage. Zixian's eyes flashed with deep surprise and joy. "I didn't expect her to advance faster outside than at home," Zixian said in disbelief. "It's all thanks to Tang Yan." Ziyun looked up at her father and suddenly said, "This time, I want to mobilize troops to the gathering of immortals." Chapter 358. Du Shu was unwilling to lose momentum and worked hard to resist the pressure like a mountain. Throughout, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, faintly showing the beginnings of a financial magnate. Looking at Du Shu's calm expression, Ji Li and the others briefly exchanged surprised glances. Regaining his composure, Ji Li coldly looked at Du Shu and said in a chilling voice, "Young Master Du, do you think you can toy with my alchemy workshop with just 2 pills?" Du Shu smiled gently and said, "Please don't be angry, everyone. The profit distribution I mentioned has been carefully considered. Although it's only 10% profit, I can assure you that in a year, this 10% profit will be several times that of the current profits of the wonderful pill workshop." Geely was so enraged he laughed, questioning, "Young Master Du, forgive me for being blunt. Opening the Western medicine market with 2 pills, I simply cannot believe it. 10% profit could never compare to several times the profits of my wonderful pill workshop. For the wonderful pill workshop, it is even a fantasy. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation for my wonderful pill workshop today, young Master Du, your disrespect will force me to seek an explanation myself." Du Shu glanced at everyone and said calmly, "I mentioned before that these 2 pills are not everything. There are many more." Chapter 359. At this moment, Geely finally understood Du Shu's true intention. If he did not agree, the final result would be that the alchemy workshop would crush the celestial pill mansion and then come to destroy the wonderful pill workshop. Rather than saying he was here to discuss cooperation, it would be more accurate to say he was here to threaten. Geely now wanted to kill Du Shu to end it all, but he couldn't figure out who Du Shu was acting on behalf of. If it was the royal family, the wonderful pill workshop would undoubtedly face the royal family's frenzied suppression, making the situation even more passive. However, this feeling of being threatened was truly unpleasant. After pondering for a while, Geely displayed the decisiveness of a great leader. He looked at Du Shu with piercing eyes and said, "The pills refined by your alchemy workshop, a 10% profit I cannot justify to the wonderful pill workshop. We require 40%, 10%, 30%, that's the bottom line. 20%, the owner of the G workshop only needs to nod or shake his head." Du Shu made a certain concession. "Good." Geely nodded in agreement. A smile appeared on Du Shu's face as he praised, "No wonder you can support the wonderful pill workshop. Your decisiveness is extraordinary. 20%, it's a deal. I have already drafted the agreement. If the owner of the G workshop has no objections, please sign it." Chapter 360. Du Shu felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running wildly in his heart. Just now, I confidently said it was a coincidence. But I didn't expect to be slapped in the face in an instant. "Do you really know each other?" Du Shu was full of curiosity. "Is it really this Tang Yan?" Wu Xian was even more surprised. "Yes. How do you know each other?" Du Shu was about to go crazy. "Since you have investigated the 3 special pills released by Miao Dan Fong." Didn't you ask Tang Yin if these 3 formulas were all provided to us by young Master Tang? Speaking of which, I am still friends with Tang Yin, but I haven't seen him return to Yin City for so long. And Lin Dongxue, you should know her too, right? Wu Xian asked with a smile and briefly recounted how she knew Tang Yin. At this moment, Du Shu's face was filled with confusion. Since Wu Xian could mention Lin Dongxue, it seemed they were indeed old acquaintances. The pills released by Miao Danfeng were actually provided by Brother Yin. Suddenly, Du Shu shivered. A thought flashed through his mind. Wu Xian wouldn't be using her connection with Tang Yin to try to change the profit-sharing ratio, would she? If they brought it up, would he agree or not? Fortunately, Wu Xian did not mention the profit-sharing issue. Chapter 361. Tang Yin nodded. Yes, the place should be bigger. No problem. When do you need it? Right now, I need to refine some pills. Tang Yin made an excuse. Follow me. The prince did not hesitate and led Tang Yin outside. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at a rockery, next to a huge rock. The prince pressed an inconspicuous bump, and with a loud boom, a stone door immediately appeared. Dan Dan set the li sai. As expected of the royal family with a history of 10,000 years, their foundation is truly impressive. Who could have thought of such exquisite designs? Following the prince inside, the view opened up shortly. Your Majesty, how do you find this place? The prince asked with a smile. Tang Yin looked around. This place was indeed spacious, comparable to a square. The height was also impressive, estimated to be over 10 zhang. The surrounding walls were made of metal, with 4 luminous pearls hanging in the corners. And on the top layer, there were some ventilation formations, making the place feel far from stuffy. Not bad, very good. Tang Yin was extremely satisfied. This is our royal family's training ground, specifically established for top royal experts. The surrounding walls are forged from Xuanqing copper, not only hard in texture, but also 2 meters thick. Even a full-force strike from a 9th grade heavenly stage expert would be hard to damage this place, the prince introduced. Chapter 362. After adjusting his state, Tang Yin did not idle, preparing to cultivate his meridian transformation. With a thought, a porcelain bottle containing Qilin blood appeared in his hand. The spiritual energy contained in this Qilin blood was extraordinarily powerful. The last time he used it, it felt like tearing through his own blood. And every time Tang Yin thought of it, he would involuntarily shiver. However, recalling the situation where he was slaughtered by the gathering Immortal Palace, Tang Yin gritted his teeth and unhesitatingly consumed the 2nd drop of Qilin blood. Tang Yin felt the temperature inside his body soar instantly. His bronze-colored skin turned fiery red, and the familiar pain swept over him. Damn! Tang Yin cursed inwardly. He thought that with his increased strength, he could endure the pain of the Qilin blood, but this pain seemed to disregard the cultivator's rank. The piercing pain felt like his flesh was being brutally torn apart. Sweat beads instantly appeared on Tang Yin's forehead, and soon, his clothes were soaked through with sweat. In the palace, a cloud phoenix landed at Mingxin Lake. Du Shu quickly jumped down and headed towards the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion. Inside the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Mo Wei was dealing with cases. After learning from Tang Yin, the cases that had once overwhelmed him were now easy to analyze. With no internal traitor and his own abilities improved, the efficiency and accuracy of handling affairs had significantly increased, with very few mistakes among 10 cases. Chapter 363. I have a good idea. Tang Yan rishulet montakvai, then took the materials and sat down in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, engrossed in reading. After an hour, Tang Yin closed the files and headed towards the Imperial Forest Army. Lord Tang, seeing Tang Yin arrive, the members of the Imperial Forest Army hurriedly greeted him. Kuan He, take 10 skilled men and come with me, Tang Yin instructed. Kuan He was delighted. Lord Tang was personally going out on a mission. After selecting 10 people, the group rode the phoenix steeds and quickly headed outside the palace. Lord Tang, where are we going this time? Kuan He quietly asked while on horseback. To the Su family, Tang Yin said leisurely. What? Kuan He was shocked. For Lord Tang to personally take action, he was already prepared for a serious mission. But upon hearing Tang Yan's answer, Kuan He nearly fell off his horse. Lord Tang, what did you say? Kuan He confirmed. The Su family, is there a problem? Tang Yin turned his head and asked in confusion. Swallowing hard, Kuan He hoarsely asked, is it General Su's family in the east of the city? Are there any other Su families in the imperial city? Tang Yin smiled and asked. Kuan He wanted to say there were. He remembered a shop selling pancakes owned by someone surnamed Su, which was quite famous nearby. Chapter 364. before the surroundings fell silent. Kun, he was at a loss for words. What could rebellion do? What could he do to the Sioux family? Suppressing the Sioux family? The Sioux family members looked at Kun, he with mocking eyes. Even though Kun, he was the leader of the royal family's most elite forces, he still did not have the qualification to be arrogant in front of the Sioux family. Su Jin glanced at Kun, and said, Commander Kun, I advise you to get off your horse and speak. Do not break my Sioux family's rules. Tang Yin stepped forward, looked at Su Jin, and said in a voice as deep as a quiet pool, Anyone who dares to rebel will have their entire clan exterminated, with blood flowing for miles. The Imperial Forest Army executes orders and fully represents the royal command. If anyone dares to defy it, it is equivalent to treason. Within half a tea time, if General Su does not appear, the Imperial Army will immediately level the Su family. Tang Yan's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly above the Su family. Su Jin looked at Tang Yan, wanting to refute, but he found that this youth, who was about the same age as him, emitted an aura that gave him an irresistible sense of pressure. Kun, he felt a tightening in his heart. Tang Yan's words directly put the royal family and the Sioux family in sharp opposition. If it were someone else saying these words, Kun, he would have probably slapped them and then greeted the Sioux family with a smile. Chapter 365. Tang Yan had solid evidence. Su Chuan knew it was already too late to turn back and sighed. Lord Tang, in my life, apart from serving the left minister, I have not served anyone else. I serve the left minister because he values talented individuals, is brave and resourceful, and has lofty ambitions. But compared to Lord Tang, the left minister's means and schemes are somewhat inferior. If the left minister had Lord Tang's talent, great plans could be realized. I admit my guilt, but I ask that Lord Tang spare my Sioux family's old and young. Seeing Su Chuan had resigned himself to death, Tang Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his previous judgment was not wrong. He then said, If you want to spare your family's lives, it is not impossible. However, there are some questions I hope General Su can answer truthfully. Lord Tang, please speak. I will certainly answer without omission. General Su wants to ally with the left minister. It seems the reason is not simply because the left minister values talented individuals, right? The current crown prince. Doesn't he value talented individuals? Tang Yin asked. This refers to the three major military families in Tingxiang: the Kong family, the Su family, and the Chu family. Among them, the Kong family stands out in Tingxiang, being recognized as the top general not only in Tingxiang, but also in the peripheral 5 nations. You have always been suppressed by the Kong family army, with no chance to rise, and you feel resentful about this. This is one reason. Chapter 366. 2 generals were each assigned a courtyard, with heavy guards stationed to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Aside from Tang Yin and the 2 involved parties, no one knew what had transpired between the 3 of them. One of the heavy stones in Tang Yan's heart finally fell. The other was the Jushin Palace. Tang Yin didn't know much about this force. When he asked Director Xiao Cangshan's response was that there were only 18 heavenly stage experts. He also reviewed the records of the Jushin Palace at the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion, which had significantly less documentation compared to the other 2 major forces. However, since it was recognized as one of the 3 major forces, the difference couldn't be too great. Comparing it to the other 2 forces, the number of heavenly stage experts in the Jushin Palace was obviously inflated. An important factor affecting a force's rise and fall is the strength of its top echelon. With numerous experts in the Jushin Palace, coupled with the power of the left prime minister, even if the royal family possessed hundreds of thousands of troops, there would still be a risk of being replaced by the left prime minister. Just as Tang Yin was worried, several sounds of breaking air sliced through the sky. Tang Yin focused his gaze and saw a purple, graceful figure appear in midair, causing his heart to warm. City Lord Z, it's been a while. As the group dismounted from their flying steeds, Tang Yin stepped forward to greet them. Chapter 367. In the Imperial City, dark currents surged. 3 days later, the winding Danpu appeared like mushrooms after rain in various places of the Tingxiang Kingdom. The quality and efficacy of its pills were astonishing. With a strong promotion from the city lord's residences, the winding Danpu quickly gained popularity. In just 2 days, the once thriving Tiandan mansion found its stores nearly empty. As the news spread, it shook the world. All eyes turned to the winding Danpu. And when it was learned that winding Danpu had an inseparable connection with the royal family, the royal family's reputation rose accordingly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the left Prime Minister's residence, in the conference hall, the left Prime Minister, the master of the Tiandan Mansion, and others from the Jushin Palace were in urgent discussions. Master Wu, is this what you call an insignificant wending Danpu? The left Prime Minister asked with a cold face. At this moment, Wu Qi, who had lost his advantage, was also incredibly frustrated. His once bright eyes were now dim, and he shook his head with a sigh. I never expected that the wending Danpu's pills could be mass-produced. Cutting off all sales markets for the Tiandan Mansion is just a matter of time. Left Prime Minister, if you can't take Tingxiang, our Tiandan Mansion can only withdraw from Tingxiang. Chapter 368. The group behind the Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh out loud. Elder Qin, that's not the point. The enmity between Jushin Palace and young Master Tang can indeed be considered separately. The grievances between the royal family and the left Prime Minister's residence should also be settled separately. A laugh echoed, followed by the elegantly dressed Zi Xian walking alongside Yuqingyan. Qin Shi's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipped a beat, and his expression darkened as he said solemnly, City Lord Zi, Master Yu, do you mean to make enemies of my Jushin Palace? You guessed correctly. Zi Xian did not deny it. A trace of panic flashed across Qin Shi's face. Although his side had strong forces, combined with the elite strength of the left Prime Minister's residence, even if the royal family came hard, they could find a bloody path. But now with the royal family, plus Zizhu City and Luocha sect, the number of experts was 6 times theirs. The disparity in strength left Qin Shi with no confidence to even attempt to break out. Old man, do you see the situation clearly? No matter what palace you are from, today we will beat you back to your palace. Brothers kill. Du Shu shouted in the crowd, and the royal army immediately surged forward. Stop. I have something to say. The left Prime Minister shouted. Without giving him a chance to argue, kill. Du Shu's voice rang out again, and the royal cavalry instantly overwhelmed the left Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 369. In recent days, the entire Tingxiang kingdom has been in intense turmoil. The left Prime Minister's residence was destroyed, and all forces associated with the left Prime Minister's residence began to be eliminated by the royal family one by one. Subsequently, the 3 major forces of Tingxiang, Zizhu City, and Luocha sect suddenly allied with the royal family to jointly eliminate the Jushin Palace. As one of the 3 major forces, the Jushin Palace vanished from the Tingxiang landscape within a day. Next, the Wending Danpu and Miaodong Workshop announced their partnership, fully occupying the Tingxiang medicinal market and preparing to advance into neighboring countries. Finally, the royal family achieved the initial requirement mentioned by Tang Yen to stabilize the internal situation before dealing with external threats. At this moment, Tingxiang had also become an unprecedentedly cohesive nation. The key figure who helped the royal family through the crisis was the legendary Master Tang. Enemies who knew Tang Yan's identity had all been eliminated, and the royal family had completely sealed off news about Tang Yan. So many people still did not know who Master Tang really was. Various legends about Master Tang began to spread in the imperial city. Just as everyone was stirring up the stories of Master Tang, a piece of news struck like thunder, shaking the entire Tingxiang kingdom. Zizhu City suddenly issued a wanted notice. Master Tang has kidnapped Ziyun from Zizhu City and is currently missing. All-out efforts are being made to capture Master Tang, and a reward of 10 billion taels will be given to those who provide important clues. Chapter 370. After this refining, Tang Yen felt even more astonished. The spiritual energy flowing from the heavenly and earthly creation cauldron could be directly transformed into true essence with just a little refining. He had just broken through to the 4th grade of the heavenly stage, but under this rich and pure spiritual energy, his cultivation level was rapidly increasing at a visible rate. Midterm, late stage, peak of the 4th grade of the heavenly stage. Initial stage of the 5th grade, midterm, late stage, peak of the 5th grade, and then the 6th grade of the heavenly stage. Tang Yen couldn't estimate how much spiritual energy the 4 directions myriad spirits array had released. But within the heavenly stage, each promotion required an incredibly vast amount of spiritual energy to support it. At this moment, Tang Yen no longer felt embarrassed to curse the heavenly and earthly creation cauldron. Once his strength reached the 7th grade of the heavenly stage, the speed at which the cauldron poured out spiritual energy gradually slowed down. With a satisfying feeling, the barrier of the 7th grade of the heavenly stage was instantly shattered. Tang Yan's strength was finally fixed at the 8th grade of the heavenly stage. Feeling the surging spiritual energy in his dantian, Tang Yin felt a surge of pride. Father, Mother, I will soon go to the North Spirit Realm and will definitely find you. After calculating in his heart, Tang Yan's attention shifted back to the heavenly and earthly creation cauldron. This spiritual energy had also been partially absorbed by the cauldron itself, and at this moment, the chaotic space within the cauldron seemed to have become much richer in spiritual energy. Chapter 371. The Mayan iron, completely black, has an extremely high density. The piece on Tang Yan's back weighed at least 1,000 jin. With the iron block on his back, Tang Yan's body sank heavily. Taking a step forward, he left a deep footprint on the ground. As he took that first step, Tang Yan's pace began to quicken. A roar erupted, followed by a gust of wind rushing in from the side bushes. The inner spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave. And with a fierce swing of the wuxia sword in his hand, Tang Yin struck at the crimson figure before him. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. And only then did Tang Yin realize that what stood before him was actually a fourth-tier spirit beast, the Lanlan tiger. Although the Lanlan tiger was only fourth tier, it was incredibly fierce and possessed immense strength, still able to contend with fifth-tier spirit beasts. The only drawback was its low endurance. After being ferocious for a quarter of an hour, it would become exhausted. With the weight of the Mayan iron on his back, Tang Yan's speed had decreased significantly. What should have been resolved in a few moves turned into a hard-fought battle with the Lanlan tiger. After a quarter of an hour, looking at the weak little creature in front of him, the Lanlan tiger couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat as it realized it was taking more punishment than it expected. It was during this moment of weakened resolve that the sharp-witted Tang Yin immediately seized the opportunity. His power surged violently, and a terrifying explosive force suddenly manifested as he elegantly swung the wuxia sword, slicing through the Lanlan tiger's forelimb. Chapter 372. With a long howl, Tang Yin felt the stagnant energy within him dissipate, leaving only a refreshing exhilaration that was unmatched. A domineering confidence radiated from Tang Yin, as if declaring that no hero in the world could surpass him. Laughing heartily, he strode forward and proclaimed, "Who says there are no clothes? I share a robe with you." The youthful chivalry intertwines with the heroes of the 5 capitals. With courage and loyalty, hair standing on end, in our discussions of life and death, a promise worth 1,000 gold. Tang Yan's pace quickened, and his previously deep-set eyes now shone with a rebellious spirit. His inner true energy began to circulate automatically, and faint black smoke emanated from him. As if touched by a certain realization, he suddenly halted, his eyes slightly closed. The fearless momentum spread like a phoenix's rebirth, coalescing into a formidable aura of slaughter, the rebellious spirit coursing through Tang Yan's upright form, like a sharp sword pointing straight at the sky. At that moment, Tang Yan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright, piercing light flashed deep within his gaze. The wuxia sword in his hand was raised high. Spiritual energy flowed like the Milky Way, rushing endlessly towards the heavy sword. Chapter 373. Hearing Ming Kunshin's words. Xiao Buyu and the others trembled. How ruthless Ming Kunshin was no secret in the southern wilderness city. It was said that once someone had angered him, he had that person captured and methodically carved the flesh from their body, keeping them alive with spirit medicine, only to cover their bloodied form in chili oil. And that was just the first round of torture. The second round involved filling the already injured person with bloodthirsty worms, slowly devouring their flesh and organs, causing unbearable itching that they could not scratch, forcing them to tear their own skin apart in desperation. The final round was even more vicious. When the person was half dead, he poured molten iron into their body, solidifying it until only a bloody head remained, which he then delivered to the deceased family. Such a brutal man, if he truly fell into his hands. Seeing the expressions of the 3, Ming Kunshin's gravelly voice echoed ominously. "I will count to 3. If you do not put down the Thunder Leopard cub, I assure you that in front of everyone in Southern Wilderness City, I will strip you 3 of your clothes, cripple your cultivation, and slice off your..." Will you get the idea? Chapter 374. Ming Kunshin's expression fluctuated. Although he did not know who Tang Yin was, the fact that he could carry thousands of pounds and still maintain a light-hearted demeanor indicated that this young man was no simple character. Such a youth might very well be from a prominent family. If he inadvertently stirred up trouble, it was not something Ming Kunshin wanted to see. He suppressed his anger and pretended to be magnanimous, saying, This young master, I hope you can do me a favor today and not pursue this matter further. I will owe you this favor, and if the opportunity arises in the future, I will definitely drink with you until we're both drunk. Are you all from Mingyu Valley? Tang Yin confirmed. Seeing Tang Yan's suddenly wary expression, Ming Kunshin smugly replied, of course. However, he was also curious. Could this kid not be from Southern Wilderness City? You want to drink with me? Tang Yin asked again. Ming Kunshin did not expect Tang Yin to ask this. He had merely been making polite conversation, and now this kid was taking it seriously? Could it be that he knew he was from Mingyu Valley and was trying to latch onto their power? Wow, what a naive thought. Nevertheless, for now, he had to send this kid away. Ming Kunshin waved his hand arrogantly. I am usually very busy, but when I find the time, I will definitely treat you to a few drinks. Chapter 375. Originally, everything could have been settled without a single soldier being lost. But now 3 capable fighters have been lost, and he would surely face reprimands. Fortunately, with the Thunder Leopard Cub, he could offset some of the blame. However, if that were the case, all the efforts he had made to conceal his actions from others would be wasted. And all of this was due to Tang Yin. This youth must die. No, he cannot die. I want you to wish for death but be unable to attain it. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Yin wielded the wuxia sword, moving like the wind and rain, quick as lightning and fierce as thunder, making it difficult for the crowd to subdue him. However, they were numerous, and among them were 3 9th-tier Heavenly Realm experts. The others were all above the 6th tier. After half a quarter of an hour, Tang Yan's physical strength gradually waned. Although they were astonished by his power, as they watched him grow weaker, Ming Kunshin chuckled ominously, his voice grating. Kid, if it weren't for you, would I be having such a terrible day today? Once I capture you, don't worry, I won't kill you. The people of Mingyu Valley were very familiar with this master. What came next would likely involve all sorts of tortures devised for this kid. Chapter 376. Xiao Buyu felt he had struck gold. The yellow-clad man from earlier possessed 9th-tier Heavenly Realm strength, and even if he wasn't his match in a one-on-one, he could definitely escape. Furthermore, that man had just killed 2 of his subordinates, and he had been seething with a desire for revenge. But now he had killed him. Damn, it felt so good. Not only had he eliminated the yellow-clad man, but he had also wiped out the 2 8th-tier Heavenly Realm experts beside him. He had killed 3 people, and his opponent didn't even notice him. Excited, Xiao Buyu continued to swing his long knife, and with 2 swift strokes, he killed 2 7th-tier Heavenly Realm experts. So exhilarating. It felt like drinking a big gulp of icy water in the scorching heat of June. After Xiao Buyu had killed 5 people, the others finally sensed something was off and turned to look. When they saw Xiao Buyu, akin to a god of death, they were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't this guy just gravely injured and dying? How did he suddenly bounce back? This was unscientific. Could this be an illusion? Xiao Buyu was also startled when he noticed that everyone had discovered him. Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces, Xiao Buyu, who had just tasted the sweetness of a sneak attack, naturally would not miss this opportunity. Chapter 377. The 3 members of the Xiao family trembled. If the people from Mingyu Valley found out that the Xiao family had exterminated 30 of their members, with Mingyu Valley's vengeful nature, they would definitely not let the Xiao family off. Thinking of the family's safety and his wife and children, the 3 members of the Xiao family raised their momentum, displaying a fierce and desperate fighting spirit. Seeing the anticipated effect had appeared, Tang Yin smiled slightly and glanced at Ming Kunshin, saying, Old man, seeing your miserable face, even if you survive this time, with so many losses, you will definitely face punishment, right? If I were you, I would just commit suicide. At this moment, Ming Kunshin's blood surged, rushing straight to his head. This brat's words were too damaging. He shouted in anger, sharp-tongued, can only play with words? If you can't even argue with me, it shows your low IQ, unable to clearly express your thoughts or identify logical flaws. By the way, how did you become the hall master with such stupidity? Or does Mingyu Valley just like people like you? While fighting, Tang Yin continued to provoke Ming Kunshin. Even Xiao Buyu and the other 2, who were in a tough battle, nearly burst out laughing at this moment. In contrast, Ming Kunshin's face had long turned the color of pig liver. I will kill you. Ming Kunshin's curved knife became even more ferocious in his attack. Chapter 378. Let's go. Take this old man along and let Mingyu Valley lose face. Tang Yin instructed, and the 3 nodded in a daze, carrying Ming Kunshin forward. After a moment, The three of them finally reacted from their shock and asked hesitantly, "Young Master Tang, if you have any needs, just mention them. Dragging this out is driving us crazy." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin rolled his eyes. Is there anyone in this world who begs others to do things for them? After talking for a while, seeing that Tang Yin still said he had no other conditions, Xiao Buyu gradually believed Tang Yan's words, treating him as a good person with chivalrous spirit. "You three can go back first. When I arrive at Nanwang City, I will come to find you at the Xiao family. By the way, one more thing. This person will be temporarily detained at your Xiao family. No need to rush to kill him. His identity must not be leaked. It may be useful in the future. I will talk to you again when I find you." "Where does the young master want to go?" Xiao Buyu asked anxiously. "If there are any difficulties, the three of us are decent in strength and should be able to help. There's nothing else, and besides, thunder leopard cubs are rare. The longer we stay in the wilderness, the more danger we face," Tang Yin reminded. Looking at the cub in his hands, Xiao Buyu nodded, whistled, and a few Luyun pungs flew in from the distance. Chapter 379. He saw a 1-inch deep wound on his right calf. This was still a result of his timely evasion. If he had been a moment slower, he could have been cut in half. Thinking of the previous attacks from the Earth Strangler, which were similar in speed and force, it had taken the opportunity to paralyze him, making him think that was its limit, and then it would strike a fatal blow. Such intelligence made Tang Yan's scalp tingle with dread. Whoa! Although surprised by Tang Yan's dodging speed, the Earth Strangler had abundant combat experience. After landing a hit, it suddenly whipped its tail on the ground, using the rebound force to charge straight at Tang Yin. Tang Yin was about to take a blood-condensing pill, but seeing the Earth Strangler leaping high, he hardened his heart and swung his sword to meet it. Although the Earth Strangler was brutal by nature, it was definitely not a fool. If it felt the situation was unfavorable, it would surely burrow into the ground. Now that it was finally above ground, Tang Yin was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Clang! Clang, clang! Tang Yin considered his sword fast enough, but compared to the Earth Strangler, he tragically discovered that his speed was even half a beat slower. After all, the unfettered sword in his hand weighed nearly 100 pounds, while the Earth Strangler's 2 forelimbs moved with freedom and agility. Chapter 380. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Tang Yin stood on a peak, straining to look into the distance, where the outline of a city appeared in his sight. Tang Yin estimated that in another 2 days, he should be able to arrive. Roar! Clang, clang! A sound of fighting came from afar. These days, Tang Yin had been getting closer to the interior of the North Spirit Realm and had already encountered several groups in the wilderness. There was no monarch in the North Spirit Realm. Only strength was respected, and the trust level between people was not high. When others saw Tang Yin appear, they were filled with hostility and distrust, and Tang Yin would not take the initiative to engage with strangers. Initially, he planned not to join the commotion, but soon his brows furrowed. Faintly, he sensed that the clanging metal sounds were quick but lacked strength. If he guessed correctly, the opponent's moves should be quite exquisite, but their power was a bit lacking. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tang Yin concealed his aura and quickly headed toward the fighting direction. Upon nearing, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel more puzzled by the scene before him. It was a valley where a young man was battling a 6th-tier spirit beast, the Sky-Song Bear, while more than 10 people around were enthusiastically watching the fight. Chapter 381. A few of them changed their expressions upon hearing this. Although Yu Liangshun did not introduce himself, he came from a prominent family, and this person was so impudent as to question his name. Bold! Do you know who young Master Yi is? A guard behind Yu Liangshun immediately stepped forward. The more a family has a bit of reputation, the more they think their family is impressive. Your family shouldn't be considered a top force in the North Spirit Realm, right? Tang Yin said dismissively, hearing Tang Yan's words. A few of them were so angry they nearly spat blood. The Yi family, the Zhuo family, and the Qinyan family had some reputation in the North Spirit Realm, but they were indeed not top tier. However, this brat's words were too annoying. Seemingly not noticing the dark expressions on their faces, Tang Yin continued. Even if you really come from a prominent family, those who truly have ability do not need to announce their names. Others will naturally recognize and respect them. Those who are nameless and mediocre prefer to use their family to oppress others. Which kind are you? Except for Qinyan Shun, everyone's faces turned pig liver-colored. Tang Yan's words were entirely true. Even the 3 of them were not the best in their family. Qinyan Shun felt secretly pleased. These usually self-important guys were finally slapped in the face, right? Chapter 382. Everyone. I urgently need a few medicinal materials and am willing to pay 3 times the market price. A crisp voice came from a girl in red. Miss, breaking the purchasing regulations of the South Wilderness border is not good. Is it? A rough and gloomy voice responded, apparently from a medicinal materials dealer. I'm sorry, but I really need them. I hope all the brave men purchasing medicinal materials can give the Lawn family some face. The crisp voice came again, but the crowd could not hear a hint of apology. Lawn family? Which Lawn family? The crowd stirred, daring to call themselves the Lawn family in the North Spirit realm. It must be that Lawn family, someone speculated. The red attire seemed somewhat similar to the rumored eldest daughter of the Lawn family, Lawn Phoenix. Lawn Phoenix? Is she the one known as the Fire Phoenix? In the crowd, many people looked at the woman in red, their eyes filled with curiosity. Tang Yin looked at her, a strong sense of surprise flashing in his eyes. The woman was not very old, but her aura was not weak. A faint hint of spiritual energy emanated from her. If he guessed correctly, the woman had already reached the innate stage. The originally somewhat angry man, upon hearing the woman's identity, immediately changed his expression and cupped his hands in salute. So, it's the Fire Phoenix. I apologize for my ignorance. I hope Miss Lawn can forgive me. Chapter 383. Young Master, please wait. Before Tang Yin could take a few steps, the Fire Phoenix immediately dismounted and quickly blocked his way. Tang Yin carefully observed the Fire Phoenix. She had a heart-shaped face, large eyes, and a slightly enchanting beauty. The martial artist's clothing was quite fitted, making her alluring curves even more pronounced. Is there something you need? Tang Yin smiled and asked. The Fire Phoenix respectfully inquired. Does the young master have these 3 medicinal herbs? No. Tang Yin shook his head. A hint of disappointment flashed in the Fire Phoenix's eyes, and she then asked, Are you very skilled in medicine, young master? A sneer appeared on Tang Yan's face. Why should I tell you? In an instant, the Fire Phoenix guessed the reason for Tang Yan's displeasure and softly said, I was too impatient just now. I hope the young master won't hold it against me. What did you say? I didn't catch that. The Fire Phoenix glared. How could she not see that this guy was intentionally humiliating her? Having roamed the North Spirit realm, she had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her like this. Suppressing the impulse to strike him, Tang Yin suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying aura lock onto him, causing him to feel his movements slow down. The expressions of the people around changed. At that moment, the pressure emanating from the Fire Phoenix made them tremble deep inside. Chapter 384. The previously skeptical Yin Chongqing's expression immediately became extremely serious. Young Master Tang, where did you hear about this prescription? Can you prepare it? Yin Chongqing asked eagerly. These were passed down by my master. Regardless of whether I can concoct them, it's useless without the herbs, Tang Yin replied with a smile. That is true. I was hasty. I hope young Master Tang will not take offense, Yin Chongqing said earnestly. Young Master Tang, please come with me to see my mother. The Fire Phoenix said. Miss Lawn, to speak frankly, without those 3 herbs, even a deity would be helpless, Yin Chongqing sighed lightly. I'll go take a look. Tang Yin did not comment on whether he could cure her. Thank you, young Master Tang. Lan Guiwei quickly stood up, realizing that this might embarrass Elder Yin, and immediately turned to say, Elder Yin, please protect young Master Tang. All right, Elder Yin nodded in agreement. As the group entered the bedroom, they saw a beautiful woman lying on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, looking frail and showing no signs of life. Young Master Tang, please. Lan Gui gets the... Tang Yin was not polite, sitting down next to the beautiful woman, taking her wrist and sending a stream of true energy into her body. Chapter 385. Tang Yin nodded firmly, seriously proclaiming, a pharmacist must be free of desires to continually improve in medicine. Once tainted by interests, a physician will inevitably consider gains and losses, weighing whether it is worth it, leading to a narrow perspective and shallow understanding. By taking the duty of saving lives as their mission and not forgetting their original intention, one can continuously improve. Tang Yan's righteous words immediately earned him respect from several people. Those with deeper strength showed thoughtful expressions. Tang Yan's words could also apply to martial arts. Brother Tang, with such a noble heart, I admire you. Your master must have been a remarkable person. If there is an opportunity, I hope you can introduce me. Lan Guiwei sighed. My master has been unpredictable throughout his life. If there is a chance, I will definitely introduce him to the head of the Lan family, Tang Yin promised. Eldarine, standing nearby, also showed a solemn expression and then deeply bowed to Tang Yen. After Eldarine finished, Tang Yen exclaimed and jumped aside. "Oh dear, Eldarine, what are you doing?" "What you just said, young Master Tang, was enlightening. No wonder my medical skills have stagnated until now. It turns out I've been blinded by worldly matters," Eldarine lamented. "Head of the Lan family, let's just forget about the payment this time." Chapter 386. Upon hearing Elder Yin's high praise, everyone regarded Tang Yen with even more respect. "Divine Dr. Tang, how is my wife?" Lan Guiwei asked nervously. "Fortunately, I did not disgrace my mission. The fire poison in her body has been mostly expelled. However, her constitution is too weak to endure the complete expulsion. I have a prescription here. If brewed and taken twice daily for a month, we can perform the second needle treatment. After 3 treatments, she can be completely cured," Tang Yen said with a smile. "Divine Dr. Tang, this kindness cannot be repaid. If you need anything, please feel free to ask." Lan Guiwei was both excited and regretful, thinking if he had met Tang Yen earlier, his wife wouldn't have had to endure such suffering for so long. He had been deceived by those so-called divine doctors for 8 years. If it weren't for coming to South Wilderness City this time, his wife might have been harmed by those quacks. Quacks. Remembering what Tang Yen had said earlier, a glint flashed in Lan Guiwei's eyes. Were they really quacks? Or were they intentionally trying to harm his wife's life? He must investigate thoroughly when he returned. "Head of the Lan family, you are too polite. Let your wife rest well. I will take my leave first." Tang Yen waved his hand, not accepting any thanks. "May I ask where Brother Tang is going? How can I find you in the future?" Lan Guiwei quickly asked. Chapter 387. Tang Yen twitched the corner of his mouth. This woman was not stupid, knowing to use pills to please the little one. However, the little one ignored her and continued to bury its head on Tang Yen's shoulder. "Not interested? Then how about this?" Saying this, the Fire Phoenix took out a 4th-grade spiritual pill. The little one caught a whiff of the spiritual energy in the air and immediately sniffed. Seeing the little one react before the Fire Phoenix could get excited, the little one waved its paw in disdain. "Pretty picky, how about this?" The Fire Phoenix gritted her silver teeth and took out another pill. Wow! Upon seeing the 5th-grade pill, the little one immediately reached out its paw. "Here you go." Seeing the little one finally acknowledge her, the Fire Phoenix was no longer stingy, instead smiling broadly as she handed the pill over. Wow. The little one hugged the pill and immediately stuffed it into Tang Yan's mouth. What? The Fire Phoenix was momentarily stunned. How could this little creature be just like its master? Ha! Tang Yen could no longer hold back and laughed heartily. Laughing, he took the pill and stored it away, saying, "I accept this with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Lan." The Fire Phoenix looked up at the sky in silence. Wanted to speak, but tears flowed first. Damn it, being bullied by Tang Yen was bad enough, but now even his pet was bullying her. Chapter 388. I'll offer 500,000 taels of silver. You offer 300,000 taels of silver, and you want me to leave? Did you learn math from a dog? You came later than I did, and your bid is lower than mine. In terms of reason and fairness, you have no right. Does the Gao family have no rules in the South Wilderness, only knowing how to oppress others with power? With this shout, it immediately attracted some onlookers, and before long, the originally spacious shop became crowded. In front of everyone, concerning the family's reputation, Gao Jin naturally did not dare to show the Gao family's disregard for rules. Although he felt resentful inside, Gao Jin still took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The family had instructed him to secure this shop. So Gao Jin lowered his attitude a bit and said, "Young master, the fabric shop next door is part of the Gao family's property, and we are planning to expand it. Manager Lu's shop is very important to us. I hope you can be accommodating, and the Gao family will definitely find a more suitable shop for you." This shop is quite suitable. Tang Yen remained unmoved. Since Manager Lu is eager to sell the shop, the Gao family can pay 5 million taels of silver today. Gao Jin suppressed his violent aura and raised the price. "I can pay in full right now. You should save your breath." In the hall, Tang Yen and Xiao Biyu inquired in detail about the situation in South Wilderness City, and they became more wary of the Gao family's strength. The Xiao family in South Wilderness City is not the strongest, and the entire family does not even have any innate experts. However, the Gao family they offended today has an ancestor who is indeed a genuine innate expert. When Xiao Biyu heard that Tang Yen actually bought the Gao family's shop, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he smiled wryly, saying, "Young master, this time you have slapped the Gao family in the face. According to their temperament, retaliation is inevitable. If the shops you buy are of no use, I can buy them from you at the original price. Tang Yin understood Xiao Buyu's thoughts and planned to negotiate with the Gao family after the purchase to try to eliminate misunderstandings. I have great use for the shop. I believe they won't dare to do anything openly, Tang Yin said calmly. Hearing Tang Yin insist, the head of the Xiao family could only remind him, then you can only be vigilant. If you need manpower, my Xiao family's forces can be at your disposal. Just as the few of them were chatting, a scout suddenly came to report. After Xiao Buyu heard it, his expression changed. Does the head of the Xiao family have urgent matters? Tang Yin saw Xiao Buyu's serious expression and decided not to disturb him further. Xiao Buyu waved his hand, his expression complicated, and said, "It's about you, young master. You previously embarrassed the Gao family, and just now, their shop is flooded. It can no longer be used." Everyone was puzzled about who had tortured Ming Kunshan like this. When Ming Kunshan revealed the answer himself, there was a brief silence throughout the street. The happiest person was undoubtedly Xiao Buyu. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Among the crowd, there were also many children of the Gao family, who were watching with great interest and actively participating in heated discussions. They even engaged in intense brainstorming with others about who was retaliating against Ming Kunshan. When Ming Kunshan spoke, the faces of the Gao family's children turned pale. Those who had been close to the Gao family, hoping to get close and ride on their coattails, quickly distanced themselves from the Gao family. Similarly, the head of the Gao family, Gao Bufan, who had been watching the farce with a clear mind, was constantly guessing who the mastermind was. Suddenly hearing Ming Kunshan's wail, even Gao Bufan, who had incredible composure, couldn't help but sway slightly. Did I hear that wrong? When Gao Wubo returned that day, he said he encountered 2 7th-tier spirit beasts, which caused heavy losses. What does that have to do with Mingyu Valley? I was still boldly speculating about who it could be, and suddenly a bucket of shit fell from the sky. Hearing Tang Yan's answer, it was clear that there were not just those 2 miraculous pills. After a while, Xiao Buyu smiled bitterly and said, "To seize the market, we rely on product quality and sales strategy. If either of these has an advantage, it's completely fine to make a living. Young Master Tang clearly has both." I was short-sighted to worry that young Master Tang would act recklessly. It was truly unnecessary. I feel ashamed. From now on, all the medicinal materials from my Xiao family will be provided for you. Your current partners should have considerable power. If the Xiao family suddenly stops supplying medicinal materials, the other party will be caught off guard, and the production chain will be affected. This could potentially create another enemy for the Xiao family. My power on this side is just starting. The supply of medicinal materials can be gradual, allowing both sides some buffer time. Tang Yin smiled and analyzed. Hearing this, Xiao Buyu was shaken and respectfully said, "What young master pointed out is right. Please rest assured, our pricing will definitely be a cost price." At this moment, Tang Yan's expression became extremely serious as he looked at Xiao Buyu and said, "Head of the Xiao family, do you know on what basis cooperation is established?" "A win-win situation," Xiao Buyu answered succinctly. After collecting the medicinal materials, Tang Yin took out some paper and began to sketch. The 2 shops he purchased had been reduced to ashes in the Gao family's fire and needed to be rebuilt. In one night, Tang Yin completed the design of the blueprint for the Wending Dan shop. The next day, Tang Yin found the construction team. With a generous payment, the foreman immediately gathered the workers. The craftsmen who were originally preparing to work elsewhere were all summoned. The construction and decoration took only a week. Fortunately, everyone here is a martial artist, and the building materials were configured using special secret methods. Otherwise, Tang Yin wouldn't dare to use a house completed in a week. Thus, a large-scale shop rose from the ground. Purchasing these 2 shops was like seizing food from a tiger's mouth, causing quite a stir in South Wilderness City. Coupled with the shop's design, which incorporated elements of classical Chinese architecture, it was beautiful, grand, and full of charm. As soon as it was completed, it attracted a lot of attention. Tang Yin personally hung a huge plaque inscribed with Wending above the shop. "Brother, the preliminary preparations have been completed for you. Whether it can take off depends on you now," Tang Yin murmured as he looked at the Wending Dan shop finally taking shape. "Who was that woman?" After the Fire Phoenix left, Ziyun asked Tang Yin. Tang Yin knew that Ziyun wanted to know about the strength of the Fire Phoenix, and gently explained, "She is from the Lan family in the northern spiritual realm with a cultivation level of innate 3rd grade. She is not someone you can contend with now." Tang Yin, did I cause you trouble? Ziyun asked softly. I have confidence in you. This time, we not only need to win the bet, but in the coming year, I want all of your strengths to reach a level that makes her dare not underestimate you. With just a few words, Tang Yin stirred the hearts of everyone. A fighting spirit spread among them. 3 days passed, and the innate expert Fire Phoenix was secretly observing the group of Wending. Originally, she looked down on the people from these border countries, but soon she realized that her thinking was too narrow. In just 3 days, the aura of each of them had become sharper than yesterday. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix, who originally believed she would win, felt a slight shift in her confidence. Brother Yin, I have an idea. Du Shu pushed open the door and entered Tang Yin's courtyard. In the Shao family's conference hall, the core members of the family had gathered here. Why should we be so polite to those people from the border countries? Elder Shao Li asked. Yes. Why should we treat the people from those small countries with such courtesy? Another member of the Shao family, Shao Buyu, expressed his grievances, clearly unimpressed by these country folk. Shao Chuang and Shao Xian, however, were well aware of the situation. Tang Yin could be considered a benefactor to the entire Shao family. Yet, revealing the specifics of the matter was not appropriate, as any rumors could pose a fatal blow to the Shao family. All right, let's not bring this up again. Young Master Tang and his group could very well become our major clients. Xiaobu was also feeling a bit of a headache. The original agenda for this meeting was to discuss how to expand the family's herbal medicine channels. Yet the relatives were already expressing concerns about Tang Yan's group. Major clients? How major can they be? Elder Shao Heir said with a glare. The prices of herbal medicine in the Northern Spirit Realm are not lower than those in the border countries. They wouldn't want to purchase at a high price and then sell at a low price, would they? Chapter 395, of course, we still need some second-tier herbs. Please note these: gentian, xianmao, white peony essence, Japanese knotweed, honey licorice, dark purple column, bitter tea, chinli hong, snow ginseng, rosemary, light bamboo leaves, white chu branch leaves, three-path bramble, chuan lotus, lianxian flower, lingxian flower. Well, let's settle for these second-tier spirit herbs for now. After listing over 200 types of herbs, Du Shu stopped. Elder Shao San had long since put away his contempt. When Du Shu started listing the herbs, he had prepared paper and pen to take notes. After Du Shu finished, Elder Shao San pondered for a moment before saying, Young Master Du, over 90 of these herbs are already available in the Shao family. As for the others, they're not very hard to find, and we can quickly gather them. How many of these herbs does young Master Du need? 100,000 plants. The 3 words, light as a feather, landed like a heavy hammer on everyone's heads, completely stunning them. Elder Shao De, seeing his second brother's shocked expression, instantly activated his protective energy shield. Elder Shao Heir also realized he had almost lost his composure and hurriedly restrained himself, tears streaming from his eyes due to his choking. 100,000 plants. Young Master Du, do you know how much silver that requires? Elder Shao San confirmed. Chapter 396, 400 billion taels. Does that count as limited financial resources? The members of the Shao family were collectively petrified. How could a border country be so wealthy? Even a prominent family, like the Lan family, would find it difficult to come up with 400 billion taels of silver at once. Although the Shao family is a top force in the listening fragrance kingdom, they are genuinely a mid-sized family in the Northern Spirit Realm, struggling to sustain themselves, let alone keep tabs on border country affairs. They had no way of knowing about the listening fragrance kingdom's ambitions. After Du Shu consolidated the pill market of the listening fragrance kingdom, he directly commanded the alchemist to break into the pill markets of several other countries, rapidly capturing a significant market share and accumulating vast wealth in a short period. When Du Shu came, he brought all his funds with him, which explained the 400 billion taels of silver. Young Master Du, rest assured, I will provide you with the payment list tomorrow morning. Shabu Yu feigned calmness. In that case, I must trouble the head of the Shao family. You may continue with the meeting. I will take my leave now. By the way, the herbs are urgently needed. If you can't gather them all at once, they can be supplemented later. Just prepare what you have ready. Du Shu smiled and bid farewell to everyone. Of course, Xiao Buyu mechanically nodded, as if in a dream. After Du Shu disappeared, he plopped down onto a chair. Chapter 397. Thank you all for your support. Today marks the official opening of the Wending Dance Shop. Many people are curious about what we actually sell, and I'm here to reveal the answer. Wending specializes in selling pills. The main types of pills we sell are threefold. The first type is the unparalleled divine pills, which possess miraculous effects and are rarely seen on the market. The second type is our unique specialty pills, which have stronger effects compared to other pills of the same tier. The third type is the popular pills, which are more commonly found in the market. Tang Yan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing Tang Yan's introduction, the crowd immediately stirred. Unparalleled divine pills? Haha, this kid really dares to boast. Even in Medicine Valley wouldn't make such grand claims. Young people really are full of themselves. But who knows? Even if it's not that extraordinary, it should still surprise us. Just think about how generous this young man was when he bought the shop. He wouldn't just be fooling us with some random concoctions, would he? The crowd speculations were mixed with praise and criticism. Everyone, the quality of the pills will be explained in detail by Manager Du. Tang Yan smiled and stood to the side. Chapter 398 for the popular pills. We currently only have this one type. Next, I'd like to introduce our specialty pill, the Frenzied Spirit Pill. This pill is a top-tier 4th-grade pill. After consumption, approximately 80 of the spiritual power contained in the pill can be converted into source power, with a massive amount of spiritual energy, gentle medicinal properties, and a strong effect even on heavenly level or innate master's cultivation. Pausing for a moment and noticing the hopeful expressions on the crowd, Du Shu understood their thoughts and added, "It can be taken repeatedly without diminishing its efficacy." After hearing Du Shu's words, the atmosphere on the scene heated up once again. Manager Du, hurry up and tell us the price. Someone urged from the crowd. The price is tentatively set at 350,000 taels per pill. As Du Shu announced the price, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. A top-tier 4th-grade pill is worth several tens of thousands, and one with the efficacy of the Frenzied Spirit Pill is even harder to find. 350,000 taels sounded ridiculously cheap in their minds. Next, we present our unparalleled divine pills. The first type of pill is called the Explosive Pill. The Explosive Pill comes in 2 versions, a standard version and an enhanced version. Its effect allows martial artists to reach peak condition instantly, enabling them to work tirelessly until all their true energy is exhausted, with no side effects on their bodies. Chapter 399. Haha. Young Master Du, this set of rhetoric isn't new. It has been used by countless merchants before. Xiao Jia Kai laughed heartily. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Du Shu felt a sense of alertness. This man seemed rough but had a keen insight. Quickly clarifying the theme. No matter how you explain it, I just doubt the efficacy of your pills. What does Manager Xiao think would be a good way to confirm the authenticity of our pills? Du Shu countered with a question. Let me see. I'll know after I examine them. Xiao Jia Kai said boldly. Tang Yin subtly nodded, and Du Shu generously replied. Since Manager Xiao wants to serve as a witness for Wending, I am very grateful. Due to time constraints, why don't you choose a few pills at random? All right, then I'll take the Frenzied Spirit Pill, the enhanced version of the Blood Condensing Pill, and the Transformation Pill to have a look. Xiao Jiakai said after thinking for a moment. The Transformation Pill is too precious to take out. How about Manager Xiao looks at the Blood Condensing Pill and the Frenzied Spirit Pill instead? Du Shuhe reasonably refused the testing of the Spirit Transformation Pill, then took out the Enhanced Blood Clotting Pill and the Frenzied Spirit Pill. Seeing is believing. 2 pills are enough. Xiao Jia took the pills and smiled. Then I Xiao will help the brothers of Nanhuang City take a good look. Chapter 400. Since there are doubts, then I might as well test this blood clotting pill as well. Everyone, take a good look. Du Shu shouted angrily, pulling out a dagger and stabbing it directly into his waist. Are you out of your mind? Dang Jian Sao Det An Vili. Smiling at Tang Yin, Du Shu waved his hand, lifted his clothes, and said loudly, Everyone, can you see clearly? As he turned around, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Du Shu's dagger had actually pierced through his waist. Du Shu pulled out the dagger. With a splatter, a jet of blood sprayed out, and soon after, blood flowed profusely, soaking his clothes completely. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Du Shu swallowed the upgraded blood clotting pill. The blood that had been gushing out slowed down in the blink of an eye. In another blink, the blood actually stopped flowing, just a breath apart. Amazing! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. No wonder it's an extraordinary divine pill. Those who had just doubted the pill saw such an effect, and all praised it. Everyone, is there anyone still questioning my pill of ascendancy? Du Shu Shute de Ludli. Shopkeeper Du, we believe you, we believe you. Although the blood had stopped, the dagger in Du Shu's hand was still stained with blood, and his white clothes were now a vivid red. Chapter 401. The Gao family cannot afford to lose now. We can go talk. After a pause, Tang Yin said, "We still have the strong enemy of Mingyu Valley. Staying long at the Shao family may implicate them later. The new base has already been built on the outskirts of the city. Gather some people, and we will migrate there." Danjian Yin Stu. All right, Du Shu nodded. Du Shu and Fang Xian gathered the manpower. And Tang Yin led the people from Pill of Ascendancy toward the new base on the outskirts of the city. Nanwang City, Gao Family, Conference Hall. Gao Family head Gao Bufan sat in the head position, and the atmosphere in the great hall was tense and restless. Clearing his throat, Gao Bufan opened the conversation. "Everyone, I believe you have all heard about the Pill of Ascendancy that appeared today. What do you think about this pill force?" Gao Family's second elder, Gao Fa, opened up the discussion. "Someone is framing us, causing us to fall out with Mingyu Valley. Last time we went to Mingyu Valley, although they accepted the gifts, their attitude seemed unsatisfactory, and there is a high possibility of conflict between the two families again. The Pill of Ascendancy's pills are indeed very useful to our Gao family. I suggest we meet with the person in charge of Pill of Ascendancy to see if we can bulk purchase some. Our Gao family still has considerable influence in Nanwang City, and they should give us some face." Chapter 4:02. I wonder what the elder thinks. Tang Yin asked unhurriedly. "We have heard about the pills launched by Pill of Ascendancy, and the head is very concerned, so he sent me to negotiate. You open shops, and your ultimate goal is profit. Instead of going through all that trouble, why not sell all the pills directly to our Gao family, saving time for both parties? I wonder what young Master Tang thinks." Gao Jinsong stated the purpose of this trip. Tang Yin sneered inwardly. "If I sell directly to the Gao family, why would I need to send Du Shu to the Zhong family?" Elder Gao's words are biased. The pills we launched, whether selling them is troublesome or not, I believe Elder Gao has already witnessed. Moreover, Pill of Ascendancy has just gained a reputation. If we cut off everyone's supply, wouldn't we lose the people's hearts in Nanwang City? All the pills produced by Pill of Ascendancy must guarantee high quality, and the process is very difficult with low yield. Even the market in Nanwang is hard to satisfy. Since we have decided to develop a pill shop, how could we give up the entire Nanwang market for one family? I cannot agree to Elder Gao's request. Tang Yin refused very decisively. Elder Gao's words did not surprise Gao Jinsong. He smiled and said, "Young Master Tang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. We can discuss the price of the pills." Chapter 4:03. Upgraded explosive pills, 100 pieces. Upgraded blood clotting pills, 100 pieces. Regular blood clotting pills, 200 pieces. Upgraded original chi pills, 500 pieces. Upgraded soul refining pills, 200 pieces. Frenzied yuan pills, 1,000 pieces. Xianling pills, 5 pieces. Seeing this list, a sharp light flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the Gao family's elite force should be around 200 people. The top-tier force has 5 people. In the Northern Spirit Realm, even though Nanwang City is just a small place, the elite force is at least at the 5th rank of the celestial level. Previously, he had heard that the Gao family's strength was less than 1/10 of Mingyu Valley, which indeed made dealing with Mingyu Valley very tricky. Regardless, the current relationship between the Gao family and Mingyu Valley is very tense. If Mingyu Valley does not pursue the matter, it would be fine. But if they really want to make an issue out of it, the Gao family is doomed. Tang Yin did not care whether the Gao family would survive. But calculating the time, the news of him abducting Ziyun must have reached Mingyu Valley. He would inevitably have a battle with Mingyu Valley. If the Gao family and Mingyu Valley fought, the stronger the Gao family's strength, the greater the loss from Mingyu Valley. I must help the Gao family. Determined, Tang Yin put down the list in his hand and smiled. I heard that there are some conflicts between Mingyu Valley and the Gao family. The elder wants to purchase these spiritual medicines. I suppose it is to prepare for the defense against Mingyu Valley, right? Chapter 4:04. Moreover, when that girl came in, she said that the spiritual energy of the Pill of Ascendancy's base is not inferior to that of their Lan family. The residents of the Lan family indeed has abundant spiritual energy, surpassing that of the Pill of Ascendancy's base. Another point is that I couldn't remember the girl's cultivation level. There are only 2 possibilities for this. Either the woman had no cultivation at all, or her strength was higher than mine. It is rumored that the strength of the Fire Phoenix has already reached the innate level. Could it be that Pill of Ascendancy is established by the Lan family? Gao Jinsong was shocked for a moment, and then quickly headed toward the Gao family. Nanwang City, Gao family. After hearing Gao Jinsong's report, Gao Bufan sat in his chair and pondered for a while before saying, although the price is higher than expected, with a discount for the medicinal materials. The price is still acceptable. Moreover, what young Master Tang said is exactly the situation our Gao family is facing. Fighting hard is the only chance for survival. What do you all think? Our Gao family's strength is not weak. How about directly capturing them to refine pills for us? The third elder suggested. Before the others could express their opinions, the elder gave him a hard knock on the head. Get lost. Do you know who I saw at Pill of Ascendancy? Chapter 405. What happened? Lon Guiwei grew increasingly puzzled. Dad, this base was built with money from Tang Yin himself. The Fire Phoenix said helplessly. How is that possible? Lon Guiwei was quite surprised. Where did he get the money? The Pill of Ascendancy you mentioned is the force created by young Master Tang. There is a Pill of Ascendancy shop below, mainly responsible for selling pills. The day you told me to follow young Master Tang, he spent 45 million taels of silver that day to buy 2 shops in the city center. On the same day, an order for medicinal materials worth 800 million taels of silver was placed with the Shao family. The shop opened a few days ago and has only been opened twice so far, with a revenue of over 300 million. At this point, a teasing expression appeared on the Fire Phoenix's face. Dad, how much reward do you think you need to offer for them to take notice? Lon Guiwei was speechless. I initially thought Tang Yin was just a penniless divine doctor, but I didn't expect him to start with 1 billion taels. As if feeling that the impact wasn't enough. The Fire Phoenix continued. Before the opening of the Wending Pill shop, another order for 400 billion taels of medicinal materials was placed with the Shao family. Lon Guiwei was dumbfounded, feeling for the first time that the vast Lon family seemed a bit shabby. Chapter 406. Old Ling, how did you come here? Tang Yin asked in shock. Now that the fragrance is stable, there's really no point in staying in the palace, especially since there's nothing tying me there. I might as well come to support young Master Tang and see the world in the Northern Spirit Realm, Old Ling said with a hearty laugh. With Old Ling's assistance, Wending would surely reach new heights. Tang Yin felt invigorated. What Wending lacked now was precisely these high-level alchemists. Just as Tang Yin was chatting with his brothers, he noticed Du Shu, who was fidgeting like a monkey. Curious, he approached and asked, Du Shu, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Du Shu quickly pulled Tang Yin aside and whispered, Brother Yin, the Mingyu Valley is moving. What movement? Tang Yin's expression grew serious. Yesterday, I passed through the northern Qin city and happened to see people from Mingyu Valley posting notices searching for you, Du Shu said quickly. Why haven't they come to Nanhuang City? Dandan Wundo. There are only a few entry points for the 6 border nations into the Northern Spirit Realm. They should be posting notices in the cities you might enter, and I guess Nanhuang City is next, Du Shu added. I heard the bounty they place for capturing you is quite substantial. Chapter 407. In that case, let's settle this matter. Gao Bufan was not a hesitant person and made a decision immediately. Then please, head of the Gao family, deploy all your spies. Once there's news from Mingyu Valley, we will act immediately. And let's start preparing now, always ready for an assassination. Understood. I'll make arrangements right away. By the way, head Gao, there's one more thing. Tang Yin called out to Gao Bufan urgently, adding this time, the ambush must be done without anyone noticing, and it would be best to frame some families. Frame? Gao Bufan widened his eyes at Tang Yin, thinking that not being discovered during the assassination would be a miracle, and framing someone would be even harder than killing someone from Mingyu Valley. He smiled bitterly, saying, young Master Tang is joking. Framing someone is probably harder than directly killing someone from Mingyu Valley, right? As long as the plan is clever, who could possibly find any clues? Tang Yin whispered in Gao Bufan's ear to clarify. Investigate the masters of the Zhong family well, look into their martial skills, styles, and identities. Then send out our experts who resemble them. During the battle, we can guide them slightly. At this point, Tang Yin stopped, but the implication of what he meant was clear. Chapter 408. After walking for more than 2 hours, the group stopped, looking at the iron block on Tang Yin's back. Gao Jinsong reminded him, Third Master, the thing on your back is very easy to expose. Let's wait here. The environment is most suitable for an assassination, Tang Yin replied, nodding and putting away the secret black iron. With the pressure lifted, Tang Yin felt the suppressed, true energy in his body surging and moving forcefully. The previously stable bottleneck suddenly wavered at this moment. Tang Yin knew that it was because he had been carrying the secret black iron for too long, which had severely suppressed his true energy. Now that the restriction was lifted, the previously suppressed true energy rebounded like a spring, and the force of this spiritual power was tremendous. But now was not the time to break through. The Taiji heart operated, cleverly concealing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in his body. The group looked around. They were on a mountain path with a narrow road in the valley, flanked by many rocks, making it very suitable for hiding. Tang Yin surveyed the surroundings and suddenly jumped onto the top of a rock. He carefully observed the rock, which had accumulated a lot of dirt due to wind and dust, and there were even many green plants on it. Chapter 409. Although the value of third-tier medicinal materials is not high, with so many, it amounts to nearly 100,000 taels of silver. It was merely a matter of convenience, so naturally, it was not missed. Just as the third child squatted down, his hand hadn't even touched the calm heart grass when suddenly his hair stood on end. A glance revealed a long knife streaking through the air like a meteor, swiftly coming toward him. This knife was so sudden that it didn't even give him time to react. It gradually enlarged in his vision. Huh? What is going on? Why is there still a knife? Suddenly, a soft sound, like stepping on snow, was heard. Before the third child could fully regain his senses, his head rolled away, and blood sprayed out. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, a life had been lost. Third child, with an angry roar, the leading shadowy man waved his hand, and two people rushed forward. The shadowy man followed closely, ready to sweep through the formation. Gao Wu instantly killed one person, feeling a surge of pride. Seeing the newcomers, he was not afraid, holding his long knife horizontally and swinging it at the three approaching. At that moment, Tang Yin also began to move, sending a fine powder flying into the air. Chapter 410. Hiding in the Shadows. Tang Yin couldn't help but give Gao Jinsong a thumbs up. The old man's performance was truly vivid and spectacular. Now, the Zhong family's blame was inescapable. With Gao Jinsong's command, the four members of Mingyu Valley, who were originally pondering how to seek compensation, immediately became stunned. The change before and after seemed to be quite different from what they had thought. A soft sound echoed again. Every moment was crucial in a fight between experts. The earlier distraction and the psychological gap made the Mingyu Valley group react a beat too late. In the blink of an eye, another person from their group had a deep wound appear on their body. Another soft sound came, and the crowd widened their eyes, seeing a Mingyu Valley member's head rolling down. Old Fourth. When they saw that person had died, he felt a pain in his heart. Meanwhile, Ming Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His people had been killed right under his nose, which was undoubtedly a slap to his face as a congenital expert. Having dealt with his opponent, Gao Wu took a deep breath and charged toward Ming Chen. Kill! Seeing Gao Wu approach, Ming Chen roared angrily, his aura surging. The pressure of a congenital expert descending like a heavenly river, rushing outward. Chapter 411. However, after separating from the others, Tang Yin did not rush back to Wending, but instead sought a direction and headed outside the city. After taking down the secret black iron and experiencing a fierce battle, the true energy in Tang Yan's Dantian, which had been suppressed for a long time, was now in a state of exuberance. This was a sign of a breakthrough. After half an hour of travel, they finally stopped in a secluded valley. Finding a large rock to hide behind, they sat down cross-legged. Once calm, Tang Yin began to manipulate the spiritual energy within his body, rapidly circulating it through his meridians. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles of spiritual energy crashed against the barrier like a tidal wave, with the possibility of it breaking at any moment. The surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered above Tang Yin, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual power. Boom! Finally, with the continuous impact of the spiritual energy, the barrier collapsed with a loud noise. The rich spiritual energy around him poured down directly into Tang Yan's body. He felt as if he had entered a mysterious realm. This sensation was somewhat similar to the heart of Taiji, but also different. It was far less profound than the heart of Taiji, but it could still communicate with the natural spiritual energy. Under Tang Yan's deliberate manipulation, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth directly entered his body for him to absorb. Chapter 412. In the Qi Pavilion, on an open space, 2 graceful figures were practicing against each other. Shinshan looked at Lin Dongxue and Wan Fei, a deep sense of gratification and even some astonishment flickering in his eyes. He initially thought that the 2 young ladies would not endure hardships in cultivation, but once he began training them, he realized how easy it was to teach them. There was no need to urge them to practice. They were very self-motivated. They were tough enough on themselves, enduring hardships and exhaustion to persist, and their tenacity and cultivation was even slightly superior to everyone in the Chi Pavilion. Their display of this unyielding spirit and positive attitude completely moved Shinshan. He had initially prepared 3 training stages. The first stage was to help them adapt to the environment of the Northern Spirit Realm, ensuring their mindset wasn't limited to thinking that the Heaven stage was the pinnacle. The second stage gradually increased the training difficulty to that of normal disciples in the Northern Spirit Realm. The third stage would focus on training them as geniuses. He had planned to take a year to complete the first 2 steps, but in just half a month, Shinshan decisively overturned his previous plan and directly entered the third stage. Truly a genius, 2 geniuses. In just half a year, they had jumped from the Earth stage to the 8th rank of the Heaven stage. Entering the innate realm was just a matter of time, Shinshan murmured. Chapter 4:13. The direct descendants of the 3 major families, the Yi family, the Qinyan family, and the Zhou family, have arrived. Gao Bufan sighed. The Yi family? The Qinyan family? The Yao family? Upon hearing the names of these 3 major families, Tang Yin immediately thought of Qinyan Shun. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Qinyan Shun, if you're here too, why not just stay this time? What do I care about the Yi family, the Qinyan family? Oh, let them come. Tang Yin said calmly. Let them come? Seeing Tang Yin's calm demeanor, Gao Bufan and Gao Jinsong exchanged shocked glances. Brother Tang, they are here. Will our cooperation be affected? Gao Jinsong voiced his concerns. What impact? Dang Dan Vito. Gao Jinsong gritted his teeth and said, Brother Tang, in the time I've known you, I've seen you are an upright man, so I'll speak frankly. The pills produced by Wending are truly unparalleled. Even the Yi family would be envious if they saw them. If they force you to sell the pills to them, wouldn't that jeopardize our cooperation? The Great Elder's concerns are not unfounded. The pills from Wending are indeed unmatched. Tang Yin thought to himself, this is a great opportunity to gain favor with the Gao family. Chapter 4:14. Master Zhong, please verify this pill for us. Yi Liangshan said with a gentle smile. However, that originally warm smile appeared to Zhong Qingheng as a sinister and detestable expression. Damn it, you ate the good pills. And now you want our Zhong family to make this blood-congealing pill? In an instant, Zhong Qingheng's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Young Master Yi, this blood-congealing pill has already been personally tested by the manager of Wending Pill Shop. The wound can heal instantly, so isn't it unnecessary to test it again? Seeing is believing. Are you implying that Master Zhong doesn't want to show us? Yi Liangshan asked unhappily. No. Since young Master Yi truly wants to see, I will do my best. Someone test the pill. Zhong Qingheng immediately commanded. After the bloody wound healed instantly, Yi Liangshan and the others let out a long breath. Not bad, indeed not bad. This time, Master Zhong has accomplished a great deed. In the future, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Liangshan said, cupping his hands in thanks. May I ask how much these pills cost? Where can we buy them? Please take us there. These pills are sold at Wending Pill Shop, but they only open every 3 days, and each extraordinary divine pill is only supplied in 50 pieces, while the transformation pill is limited to just 2 pieces, making them extremely hard to come by. If young Master Yi wants to purchase in bulk, I'm afraid normal methods won't suffice, Master Zhong said helplessly. Chapter 4:15. Having said that, he carefully scrutinized Du Shu's expression, thinking to himself, I'll scare you to death for pretending. Du Shu cooperated well. His mouth agape in surprise upon hearing the identities of the 3. Originally filled with anger, Yi Liangshan sneered inwardly. No wonder he had such a desperate expression just now. It turns out he hadn't heard of my great name. However, it was clear they misunderstood the meaning of Du Shu's expression. No way, Master Zhong. You must have heard of Wending's rules, right? Today, with a backing, you want to directly buy the pills from the Southern Wilderness Warriors? To put it nicely, you are riding on the coattails of the tiger. To put it harshly, how is that any different from a dog relying on its master? How can the dignified Zhong family have such a disgraceful face? Du Shu asked sharply. Good. As soon as Du Shu finished speaking, there was a round of applause from the crowd. Damn it, that felt good to hear. Ignoring the pale and greenish complexion of Master Zhong, Du Shu continued. First come, first served. This is basic etiquette, right? Even a 3-year-old knows that cutting in line is uncivilized. Does it mean that the larger the family power, the ruder and more disrespectful they become? Isn't that a joke for the whole world? A truly well-established and reputable family would ensure that every descendant received good education. Chapitre 416, Du Shu, Du Shu. The alchemist attending to business in the pill shop rushed out upon hearing the commotion, quickly protecting Du Shu, who was covered in blood. Master Du, may we discuss cooperation now? Yi Liangchun asked in a low voice. Master Du, just sell the pills to them. We won't buy them anymore. The people in line, unable to bear seeing Du Shu being bullied again, hurriedly persuaded him. Cooperation? I wonder how you intend to cooperate? Du Shu pushed aside the alchemist and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Qian Yunji stepped forward and smiled. Let me speak, from now on. All the pills refined by Wending will be operated and sold by us, and there will be certain rewards for you at that time. Upon hearing Qian Yunji's words, everyone felt a surge of anger. Wasn't this treating Wending as their servant? Giving them a little reward? Is it money or pills? Would Wending even care? However, Yi Liangchun's previous statement was also correct. Strength is the ultimate truth. If Wending does not listen, the consequences awaiting them would be the overwhelming suppression from the three major families. Looking at the increasingly displeased Du Shu, Zhuo Feng beside him smiled gently and said, Brother Qinyan, let us forget about your suggestion. Seeing Manager Du's unyielding nature, do you really think that Wending would be willing to do our bidding? Chapter 417. Everyone on the scene went crazy. Tang Yin not only beat and scolded the legitimate young master of the Yi family, but also killed a member of the Yi family. Now he even wanted to demand an explanation from the Yi family. Yi Liangchun was suddenly slapped by Tang Yin and was momentarily dazed, looking at Tang Yin in disbelief, wondering how this guy dared to hit him so recklessly. Did he have an enormous background? Yi Liangchun, who should have been extremely furious, hesitated for a brief moment. People are always like this. They bully the weak, and when an opponent shows such reckless behavior, they can't help but doubt if there's a more powerful force behind them. However, Yi Liangchun had seen big occasions. After a moment's thought, he decided to subdue Tang Yin first. Good, very good. Young Master Tang's slap was quite satisfying. Someone take him down, with a wave of his hand. For people behind him rushed towards Tang Yin. The four experts at the 9th rank of the heavenly stage charged at Tang Yin like fierce tigers descending the mountain, launching a fierce attack. Seeing the strength of these four, the onlookers were even more astonished. This is what a big family is like. Even a young master can casually bring bodyguards who have reached the 9th rank of the heavenly stage. In South Wilderness City, aside from a few old-timers from prominent families, 9th rank experts are already considered top-tier existences. Chapter 418. Forced into a corner, Yi Liangchun took a deep breath and quickly gathered his energy to defend. Bang! Caught off guard by Tang Yan's sudden attack. Even though there was a huge difference in strength, this time it ended in a draw. Suddenly realizing the situation, Yi Liangchun was furious. As a dignified, innate 2nd rank expert, how could he tie with a 9th rank martial artist? If this matter got out, what face would he have left? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to counterattack, but a glance revealed that Tang Yan's moves were coming at him again. His pupils constricted sharply. How could this guy's attacking speed be so fast? Without giving Yi Liangchun time to think, Tang Yan's attack was already in front of him. Just like last time, after their clash, the trajectory changed with a touch. His movements were erratic and unpredictable, making it impossible to discern a pattern. However, no matter how varied and sharp Tang Yan's techniques were at that moment, Yi Liangchun, having reached the innate level, could quickly communicate with the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Coupled with his considerable combat experience, he did not show signs of defeat under Tang Yan's relentless assault. Yet, in Yi Liangchun's heart, he felt more and more frustrated. As a dignified, innate expert, he couldn't even subdue a heavenly stage martial artist. Had he trained to the level of a dog? The longer this fight dragged on, the more embarrassed he felt. Chapter 419, Elder 5. Seeing the newcomer, Yi Liangchun exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Humph, if I hadn't come, you would have been killed," Elder 5 snorted coldly. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin, revealing deep surprise. This kid actually managed to withstand one of his attacks. It was truly unbelievable. However, it seemed he had never seen such a talent among the younger generation of the Northern Spirit Realm. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this kid's body was also extraordinarily strange, stronger than that of ordinary people, and his true chi contained a mysterious, domineering force that could actually devour his own power. With such exceptional talent, Elder 5 did not dare to simply strike him down with a palm and was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. If the young one doesn't work, let's use the old one. The Yi family's way of doing things truly opened his eyes. Although he was suspicious of this old man's strength, Tang Yin did not hold back and threw a mocking remark, causing even Elder 5, who had exceptional self-restraint, to feel his blood boiling. "Kid, where did you learn your skills?" Suppressing his anger, Elder 5 asked patiently. Tang Yin chuckled. "If I came from a big family, even though Elder 5 is powerful and could bully others with his strength, you wouldn't be bothering me today." Chapter 420. Everyone hurriedly looked up, only to see an elderly man and a young man on a flowing cloud rock in midair. The old man had an ethereal demeanor, yet unintentionally exuded an aura of authority that made people wary. The young man beside him, confident yet humble, had an extraordinary presence. "Old Master Shun, you're here too?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Elder 5's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed. Jumping down from the flowing cloud rock, Shun Shan nodded in response. "Wow, old man Shun, you, Feng Chain I, this carefree fellow, went to greet Shin Shan as soon as he arrived, but was frightened into silence by a glance from Shin Shan, his face showing a mournful expression as he said, "Old Master Shun, it's truly great to have you here to uphold justice." "Old Master Shun, Chain I speaks his mind. I hope you won't take offense." Although he knew Shin Shan was not angry, Old Man fans still felt the need to explain. "Old Master Shun? Is he from the Shun family?" The surrounding people quickly thought about this surname, realizing that someone who could command such respect from the Fengyan clan must have an extraordinary status. "I remember now. It's Senior Shin Shan from the Chi Pavilion." A shout came from the crowd. Boom! Upon hearing this identity, the crowd erupted like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly becoming chaotic. Chapter 421. The members of the three great families felt as though they were about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. How shameless can one be? How can debts be settled like this? Although Manager Du was injured, it was merely a common internal injury. How could it be severe enough to affect his foundation? However, this young master was kind-hearted. Since the loss was not just an astronomical amount of gold, he wouldn't go into detail about it, as it could still be recovered with proper treatment. However, to recover, high-level medicinal materials would be needed. 10 plants of 7th rank medicinal materials. Isn't that request too much? Elder 5 felt his insides burning, wanting to spit out a mouthful of old blood, but unable to do so, nearly suffering internal injuries from anger. He had thought this kid was reasonable, but it turned out he was also heartless. 7th rank medicinal materials? How dare this kid even mention it? Do you know how hard it is to find medicinal materials above the 7th rank? Suppressing his urge to explode, Elder 5 gritted his teeth and asked, "Can we consider this settled? Indeed, this can compensate for our direct losses." Dan note that. All right. 7th rank spiritual medicine will be sent by the Yi family in a few days. Elder 5 replied angrily. Then I'll thank the Yi family for their kindness. But just now, I only mentioned direct losses. We still haven't settled today's grievances, Tang Yin reminded casually. Chapter 422. Zhong Qingheng trembled all over and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, young Master Tang, you misunderstood. I wouldn't dare to covet the wending elixir. It's purely because the wending elixir is unparalleled in the world, and it's hard not to hear about it when it arrives in South Wilderness City. After speaking, Zhong Qingheng's heart raced again, as he clearly felt the members of the three great families casting unfriendly glances at him. For a moment, Zhong Qingheng felt an overwhelming bitterness in his mouth. If it weren't for your meddling, would the people from the three great families be able to find out about wending so quickly? You dare to lie in front of the three great families. Your Zhong family is really bold, Tang Yin said with a light smile. In just a few short sentences, Tang Yin had made Zhong Qingheng, who was used to seeing big waves, tremble all over. The Zhong family probably couldn't produce 6th rank medicinal materials, right? Then it would be 200 plants of 5th rank medicinal materials to be delivered to Wending today. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether the Zhong family can survive in South Wilderness City. Zhong Qingheng couldn't help but slap himself a few times, blaming himself for being so foolish as to entertain the idea of competing for the Danpu. Now, not only did he fail to obtain the elixir, but he also offended both sides' factions and would have to compensate for a huge amount of medicinal materials. The Zhong family would suffer a significant setback this time. Let's go. Don't block the door. We need to do business. Tang Yin waved his hand, and the Yi family members quickly left as if avoiding a plague. Chapter 423. Worth it. Great. This time, I will definitely win Ming Yao's heart. Brother Tang, you are truly my lucky star. Feng Chainai, who had just awakened from a dream, was now excitedly blushing, jumping around with Tang Yin, grinning widely for a while before finally stopping. Immediately after, the young Master Feng looked at Tang Yin with a pitiful expression. What's wrong again? Tang Yin asked irritably. In my excitement, I only remembered the word Ding Xiang and forgot the rest. Can you write it down for me? I want to memorize it well when I get back. Puffed. The phoenix beside them couldn't help but tease Feng Chainai, saying, this poem isn't long, and its meaning is profound. Even an ordinary person can remember most of it. With your level, young Master Feng, you could be considered a rare talent. Get lost, you turkey. How dare you mock me? Feng Chainai retorted defiantly, and then ignored her. You. The phoenix was furious. But given the gap in strength between their families, she could only fume silently. Every time he saw young Master Tang, he felt that Tang's talent was unreachable. This little poem is simple and straightforward, yet has a lingering charm, delicate to the bone. Truly a masterpiece, Shun Shan praised endlessly. Chapter 424. Young Master Tang. What do you want us to do? Gao Bufan tried to calm himself, but his heart was still racing uncontrollably. Building a powerful family is no easy task. A small mistake could lead to instant destruction. However, once the family grows stronger, they can bring glory to their ancestors and provide blessings for future generations. Gao family head. The Zhong family is currently low in morale. If we announce our cooperation now, how many hearts do you think we can gather? Tang Yin asked. The people of the Gao family brightened at his words. Gao Bufan calculated for a moment and said, families that remain neutral should be able to have around 80% rallying to our Gao family. And families that haven't had deep dealings with the Zhong family will likely cut ties with them. Very well, let's announce our cooperation to the outside world today. In the next 2 days, the Gao family will reorganize its influence in Nanhua City and absorb the forces that have yet to pledge allegiance. We will select the best from each family, train them seriously, and within a week, we will take down the Zhong family. Dangdan Gongman. Gao Bufan was taken aback. So soon? If we don't act quickly, the Zhong family will be prepared, and it will require more effort to take them down later. It's better to catch them off guard and swiftly occupy Nanhua City. Chapter 425. Mingyu Valley. The sect's power covered 2 high mountains. The main hall of Mingyu Valley was built in the valley, which is how it got its name. Zhong Batian rushed here without stopping. Who goes there? Seeing Zhong Batian wandering at the mountain gate, the guards immediately inquired. I am Zhong Batian from the Zhong family of Nanhua City. Here to meet the Valley Master of Mingyu Valley. Please inform him, Zhong Batian said with a smile, handing over 2 porcelain vials. Nanhua Zhong family? The guard did not take them but asked coldly. That's right. Zhong Batian thought it strange that these 2 seemed to have a hostile attitude towards him. Keep your elixirs. I will go in and report, said one guard, turning to leave, while the other guard looked up at the sky, showing no sign of paying him any attention. With an awkward expression, Zhong Batian took back the elixirs and quickly organized the recent movements of the Zhong family in his mind. Still unable to find any offense against Mingyu Valley, he felt slightly relieved, thinking that the people of Mingyu Valley were strict with their rules and not greedy for wealth. A quarter of an hour later, the guard finally came down leisurely. The Valley Master has allowed you to enter. Hearing this, Zhong Batian thanked him and walked up the mountain. Chapter 426. Young Master Tang is indeed thoughtful. I will increase the number of spies. That's good. Gao family head. Please also inquire if the family sending personnel are willing to order elixirs. Besides the Hualing Dan and Xianling Dan, each combat participant can order 3 of each type of elixir. If they use medicinal materials as payment, the price will be the same as the market price. Starting today, our 2 families' cooperation will resume to market prices. Tang Yin declared loudly. Hearing this, Gao Bufan was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Mingyu Valley has always been our great enemy. There is no time to waste. Since we are prepared, tomorrow night, we will annihilate the Zhong family. Then we will quickly reorganize and be ready for battle with Mingyu Valley. Gao Bufan's body shook, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. If they won this battle, the Gao family's strength would increase significantly. If they could make Nanhua City a stronghold for the Gao family's power, their family status could rise to that of Mingyu Valley in no time. Good. After bidding farewell to Tang Yin, Gao Bufan immediately returned to the Gao family to organize their forces. The next day in Nanhua City, The streets were quieter than before. Even Wanya Street, which was usually crowded from morning till night, now had enough space for carriages to pass through. Chapter 427. This statement completely broke down some people's defenses, and soon dozens of people walked to the white sheet tree. 3. Tang Yin knew that at this point, it would be difficult for anyone to betray them, and he directly issued the command, "Kill." With a ringing command, the scene immediately turned into a flurry of blades and swords. This battle turned the streets into rivers of blood. That night, blood stained half of the sky over Nanhua City. As the sky gradually brightened, even the two ancestors of the Zhong family at the innate level had been completely wiped out. In one night, the Zhong family, which had occupied Nanhua City for thousands of years, vanished from this world. Young Master Tang, this time is truly a bountiful harvest. Gao Bufan, having roughly counted the Zhong family's wealth, came to congratulate him with excitement. "I don't want any silver or properties. Just leave all the materials to me." Dan Dan's my. Gao Bufan was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "How can that be? You played a major role in annihilating the Zhong family. If all the materials go to you, the rest of the wealth will be split 6 ways for you. As long as the medicinal materials are enough, the excess resources will be distributed to the families that contributed. Those heroic souls who fell in battle should be given enough compensation for their families." Tang Yin was not greedy. Seeing Tang Yan's resolute expression, Gao Bufan secretly admired him and wholeheartedly said, "Since young Master Tang doesn't want it, I will split the silver and properties with the other families. However, I will specifically gather some top-tier treasures for you to choose from later." Chapter 428. Fang Xian carefully examined the girl, and at that moment his heart skipped a beat. At first glance, this girl seemed quiet and gentle, but when their eyes met, the deep blackness of her eyes revealed an innate confidence and grace, which gave off a sharp edge. The two qualities blended together. Soft yet not weak, subtle yet not bland, not overpowering yet imposing. She was like a hibiscus flower in the desert, shining brightly like the brightest star on a mountain peak. Not glaring, but evoking genuine admiration. Since Fang Xian began following Tang Yin, his cultivation path has been relatively stable, allowing his heart to remain in a state of peace. However, upon seeing the girl just now, Fang Xian's calm heart was stirred up with ripples. Soon after, a hint of displeasure appeared on Fang Xian's calm face. Seemingly noticing Fang Xian's dissatisfaction, Su Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly. Among the 5 people in front of her, the girl's strength was notably higher, already at the 9th rank of the heavenly stage, while another big guy was at the 4th rank, and the rest were at the 3rd rank. With such a lineup, it didn't seem like they belonged to any major family. Why was there no reaction when they heard their names and family? If it were any other family, they would have rushed to please the Su family by offering the Earth Wolf to her. Chapter 429. 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. As time gradually passed, Su Ruyan felt her stamina rapidly depleting, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. The Su family members nearby were equally astonished at the young lady's state. Was it really that tiring just to pose? Fang Xian was truly cunning. Using such a trick, it was simply too beastly, even more so than the idea I just proposed. Seeing Fang Xian actually perform the Extreme 6 techniques, Yu Juechen couldn't help but exclaim, "What idea did you just give him?" Ziyan suddenly asked. "Nothing." Yu Juechen was startled and quickly waved his hand to deny it. After about half a tea time, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the 2 competitors in the arena suddenly swayed simultaneously. Just one action, one was a heavenly stage master, and the other was a 9th rank innate master, yet both showed signs of physical exhaustion at the same time. At this moment, Su Ruyan felt her heart crumble. What kind of posture was this? After getting into position, it felt as if her true energy was sealed off. Given her current state, she could only hold on for another half a tea time at most. Stealing a glance at Fang Xian beside her, she noticed he was also covered in sweat, clearly struggling as well, which made Su Ruyan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 430. Ziyun and the others were on the verge of exploding, but they still nodded in agreement. Fang Xian smiled shyly again. "You're all my brothers. You know me well. You don't know why I changed my attitude, let alone her. I just want to keep her confused for a lifetime." Ziyun, Bififite, Yu Juechen, damn. Yang Jiai, Srap. Ha ha, this is absolutely ridiculous. Jing Wuhan exaggeratedly held his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. Hearing Fang Xian's shameless answer, the 4 of them burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan, who had been eavesdropping from distance, felt her blood boiling. If it weren't for her good cultivation, she would have turned around and slapped Fang Xian hard right then and there. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? The Su family guard accompanying Su Ruyan also forced themselves to hold back laughter. Even though each of them was a heavenly sage or even innate master, they still couldn't suppress the uncontrollable laughter. Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Once one person started, the more than 10 others followed suit in a roar of laughter. Immediately, everyone felt a chill as they heard Su Ruyan's light snort. They all recognized they had lost their composure and tried hard to stifle their laughter, putting on a serious expression. Chapter 431. Gao Jinsong felt a rush of heat in his heart upon hearing this. Tang Yan's analysis was spot on. The strength of the Grand Elder of Mingyu Valley had already entered the innate stage. With such a person in charge, if they really attacked the Gao family would definitely suffer heavy losses. If this gamble paid off, it would be a great fortune for the Gao family. Then let's take a gamble. Gao Jinsong made up his mind. After about 15 minutes, a large group of people passed by. Zhong Qingheng from the Zhong family had met the Grand Elder of Ming. After waiting for stars and moons, you finally came. Gao Jinsong laughed as he walked over. Seeing Zhong Qingheng waiting here, the Grand Elder of Mingyu Valley was taken aback. Why was this guy waiting here? The Zhong family head had good intentions. Not understanding Zhong Qingheng's intentions, Ming Xin politely returned the greeting. Noticing the crowd, Gao Jinsong was about to ask them why they were here, but was immediately interrupted by Ming Xin. The Zhong family head need not worry. Third Master Zhong is still in my Mingyu Valley and will return in a couple of days. Gao Jinsong and Tang Yin both felt a sharp pang in their hearts, unable to help but gasp in relief. Gao Jinsong had just been thinking about how to politely ask them about their purpose in coming to Nanhuang City, not expecting to almost reveal too much. Chapter 432. Young Master Tang can rest assured, Gao Jinsong solemnly promised. Tang Yin nodded and returned to Wending. The battle between Mingyu Valley and Nanhuang City should be coming soon. With the aid of the Ascension Spirit Pill, his strength had already reached the peak of the first rank of the innate stage, but it was still not enough against Mingyu Valley. After pondering for a while, Tang Yin went to the training room and took out the bottle containing the blood essence of the Azure Dragon. Just one last drop left. Dang Jian Sai, tilting his head to drink it down. As the Azure Dragon blood essence entered his body, Tang Yin felt an explosion within, and his blood surged violently. It was like a volcanic eruption. The ferocious blood instantly burst his meridians. This familiar feeling almost made Tang Yin faint. Damn it, I'm already at the innate stage. Yet I still can't resist this Azure Dragon blood essence. What kind of spirit beast is this? One drop of blood essence has such violent power. Tang Yin sighed inwardly and then immersed himself fully in his cultivation. What followed was a struggle between life and death. The next day, Tang Yin felt as if he had crawled out of hell, his body soaked in sweat. Feeling the domineering power within him, Tang Yin's eyes flashed with surprise. In the transformation of his chi pulse, the level of his chi had actually reached the late stage of the middle tier. Chapter 433. However, this is a desolate mountain wilderness, and it's in the South Wilderness. Who would dare to offend Mingyu Valley? Could it be an illusion? Old Zhang, did you hear any sounds just now? A man as thin as a bamboo pole frowned and asked his companion. Before his companion could reply, a voice came from afar again. Mingyu Valley will die. All of you will die. This voice was sharp and piercing, sending chills down people's spines. Even the fourth elder, whose strength had reached the innate stage, felt a shiver in his heart. In this deep mountain wilderness, suddenly hearing such a voice made everyone's heart race. Who was trying to play tricks? Ming Ji's voice thundered, echoing around. After a while, there was no more sound. Ming Ji, take a few people to check it out, Ming Gu commanded. The man in the green shirt wasted no time, waving his hand and leading more than 10 people toward the north side. If he wasn't mistaken, the sound came from that direction. Who is it? After searching for a while, Ming Ji found no trace and couldn't help but frown. After searching for half an hour without any findings, he had to lead his men away. Fourth elder, we didn't find anything unusual. After returning, Ming Ji helplessly shook his head. Chapter 434. What? A group of people stared wide-eyed at Fang Xian. Damn it, after so many years in the world, it's the first time I've seen someone so thick-skinned. At this point, to still argue and try to muddle through is ridiculous. Ming Ji's face was already filled with anger as he shouted, Kid, do you think I'm a fool? Yes. Fang Xian nodded vigorously, confirming Ming Ji's words. Seeing Fang Xian's confident response, everyone was taken aback again. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xian suddenly jumped out of the stone pit and quickly ran to the side. Although Fang Xian was fast, in the eyes of this group of experts, his speed was far from enough. Ming Gu waved his hand, and immediately 4 people chased after him. A bunch of trash, and they dare to chase me. Fang Xian laughed wildly, his mouth not stopping. Bang! Before Fang Xian could run a few steps, he felt a massive force coming from behind, and hurriedly turned to counter it, only to be knocked away by that force. A mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed out, and Fang Xian's face instantly turned pale. The power of a 9th-grade Celestial Realm expert was something Fang Xian could not evade. Those hiding in the shadows, including Ziyun, felt their eyes mist with tears. Not to mention that Fang Xian's strength was only 3rd-grade Celestial Realm. Even if he were 4th, 5th, or even 6th grade, he would not be able to escape from so many experts. Chapter 435, 2nd grade innate. Feeling Ming Ji's strength, Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. Thinking that Tang Yin was afraid, Ming Gu revealed a cruel smile. Are you scared now? If you self-destruct your cultivation now, I might consider sparing your life. Fear is not the issue. It's just that with your 2nd grade innate level, I have no interest in using you as a sparring partner. With a disdainful smile, Tang Yin stepped forward, his aura rapidly expanding. To deal with you, at most 3 moves. 2nd grade innate. Upon seeing Tang Yin's strength, everyone displayed expressions of excitement. Tang Yin did not give Ming Gu a chance to react, and the wuxia sword was drawn. The mountain-splitting and wave-treading sword. A white-blue light shot into the sky, whistling towards Ming Gu. The sword of the immortal rainbow. Ming Gu did not hold back, either, horizontally holding his broadsword. A ray of brilliance like a rainbow met Tang Yin's attack. The equally domineering moves collided fiercely with a destructive force. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and everyone could clearly feel the surrounding air tremble. It's over. As smoke and dust filled the air, everyone craned their necks to see the outcome of the battle when a gentle voice came out. Suddenly, a vast and desolate aura surged from within the arena. Chapter 436. If it were just the Su family or a Su Ruyan, perhaps Tang Yin wouldn't think much of it. But when the two were connected, it was difficult for Tang Yin, who had been in the Northern Spirit Realm for so long, not to have heard of them. If you remember correctly, the woman's strength was rumored to be at the 9th grade innate level. But whether the rumors were reliable, Tang Yin couldn't be sure. She might already be a king-level expert. His brother actually has eyes for this woman? How did you two meet? Tang Yin asked in a daze. I'm not quite sure either. It was just that Fang Xian defeated Su Ruyan, and then after she left, he inexplicably became infatuated. Yu Juechen casually said, but it nearly made Tang Yin fall to the ground. Defeated Su Ruyan? Tang Yin felt his worldview collapse. Are the current innate experts really that easy to defeat? Tell me more. Tang Yin immediately pressed for details. Not giving Fang Xian a chance to speak, Yu Juechen rambled on about Su Ruyan. Yu Juechen's eloquence was exceptional. After embellishing the story, Tang Yan's jaw was nearly on the ground. To summarize, our young Master Fang has completely fallen in love. Yu Juechen concluded with a final hammer. Chapter 437. Gao Bufan shook his head. I don't have this information. Originally, I had the big enemy Ming Yogu, and I didn't plan to tell Brother Tang to avoid distracting him. Now that we can finally breathe easy here, I'll just tell you. Half a month later, at the center city of the South Wilderness, Nanshin City, a trading conference will be held. At that time, high-level spiritual herbs that can appear in the South Wilderness may be present. If young Master Tang is interested, you can go take a look. Tang Yan's heart stirred at the mention of the trading conference. It sounds like there will be quite a few good things. Such an opportunity was not something Tang Yan wanted to miss, so he hurriedly asked, does the Gao family head know about this trading conference? The Nanshin City Trading Conference is held every 3 years, and it's a rare grand event. Many people will bring treasures to exchange for silver or resources suitable for their cultivation. To enter, one must either have 1,000,000 taels of silver or possess something enticing. Otherwise, others cannot enter. Gao Bufan patiently explained. Inside, transactions generally don't use silver, right? Tang Yin speculated. Only about half of the people want to exchange for silver, and most of them are low-grade items. Brother Tang can try bringing some pills, Gao Bufan reminded. Chapter 438. From a bird's eye view, Nanshin City had towering buildings, wide roads, and vast land. Tang Yin couldn't help but exclaim. This place is really big, several times the size of South Wilderness City. Gao Jinsong smiled and explained. This is the most prosperous city in the South Wilderness. It can't be compared to South Wilderness City. Let us go. Let's go down and take a look. The city had a designated area for keeping spiritual beasts. After paying the fee, Tang Yin left the Luyin Peng there, and the two headed into the city. Once inside, they truly felt the congestion of the city. Great Elder, where will the trading conference be held? Tang Yin looked around and casually asked. The location of each conference has never changed. It's at the Wanbao Garden. The Great Elder explained. Wanbao Garden is located a bit to the east of the city center. It's quite large. Is it possible for someone with low strength to have good items and end up getting robbed? Tang Yin asked curiously. Gao Jinsong waved his hand and said, How is that possible? The trading conference is organized by the Mo family in Nanshin City. Although the Mo family's strength is not as strong as the top 10 families, they are still formidable. This time, there will be royal-level experts overseeing the event, so troublemakers won't easily appear. Royal-level experts. Tang Yan's heart trembled. It seems the Mo family truly has some background. Chapter 439. You still expect to receive good apprentices? A third-grade alchemist is not considered anything in the Northern Spirit Realm. If there were truly good talents, they would have already joined our Yuandan sect. Old son, stop beating around the bush with me. What do you want for these pill formulas? The person seemed a bit impatient and directly brought up the matter. It seemed that the remark had struck a nerve, and old son became a bit angry. If you want the pill formulas, I've already said. As long as you can provide what I want, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, get out quickly. I say, old son, how can I provide what you want if you don't even say what it is? I've already offered so many good items. I even brought 8th grade materials. The person seemed to be quite frustrated. What haven tea I mentioned? I need a 7th grade spiritual herb, but I can't recall its name. If you have it, just bring it to me. If I like it, I'll trade with you. Old son retorted excitedly. Outside, Tang Yin couldn't help but chuckle at old son's words. This old man was indeed a bit unreasonable. But who let him have the alchemy formula? If he's unreasonable, what can you do about it? Just as the other person wanted to speak, he suddenly glanced over and saw Tang Yin entering. So he couldn't say much and could only stare in silence. Chapter 440. Tang Yin was very familiar with this pill. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up. This is a mid-grade, 3rd-tier pill, the Xiaoling Dan. One of the main herbs has been replaced with 3 other herbs, and one of the auxiliary herbs has been replaced with 2 herbs. I'm just guessing. Not sure how close I am. Old son's mouth twitched. Guessing? Do you think I would believe you? After a while, he finally came back to his senses from the shock and stared at Tang Yin, asking, You came today. Is there something you need? Just wandering around. With no desires or demands, Tang Yin replied straightforwardly. Seeing the calm look in Tang Yan's eyes, old son had no choice but to believe him. He sighed and said, Young Master Tang is indeed remarkable, but in the Northern Spirit Realm, I haven't heard of any Tang family producing such a talented person. Originally without desires or demands, but now I have something I want. Tang Yin suddenly changed his tone. Get out. Old son turned his head and glared at the man in luxurious clothing. He had originally wanted to mock old son a bit, or try to get close to the young man in front of him to see if he could coax the alchemy formula out of him. But at that moment, the aura that old son, usually no different from a grumpy old man, suddenly erupted with made him feel a shiver from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't until he walked out of the shop that he suddenly came to his senses. Chapter 441. It's all human nature. Tang Yin waved his hand, signaling it was nothing. After a moment of contemplation, old son also let go of his thoughts and directly asked, What do you need me for? Tang Yin got straight to the point. I have a gang called Wending, which has some alchemists with good talent, but they lack guidance from a master, and I want to invite you to be the chief instructor. Over the years, old son had lived in seclusion and wandered around, receiving many invitations from alchemy forces, but he had declined them all. A high-level alchemist wouldn't be easily recruited by others. However, this time, he surprisingly felt no resistance in his heart. Young Master Tang's alchemy skills are not low. Why do you need to entrust it to others? Old son asked. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Tang Yin flattered him. Old son shook his head and politely declined. Rather than being driven by others, wouldn't it be more carefree for me to be alone? I have the spirit evil orchid. Tang Yan's casual words struck old son's heart like a heavy hammer. He had searched for 6 years without any news of the spirit evil orchid, and as time dragged on, his hopes grew increasingly dim. The only thing that kept him searching was the hatred in his heart. Now, hearing about the spirit evil orchid, Old Sun was inexplicably excited. Chapter 442. After bidding farewell to Lei Yu, Tang Yin returned to the small courtyard of the inn. After using his true energy to shield the aura in the courtyard, Tang Yin began refining pills. The next morning, Tang Yin came to the ordinary pill shop again, handing over 2 porcelain vials to Lei Yu. Introducing. This vial contains the soul-filling and body-shaping pill, and this one is the 6th-tier pill, Xian Guang Ning Hua Dan, which can help you quickly restore your strength. Lei Yu trembled as he received it, gently removing the cork, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Knowing that Tang Yin was going to refine pills for him, he had been anxious all night. After all, although Tang Yin seemed knowledgeable about pills, he was still too young. High-level pills relied heavily on technique. And if the soul-filling and body-shaping pill he refined turned out to be inferior or even a failure, it would be a waste. But his realm had dropped, and he could barely refine 5th-tier pills, and he couldn't find a suitable person to do it for him. So he could only pray that Tang Yin could stabilize his performance a bit. At this moment, when he saw the pills in the vial clearly, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the porcelain vial nearly slipped from his hand. Although his strength had dropped, his eyesight was still sharp. This pill was round and smooth, seemingly perfect, its surface shining like it was coated with a layer of lacquer, delicate and glossy. The vial only emitted a faint fragrance from the pill coating, so subtle that it was impossible to discern the herbs used. Chapter 443. The 2 herbs were planted in porcelain pots. One was the Yin Shun Chao, which nourishes the soul and enhances mental strength. The other was the Tian Long Gui Shu, whose fruit has body-refining effects and is the main material for refining the Tian Jia Dan. When used in conjunction with body-refining techniques, it can provide even stronger defensive effects. Although it hasn't yet borne fruit, flowers had already bloomed on the branches, and they could be harvested after some time. The stall owners were 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman had just reached the heavenly stage, while the man, with a restrained aura, was already a master at the innate realm. How much are you selling? Tang Yin asked, pointing at the 2 spiritual herbs. Young master has good eyesight. These are all 8th-tier herbs we just dug up. The Tian Long Gui Shu is a heavenly spiritual tree, incredibly precious, bearing fruit once every 10 years. And the fruits are extremely valuable. The flowering period is at its peak right now, and it's about to bear fruit. You're lucky to catch a good time. Seeing that the young master seems interested, the Yin Shun Chao is 20 million taels of silver, and the Tian Long Gui Shu is 1 billion taels. Absolutely worth the price. The woman enthusiastically introduced Tang Yin. What the hell? Isn't it still 20% more expensive than the market price? However, these 2 spiritual herbs had somewhat strange auras. Tang Yin reached out to pick up the Tian Long Gui Shu, planning to study it carefully. A trace of barely noticeable joy flashed in the eyes of the 2 people opposite him. Chapter 444. The middle-aged man scrutinized Tang Yin, and the composure of the young man before him made him not dare to underestimate him. He knew very well that when his companion mentioned the Guang Chun Peak, even if he denied it in time, people would still have suspicions. He indeed was a person from Guangchen Peak. However, the act of using the quickly dying spiritual herbs to cheat was not approved by the sect, but was privately instructed by the elder of his lineage to secretly earn some outside money. Now, it was better to keep things quiet, as it wouldn't stir up any waves. If this matter escalated and involved the sect, once the sect investigated, their lineage would be in big trouble. But what could this kid even discuss in terms of cooperation? He wouldn't be trying to take the opportunity to slip away, would he? If such a good opportunity to extort money was missed, they'd have to wait again for fish to bite. In the end, not daring to let things escalate, the middle-aged man nodded. Please. The 3 of them went to a tea house and found a secluded private room. After the waiter brought tea and snacks, the middle-aged man waved his hand, pulled out a barrier, and then clasped his hands. I am Zhang Jiren from the K-Dao sect. May I ask how to address you, young master? Tang Yin looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile and said lightly, regarding the matter of revealing identities. You seem to be quite apprehensive. It seems the matter has truly been exposed, and you will face severe punishment from Guangchen Peak. Chapter 445. The stall owner was a young man, currently lazily leaning on a rocking chair. Upon seeing Tang Yin approach, the young man's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up straight, asking, Are you looking for locking essence, Jade? How much is it? Dan in guit. Bartering is fine. As long as it's a rare treasure, you can show it to me. The young man replied cheerfully. Tang Yin was pondering what to use for exchange when an old voice came from behind. How about this talisman? Once crushed, it can unleash a strike of king level 9th rank instantly, with great power and unexpectedness, making it an excellent means of self-defense. Tang Yin turned his head and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking slowly towards him. The old man's aura was restrained. Even with his Tai Chi heart, it was still difficult to discern his strength. Although Tang Yin was annoyed by the old man's interference, he knew that in this cruel continent, there was no such thing as priority or etiquette. Only the highest bidder would win. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to present more compelling conditions. I see that your aura is profound and your strength is remarkable. Even if you encounter a king-level expert, you should be able to retreat safely. Moreover, you have a kind appearance, so you likely have few enemies and should not need to worry too much. Chapter 446. The Master of the Star Observation Pavilion studies formations and martial arts, possessing profound knowledge in the field of formations. It is rumored that within the Star Observation Pavilion, there is the largest spirit-gathering formation in the northern spirit realm, abundant in spiritual energy. Due to the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards the Star Observation Pavilion, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred miles has become sparse. Nearby factions have expressed their grievances, but the Star Observation Pavilion is too powerful, and they can only accept their misfortune and relocate. In fact, there isn't even a city within the vicinity. Outside the sect, one wouldn't even see a ghost. Tang Yin originally did not want to get involved, but upon seeing that whip, he found himself unable to move. The whip was golden and very beautiful, shimmering with a noble light under the sun. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the whip's body was actually made up of countless fine threads. Tang Yin quickly recalled relevant materials and was immediately shocked. These threads were actually void spider silk. The void spider is a 9th-tier spiritual beast, and its silk is light, tough, and elastic, making it a high-grade refining material. Countless fine spider silk threads, meticulously arranged by a master using exquisite weaving and forging techniques, form the dense and resilient whip body. The entire production process takes several years. Moreover, the spider silk is very conducive to the conduction of true energy, capable of unleashing tremendous power. Chapter 447. My eyes. Under this strong light, everyone's eyes were stung, resulting in a momentary blindness, and they all covered their eyes. Even king-level experts could not look directly at it at that moment. The only one unaffected by the strong light was Tang Yin. Damn, my eyes are blind. I can't see. Tang Yin shouted while widening his eyes to observe the items in the box. In the center of the box, a pearl emitting a golden light quietly floated. It seemed to sense Tang Yin's gaze and transformed into a streak of light, directly entering his third eye. A piercing pain struck him like a needle, and Tang Yin was alarmed. What is this? He hurriedly looked inward and noticed that the luminous pearl was quietly floating deep within his sea of consciousness. Without time to examine the golden pearl, Tang Yin looked back at the treasure chest and found a ring at the bottom. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a storage ring. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yin did not reach out to take it. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through the right means. Since this was someone else's possession, taking it would be stealing. At this moment, the strong light gradually weakened. Tang Yin collected his thoughts, channeled his spiritual energy to his eyes, and then suddenly shook, causing blood to flow from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 448. Tang Yin arrived outside the city, retrieved the flowing cloud rock he had entrusted, and jumped onto its back to fly south. After flying more than 100 miles, Tang Yin found the mountain stream he had agreed upon with Lei Yu and gathered his true energy to let out a loud whistle. Soon, he spotted Lei Yu on a giant rock, beckoning him to jump onto the flowing cloud rock, and the two quickly headed towards South Desolate City. Have you already used the soul-filling and shaping pill? Tang Yin asked with a smile. Lei Yu's face showed joy as he nodded yes. The deterioration of my soul has completely stopped and is slowly recovering. The effect of the mystic light condensation pill you refined is also remarkable. If all goes well, my strength should return to its peak within a year. What was your cultivation level before? Tang Yin asked, puzzled. 8th rank of the June level. Lei Yu replied proudly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin's body trembled. Then what is the strength of the strongest in the Medicine Valley? Lei Yu immediately wilted, his tone becoming somewhat somber. The head of the Medicine Valley has already reached the saint level. Tang Yin gasped in shock. King-level experts could already be considered terrifying. And with the June level in between, how powerful could the Saint level be? As a mere innate novice, he still had a long way to go. Let's focus on recovering our strength before making plans. Tang Yin consoled. Lei nodded. Chapter 449. Zhu Jingkong's hand, which was about to choke Tang Yan's neck, suddenly stopped. A tangible and terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Tang Yan. Do you have a way to solve the issues of my clan? Zhu Jingkong asked coldly. Tang Yin regarded the overwhelming pressure as nothing, completely unaffected, and coldly retorted, "Is this how you ask for help?" Zhu Jingkong's gaze flickered, and he finally released Tang Yan's neck, bowing his hands and saying, "If you can provide a solution, I will certainly apologize." With Tang Yan's powerful soul perception, he had already sensed Zhu Jingkong's soul during their confrontation. Although it was strong, it was somewhat damaged. Combining this with relevant information about the spirit which clan, Tang Yin boldly speculated. The witchcraft of the spirit which clan relies on the soul. As cultivation deepens, those with weak souls are easily injured. When the power of the witchcraft carried by the soul exceeds its capacity, it leads to severe soul injury. Suppressing a damaged soul with external forces merely slows down the rate of soul depletion. If repairs cannot be completed in time, it will still end in utter ruin. The way you have always solved problems has been to continuously reduce the rate of soul depletion, yet you have overlooked an important issue. If you can enhance the power of the soul, allowing it to be filled with enough strength to bear more witchcraft power, not only will it be less likely to fall, but can also break the king-level shackles and step into higher realms. Chapter 450, a vast, ancient voice suddenly resonated in the sea of consciousness. I, who have devoted my life to observing chess, have finally glimpsed a corner of the great Tao and comprehended the heart formation. Yet, you foolish disciples cannot fathom the essence of formation martial arts, nor can you grasp the inheritance of the heart formation. Therefore, I leave the profound formation of heaven and earth as a test for future generations to unlock. The way of formation martial arts should observe the universe's patterns, examine the laws of nature, follow the trends of heaven and earth, and adhere to the principles of mutual generation and restriction, using the soul as the foundation to shape the framework of the formation, and using the body to draw on the vastness of nature. Be still on the outside, move within, and evolve the 3,000 great paths. Only those who glimpse the essence of formation can penetrate the profound formations of heaven and earth and obtain my inheritance. In this grand age of 10,000 years, a new era is upon us, and new talents have been found by us. How fortunate! Embrace the origin and maintain unity, and accept the inheritance of the heart formation. At this moment, the golden pearl suddenly radiated with great brilliance, and countless pieces of information flooded into Tang Yan's mind along with the golden light. After a long time, the golden light gradually dimmed. The juniors of the Star Observation Pavilion hoped to support one or two. The way of formation martial arts is eternal, lasting through the ages. Ha ha ha! With a hearty laugh, the golden light finally dissipated, and the golden pearl was no longer in the sea of consciousness. After absorbing this inheritance, Tang Yin felt that he had gained countless insights into the path of formation martial arts in his mind. Chapter 451. Su Rian found it absurd. After a martial artist reaches the heaven stage, every significant tier feels like an insurmountable chasm. Advancing requires not only enduring hardships and dangers, but also a certain amount of luck and opportunity. If one is unlucky, they may be stuck at the peak of their innate abilities for their entire life. A small gang actually dares to boast shamelessly that they can provide alchemical resources that rival the Su family and guarantee to reach the 3rd rank of the king level within 2 years. Who gave you such confidence? Su Ruyan initially wanted to mock them, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Although this group was young, they exuded an extraordinary aura. Both Fang Xian and the young man beside him already displayed a certain elegance. This demeanor is not something that mere talkers can cultivate. This is a 6th-grade alchemical pill, the Xiangui condensation pill, used for cultivation, with a spiritual energy conversion rate 30% higher than the 6th-grade Qianling pill on the market. This is a spirit cleansing pill, which clears the spiritual impurities in the meridians. This is a youth retaining pill, which can preserve one's youthful appearance for 20 years. This is a soul refining pill, which can refine the soul. As long as you need it, it will be supplied in sufficient quantities, The investment in cultivating warriors has always been limitless. Du Shu pushed several porcelain vials forward. Su Rian skeptically opened the vials and checked each one. Apart from being able to tell that the Xiangui condensation pill was genuine, she could not discern the authenticity of the effects of the other pills at that moment. Chapter 452. Du Shu felt a string in his heart being plucked, stirring up waves of emotion as if he was trying to grasp something elusive, but he had no clues. Brother Yin, the Star Observation Pavilion has inadvertently stumbled upon a very effective business strategy. However, I still need to think carefully about how to implement it in the quest for supremacy, and I'll let you know once I figure it out, Du Shu said excitedly. Good. Tang. Yin did not rush him. It was already rare for Du Shu to see a business opportunity. Brother Yin, thanks to our efforts, the news of Mingyu Valley being severely damaged has spread throughout the southern wasteland. Recently, Mingyu Valley has been heavily recruiting experts and bounty hunters. And although it is likely to maintain stability within the sect, I suspect they want to take revenge on us. After all, they lost 3 elders and over 100 high-ranking warriors here. They won't easily swallow this anger. Fang Xian expressed his concerns. Tang Yin pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think we should do? According to the intelligence, there are still 6 innate warriors left in Mingyu Valley, with the Valley Master Ming Wenshan at the 9th rank of the innate level and the remaining 5 below the 5th rank. A battle between Mingyu Valley and the quest for supremacy is inevitable. As long as Mingyu Valley exists, we will never find peace. Chapter 453. Everyone shook their heads. The contents recorded in the manual indeed pertain to formation martial arts, but they could not comprehend it. The information on it completely exceeded their understanding. Who broke the formation on the ancestors' treasure chest? How was it broken? The second elder asked carefully. The pavilion master inquired. The other elders also looked curious. The formation on the chest had confounded countless geniuses over millennia, who had managed to break it. Chu Chongxing, with good eloquence, vividly recounted the situation at the time. So you didn't ask about that young man's identity at all? The pavilion master frowned. Chu Chongxing awkwardly replied at that time, I was too anxious to escort the ring and forgot, but we did not skimp on our sincerity. 3 divine weapons, a piece of spiritual level cultivation method, and a 5th grade formation martial arts diagram. Moreover, we promised him that he could come to the Star Observation Pavilion for help anytime. The pavilion master took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and after a while, he said softly, in the entire Star Observation Pavilion, apart from the ancestors' understanding of formation martial arts reaching an extraordinary level in the past 10,000 years, all disciples of the Star Observation Pavilion have stopped at the 8th grade. The ancestor once said that those who cannot comprehend the Tao rhythm cannot glimpse the source of formation martial arts, and will never step into the 9th grade in their lifetime. The content recorded in this manual is the ancestors' understanding of the source of formation martial arts, which is of vital importance for our cultivation. Chapter 454. After the exchange meeting ended, the flow of people in Nanjing City decreased somewhat, but as the central city of the southern wasteland, it was still very lively. Tang Yin went straight to the Mo family. The Mo family did not neglect the leader of a gang. In a reception room, the head of the Mo family, Mo Jiaming, met with Tang Yin along with several core family members. Gang leader Tang, I heard you have important matters to discuss. What is it? Mo Jiaming asked in confusion. Tang Yin slammed the table, filled with righteous indignation, and said, I have heard that Mingyu Valley is behaving unethically in the southern wasteland, committing heinous acts of burning, killing, and looting. Families large and small are being extorted and bullied by Mingyu Valley, causing widespread resentment throughout the southern wasteland. Moreover, the disciples of Mingyu Valley bully the weak and act tyrannically, causing many families to be shattered and separated. This is truly outrageous. At this point, Tang Yin sincerely continued, although our quest for supremacy is a new gang, we are committed to eliminating evil and upholding justice. It is our duty. Unfortunately, we are too weak to truly overthrow this brutal scourge. I have heard that the Mo family stands tall, is different from the masses, and is filled with loyal and righteous individuals. Today, I earnestly request the Mo family to punish evil and promote good, and let our 2 families join forces to eradicate Mingyu Valley and restore peace to the southern wasteland. Chapter 455. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, only to realize that the black smoke was beginning to corrode the shield. The shield was visibly weakening at an alarming speed. Everyone started to sweat. The heavenly dragon shield was a defensive treasure, and if it couldn't hold up, what could stop the Yin ghost chi? Head, the shield is about to collapse. The second elder's voice trembled. Once the shield was breached, it would bring about a catastrophe. Take everyone from the family 30 miles north and inform the entire city to prepare to evacuate. As soon as you see the Mo family's signal flare, don't hesitate. Leave Nanjing City immediately. Montak Yinming commanded. Yes, everyone understood that they were already powerless to turn the tide and could only despairingly stare at the yin-yang abyss. Hoping for a miracle, Mo family master, what is the yin-yang abyss? Can you explain? Tang Yin stepped forward and asked. Everyone then noticed Tang Yin. Mo Jiaming frowned in thought. Although the yin-yang abyss was a treasure of the Mo family, it was seldom known to outsiders, but given the urgency of the situation, it was no harm to explain. He elaborated. Under the yin-yang abyss is the yin-yang spring, where two types of energies circulate beneath the spring. One is the yang qi, which, when absorbed, is greatly beneficial to the human body and can be used for cultivation. Chapter 456. Mo Jiaming nodded slightly. Regardless of success or failure, Tang Yin indeed helped the Mo family, and this favor could be repaid. Everyone nervously watched the black mist, unsure of which direction the outcome would take. Under the yin-yang abyss, the dominance of the heavenly creation cauldron was vividly demonstrated at this moment. As long as there was suitable spiritual energy, the cauldron would elevate you to great heights. The terrifying yin ghost chi that struck fear into outsiders gently and obediently flowed into the heavenly creation cauldron. And then it was transformed into gentle spiritual energy to assist Tang Yin in his cultivation. Tang Yin's strength rapidly increased at a meteoric pace. Innate 6th rank, innate 7th rank, innate 8th rank, innate 9th rank. When his strength reached the peak of the 9th rank, the promotion finally stopped. Tang Yin knew that such a leap in rank required certain fortuitous encounters, and the fact that he could suddenly rise so many levels would be enough to make countless geniuses envious. The yin ghost chi beneath the spring gradually began to deplete under the devouring of the heavenly creation cauldron. Tang Yin looked up, noticing that the black mist above the abyss was beginning to fade. It seemed that this crisis was about to be completely resolved. He glanced at the token at the spring and waved his hand again. This time, perhaps due to the lack of support from the yin ghost chi, there were not many obstacles, and the token directly fell into his hand. Chapter 457. This is 10 miles west of Nanjing City. Seeing the surrounding environment, Montak Liansan vas astonisit. The great elder wondered if the method of leaving the city was safe. Tang Yin smiled and asked. Mo Yinshan praised. Leader Tang's methods are astonishing. I admire you. Then we will meet in Nanhua City. Tang Yin cupped his hands to several people, and after activating the array, he returned to the yin-yang abyss. After sending all the experts from the Mo family out of the city, Tang Yin retrieved the flowing cloud rock from within the city and returned to Nanhua City. On the back of the rock, Tang Yin continued to practice the 5 elements body technique. Under Tang Yin's lavish spending, although the materials for the 5 elements were consumed quickly, the progress of body refinement was rapid. 3 days later, Tang Yin returned to the stronghold. He first sought out Fang Xian to understand the situation within the gang, only to find out that Du Shu was not present, as he had gone to the artifact pavilion to forge a magic treasure. What exactly he was forging, Du Shu had kept mysterious. The operation of the winding was as usual, and the good news was that Ziyun had returned. Her strength had already reached the innate level. Tang Yin was somewhat surprised and walked towards the resting area. Upon arriving at Ziyun's courtyard, he saw a purple figure throwing a little one high into the sky. Yada yada. The little one flew high, its small claws nervously flapping in the air, shouting loudly. Then it landed steadily in Ziyun's hands. Chapter 458. Patriarch Zhu. Is everything arranged within the clan? Tang Yin cupped his hands and smiled. Yes, we can go find a spirit fire now. Zhu Jinkong nodded. We need to wait a few more days. There's a force in Nanhua called Mingyu Valley that has always wanted to eliminate us. I'm worried that leaving hastily will provoke them. We should prepare to march immediately, eliminate future troubles before taking action. Tang Yin outlined his arrangements. Do you want me to take action? Zhu Jinkong's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. After pondering for a while, Tang Yin said, the Lingwu clan should not easily reveal themselves to avoid attracting outside attention. This operation is meant to train the troops. I hope that Patriarch Zhu can secretly protect the formation. First, to prevent any experts from Mingyu Valley from escaping, and second, if any members of Wending fall into a life-and-death crisis, I hope Patriarch Zhu can take timely action. Zhu Jingkong felt a bit of admiration. Tang Yan's idea of training the troops was good. Under the baptism of blood, the combat power of the sect could quickly improve. At the same time, with his own protection, it could be said to be foolproof. Although he had become a part of Tang Yan's plan, this small task was not a big deal. He nodded and said, "All right. Thank you, Patriarch Zhu." With his mind at ease, Tang Yin quickly summoned personnel. Soon, including the Gao family and the Mo family. A total of 150 people stood before Tang Yin. Chapter 459. The second elder's eyes brightened. With the Yin Dragon Order guiding the Yin Ghost Chi, the ominous energy will definitely spread like wildfire. Now that the Mo family is collectively in seclusion to heal their injuries, it is their weakest moment. Why not take this opportunity? After speaking, the second elder made a throat-slitting gesture. Everyone was jolted. If the upper echelons of the Mo family were all heavily injured, it was indeed a good opportunity to unify Nanhua. The fifth elder analyzed. Tang Yin went to the Mo family 10 days ago, and then he came to attack us. I suspect Wending has been used by the Mo family as a pawn to restrain us, and buy time for the Mo family to recover. It seems that the Mo family has suffered heavy injuries this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such a desperate strategy. The sixth elder scolded. The Mo family is very treacherous. If we reveal that our Supreme Elder is at the king level, Wending would have to flee overnight. How dare they approach Mingyu Valley? Why wait for Wending to come? Let's directly ambush Wending halfway, and then head straight for Nanjing City. The injuries caused by the Yin Ghost Chi cannot recover in a short time, so there's no rush for these 2 days. Now that Mingyu Valley has lost 3 elders in a row, their reputation has plummeted, and even a small Wending dares to provoke us, which only adds to our shame. Keep a close eye on the movements of Wending and the Mo family. If it's only Wending that comes, we will suppress them with thunderous means, restore the reputation of Mingyu Valley, and comfort the souls of the 3 elders. Chapter 460, Yi Shao Good News. Tang Yin has taken Wending to attack Mingyu Valley. At the Yi family, Qian Yunji and Zhuofeng rushed over excitedly to share this news with Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen hurriedly asked, "What is Wending's strength?" He. Tang Yin has miscalculated this time. Zhuofeng gleefully revealed the strengths of both sides. A bright smile appeared on Yi Liangchen's face. Last time, Tang Yin had used his sky-level 9th rank strength to pressure him, demonstrating innate power and heavily injuring him with a single strike. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the 5th elder, he would have probably become a victim under Tang Yan's sword. Moreover, the Yi family had been forced to compensate Tang Yan with 10 7th-tier medicinal herbs and 100 6th-tier medicinal herbs, which had led to much gossip within the family. Tang Yan had left him with a huge psychological shadow. Every time he thought of it, he felt boundless humiliation and deep terror. If this thorn in his heart was not removed, it would become the greatest demon in his future cultivation path. Now, hearing about Tang Yan's reckless behavior, he felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Are the Fengyan clan and the Artifact Pavilion taking action? Yi Liangchen suddenly thought of something and asked with concern. They are. Shinshan and Feng Chainai have already set out. Feng Chainai is particularly fierce, bringing along some capable hands. Chapter 461. Tang Yin quickly retreated. A blue shadow transformed into a long rainbow, crashing heavily into Mingzhe. Wending actually has a king-level expert, feeling the powerful aura radiating from the person in blue. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Bang! The person in blue blocked Ming Zhe's attack. Ming Zhe stared at the person in blue for a moment before coldly uttering a name. Mo Lianshan. Having had his identity exposed, the person in blue no longer disguised himself, wiping his face to reveal his true appearance. The Mo family and Mingyu Valley have always kept to themselves. Today, does the Mo family intend to take advantage of the fire to rob? Ming Zhe questioned in a deep voice. Mo Lianshan sneered. Stop pretending. A few days ago, the Mo family's Yin-Yang Springs suddenly reacted, and the Yin Ghost Chi spread, putting the entire Nanjing City in jeopardy, almost turning it into a place of countless souls. If it weren't for the heaven's favor and the help of young Master Tang, how could the Mo family have calmed the Yin-Yang Spring and uncovered the truth behind the Yin Ghost Chi's anomaly? Ming Old Dog. The Yin Dragon Order is a treasure of Mingyu Valley, and yet it appeared in the Mo family's Yin-Yang Spring. How can you say that the anomaly of the Inyang Spring has nothing to do with Mingyu Valley? The action to exterminate the clan of Mingyu Valley has already begun, and this grudge cannot be shared. How can we talk about taking advantage of the fire to rob and violate the code of the martial world? Chapter 462. Bang! With a loud noise, the two's attacks collided. The scene of Tang Yin being sent flying by a palm did not occur. He only took half a step back. Tang Yin is actually at the innate 9th rank. The innate 9th rank can actually withstand the attack of a king-level 3rd rank. Tang Yin's strength is so terrifying. The onlookers were stunned, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Shen Shan's heart was stirred. The first time he saw Tang Yin, he was still a Shenjuja. In just over a year, Tang Yin had risen at an astonishing speed to the innate 9th rank. If Tang Yin had come from a top-tier family, he could understand. But Tang Yin happened to come from a lower realm. In today's world, where high-quality resources are monopolized and divided among major forces, it is almost a dream for children from poor families to stand out. Tang Yin, alone, had outpaced the many geniuses in the Northern Spirit Realm. The journey he had taken was undoubtedly fraught with challenges, but if one were to investigate closely, it must have been filled with battles and bloodshed. Yi Liangshan's heart raced, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. An innate 9th rank, comparable to a king-level 3rd rank, Tang Yin was indeed terrifying. How could he have attempted to oppose him? It was truly a stroke of luck to be alive after their last encounter. Chapter 463. Tang Yin's actions left everyone stunned. The reversal was utterly unexpected. After dealing with the 16 remnants, Tang Yin loudly addressed those around him. Everyone, neither I, Tang, nor the Mo family are bloodthirsty people, and there have been no rumors in the Northern Spirit Realm about us indiscriminately killing innocents. Today's elimination of the Mingyu Valley was a last resort. For Wending, Mingyu Valley has been bullying men and women, forcing members of Wending into marriage. We resisted slightly, and Mingyu Valley repeatedly sought my life. This enmity is irreconcilable. For the Mo family, Elder Ming Zhe of Mingyu Valley used the valley's treasure, the Yin Long Order, to unleash the Yin and Yang energy of the Mo family's Yin and Yang Spring, nearly burying the entire South Heart City. If we do not avenge our clan, how can the Mo family maintain its dignity? Without eliminating Mingyu Valley, how can the Mo family explain to the 2 million citizens of South Heart City? For the entire South Wilderness, Mingyu Valley is utterly heinous, and its destruction is a blessing for the South Wilderness. The campaign against Mingyu Valley by Wending and the Mo family is in accordance with heaven's will and does not go against the people's hearts. As for the killing of these remnants, it is not because I am ruthless, but because wildfires cannot be extinguished and spring winds will bring them back. If we do not eradicate them today, the future troubles will be endless. This is all for our safety. Please do not speculate too much. After speaking, Tang Yin swung his long knife again, and another 73 youths fell beneath his blade. Chapter 464. Mo Liangshan was displeased. Tang Yin's impolite tone was a direct provocation to the Mo family's authority. Snorting coldly, Mo Liangshan said, "Leader Tang, your proposed plan is indeed unreasonable." Tang Yin took a deep breath. Since the Mo family did not intend to act with dignity, he would accommodate them. Young Master Tang's distribution plan is indeed unreasonable. If young Master Tang had not stopped Ming Zhe, this operation would have completely failed. Young Master Tang's contributions are immense. Even if he takes 3 parts of the Mingyu Valley's territory, it is still too little. I believe young Master Tang should take at least 7 parts. Just as Tang Yin was about to summon Zhu Jinkong, a deep, aged voice suddenly echoed, and an old man accompanied by 3 young people descended from the sky. Old Master Shun, Senior Shun Shan, Chief Pavilion. Surrounding the Mingyu Valley, exclamations erupted, and everyone looked at Tang Yin in astonishment. This guy actually had such a background? With my Fengyan clan here, who dares to touch my brother Tang? A mere Mingyu Valley is not worthy of destroying my brother's gang. Old fool, stop your nonsense. This scheme to deceive the heavens was something you could never think of with your level of intelligence. It was clearly the work of my brother. To eradicate Mingyu Valley, my brother takes 90% of the credit. Aside from the territory of Mingyu Valley, resources are divided 1 to 9. Do you have any objections? Chapter 465. Thank you, Master Su. Tang Yin repeatedly expressed his gratitude, then turned to Feng Chanai, saying, "Brother Feng, your righteousness is unmatched. I am deeply grateful. It is an honor to know you. Is there anything you need?" Feng Chanai waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small effort. You don't need to be so formal. Brother Feng is so righteous. Tang Yin immediately skipped over Feng Chanai and looked at Ziyun, handing her a bead, saying, "This purple gold dragon bead has the effect of calming the mind and settling the soul. It should help with your dream issues." "Good." Ziyun accepted it generously without hesitation. Hey, brother." Feng Chanai was somewhat dumbfounded. He was just being polite, but how did Tang Yin take it so seriously? Anxiously, he pulled Tang Yin aside to discuss. "What if we stick to our old ways?" Tang Yin was amused and surprised by Feng Chenye's infatuation. After hesitating for a moment, he advised, "Brother Feng, always seeking external help is ultimately not the right path. To forge iron, one must have solid skills oneself. If others discover that you are deceiving them, it will only lead to greater disappointment. On ordinary days, you can read more books to prepare for unforeseen needs." Old Fan timely helped the young master by saying, "Young Master Tang may not know, but the young master has been diligently studying books for several months, and even had family elders specifically seek classics in the spirit wilderness realm. However, he still has a long way to go to reach young Master Tang's level." Chapter 466. As long as there are clues, I hope we can find them. Zhu Jingkong's eyes were hopeful. The spirit fire was crucial to the future of the Spirit Witch clan, and he could not afford to take it lightly. "Rest assured, clan leader Zhu, the information from Lord Lei will not be wrong." Tang Yin reassured him. Zhu Jingkong nodded. With Lei Yu's identity, the information should be very reliable. The Xianqing Gorge was not close. Even with a phantom hawk to travel, it would take a day. With nothing else to do, Tang Yin simply began to practice the 5 elements tyrant body technique. He had already practiced this body refining technique to the entry level. His flesh was not afraid of ordinary ice blades. Since all the 5 elements materials from Wending had been consumed, he had delayed his training. Now, having obtained a large amount of resources from Mingyu Valley, it was just right to continue investing. Taking out a piece of meteorite iron, he activated the body refining heart method, and before long, the golden energy of the meteorite iron was almost completely absorbed. Tang Yin carefully sensed it, shaking his head in pain. At this rate, refining muscles and bones would require 10 times the resources. The massive resources obtained from Mingyu Valley would soon be exhausted again. No wonder the Star Observation Pavilion was willing to offer this body refining technique. To cultivate this technique to great success likely required the foundation of an entire sect. Unless it was truly a top-tier force, it would be impossible to sustain such a technique. Chapter 467. The vines are poisonous and their breath is concealed, making it difficult for those below king level to detect them. They are hard and resilient. True energy is not easily shattered, and weapons are the best choice to deal with them. "Young Master Tang, do not stray too far from me," Zhu Jingkong reminded. "Good." Tang Yin did not refuse. He picked up the vine that had just been severed and noticed that it was filled with a rich wood aura. After careful consideration, this vine should be a mutated version of the ghost binding vine, although its wood aura was slightly inferior to that of the emerald pattern ancient wood. The difference was minimal, and it contained toxins that could be extracted to make poison. The heart of Taiji was released in full, and the surrounding scenery suddenly became clear. It was at this moment that Tang Yin noticed countless vines clinging to the rock walls, blending in with the surrounding environment due to their color, making them hard to detect. There were even vines hidden within the rock walls. The vines seemed to sense someone entering, moving quietly like long snakes, ready to hunt at any moment. Feeling the presence of so many vines, Tang Yan's heart raced. If they could all be collected, he would not have to worry about the wood attribute materials for the 5 elements tyrant body technique. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Yin handed over a detoxification pill, saying, "Clan leader Zhu, this is a detoxification pill that can counteract the toxins of the vines." Chapter 468. The two hesitated for a moment, and Zhu Jingkong said solemnly, "Young Master Tang, if we don't go in, we definitely won't get the spirit fire. Let's go in and take a look. You stay behind me and be careful." "All right." Tang Yin nodded in agreement. The 2 figures flashed and arrived at the cave entrance, carefully observing the situation inside. The interior was a very deep passage, winding and seemingly endless. The space was fairly spacious, and there seemed to be wind inside, as the howling of the wind against the rock walls could be heard at the entrance. Not noticing anything unusual, the 2 walked deeper into the cave. Tang Yin activated his Tai Chi heart, and, as they walked, he found nothing out of the ordinary. After walking about 5 or 6 miles, The scenery in front of them suddenly opened up. Inside the cave was a spacious area. 30 zhang away from them, a ball of green flames was burning fiercely. Although there was some distance, Tang Yin could still feel the vitality emanating from it. This should be the Yunyu. I feel incredibly comfortable in my soul. Zhu Jingkong exclaimed. It should be. I'll try to lock onto it. As Tang Yin took a step forward, several greenish light spots suddenly appeared in the dark environment. The green light spots continued to multiply, quickly becoming dense and countless. The two focused their eyes and were startled to find that they were all rats the size of raccoons. Chapter 469, when they were 2 zhang away from the Yunyu. A more surging warmth rushed over them, a refreshing feeling from deep within their souls that relaxed their entire bodies. What a rich soul power! If this Yunyu spirit fire were placed in the Spirit Witch clan, the danger for the clan would be eliminated. Zhu Jingkong looked at the Yunyu, a hint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. Spirit fire is the wildfire of heaven and earth. Without the power to control it, there would be endless risks. Tang Yin knew that merely explaining this wouldn't erase Zhu Jingkong's greed, so he added, it's still early. Clan leader Zhu can touch the Yunyu and feel its wildness. Zhu Jingkong had the same intention and took the opportunity to say, then I'll give it a try. Spirit energy surged from within him, and a domineering force enveloped the Yunyu, attempting to confine it. The Yunyu seemed to have no attacking power and was instantly bound by Zhu Jingkong. It shook its form, and a pure soul power directly penetrated Zhu Jingkong's energy net, merging into his consciousness sea. Zhu Jingkong felt his long-damaged soul being rapidly repaired. If this soul power was not refined in time, it would not only waste a resource, but also easily lead to the accumulation of soul power, damaging the soul. Not daring to delay. After locking onto the spirit fire, Zhu Jingkong hurriedly sat cross-legged to refine this soul power.